Outside, the northern wind howled, while inside, the heated brick bed made the room hot and dry. "Does it hurt?" A man's hoarse voice sounded beside her. He was tall and strong, his solid arms holding her close. She could feel the warmth coming from him. Through her hazy vision, Qiao Lanshu looked at the man and felt her nose sting. "Brother Zheng." She held onto his broad shoulders, feeling his warmth and quick breathing. Tears rolled down her cheeks again. He gently lifted her and carried her from the living room to the bedroom, speaking softly, "Don't be afraid. I'll be careful. You're still weak." His deep voice was filled with tenderness, and Xiao Lanshu was lost in that gentle comfort. She thought, if only I could have a child with Brother Zheng. Clang, clang, clang. The train was arriving at the station. Xiao Lanshu woke up suddenly and realized she was on the train heading north. Her face was wet with tears, and her collar was damp. Once again, she had dreamed of Qin Yuanzheng. She wiped her tears and stepped off the train, her mind still heavy and filled with the lingering warmth of that dream. His presence had felt so real. She could almost feel his rough, warm hands and hear his steady breath near her ear. He was a true northerner, tall, strong, and powerful enough to lift her easily. He often liked to hold her in his arms, as if she were a child. She loved his gentleness and care, though sometimes his strength frightened her a little. She wondered where her brother Zheng was now, which army unit he might be serving in. Leaving the station, Qiao Lanshu suddenly remembered something. She opened her right hand, where a line of words was written in pen: Longcheng Production and Construction Corps, Independent 2nd Battalion Commander, Sun Mingyong. Yes, that was her former fiancé. This time, she had come north to find him. Her father had supported Sun Mingyong for 10 years, and 3 years ago, they had been engaged. Now, in his latest letter, he had written that he had been promoted to battalion commander. The battalion commander's family was allowed to live with the army, and since Lanshu had just graduated and was about to be sent to the countryside, she decided to travel north to find her husband. She took a train from Yang City and, after 3 days and nights, finally arrived in Long City, more than 2,000 kilometers away. But in her previous life, Qiao Lanshu already knew that Sun Mingyong was not in the army at all. He had used the money from the Qiao family to get a job at a food factory in the north, married another woman, and had children. Meanwhile, Qiao Lanshu waited for him at the train station for 4 long hours. Cold and hungry, she finally left the station late at night, only to faint by the roadside. A local troublemaker found her and took her to a remote mountain area where she was kept for a long time. When she finally managed to escape 2 years later, her health was badly damaged, and she could no longer have children. With help from the Women's Federation, she found work at a food factory and stayed there for several years. Later, she met Qin Yuanzheng. At that time, Qin Yuanzheng was nearly 40 and already a brigade commander. He also could not have children. He fell in love with Qiao Lanshu at first sight and sincerely pursued her. He was 11 years older than her, mature, calm, and gentle. He treated her like a treasure, slowly healing her pain. But in the 5th year of their marriage, an old injury became infected, and he passed away. The loss hit Qiao Lanshu hard. She fell seriously ill, and during her final days, she was often unconscious, dreaming of Qin Yuanzheng and their time together. Thinking of this, Qiao Lanshu's expression darkened. Now that she had a second chance at life, she had to find Qin Yuanzheng sooner. This time, she would marry him early. Even if he could not have children, she didn't mind. This time, she was healthy, and he had not yet gone on that dangerous mission. They could have a longer, happier life together. It was already late autumn. While the south was still warm and sunny, the north had become bitterly cold. By the time Qiao Lanshu arrived, it was nearly dark. Once the sun set, the temperature dropped sharply. Having grown up in the warm southern city of Yang, Qiao Lanshu was not used to such cold weather. Her birth mother had passed away early, and her stepmother was eager to marry her off. So, between being sent to the countryside or going north to find her husband, she chose to travel north. But it was truly freezing here. She was wearing only a short-sleeved t-shirt, black pants, and cloth shoes. Her stepmother knew how cold it was in the north, so she had specially prepared a thin cotton jacket for her. But wearing that jacket felt no different from not wearing one at all. Xiao Lanshu stood in the train station, her small face turning pale from the cold, her teeth chattering. At the station entrance, she held a bag in one hand and a letter of introduction in the other, looking at the place that felt both familiar and strange. This time, she wouldn't foolishly wait for 4 hours again. She was going to find Qin Yuanzheng, but she didn't know where he might be at this moment. Shivering from the cold, she went back into the station and found a ticket clerk. "Hello, comrade," she asked. "Could you please tell me how to get to this place?" It was already late, and the clerk was about to finish work. Seeing Xiao Lanshu's pale face and hearing her accent, the clerk realized she wasn't local. So she quickly asked, "Comrade, where are you going? It's so late. Why are you still here?" As she spoke, she leaned closer to look at Xiao Lanshu's trembling hands. With a shaky voice, Xiao Lanshu said, "I'm going to find my fiancé. He's with the Independent 2nd Battalion of the Longqing Production and Construction Corps, stationed at the forest farm in the southern suburbs of Longqing. Do you know how to get there?" The clerk replied, "Oh dear, you came too late. The number 3 bus to the southern forest farm stops running at 6 in the evening. You can take your letter of introduction and go to the Corps headquarters across the street. They'll help arrange a place for family members of soldiers." The clerk kindly led Xiao Lanshu out of the station and pointed to a large building across the road. "See that? That's the main headquarters of the Production and Construction Corps. Go there and explain your situation." As soon as Xiao Lanshu stepped outside, the northwest wind hit her so hard it felt like her soul might freeze. She nodded gratefully, thanked the clerk, and walked stiffly toward the building across the street. She had eaten only a small piece of rice cake that morning, and now, past 9 at night, she hadn't had anything else to eat or drink. Her head felt dizzy, and her whole body ached with cold. Otherwise, in her past life, she wouldn't have fainted. This time she had to hold on. Just then, she saw several tall men in military uniforms step out of the command building, lifting the wind curtain at the door as they talked and walked quickly outside. Xiao Lanshu glanced at them casually, then froze. The man walking in front looked familiar. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively hurried forward. "Comrade, excuse me, comrade soldier." Her voice was too soft, and the men were talking loudly, so none of them heard her. Seeing them about to leave, Xiao Lanshu grew anxious and ran after them. "Comrade soldier, please wait a moment." In her rush, she quickened her pace and ran forward without watching her step. Suddenly, she tripped over something, let out a small cry, and fell to the ground. Her bag flew out of her hand and hit the leg of the particularly tall soldier. The men turned around sharply, looking at the young woman who had fallen. One of them exclaimed, "Is she all right? Why is she dressed so lightly? She might have fainted from the cold." Another said, "Check on her quickly, make sure she's not hurt." The man in front looked at Xiao Lanshu closely, surprise flickering in his eyes. Those deep eyes, Xiao Lanshu could never forget them. She panicked, not knowing what to do. Qin Yuanzheng, it was her brother Zheng. In her nervousness, she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to faint. The soldiers grew worried. "Captain Qin, she really fainted." Captain Qin frowned, his deep voice calm but firm. "You all return to the unit. I'll take her to the military hospital on my way." Qin Yuanzhen personally wrapped the fainted girl in his military coat and carried her into the command building. He called for 2 guards to bring a car and take the girl to the military hospital. He didn't go with them but returned directly to his unit. Xiao Lanshu felt a little disappointed, but at least the hospital was warm and she had hot water to drink. Most importantly, she had avoided the tragic fate from her previous life. She wasn't left freezing on the street or taken away by bad people. Because of the cold, Xiao Lanshu caught a slight fever and stayed in the hospital for a day. The next morning, she couldn't help asking the nurse, "Comrade, may I ask who the kind soldier was who helped me last night? I'd like to thank him in person." The nurse smiled and said, "The people who brought you here last night were from the 21st Regiment of the Construction Corps. They said their commander was the one who saved you. If you want to thank him, you can go find Commander Chin." So, her brother Zheng was now in the 21st Regiment of the Construction Corps, and he was the commander. Her brother Zheng was really amazing. Xiao Lanshu nodded, thinking to herself, should she pretend to be pitiful and go thank him in her thin clothes? Or should she first buy some clothes, find a place to stay, talk to Sun Mingyong about her marriage issue, and then go see Brother Zheng? Since she was new here, she should probably settle down first. Meanwhile, in the office at a mining site, Qin Yuanzheng was accompanying Commander Li out of the area. Before getting into the car, Commander Li suddenly asked, "Yuanzheng, how old are you this year?" Qin Yuanzheng replied, 29. Commander Li looked at him. "Why haven't you taken care of your personal life yet? The social event we arranged with the textile factory workers. Why didn't you go?" Qin Yuanzheng lowered his head. "Sir, please don't ask. I've been busy."
Kumandeli snurta.
"You always say that. I heard you rescued a young woman from the south a few days ago. Haven't you gone to check on her?" Qin Yuanzheng stayed silent. Commander Li said meaningfully, "You saved her life. Since you brought her back, you should at least make sure she's doing well." Qin Yuanzheng nodded helplessly. "Understood. I'll go this afternoon." Before getting into the car, Commander Li added, "If you can settle your marriage soon, your future will go more smoothly. Understand?" Qin Yuanzheng could only nod. "Yes, sir." After sending Commander Li off, Qin Yuanzheng stood by the road, hands on his hips, looking at the gray sky with a sigh. He was tall, strong, and had sharp features. Over the years, many women had liked him. He had once thought about starting a family. After all, what man doesn't dream of a warm home with a wife and children? But 2 years ago, after returning from a mission and taking a routine medical exam, the report showed he had a health condition that made it difficult for him to have children. The doctor told him that he might never be able to have his own. Because of this, the girls who had been introduced to him before all turned to meet his fellow soldiers instead. He gradually lost interest and decided to devote his whole life to serving his country, never thinking about marriage again. However, his cousin, who was the director of a food factory, cared deeply about his personal life. So, he simply let his cousin introduce him to a divorced woman who had a child. Thinking of this, he remembered that he was supposed to visit his cousin's home today to meet such a woman. With that in mind, Qin Yuanzheng left the mining area, drove back to the headquarters building, parked his car, and went to the nearby supply store. He bought 2 cans of fruit and half a pound of biscuits, then headed to the military hospital. Xiao Lanshu was resting in the hospital. The weather had been very cold these days, and she had caught a cold, constantly sneezing and sniffling. It seemed she had really fallen ill from the cold. The dry climate here was completely different from the humid south, making her throat and nose very uncomfortable. She often woke up at night because of the dryness. Her skin had become irritated and red from the dryness, and her lips were cracked and painful. Xiao Lanshu had grown up in a comfortable family. Although her stepmother never liked her and secretly planned to send her away after graduation as a teacher, she still made sure Xiao Lanshu had proper food and clothing. In short, Xiao Lanshu had never suffered like this before. Now, she decided to rest well for a few days and recover before doing anything else. Just then, there was a knock at the door. She held her cup of water, sat up, and looked toward the entrance. She thought it was a nurse, but instead, a man in a military coat walked in. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with tan skin and short hair. His sharp eyes glanced at her twice. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Lanshu's heart began to beat quickly. She was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. Her long hair hung loosely down her back, and her neat bangs covered her forehead, showing a round, youthful face. Her fair skin, almond-shaped eyes, and small lips made her look gentle and well-behaved. When she saw him, her face turned red, and she nervously rubbed the edge of her shirt, looking a little shy. But the way she looked at him was so focused, filled with the surprise and joy of meeting someone again after a long time, that Qin Yuanzheng couldn't understand what was going on. So, even his voice became softer, afraid of startling her. I heard you caught a cold. Are you feeling better now? Xiao Lanshu nodded, her bright eyes fixed on him. Her voice was soft and a little nasal. Much better, just a bit cold. I didn't bring enough clothes. Hearing her speak and seeing how pitiful she looked, Qin Yuanjing asked quietly, You're not from around here? Where did you come from? Xiao Lanshu replied, From Yangqing.
Qin Yuanzheng was surprised.
That's really far. You've crossed half the country. What brings you here? To work in the countryside? But usually people sent to the countryside had special transport and someone to receive them. In their construction corps, there were people assigned to help settle the young workers who came to build the area. Over the years, they had already received tens of thousands. What Qin Yuanjing didn't expect was for the young girl in front of him to say, I came to the army to find my husband. Qin Yuanjing. He looked at Xiao Lanshu in astonishment. The girl looked delicate, her voice soft and gentle. She seemed so young that he had thought she was still a child. After a moment he asked, Find your husband. How old are you? Xiao Lanshu blushed. I'll be 18 in a few days. Here's my household registration book and my letter of introduction. As she spoke, she took out a pile of documents. Qin Yuanjing. Looking at this naive girl who clearly had no sense of caution, Qin Yuanjing suddenly felt a sense of responsibility. After all, he was the one who had helped her. She was alone here, in a strange place, and he had to lend her a hand. He placed 2 cans of preserved peaches and some biscuits on the table. Then he took off his military coat, revealing his uniform underneath. He pulled a chair over and sat by the bed. Even though they were both sitting, Xiao Lanshu was much shorter. Looking at Qin Yuanjing sitting so close, she could even smell the faint scent of pine and coal dust on him, and her face quietly turned red again. The younger Qin Yuanjing looked tall and handsome. As he looked at her, Qin Yuanjing couldn't help but find her a little curious and unusual. This young girl was really shy. She blushed easily. So he pulled his chair back a little, putting some distance between them. Xiao Lanshu. Wait. Why did he move away? Qin Yuanjing looked at her and asked, Which unit is your fiancé in? What's his name? Tell me, and I'll help you find him. In her previous life, when Xiao Lanshu was taken in by a man from the streets, he thought she looked gentle and pretty, with fair skin and a soft voice. He liked her very much and brought her home. Later, when he found out she was looking for her fiancé, and that her fiancé was supposedly a battalion commander, he was so frightened that he almost panicked. He secretly went to ask around about Sun Mingyong. If Sun Mingyong really was a battalion commander, he planned to send Xiao Lanshu back, hoping to earn the officer's gratitude. But it turned out that Sun Mingyong wasn't a commander at all. He wasn't even a soldier. He was just an ordinary worker at a food factory. So, that man told Xiao Lanshu the truth and tried to force her to stay with him. Afraid she might run away, he took her to his hometown in the mountains and kept her locked in a cave house. Xiao Lanshu lived there for more than a year, completely cut off from the outside world. Even after being reborn, she only knew that Sun Mingyong worked at a food factory and was now married with children. As for which factory he worked in or where he lived, she had no idea. And even if she did know, she had to pretend she didn't. Otherwise, if someone thought she was a spy, that would be serious trouble. Now, when Qin Yuanjing offered to help her find him, she didn't hesitate. She handed him the introduction letter and the address written by Sun Mingyong. Qin Yuanjing glanced at it and asked, Since you came here to join your husband, why didn't he come to the station to meet you? Normally, when a soldier's family member arrived, the unit would give leave for the reunion. Welcoming family was considered an important matter and had to be treated seriously. Xiao Lanshu lowered her head, remembering how she had stood in the cold wind at the station in her past life. Anger and sadness filled her heart. She frowned and said, My father wrote him a letter and sent a telegram too, but he didn't come. Xiao Lanshu looked so gentle and well-behaved that even when she was upset, her voice was still soft and sweet. It was hard to tell she was angry. Instead, she seemed to be acting a little spoiled, with a hint of sadness in her expression. Qin Yuanzheng felt his heart soften. He said quietly, Maybe he didn't get the letter, Or maybe he has an urgent task. Don't worry, I'll help you ask about it. Since you're sick, you should rest well. It's cold outside and you're not used to it, so stay indoors and drink more water. The air here is very dry. Hearing his kind words, Qiao Lanshu felt deeply grateful. She nodded and looked at him with hopeful eyes. Captain Qin, are you leaving? Qin Yuanjing looked at her small, pale face and suddenly didn't want to go. This young girl seemed so innocent and inexperienced. She had no family or friends here and no teacher to guide her. How could she manage on her own? He remembered that he was the one who had rescued her, so of course, he should take care of her a bit more. Besides, he had no home or family now, nothing to hold him back. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'll go ask about this Sun Mingyong for you. You just rest here. When I have time, I'll come to see you." Qiao Lanshu felt reluctant to see him go, but she knew they had only met twice and were still basically strangers. Maybe he was being kind because he was a soldier and she didn't want to trouble him too much. So she simply said, "All right, thank you, Captain Qin." Her voice was soft and a little pitiful. Qin Yuanjing stood up and said, "Then rest well." When he walked out of the ward, the doctors and nurses in the hallway looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. They had all heard him speaking just now. He was too gentle, so gentle it was almost frightening. Qin Yuanzheng had come to the hospital many times before when his soldiers were injured, but every time, he had a serious face and spoke in a cold, firm tone. Why was he so gentle today? It made everyone uneasy. After he left, a few nurses peeked into the ward and immediately understood. Oh, it's that young girl. Poor thing. No wonder even Captain Qin has become gentler. Who wouldn't be kind after meeting that young lady? Sigh, she came all the way here alone, with no relatives or friends around. I wonder what she's here for? I heard she's looking for her husband. Anyway, she's not here for farm work, otherwise she would have been sent to the countryside already. After leaving the hospital room, Qin Yuanjing took out a letter from Sun Mingyong as he walked. The letter was written to Qiao's father. In it, Sun Mingyong said he had earned a second-class merit, been promoted to company commander, and that everything was going well. He also thanked Uncle Qiao for his help and support. Qin Yuanjing read for a while, then suddenly stopped walking. He frowned tightly at the words, Company Commander of the 2nd Independent Battalion, Launching Production and Construction Corps, Sun Mingyong? At first, Qin Yuanjing thought he had read it wrong. But after checking the letter again and again, he confirmed he hadn't. It clearly said 2nd Independent Battalion Commander. The 2nd Independent Battalion of the Production and Construction Corps was directly under the Corps headquarters, located in the southern forest area of Longcheng. Qin Yuanjing knew the commander of that battalion. In fact, they were good comrades. If Sun Mingyong really was that commander, he could find him right away. But the problem was, the commander of the 2nd Independent Battalion in the southern forest area wasn't named Sun Mingyong. His name was Zhao Jiannong. He was already married and had 2 daughters. Besides, Zhao Jiannong was from the north, not the south. Qin Yuanzheng instinctively wanted to turn back and tell the young woman from the south that her information was wrong. But after pausing for a moment, he decided to keep the letter and go on. Forget it, he thought. He would first go to the 2nd Independent Battalion and ask if there was or ever had been someone named Sun Mingyong. As the sky began to darken, Qin Yuanzheng remembered he had promised his cousin to have dinner at his house. So he returned to the mining area, went to his office, and found the regiment's chief of staff, Ling Yuqing. He gave him the name, address, age, and hometown of Sun Mingyong and said, "This afternoon, go to the southern forest area and ask Commander Zhao if there is, or ever was, someone named Sun Mingyong in their battalion. Check carefully and report back to me." Lin Yuqing. Got it. After a while, Staff Officer Lin couldn't help asking, "Commander, who is this Sun Mingyong? I've never heard of him. Could he be a spy? What should we do if we find him?" Qin Yuanzheng shook his head. "No need to deal with him. Just find out who he is and report back to me." This Sun Mingyong had pretended to be a company commander to trick a young woman. Clearly, he wasn't a good person. Once they found him, Qin planned to meet him first, so the young woman wouldn't go there herself and get fooled again. After arranging the search, Qin Yuanjing packed up, took 2 cans of preserved oranges and a bottle of sorghum liquor, and left his office. He drove out of the mining area and headed toward the family housing of the food factory in the north of the city. His cousin, Yang Wenyan, was the factory director there. Since Qin had been transferred to work at the mine, his cousin had been very kind to him, often inviting him over for meals during holidays. After all, Qin's hometown wasn't in Longcheng but near Changbai Mountain, quite far from here. Having a relative to rely on in a new place was truly a blessing. So, Qin often visited his cousin's home. When he arrived at the factory's residential area, he parked his car, grabbed the gifts, and went straight to the second floor of Yang Wenyan's building. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room. It wasn't large, but in the city, getting such a place was already quite fortunate. After all, the construction corps had to settle thousands of young workers every year, and housing was always tight. When Qin entered the apartment, his cousin's wife, Deng Xiaojun, had already prepared dinner. The couple didn't have children, but Qin immediately noticed a boy of about 7 or 8 sitting in the room. The boy wore a slightly worn cotton jacket and looked at Qin nervously. Qin paused at the door and looked at his cousin.
Yang Wenyan welcome over.
It's freezing. Come in and close the door. He shut the door, then leaned closer and whispered, Didn't you say you wanted to meet a woman who already has a child?
Take a look at this one today.
Qin Yuanjing. Qin Yuanjing had indeed said something like that before. He was almost 30, and both his superiors and his family had been asking when he planned to settle down. He had a medical condition that made it hard for him to have children. Although he was healthy and strong, the doctor had told him that he might never be able to become a father. If he really wanted to start a family, he would either have to find a woman who didn't want children or someone who already had one. He had just mentioned this last week, and this week his cousin and cousin-in-law had already found someone for him. For a moment, Qin Yuanjing didn't know what to say. His cousin, Yang Wenyan, hung up his military coat and said, Yuanjing, you look really impressive in that uniform. I bet a lot of girls like you, right? Qin Yuanjing was 1.88 meters tall, and with his boots on, he was nearly 1.9 meters. He had a strong, well-built body and looked tall and powerful. Many women liked his type. If it weren't for his condition, his superiors would probably be eager to introduce their daughters to him. Yang Wenyan shook his head, sighed, and led him to sit down. Then he said quietly, The woman you're meeting today works at the textile factory, just like your cousin-in-law. She got divorced 2 years ago and has been raising her son alone. Her boy is very well behaved. Qin Yuanjing asked, Why hasn't she remarried after 2 years? Yang Wenyan shook his head. I'm not sure. You can ask her later. Then he turned to the boy sitting on the sofa and said, Xiao Yuan, come on, say hello to Uncle Qin. The boy looked at Qin Yuanjing shyly and said, Hello, Uncle. Qin Yuanjing nodded. He reached into his pocket but found nothing there. So, he took out 5 yuan from his pants pocket and handed it to the boy. I didn't bring a proper gift, so take this and buy yourself some candy. The boy quietly accepted it and put the money in his pocket. Soon, his cousin-in-law, Deng Xiaojun, came out carrying some dishes, followed by a short-haired woman. When both of them saw the tall and strong Qin Yuanjing, they paused for a moment. Then Deng Xiaojun smiled brightly and said, Oh, our Captain Qin is here. Huiping, come, let me introduce you. This is Captain Qin Yuanjing, the one I told you about. Yuanjing, this is Comrade Wang Huiping from our textile factory. Wang Huiping looked to be around 30, with short hair and a slightly plump figure. Her round face and warm smile made her seem kind and friendly. When she looked at Qin Yuanjing, she seemed a little shy. She nodded politely and said, Hello, Captain Qin. My name is Wang Huiping. Qin Yuanjing glanced at her and nodded.
Hello, I'm Qin Yuanjing.
You can just call me by my name. That was how they officially met. Just then, the meal was ready, and everyone sat down to eat together. During dinner, most of the talking was done by Yang Wenyan and his wife, Deng Xiaojun. Wang Huiping joined in occasionally. The child, Xiao Yuan, was very quiet, eating silently without saying a word. Qin Yuanjing wasn't much of a talker either. He ate slowly, and when the meal was over and it was getting late, He got ready to leave. Yang Wenyan stopped him and asked quietly, "So, what do you think?" Qin Yuanzheng didn't have any special thoughts. After a short pause, he said, "I don't really have any opinion." Yang Wenyan sighed and said, "Comrade Wang Huiping has a good personality and a stable job. She already has a son, so there's no pressure about children. You're about the same age. Seems like a good match, doesn't it? Many people grow closer over time. Just spend some time with her, give each other a chance, alright?" For the past 2 years, Qin Yuanzheng had been constantly reminded by his superiors and family about getting married, and he was tired of it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's getting late. I'll walk Comrade Wang Huiping home." By saying that, he was agreeing to Yang Wenyan's suggestion to get to know her first. Yang Wenyan was pleased. He patted Qin Yuanzheng on the shoulder and said, "That's the spirit. Talk a bit more on the way. Don't be so quiet, alright?" Qin Yuanzheng nodded, put on his military coat, and waited by the door. Soon, Wang Huiping came out, holding her son's hand. They exchanged a glance, and Wang Huiping smiled. "Comrade Qin, our factory dormitory isn't far. I can walk back myself, no need to trouble you." Qin Yuanzheng replied, "It's dark and not safe. I'll walk you. The child shouldn't get cold. It's easy to catch a cold." As he said that, he suddenly thought of Qiao Lanshu, who was still in the hospital. The little girl caught a cold as soon as the cold wind blew. She was quite fragile. He arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood and started the car. It was Wang Huiping's first time riding in a car, so she looked a bit nervous, but her eyes still showed amazement. After all, this was a car. How many people could afford one in those days? Wang Huiping lived in the dormitory of the textile factory, in a small one-bedroom apartment assigned by her workplace. Qin Yuanzheng drove her to the dormitory entrance. Wang Huiping opened the car door herself and got out with her child. She looked at the car, then at Qin Yuanzheng in his military uniform, and smiled gently. "Comrade Qin, I'll head back now." Qin Yuanzheng nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "See you another day." When Wang Huiping heard that, she felt hopeful and smiled. "Alright, I live here and work at the textile factory. You can come find me there." Qin Yuanzheng agreed, glanced at the child, and then drove away. He actually liked children very much. In those days, few people didn't. He had once dreamed of marrying a good wife, having a few children, and living a peaceful, happy life.
But now,
he decided to follow his cousin's advice and get to know Comrade Wang Huiping better. If their personalities matched, starting a family with her wouldn't be a bad idea. As he drove, he thought about it, then suddenly remembered. Had Staff Officer Lin found any information about that Sun Mingyong? With that thought, he turned the car toward the military housing area near the mining district. Half an hour later, Staff Officer Lin was already standing in Qin Yuanzheng's quarters. "Commander," Lin said, "I've already checked. There's no one named Sun Mingyong in the 2nd Independent Battalion. Captain Zhao even had each team bring out their rosters to confirm. He's definitely not there." Lin was always thorough. He continued, "I also asked them to check past records, retirements, transfers, anything like that, but still nothing. There are 2 people with the same name, but the details don't match. One is over 40, a local who retired years ago due to injury. The other just joined last year, only 18, also from this province, not from elsewhere." According to the information Qiao Lanshu provided, Sun Mingyong is a man from Yangcheng, 26 years old. But none of that matches. Qin Yuanzheng had already reached a conclusion. This Sun Mingyong was probably someone who deliberately tricked the young girl. Such things were actually quite common. In those days, with long distances and slow communication, people could write anything in letters, and no one could easily verify it. Qin Yuanzheng said, "Then let's check with the 1st Battalion and the 3rd Battalion, and also ask around in our regiment. I don't believe we can't find this person." Staff Officer Lin replied, "Commander, I've already asked around. The 3rd Battalion said there's no one named Sun Mingyong from the south in the army, but there is a man with that name working at the Chungbei food factory, which supplies the army kitchen. He works in the business department, handling coordination work. I'll go there tomorrow to confirm if it's the same person." No matter what, it was clear that Sun Mingyong wasn't part of the army. The young girl had definitely been deceived. Qin Yuanzheng thought for a few seconds and asked, "Is this Sun Mingyong married?" Lin replied, "Yes, he is. His wife is the daughter of the factory director, and they have a son and a daughter." Qin Yuanzheng fell silent, his face darkening. "Investigate this Sun Mingyong carefully," he said. If Sun Mingyong had really tricked the girl while already married, that meant he had committed marriage fraud. A man like that shouldn't just be denied party membership, he shouldn't even keep his job. That night, Qin Yuanzheng went to the hospital to visit Xiao Lanshu. Standing at the door of the ward, he saw the young girl sitting on the bed with her hair down, writing a letter, probably one she planned to send home. She looked gentle and quiet, the kind of person who could easily be deceived. A kind and lovely girl like her. How could she manage without someone to protect her? Qin Yuanjing knocked and entered. When Xiao Lanshu saw him, her face lit up with surprise and joy. "Commander Qin, you came to see me?" She had thought he would have gone home by now. She hadn't expected him to visit again after coming at noon. Her heart felt warm and excited. "Please have a seat," she said quickly. She hurried to move a chair for him, picked up the thermos to pour him some hot water, and then reached for the canned fruit on the table to offer him something to eat. The can was a bit hard to open. She tried twice but couldn't get the lid off. Just then, Qin Yuanjing walked over. They were standing very close, and when she looked up, she saw his strong jawline. He was still wearing his coat, and a bit of steam rose from him. There was a faint smell of alcohol mixed with coal and the cool scent of cedar, warm and unique to him. Xiao Lanshu's face instantly turned red. Qin Yuanjing took the can from her hands. His hands were large and rough, with strong joints and long fingers. With a simple twist, he opened the lid and handed the can back to her.
"It's done," he said.
Xiao Lanshu blushed, took the can, and looked at him shyly. "Thank you. You're really strong." Qin Yuanjing nodded with a straight face. Strong? He hadn't even used much strength. He sat down and looked at her slightly flushed face, sighing quietly to himself. Seeing his hesitant expression, Xiao Lanshu guessed that he had probably found Sun Mingyong. After all, it would be easy for someone from the army to find a person. She already knew what the result would be, so she wasn't surprised. She sat down, placed the can in front of him, and asked softly, "Captain Qin, it's so late. Did you come here because you have something to tell me?" Qin Yuanjing nodded. Hesitation wasn't in his nature, but at that moment, he still felt uncertain. He was worried the young woman might not be able to handle it, but it was better to face the truth than to keep being deceived. So, Qin Yuanjing told her about Sun Mingyong's situation. As he spoke, he kept watching her expression. Just as he expected, Xiao Lanshu began to cry. Her dark eyes blinked twice, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Qin Yuanjing stayed silent. Her fair skin made her red nose and teary eyes stand out even more. She looked at him and asked, "Is it true? What should I do now?" Qin Yuanjing was almost 30 years old. He had been on the battlefield and believed both his heart and body were as strong as steel. Yet at this moment he still softened. After a long silence, he finally said, "Don't cry. There are many unmarried men in the army. Didn't you say you liked the company commander? I can introduce you to one. Xiao Lanshu." When did she ever say she liked the company commander? After speaking, Qin Yuanjing thought this idea was actually quite good. There were 2 unmarried company commanders in his regiment. They were his own men, and he knew exactly what kind of people they were. He could make sure the young lady would be in good hands. Such a well-behaved girl deserved someone mature and dependable who would take good care of her. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Xiao Lanshu looked at Qin Yuanjing's expression. He didn't seem to be joking. She suddenly didn't know what to do. She had come here because of Qin Yuanjing, but now he seemed too serious. He was older, tall, and strong, with a rather stern look. After years of military service, he carried an air of authority. Xiao Lanshu, a girl of 17 or 18, even with memories of her past life, didn't dare to show her true feelings at this moment. She sat there, nervously rubbing the edge of her clothes, unsure what to say. She couldn't quite figure out what Qin Yuanjing was thinking. In her past life, he had been warm and caring toward her, but that was when he was nearly 40. This younger Qin Yuanzheng was different. She thought maybe she should spend a few more days with him to get to know him better. Qin Yuanzheng, however, felt his idea was quite reasonable. So, after speaking, he looked at the girl sitting with her head down, fiddling with her clothes, and thought she was just shy. He stood up and said, "Don't worry, young lady. Since your parents are far away and you have no relatives or friends here, I'll take responsibility for your situation for now. After all, I was the one who rescued you, and my former superior asked me to check on you often." In truth, his superior had hoped he would get to know this southern girl better, not just take care of her. But Qin Yuanzheng thought Xiao Lanshu was too young and gentle, so he never considered her as a potential partner. Xiao Lanshu didn't know what to say. When she met Qin Yuanzheng's gaze, which looked at her as if she were a child, she could only nod. Qin Yuanzheng was a man of action. After returning, he immediately began to think about the matter. He gathered a list of all unmarried officers ranked from platoon leader to battalion commander in the 3 independent camps around Longcheng. Of course, there were also a few unmarried platoon and company leaders in his own regiment, and he included them as well. His first choice was naturally a battalion commander, since their families were allowed to live with them on base. But company and platoon leaders were also acceptable, as Xiao Lanshu could find a job nearby and settle down there. That night, after returning to his quarters, he made the list. He didn't even need to look up their information. He already knew each of them well. At first, he selected based on character and family background. After crossing out a few names, he began to consider height and appearance. After all, the young woman was so gentle and well-behaved, he couldn't possibly match her with someone harsh or bad-tempered. She was also very pretty and sweet, so he had to find someone decent-looking. Otherwise, it would feel like a flower planted in the wrong place. Her family background was good too. Her father managed a state-owned store, and her stepmother was a primary school teacher. Both parents were college graduates, and she herself had finished high school. She was not only well-educated but also came from a respectable family. So, the man's family couldn't be too poor either. Although many soldiers had limited education, most officers had attended military school, so education wasn't the issue, family background was. After a whole night of selecting, Qin Yuanzheng was speechless. Looking at the list, he muttered, "No one of these people are still single. Some had good looks but poor build. Others had both, but came from difficult family situations." Out of more than 10 names, only 2 or 3 remained. Early the next morning, when he arrived at the mining office, he saw Lin Yuqing sweeping the floor and suddenly asked, "Staff Officer Lin, how old are you this year?" Lin replied, "Commander, I'm 2 years younger than you, 27 this year." Lin Yuqing was 27, unmarried, a local, with both parents working. He had 3 siblings, all employed as well. Qin Yuanzheng looked him over critically. His height and looks were average. To match him with that young woman still felt a bit unsuitable. Lin Yuqing felt uneasy under his gaze and said awkwardly, "See, Commander, why are you staring at me like that?" Qin Yuanzheng was silent for a few seconds before saying, "A few days ago, I rescued a young woman. You know about that, right?" Lin Yuqing nodded and looked at him. "What's wrong? Do you want me to take her to the train station?" Qin Yuanzheng. He spoke casually. Her fiancé, Sun Mingyong, turned out to be a liar. "You've heard about it too. She came all this way to find him, only to be deceived. It's really pitiful. You're still single, aren't you? Why don't you go meet her?" Lin Yuqing. He immediately felt embarrassed, scratched his head, and said, "That
Doesn't seem right, Commander."
Am I really suitable?" Qin Yuanzheng looked at him. "What's not suitable? Just go and meet her. You might not be a perfect match, but if you tidy yourself up, it could work." Lin Yuqing. So, Lin Yuqing carefully cleaned himself up. He put on his neatly pressed uniform, wore his cap, shaved, got a fresh haircut, and even trimmed his nails. Carrying 2 jars of canned oranges and a pound of brown sugar, he went to the hospital on a cold, windy afternoon. Xiao Lanshu was sitting upright on the bed, her hands resting on her knees, her hair still loose around her shoulders. She looked at Lin Yuqing curiously, thinking that the man the commander introduced really did look quite decent. Unfortunately, he seemed a bit too fair and gentle. She still preferred the commander's rugged, tanned look. Lin Yuqing sat across from her, blushing as she stared at him. He didn't know where to put his hands. He spoke stiffly. "Hello, Comrade Xiao Lanshu. I'm Lin Yuqing, 27 years old, from Longcheng. I serve as the Chief of Staff of the 21st Regiment of the Longcheng Construction Corps." Xiao Lanshu nodded politely.
Hello.
Lin Yuqing waited for her to introduce herself, but after those 2 words, she said nothing more. He looked over and saw the gentle young woman lowering her head, absent-mindedly poking at the blanket with her finger. Lin Yuqing. Well, now he understood. She simply wasn't interested in him. Feeling a bit disappointed, Lin Yuqing wanted to say a few more words, but since Xiao Lanshu didn't seem eager to talk, he felt awkward sitting there. So, he quickly said goodbye and left. From the moment he entered the room to the time he left, it had been less than 10 minutes. As soon as Lin Yuqing stepped out of the hospital room and reached the stairs, he was startled by Qin Yuanzheng, who was standing there waiting. Lin Yuqing froze. "Commander, you scared me. Why are you standing here?" Getting startled like that could really frighten someone. Qin Yuanzheng, dressed in a thick military coat with his hands in his pockets, looked at him and asked, "Well, why did you come out so soon?" Then his tone suddenly turned sharp. "What, you didn't like the girl?" Startled by his harsh tone, Lin Yuqing shrank his neck and quickly explained, "No, Commander, it's not that. She just didn't like me. She barely talked to me." Qin Yuanzheng. The stern look in Qin Yuanzheng's eyes faded instantly. He rubbed his nose and said, "Oh, so she didn't like you. Well, that's normal. You're just average." Lin Yuqing. He was speechless. He'd already had enough disappointment for one day, and now his commander was teasing him too. Qin Yuanzheng turned to leave. "Guess you're just unlucky. Come on, let's get back to work." Lin Yuqing. After Staff Officer Lin left, Xiao Lanshu went to bed to rest. She had been in the hospital for 2 days. The cold she caught earlier was much better now, and she couldn't stay there forever. So, the next day, she took 10 yuan and asked one of the nurses to help her buy a cotton-padded jacket. Although the supply store sold cotton and fabric, ready-made clothes were rare, especially in her small size, so it was hard to find something that fit. The nurse said to her, "How about this? Give me 5 yuan and you don't need to use a cotton coupon. I'll give you the cotton jacket and pants I just made for myself. They're a bit big, but you can make do." The officers in the army had been very kind to Xiao Lanshu. Since she was from the south, young, and spoke gently, even the doctors and nurses treated her with extra care. When she heard the nurse say that, Xiao Lanshu felt very grateful. "Thank you so much, sister," she said warmly. The way she called the nurse sister made the nurse happy, so she said, "I'll give you 2 more pairs of socks. It's cold here, and you'll need thick ones." Xiao Lanshu thanked her again and again. The weather wasn't too cold yet, but when winter came, even a cotton coat and thick socks wouldn't be enough. But by then, Xiao Lanshu might not still be here. She felt a little sad. She liked Qin Yuanzheng, but it seemed he only saw her as a child. Wearing the cotton coat, pants, and thick socks the nurse had given her, Xiao Lanshu packed her things and completed the discharge papers. Her cold was much better, though her nose was still runny and her voice a bit nasal. The clothes were a little big, so she rolled up the sleeves and pant legs twice. Then she braided her long, shiny black hair into 2 braids, picked up her bundle, and left the hospital. Before leaving, she told the nurse sister, "If Captain Qin comes looking for me, please tell him I've gone to stay at the guest house." The nurse smiled and agreed. Afraid that Qin Yuanzheng might not find her, Xiao Lanshu also told the gate guard the same thing before she left. She first took her things to the guest house and used her introduction letter to get a room. Since the weather was nice and sunny, she decided to go shopping at the supply store. She needed to stay for a few more days, so she planned to buy some daily necessities like towels and a wash basin, as well as some food. Her hands, face, and even lips felt dry and itchy, but she didn't have any coupons for skincare products. She wondered what people here used to keep their skin from drying out. Thinking about that, She walked toward the nearby supply store. Luckily, the guest house, supply store, and hospital were all close to each other. It took her about half an hour to get there. Just as she was about to reach the store, she suddenly stopped and stared in one direction. Sun Mingyong was wearing a uniform from the food factory, and beside him was a young woman in the same uniform. The woman was holding the hand of a boy about 5 or 6 years old. The two of them walked out of the supply store, each carrying something in their hands. Sun Mingyong was from Yangcheng. He went north when he was 15, with no money and no one to rely on. Thanks to his late father's connection with the Chiao family, he received help from Chiao's father. Over the years, the Chiao family had sent him money and food worth more than 1,000 yuan, not a small amount. After many years apart, Sun Mingyong had grown taller, though his face hadn't changed much. Xiao Lanshu's eyes were cold as she stared at him. After they left the supply store, she quietly followed him all the way to the dormitory area of the food factory. Sensing someone behind him, Sun Mingyong turned around. His heart skipped a beat when he saw her, and he said without thinking, Lanshu. His wife looked at him.
What did you say?
He smiled. Oh, I just remembered I left some documents at the factory. You go ahead, I'll be right back. His wife didn't suspect anything and nodded. All right, hurry back. I'll start cooking. He nodded and quickly walked toward the dormitory gate. Xiao Lanshu was waiting outside. It was lunchtime and most people were eating. Both Sun Mingyong and his wife worked at the food factory. They had gone out to buy a few things and take their child home for lunch. When he reached her, he looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then spoke softly, Shu Shu. Why are you here? Xiao Lanshu gave a cold smile. Why do you think I'm here? He pretended not to understand. If you were coming, why didn't you write or send a telegram? I could have met you. This place isn't like Yangcheng. It's dry and cold.
You're not used to that.
As he spoke, he took a 10-yuan note from his pocket and handed it to her. Lanshu, take this and buy something nice. You've never had to struggle before, and I don't want you to start now. At first, Xiao Lanshu didn't want to take the money. But then she thought it was her father's money anyway, so why shouldn't she? She took it and said, 10 yuan isn't enough. It's so cold here, I need to buy something warm. You said I shouldn't have to put up with hardship, didn't you? Sun Mingyong's face darkened, but he said nothing more. Instead, he took out 5 large bills from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Lanshu.
60 yuan.
Is that enough? Xiao Lanshu took the money, then looked at him with a faint, mocking smile. Well, Sun Mingyong, I remember when you left home. You didn't even have a single coin. My father bought your train ticket, exchanged the food coupons for you, and the clothes and shoes you wore were made from our family's fabric. And now you can pull out big bills so easily. Looks like you're doing quite well now. Hearing her words, Sun Mingyong knew she was mocking him, but he didn't want to make a scene. After all, he had married the daughter of the food factory's director. Without that, he wouldn't have gotten his current job at the factory, working comfortably in the business department and dealing with officials from different sections every day. He looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then reached out to grab Xiao Lanshu's arm and whispered, Lanshu, this isn't the right place to talk. You haven't eaten yet, have you? There's a state-run restaurant nearby that serves local dishes. Let me take you there. Xiao Lanshu pulled her arm free. She wasn't tall and didn't have much strength, but she was so angry that she jumped up and slapped him across the face. It didn't hurt much, but it left Sun Mingyong stunned. Her expression turned cold. Sun Mingyong, after all this time, you still won't give me an explanation? What she hated wasn't that he had married someone else. They hadn't had deep feelings to begin with. What she truly hated was that even after he had a wife and child, he still kept her waiting, deceiving her family, and taking the money and food coupons her father sent. She used to wonder, could an army officer really be that poor? Now she knew. He had been using her family's money to support his own wife and child. Sun Mingyong covered his face, but didn't get angry. He frowned, looking downcast, and said, Lanshu, you've lived a comfortable life since you were young. Your parents are capable people, and you've always been a young lady who never had to worry about anything. You don't understand how hard it's been for me. When I first came here, I didn't even have a place to stay. I had to live in a cave. The army wouldn't take me, and I couldn't find a job. Do you know how hard it was? I almost froze to death in the snow. Xiao Lanshu found it funny. As someone who lived under her stepmother's control, how could her life ever be easy? Sun Mingyong had only almost frozen. He hadn't actually died. She looked at him coldly. So what? You took my father's money, pretended to be a rich young man from the south, and came here to trick me into marriage, didn't you? Pointing at him, she said sharply, just wait. I'm going to report you to your workplace. I'll make sure you lose your job and get sent to a labor farm. This time, Sun Mingyong was truly frightened. He grabbed Xiao Lanshu's hand tightly, his eyes showing a trace of anger. Xiao Lanshu, what do you want from me? Do you really want to ruin me? Of course, Xiao Lanshu didn't mean it seriously. Even if she planned to report him, now wasn't the time. She knew she wasn't his match. In her previous life, if she hadn't escaped and received help from the Women's Association, Sun Mingyong would never have admitted to deceiving her. Xiao Lanshu thought to herself, this time, she would still make sure he ended up in a labor camp. Revenge could wait. 10 years wasn't too late. He was gripping her arms so hard that tears welled up in her eyes from the pain. Taking advantage of the moment, she pretended to be deeply hurt and said, I came all this way to find you, thinking I could stay by your side, but then I found out you lied to me. Do you know how sad that makes me? Seeing her cry, Sun Mingyong loosened his grip a little. After all, he had once truly liked Xiao Lanshu. She was gentle, quiet, and beautiful. When he was young and first visited the Qiao family with his father, he had secretly admired her. He had once dreamed of marrying her as a proud officer. But since the army didn't accept him, he had to find another path. Otherwise, as a poor man without family support, he wouldn't even have a job, and the Qiao family would surely look down on him. He didn't want to spend his life living under their shadow, always watching their expressions. Taking out a handkerchief, he gently wiped Xiao Lanshu's tears. Don't cry, Lanshu. I really had no choice. This time, I've let you down, and I'm truly sorry. Tell me what you want, anything at all, but please, don't report me. I worked so hard to get this job. Don't destroy my future, please? Xiao Lanshu looked at his handkerchief with disgust and didn't take it. She said, since we're ending things, let's make it clean. Over the years, my father has sent you at least 800, maybe 1,000 yuan along with food coupons. You give me 1,000 yuan and 500 national food coupons and we'll be done. Sun Mingyong was silent for a moment, his face tense. 1,000 yuan and 500 food coupons. Xiao Lanshu glared at him. Don't tell me you're not going to pay me back. Her dark, bright eyes didn't look angry when she glared. Instead, she looked rather charming. Sun Mingyong stared at her face, swallowed, and said, it's not that I won't pay. I can manage the 1,000 yuan, but 500 national food coupons are hard to get. I can give you 200 national ones and 300 local ones. Is that okay? Money wasn't the most important thing. As long as he could keep his job and his marriage stayed intact, he could earn it back soon enough. He just needed to calm Xiao Lanshu down and send her back to the south. Then everything would be fine. He quickly said, 2 days from now, at this same time, meet me behind the city's food factory. I'll give you the money and the coupons, all right? Xiao Lanshu nodded. All right. Then she turned and left. Sun Mingyong wanted to say something more, but didn't dare to follow her. With a serious face, Xiao Lanshu walked out of the factory's dormitory area and went to the supply store to buy things. She thought to herself that once she got the money and coupons, she would write a letter to report Sun Mingyong. That man didn't deserve an easy life. Xiao Lanshu used the 60 yuan she had gotten from Sun Mingyong to buy some daily necessities at the supply store: basins, towels, soap, and toothbrushes. She had planned to buy some fresh fruits and vegetables since she hadn't eaten any during her 2 days in the hospital. But when she got there were hardly any fresh ones, only all kinds of canned food. Frowning, she bought a radish, a few potatoes, some biscuits, and noodles, then left the store carrying her purchases. On her way back to the guest house, she passed the county textile factory building and saw Qin Yuanzheng walking with a female worker from the factory. The woman was holding a little boy's hand as they walked along the road, heading somewhere she didn't know. This scene feels strangely familiar. When Xiao Lanshu first met Sun Mingyong, it was the same, a happy family of 3. Xiao Lanshu. When she saw Sun Mingyong's family, she only felt angry. But now, seeing Qin Yuanzheng with his family, her heart suddenly felt heavy and tight. Before she could even react, tears started falling on their own. She wiped the corners of her eyes, lowered her head, and walked toward the guest house, carrying her things. So, at this time, Qin Yuanzheng was already married and even had a child? But in her previous life, Qin Yuanzheng had told her he was single and had never been married, and certainly had no children. What was going on? Qin Yuanzheng hadn't planned to meet Wang Huiping so soon, but every day on his way to the command building, he passed by the textile factory. Today, by coincidence, he ran into Wang Huiping and her child at the factory gate. Since they met, they walked together for a while and talked a bit. Being with Wang Huiping felt calm. Not something he liked, but not unpleasant either. When they talked, Wang Huiping was always considerate, and the child was quiet, so everything felt fine. Just fine, nothing more. After sending Wang Huiping and her child back to the factory, he went to the mining area for work. In the afternoon, on his way back, he turned toward the hospital, out of habit. When he arrived, the nurse told him that the young lady had recovered and been discharged. She had gone to stay at the guest house. A young girl staying there alone. Would she be all right? Was it safe? Frowning, he drove to the guest house. At the front desk, he asked about her. The clerk said, "Comrade, are you looking for Comrade Xiao Lanshu? She's in room 203 on the second floor. Here's a pass for you." Qin Yuanjing took the pass and was about to go upstairs when the clerk added, "Oh, by the way, that young lady came back crying this afternoon. Her eyes were all red and swollen. We asked if something happened, but she didn't say a word. You're her friend, right? Maybe you should check on her. Poor girl, being out here all alone." Qin Yuanjing froze for a moment, his face darkening. She was crying? When Xiao Lanshu returned to the guest house, she rubbed her hands together from the cold. As soon as she entered the room, she quickly filled half a basin with hot water to soak her feet. It took quite a while before she finally felt warm again. The guest house had heating connected to the system from the nearby mining area. In winter, the boiler workers there kept the water hot, so the guest house stayed fairly warm because of its close distance. Still, Xiao Lanshu wasn't used to the climate here. It was simply too cold. She had grown very sensitive to the cold lately. So, she skipped dinner, finished soaking her feet, and went straight to bed, curling up under the blanket. The air in the room was very dry. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, and her fair skin had developed red patches that felt dry and itchy. She didn't know why, and felt a bit worried. Maybe she should just give up on revenge, take the 1,000 yuan and the food coupons, hand in the report letter, and buy a train ticket back to Yangcheng. It didn't seem worth it to suffer here, because of someone as awful as Sun Mingyong. Besides, the reason she had wanted to stay, Qin Yuanzheng, already had a wife and child. Staying any longer would only make her look foolish. But she also felt troubled. If she didn't plan to marry, then once she went home, she would have to go to the countryside. She had heard that life there was hard, long days of farm work under the sun and wind. She wasn't sure if she could handle it. Lying in bed, wrapped tightly in her blanket, Xiao Lanshu began to seriously think about her future. She held a cup of hot water, sipping it slowly. The room was so dry that she felt constantly thirsty, but she didn't dare drink too much. She didn't want to keep getting up to use the bathroom. It was far too cold for that. Just as she was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Lanshu asked cautiously, "Who is it?" A man's voice answered from outside, "Comrade Xiao Lanshu. It's me, Qin Yuanzheng." Her eyes lit up. She threw off the blanket and jumped out of bed. But after taking just 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. The excitement on her face faded into disappointment. She walked to the door, opened it, and looked at Qin Yuanzheng a bit nervously. "Captain Qin, it's already so late. Why are you here?" Qin Yuanzheng glanced at his watch. It was only 6 in the evening, hardly late at all. He saw Xiao Lanshu standing at the door without inviting him in. His eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. Instead, he took a step back and handed over the things he was carrying. Looking at Xiao Lanshu's slightly chapped lips, he said, "Comrade Xiao, I noticed you're not used to the weather here, so I bought this for you. See if it's useful." Xiao Lanshu took the paper bag and looked inside. There were 2 jars of snow cream and a small bottle of lanolin balm. She had seen snow cream before, but not lanolin balm. Curious, she picked it up to take a closer look. Qin Yuanjing explained, "I heard from the women at the supply store that this lanolin can be used on your lips, and it's safe even if you accidentally taste it. You can also use it on your hands and feet." Xiao Lanshu had naturally soft lips, but now they were dry and cracked. She looked at the items, then at Qin Yuanjing, her expression a little puzzled. Qin Yuanjing simply thought he was taking care of her, like one would look after a younger person. He didn't think there was anything strange about buying these things. But to Xiao Lanshu, it felt a bit unusual for a man to buy such personal items for a woman. Qin Yuanjing asked, "What's wrong? You don't like them?" He had even exchanged ration coupons to buy these from the supply store. He added, "They only had this brand of snow cream. They didn't have the kind from your city. If you want, I can ask my friend in Shanghai to send some over." Xiao Lanshu quickly shook her head. "No need, this is already very nice. I really needed it. Thank you so much, Captain Qin. Let me pay you for it." As she spoke, she reached into her pocket, pulled out a large bill, and tried to hand it to him. When Qin Yuanjing saw her take out money, his face darkened. "Comrade Xiao, you don't need to pay me. I was told by my superiors to look after you a bit. These things didn't cost much, so don't worry about it." Xiao Lanshu fell silent. Her mood suddenly sank. She looked up at him and said softly, "So it's because of an order from above?" That explained it. She had wondered why someone as serious and distant as Qin Yuanjing would treat her so kindly, buying her things, even trying to introduce her to someone. Qin Yuanjing looked into Xiao Lanshu's bright eyes, but they quickly dimmed, and his eyelids lowered. He didn't know what he had said wrong, or why the young woman suddenly seemed upset again. Seeing her slightly red eyes, he guessed she had been crying because of her fiancé. So he tried to comfort her, saying, "Don't be sad. You didn't like the man I introduced last time, right? I'll find you another one tomorrow, someone with good character." Xiao Lanshu. She quickly said, "No need, Captain Qin, really. You don't have to introduce anyone else to me." Qin Yuanjing. He looked at her face and asked, "Why? Are you going back to Yangqing?" Xiao Lanshu scratched her head. "If I can't stay here, then I'll have to go back." Qin Yuanjing. Yangqing was more than 2,000 kilometers away. The train ride required 2 transfers and took several days. If she left for Yangqing, she probably wouldn't come back. Qin Yuanjing wasn't sure what he was thinking, but deep down, he didn't want her to leave. He said, "You're still young and don't know how hard life in the countryside can be. It's better to settle down here and find a job. Even if you want to go back, you should have someone travel with you. The journey is too long and not safe." After thinking for a moment, he added, "There are many unmarried officers here. I can introduce you to one. That's better than going home for blind dates, don't you think?" After all, she had already been deceived once. She was a bit naive, and if she got tricked again, there might not be someone like him around to help. Qin Yuanjing continued, "You should meet a few more people before making a decision." Xiao Lanshu looked at him, feeling a sudden impulse. She asked, "Captain Qin, what about you? Are you married?" Qin Yuanjing. Her question caught him off guard. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Why would she ask that? He straightened his face and said, "My situation is a bit special. It's not convenient to talk about." He couldn't possibly tell a teenage girl about his health problems, so after saying that, Qin Yuanjing turned and left, not knowing how to explain further. Qin Yuanjing kept his word. The next day, he arranged for another company commander to bring sweet potatoes to Xiao Lanshu. The young officer was tall and good-looking, dressed neatly in his uniform. When he arrived with a bag of sweet potatoes and saw Xiao Lanshu, his face turned completely red. He stammered, "Comrade Xiao, hello. These sweet potatoes are grown by our unit. They're really sweet. Our commander asked me to bring you some to try." As he spoke, he placed the sweet potatoes into her arms. Qiao Lanshu. Holding the sweet potatoes, she looked up at the soldier. Her voice was gentle, but her words were firm. She said, "I'm sorry, comrade.
You're not really my type.
I don't think we're a good match. Please tell your commander that I'd rather not continue with this, all right?" The young soldier froze for a moment, his face still red. He nodded quickly and said, "Okay." Qiao Lanshu then asked, "Can I still eat these sweet potatoes?" The soldier nodded again, embarrassed. "Yes, you can." She smiled slightly. "Then please thank your commander for me." With that, she carried the sweet potatoes inside and closed the door. The young soldier looked at the closed door and sighed quietly. Such a nice girl, he thought. What a pity she didn't like him. Over the next 2 days, Qiao Lanshu met 2 more company commanders. She had to admit, Qin Yuanzheng was quite determined to introduce her to military officers. But she didn't feel she had to marry one. At first, she had wanted to marry Qin Yuanzheng, but after realizing it was impossible, she gave up on the idea. Now, she just wanted to settle things with Sun Mingyong and then return to Yangcheng. When she got back, she planned to ask her father to find her a job. She really didn't want to be sent to the countryside. Meanwhile, Sun Mingyong had been struggling for days to gather 1,000 yuan and 500 yuan worth of food coupons. He didn't dare tell his wife, so he tried to handle it on his own. In just 2 days, he had borrowed money from almost everyone he knew at the factory. But he couldn't hide the matter from his father-in-law, Wei Jingye, who happened to be the director of the food factory. One day, father-in-law Wei Jingye found him and asked with a serious face, "Mingyong, I heard you've been borrowing money from people everywhere these days." Seeing his father-in-law staring at him, Sun Mingyong broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly explained, "Dad, it's like this. My mother is sick. The family sent me a telegram saying her condition isn't good. I can't go back right now, so I was thinking of sending them some money and food coupons. Wei Jingye has only one daughter and no sons. He loves his daughter very much." Although he didn't ask Sun Mingyong to marry into the family, given the current situation, Sun Mingyong is almost like a son-in-law. Hearing this, Wei Jingye looked a bit surprised and asked, "Your mother isn't a primary school teacher in Yangcheng? How come she was fine last month, but now she's seriously ill?" Sun Mingyong looked bitter and said, "Well, who would have thought? Life is unpredictable. I really want to go back, but the factory is busy and the kids need to go to school. I can't leave them." He said this to flatter his father-in-law. Since his mother was seriously ill, he didn't think about going back, so Wei Jingye would value him even more. Sure enough, after hearing this, Wei Jingye understood that he had no intention of leaving. He was quite pleased. He said, "If that's the case, you should tell me. When there's a problem, you should solve it with family, not borrow money from outsiders." Then he asked, "How much more do you need?" Sun Mingyong immediately replied, "Dad, no need. I can figure it out myself. I've already gathered enough money. I plan to ask for leave this afternoon to send the remittance." Wei Jingye listened and didn't ask further. He didn't plan to give Sun Mingyong too much money anyway. After all, he's just a son-in-law, not a son. Why give so much? What if he runs away? After leaving the factory, Sun Mingyong counted the money he had gathered. Exactly 1,000 yuan. He also had enough food coupons. But due to the recent famine, he estimated it would take another 2 or 3 years to pay everything back. Fortunately, his father-in-law Wei Jingye had already brushed it off, so he wouldn't worry about his wife asking questions in the future. Holding the gathered money, Sun Mingyong went to the back door of the food factory, waiting for Qiao Lanshu to arrive. Honestly, giving out such a large sum at once made him very uncomfortable. He only earned 40 yuan a month. Occasionally, through connections in the business department, he could get some extra income, but it wasn't much. 1,000 yuan is already his 2 years' salary, not to mention the 500 yuan food coupons. This Qiao Lanshu really dares to ask for it. Qiao Lanshu quickly came over. When she saw Sun Mingyong, she felt a natural disgust and didn't bother to speak. She simply reached out her hand and asked, "Where's the money?" Seeing Qiao Lanshu dressed in a gray cotton-padded jacket, wrapped tightly in a large scarf, with only her small face showing, Sun Mingyong reluctantly took out the money and coupons and said, "Lanshu, since you've taken the money, our matter is settled. Don't tell my wife about this. Also, when you get home, explain to Uncle Chiao. I have my own difficulties, and I didn't mean to treat you this way." Chiao Lanshu snatched the money and coupons away, glared at him, and said, "Stop talking so much." Then she turned around and left without saying another word. Sun Mingyong watched her back, and a look of anger appeared in his eyes. Although giving the money to Chiao Lanshu was a way to settle past issues, Sun Mingyong still felt uneasy. So, he spent the whole day watching the security office at the food factory, worried that Chiao Lanshu might submit a report. Fortunately, by the time they finished work, they didn't see her again. Usually, Sun Mingyong finished work early, but this time he hesitated and didn't leave immediately. When everyone had gone, and it was almost dark, he slowly came out of the office. He was wrapped in a coat, and when he reached the gate, a man in his early 30s came out of the security office. This man was a temporary worker at the factory's security room. He was from the countryside, in his early 30s, unmarried, and had no partner. He was tall and thin, with pockmarks on his face. When he saw Sun Mingyong, he immediately approached him and said, "Manager Sun, it's already this late. Why are you still here?" Sun Mingyong was just a clerk, not a manager. But Nyoli always called everyone manager like that. Seeing him, Sun Mingyong felt a bit annoyed and asked, "Nyoli, do you need something?" Nyoli stepped closer, put his arm around Sun Mingyong's neck, and lowered his voice, saying, "I saw what happened at noon. Tell me, who is that girl? She's quite pretty." Sun Mingyong's face immediately turned cold and serious. Nyoli was a temporary worker in the guardroom. In the morning, he might have been guarding the back door. I don't know where he was hiding, and Sun Mingyong didn't see him at all. Nyoli said again, "Supervisor Sun, you're not being fair. If it weren't for me helping you, you wouldn't have been able to get into the food factory. Now that you know a girl, why don't you introduce her to me?" Sun Mingyong was just looking for a job at the food factory, when he was down on his luck. Nyoli helped him get in, but now he kept bringing it up. Sun Mingyong sneered. "The girl is only 18. How old are you?" Nyoli's eyes lit up. 18? 18 is good. I saw you gave her quite a bit of money. If you introduce her to me, I'll pay you back all the money. How about that?" Sun Mingyong was speechless. Honestly, he was tempted. He had given Jiang Lanshu so much money and was worried she might write a report against him. Instead of that, it might be better to find a man for Jiang Lanshu to take care of her. As for Jiang's parents, he could just send them a letter or a telegram and delay things for a long time. That was a good idea. Why hadn't he thought of it before? Jiang Lanshu was so beautiful, and Nyoli was the lucky one. Thinking of this, Sun Mingyong didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, "I need to ask her what she thinks. She came all the way from Yangcheng, with no relatives or friends here. She only stays in ghost houses. If I don't look out for her, no one will. Give me a few days, and I'll find time to ask her." Nyo Li's eyes flickered. He repeated, "She came from Yangcheng? A young girl with no relatives or friends. Why is she here?" Sun Mingyong replied, "Of course, she's looking for a husband. Never mind, I can't explain it clearly now. I'll ask her when I get back." With that, Sun Mingyong hurried away. Nyoli stood at the factory gate, thinking about what Sun Mingyong had said. If a young girl had no relatives or friends, she would be easy to control, like a little rabbit. The next day, Sun Mingyong went back to check the guardroom again, but there was still no report letter. Today, the temporary worker Nyo Li also did not come to work. Sun Mingyong calmly glanced at the security room and then went to his office. Meanwhile, Chiao Lanshu also left. She held 3 complaint letters, took a bus for a few cents, and delivered one to the City Industrial Bureau, another to the City Commercial Bureau, and the last to the City Revolutionary Committee. She didn't know whether the North City Food Factory was managed by the Industrial Bureau or the Commercial Bureau. Since she couldn't figure it out, she sent copies to both. If neither bureau took responsibility, the Revolutionary Committee would surely handle it. She was worried that Sun Mingyong might have connections at the factory, so she didn't think about delivering the complaint letter there. After delivering the letters, Chiao Lanshu took the bus back to the guest house. It was cold outside, and she didn't want to go out. She thought about buying a train ticket to Yang City tomorrow. Train tickets weren't available every day. She had checked. There was a train every 3 days heading to Hankow, but she would need to transfer twice. Getting off the bus, she still had to walk to the guest house. She jogged forward, but after a while, she suddenly felt someone following her from behind. She looked back and saw a man dressed very warmly, walking with his head down. Xiao Lanshu felt a bit nervous. At this time, there were few pedestrians on the street. Most people were working, and those not working were at home. No one would come out just to catch a cold. Thinking this, she quickened her pace. However, she was still too slow. When the man behind saw her trying to run, he quickly caught up with big strides, suddenly grabbed her from behind, covered her mouth with his hand, and dragged her into an alley where no one was around. Xiao Lanshu's heart almost stopped. She struggled hard, shouted for help, and in her panic, kicked the man in his lower body. The man screamed loudly, and his grip loosened. She grabbed a nearby stone and threw it blindly at Nyoli. But she was not strong, and Nyoli was dressed very warmly. The stone hit him, but didn't cause any real harm. Xiao Lanshu immediately broke free and ran out of the alley. She ran while shouting loudly for help. During the struggle, her scarf fell to the ground, and her hair was messy, making her look very disheveled. She ran a few steps out of the alley, the biting cold wind howling around her. She shouted loudly, "Help! Help!" In her past life, she was kidnapped and kept in a cave. That experience had become her nightmare. She never expected to go out in the middle of the day and encounter such a thing. How chaotic is this city? It's so frightening. At this moment, Xiao Lanshua hadn't yet thought about blaming Sun Mingyong for her kidnapping. But no matter who was responsible, it was definitely Sun Mingyong's fault. She ran while cursing in her mind, "Sun Mingyong, you bastard, just wait for me." She cried and shouted for help, her short legs running so fast she was almost out of breath. Her chest was starting to hurt faintly. Nyoli was kicked painfully, but after a few seconds, he recovered quickly. Since things had already gotten this bad, he couldn't let the prey escape. He hurried to chase after her again. Grinding his teeth, Nyoli cursed, "Damn it, so wild. When I catch you, I'll teach you a good lesson." Anyway, she had come so far, and no one would know if he took her home. Thinking this, he quickly caught up to Xiao Lanshua and suddenly pushed her to the ground. "What are you running for?" Xiao Lanshua was pushed down and instinctively covered her head with her hands. "Don't hit me, please don't hit me." She was afraid he would hit her head so hard she would go crazy, and then it would be the end. But before Nyoli could hit her, he was suddenly knocked flying by a strong force. He spun around in the air and was thrown 3 or 4 meters away. It was only when he hit the ground with a loud bang that he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had just been kicked away. Behind Qin Yuanzheng, there was also a young, well-dressed company commander. The company commander stood behind Qin Yuanzheng, staring in shock at his furious face. Qin Yuanzheng had just, in a fit of rage, used about 70 or 80% of his strength to kick Nyoli away. He still kept a bit of his reason, knowing he couldn't beat someone to death in the street. But Nyoli had already fainted. Qin Yuanzheng strode over carefully, helped the very disheveled Xiao Lanshua, who was lying on the ground covering her head, and suppressed his anger. He looked at her seriously and asked, "Little Xiao, how are you?" Xiao Lanshu was almost scared to death. She was trembling all over, thinking that her fate was sealed. Even if she had a second chance, she couldn't escape being kept in the cave by the hooligans. But then, Qin Yuanzheng arrived. He saved her again. Xiao Lanshu's clothes were covered in dirt. She had messy hair and was trembling all over. Qin Yuanzheng felt very upset. He never expected that even in Long City, where troops were stationed, there would still be such hooligans. It made him so angry, he could almost explode. Xiao Lanshu's nose turned red, and she suddenly hugged Qin Yuanzheng and started crying. Qin Yuanzheng felt a bit awkward. He had always been single, never had a partner, and had never even held a girl's hand. Now, being so close to a young girl and being hugged by her made him tense and a little unsure of what to do. He remembered that when he first took the girl to the hospital, he didn't feel this way. Xiao Lanshu's crying was soft, leaning against him, sniffling quietly, tears streaming down her face. Qin Yuanzheng felt his heart ache. He gently patted her back and softly said, it's okay now. Don't cry. Then, he picked her up and strode toward the guest house. The young company commander following behind used a rope to tie up the unconscious Niu Li and took him directly to the nearby police station. Qin Yuanzheng took Xiao Lanshu back to the guest house. He was about to get up, planning to boil some hot water to wash her face and hands. But Xiao Lanshu sat on the kong, a traditional bed, clutching his sleeve tightly, tears in her eyes, watching him. Qin Yuanzheng. Seeing her like this, his heart softened. It was clear she was truly frightened this time. He sat down on a nearby chair and let her hold his sleeve. Xiao Lanshu continued silently crying, not speaking, just staring at him. Qin Yuanzheng felt both heartache and a bit of awkwardness. He scolded himself inwardly. The girl in front of him was 10 years younger, a simple young girl. Her dependence on him was just because he had been taking care of her recently. He was actually feeling uncomfortable because of this. His thoughts were a little problematic. He sat there and asked Xiao Lanshu, were you scared just now? Xiao Lanshu silently nodded. Not just scared. She had a moment where she thought she had returned to her past life. She looked at her hand, quietly withdrew it, and didn't dare to clutch Qin Yuanzheng's sleeve again. Qin Yuanzheng still felt a bit regretful about that. He softly said, do you know what that person is about? Xiao Lanshu shook her head silently. No, I don't know him. Also, the thug following her now is not the same person as the one from her past life who kept her in the cave. Qin Yuanzheng gently comforted her, saying, it's okay now, don't be afraid. I'll arrange for someone to stay with you at the guest house today. If you need to go out, just have someone accompany you. Thinking about how good Qin Yuanzheng was and that he was already married, she felt it was pointless for her to stay here. After all, she had already reported Sun Mingyong. Even if the report didn't go through, she could tell her father and let him deal with Sun Mingyong. She was worried that if she stayed longer, she might be kidnapped again. What should she do then? Xiao Lanshu shook her head and said, no, I want to go home. Qin Yuanzheng. This time, Qin Yuanzheng didn't dare to suggest she stay, like mentioning a military officer or something similar. He was silent for a while before saying, all right, I'll have someone take you to buy tickets tomorrow. He was thinking about which company commander or battalion commander to arrange to go with the girl to buy tickets. Maybe they would hit it off on the way? This time, Qin Yuanzheng stayed in the room with Xiao Lanshu for a while. When the young company commander returned from the police station, he stood up and told her, I'll have Xiao Yang stay with you. I'm going to the police station to question that troublemaker. Xiao Lanshu nodded and watched Qin Yuanzheng leave the room. Outside, the young company commander instinctively wanted to follow Qin Yuanzheng. Qin Yuanzheng looked back at him and said, stay here, the company commander. He asked confusedly, Captain, didn't you say I should keep an eye on the girl? If I stay with my sister-in-law, what about the girl over there? Qin Yuanzheng. He was speechless. He looked at the company commander and said, what sister-in-law? What girl? He pointed to the door of room 203 and said, this is the girl you need to watch over carefully. With that, Qin Yuanzheng strode away confidently. He was still thinking about the word sister-in-law, feeling that his subordinates really lacked judgment. He thought, not only am I not married, but even if I were, I wouldn't choose such a young girl. She's 10 years younger than me. How could I possibly be interested? The young company commander stood there, confused. He scratched his head, thinking just now, Captain Qin almost lost control and kicked the girl to death. The girl had been holding back tears, but as soon as she saw Captain Qin, she started crying in his arms. Could they really not be a couple? Why didn't I believe it? Qin Yuanzheng arrived at the police station. There were only 3 officers there. The deputy director, Li Jianlin, was just relaxing, drinking tea and warming himself. Suddenly, things got busy. A soldier from the army was brought in, dragging someone along. He stood outside the interrogation room, looking at the unconscious Niu Li, frowning. This kid, he looks a bit familiar, he muttered. Luqing City isn't big, just a few factories and many people know each other. Li Jianlin hadn't recognized the person, yet when Qin Yuanzheng entered. Seeing him, Li Jianlin was startled and quickly went over, asking, "Isn't this Commander Qin? Why are you free today, and what brings you here? Could it be that the person in the interrogation room committed a serious crime?" Most people at the police station had transferred from the military. Li Jianlin himself had transferred from a battalion-level unit. He knew Qin Yuanzheng, but they weren't very close. Qin Yuanzheng took off his military coat as he entered, then removed his uniform underneath. He might need to hit someone later, and wearing military clothes wouldn't be convenient. He needed to maintain his soldier's image. Li Jianlin watched nervously and asked, "Chief, what's going on?" Qin Yuanzheng glanced at him and said, "That's none of your business. I'll interrogate him myself." "Has that bastard woken up yet?" Li Jianlin shook his head. "No, he's still unconscious. He was just thinking about whether to send the person to the hospital for a checkup." From the footprints on his clothes and the injuries inside, it was clear he was badly hurt, with a large purple bruise on his chest. Qin Yuanzheng snorted coldly, his voice deep and stern. "Pour cold water on him to wake him up. I have questions to ask." Li Jianlin thought this might involve some military secrets and wondered if the unconscious man with a scarred face could be a spy. Damn spies. What terrible things had he done that even the military officers had to personally interrogate him? Qin Yuanzheng came to interrogate personally, which was understandable. His 21st Regiment was stationed in the mining area, responsible for coal, and everything there was under his control. Although the police were short-staffed and mostly didn't interfere, with the army present, the area was still fairly stable. Even if some troublemakers wandered around, they didn't dare do anything too bad. If caught, they could face reform or, even worse, punishment. Niu Li, who was kicked into unconsciousness and splashed with cold water, woke up soaking wet. He was shivering from the cold, groaning and clutching his chest, crying out in pain. Deputy Director Li Jianlin sat beside Qin Yuanzheng, looking at Niu Li with sympathy. This kid didn't seem to have done anything serious, but he was unlucky to fall into Qin's hands. Qin was known as a strict and fierce leader, rising from a volunteer soldier to a full regiment commander. Everyone knew his reputation. Qin didn't speak, so Li Jianlin began to handle the process. "Quiet down. What are you shouting for?" Niu Li looked up and first saw Li Jianlin, the deputy director of the police. He recognized him. Then he looked at Qin Yuanzheng and was immediately frightened by Qin's stern face and fierce expression. He nervously swallowed and no longer dared to cry out in pain, asking Li Jianlin, "Comrade police, I'm innocent, I swear." Qin Yuanzheng sneered, "Innocent? Kidnapping women in the street. Do you know what that means?" He took out a gun from his waist and slammed it on the table, glaring at Niu Li with a dark expression. "Still not talking? Niu Li." He was a coward. When bullying young women from the South, he was quite fierce. But now, seeing the gun on the table, he almost peed himself in fear. He trembled all over, stammering, I'll tell everything." 10 minutes later, Qin Yuanzheng and Li Jianlin came out of the interrogation room. Li Jianlin said firmly, "This Niu Li is really reckless. He dared to steal a young woman in broad daylight. Such behavior, according to the law, should be punished by execution." Li Jianlin's words are not exaggerated. These days, people who engage in inappropriate relationships are often sentenced to death, especially someone like Niu Li, who kidnapped a woman in public. Of course, Niu Li was also scared. He claimed he was innocent and that he was acting under someone else's orders to do a favor. He said, "It was our factory salesman, Sun Mingyong, who told me to do it. He didn't know what he was doing, gave the girl a lot of money. After she left, he regretted it and asked me to take back the money from her. That's all, I swear, comrades from the police. I absolutely did not intend to kidnap the woman. Even if I had 10 guts, I wouldn't do such a thing." Since his kidnapping attempt failed and nothing else happened, he argued that it was just about stealing money. He had a reason, and the police shouldn't assume he wanted to kidnap the woman. This crime could lead to a death sentence, and he couldn't afford that. Meanwhile, Niu Li also resented Sun Mingyong in his heart. He thought, this young girl traveled so far alone, with no family or support. Even a senior officer from the military district was involved. Is that considered helpless? He believed Sun Mingyong was deliberately setting him up. When he found the right chance, he would definitely take revenge. Qin Yuanzheng had been planning to check Sun Mingyong's identity at the food factory and investigate whether he was really involved in deceiving the girl or tricking her into marriage and having children. Now, after questioning Niuli, there was nothing more to clarify. Sun Mingyong was afraid his scheme to marry the girl would be exposed, so he wanted to control Qiao Lanshu. He even hired someone like Niuli to do it. Qin Yuanzheng told Li Jianlin, "Take people to the food factory and arrest Sun Mingyong for questioning." Since a case had occurred in their jurisdiction, Li Jianlin didn't hesitate. He immediately took 2 young police officers and headed straight to the North City Food Factory. Inside the office of the business department at the North City Food Factory, Sun Mingyong kept walking to the window now and then, looking down at the guardroom below. He was also thinking, why hasn't Niuli come back to work? Could it be that he hasn't succeeded yet? Sure enough, he was an unreliable fool. It has been 2 days, and he hasn't seen anyone from the guardroom delivering a report letter. Surely, Qiao Lanshua doesn't have the courage to report him. He used to think it would be best to send Qiao Lanshua on the train. But now, he feels he can't let Qiao Lanshua go back because once she does, she will complain to her father. When her father finds out, he will act, and then he will have no way to turn things around. Thinking this, Sun Mingyong no longer cared about work. He quickly packed his things and left. He needed to go to the post office to see if Qiao Lanshua had already sent a letter home. He had to find a way to intercept the letter. But just as Sun Mingyong stepped out of the office, he saw several men in police uniforms walking toward him. Next to them was Director Wei Jingye. Seeing Wei Jingye's gloomy face, Sun Mingyong's heart sank. An uneasy feeling grew strong. He stood at the door of the office, his throat feeling dry. He looked at Wei Jingye approaching and hoarsely called out, "Dad." With a sharp slap, Wei Jingye didn't say a word and slapped him immediately. This slap was full force, and half of Sun Mingyong's face swelled instantly. Although Wei Jingye was already a grandfather, he was not yet 50 and still very strong. Sun Mingyong was hit so hard that stars appeared before his eyes. He felt dizzy and sat on the ground, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Dad, this is all a misunderstanding. I can explain." Another slap landed. Sun Mingyong knelt in front of him, crying as he said, "Dad, I truly love Hongmei. You've seen over the years, I've been good to her. We have 2 children. Dad, the kids can't have a father who is sent to labor camp." Wei Jingye's eyes turned red with anger at his words. He definitely didn't want his grandchildren to have a father taken away for forced labor. That would be a lifelong stain, something others would point out everywhere, look down on him for. Because of this, Wei Jingye was so angry. He kicked Sun Mingyong and scolded him. "Don't talk to me about this. Go explain everything properly to the police officers." Deputy Director Li Jianlin, along with 2 police officers, watched this scene with concern. He thought to himself that Sun Mingyong looked very ordinary and not particularly handsome. Surprisingly, he was involved with a woman in Yangcheng, and here he was married again. If it weren't for the fact that someone from Yangcheng came by train to find her husband, everyone might have kept the secret. Moreover, the young woman from Yangcheng, because of her engagement, couldn't find a good match. She might even be sent to the countryside as a young worker, which would delay her life year after year, making her grow older. Sun Mingyong was truly a troublemaker. Deputy Director Li Jianlin immediately took him back to the police station. Wei Jingye stood at the factory gate, still angry but trying to think of a way to help Sun Mingyong. Even if Sun Mingyong was a troublemaker, he had to consider his own grandchildren. When Sun Mingyong was taken into the police car, he was still holding his swollen eyes and pleaded with Wei Jingye, "Dad, please help me. I love Hongmei so much. I have no choice. I'll be a real son in the future. I'll take care of you in old age. Dad, I can even let the children take your surname." Wei Jingye stood there, feeling both angry and annoyed. He regretted not investigating Sun Mingyong more carefully at the start. He had only trusted him because he was from the south and knew it was hard for him to go back home. Once he got a job here, it was almost impossible for him to leave. So, he thought he was keeping an eye on Sun Mingyong to protect his daughter. But he never expected that while he was scheming against Sun Mingyong was also scheming against his daughter. When Sun Mingyong was brought back to the police station, Li Jianlin said, You should have some shame. Deceiving women, marriage fraud, and inciting Nioli to follow and kidnap a woman. Each case is enough to shoot you dead. Sun Mingyong was stunned. Comrade police, please don't talk nonsense. I didn't incite Nioli to follow or kidnap anyone. I don't even know Nioli well. What he did has nothing to do with me. Li Jianlin saw his expression and knew he was guilty and scared, trying to make excuses. He sneered and said, Not your concern? Then why are you so guilty? Go inside and explain yourself properly. We'll try to handle this leniently. As he spoke, he took Sun Mingyong to the interrogation room at the police station. The police station was small with only 4 rooms, 2 of which were interrogation rooms. Next door, Nioli was being held. After he finished explaining, he was locked inside, feeling sore all over. He was still lying there groaning and looking half dead. Sun Mingyong had just been brought in and hadn't been questioned yet when people from the City Industry Bureau arrived. 2 officials came to the North City Food Factory to verify a report about Sun Mingyong. After learning that Sun Mingyong had been taken by the police, they left and also went to the police station. Less than half an hour after the Industry Bureau people left, members of the City Revolutionary Committee arrived. About 5 or 6 people, looking very serious, came to the factory director's office. Seeing this group, the whole factory atmosphere became tense. Factory director Yang Wenyuan and factory manager Wei Jingye tried to serve tea and respond politely. After the Revolutionary Committee members left, Yang Wenyuan wiped his forehead and sternly told Wei Jingye, Sun Mingyong was introduced to the factory by you.
He's also your son-in-law.
Now that this happened, he must be expelled from the party and lose his job. We need to hold a factory meeting to report and criticize. As his father-in-law, you should stay out of it. Don't come to work for the next few days. Earlier, Wei Jingye said his son-in-law came from a good family, had finished middle school, and was a proper person. Since there was a position available, Yang Wenyuan signed off on it. Now, with this incident, their food factory has become quite famous in Long City. Probably, when Yang Wenyuan goes to the Industry Bureau for the meeting, they will use this as an example to criticize. Forget about this year. In the next 3 years of evaluation, their factory won't have a chance. Yang Wenyuan was so angry, he felt sick. After thinking it over, he scolded Wei Jingye harshly. Wei Jingye looked gloomy as he left the food factory, planning to go home and rest. After 10 or so days, he would come back to work. Sun Mingyong was taken to the police station. He refused to admit to the marriage scam. He told Deputy Director Li Jianlin, Comrade police, I really didn't scam her. Wei Hongmei's family introduced us. We liked each other, so we happily registered our marriage. I absolutely didn't deceive her. Li Jianlin looked serious and said, What is going on with Qiao Lanshu from Yangqing? She has your letter, and in it you lied about being the commander of the 2nd Independent Battalion. You also said that if she married you, she could follow the army. Sun Mingyong replied, Yes, I admit I had some feelings for Comrade Qiao Lanshu. I once thought about pursuing her and marrying her. But since I started a family with Hongmei, I haven't gone back. I haven't seen Comrade Qiao Lanshu in many years. The contents of the letter were just to make Qiao's mother happy. She is not in good health, and I was worried that if I told her the truth, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Sun Mingyong explained a lot, trying to justify himself and defend his actions. But the contents of the letter were undeniable. He was just trying to downplay the situation. At that moment, Qin Yuanzheng, sitting next to Li Jianlin, suddenly spoke. He asked Sun Mingyong, Qiao's father sent you a telegram and a letter, telling you that Comrade Qiao Lanshu was coming to Long City to see you. Why didn't you go to the station to meet her? Sun Mingyong was caught off guard. He hesitated for a moment and then said, She has an introduction letter, and she's an adult. Even if I didn't go to meet her, she could stay at the guest house. It's not a big problem. Hearing this, Qin Yuanzheng felt even angrier. Sun Mingyong's words showed he didn't care about Qiao Lanshu's safety at all. He hadn't thought about how helpless and confused a 17 or 18-year-old girl would feel arriving alone on a strange land. Qin Yuanzheng was dressed in plain clothes, having already taken off his military uniform. Sun Mingyong had always thought he was a temporary worker from the police station. But suddenly, Qin Yuanzheng stood up, his face dark, and walked over to him.
He kicked him squarely in the chest.
Sun Mingyong was knocked against the wall. He clutched his chest, feeling pain and blacking out. For a long time, he couldn't speak. His head was buzzing, and he curled up on the ground, barely alive. Li Jianlin was so shocked by this sudden attack that he jumped up. He didn't understand why Qin Yuanzheng suddenly lost his temper. He quickly ran over, grabbed Qin Yuanzheng's arm, and whispered, calm down, calm down. Don't hurt him to death, Qin Yuanzheng said coldly. Just because he dared to pretend to be a military officer and deceive people in the name of a battalion commander, he should be sent to reform through labor. And that's not even mentioning his marriage scam. Deputy Director Li Jianlin nodded. Yes, that's definitely impersonating a military officer. Qin Yuanzheng thought that executing him on the spot would be too lenient. Such a person should be sent to the harshest, most exhausting farm at Haishi prison for forced labor, and he should never be allowed to return. Since Qin Yuanzheng had already spoken, the approval process was simple. Usually, it required the military department's stamp and signature. Since Qin Yuanzheng was present, Li Jianlin handed him the sentencing document for his signature. Sun Mingyong was sentenced to 12 years of prison labor at the hardest farm in Haishi prison. Even after serving the full 12 years, he wouldn't be able to come back because his household registration was still there. He would have to settle there for life. Before being sent for reform, the city's Revolutionary Committee also came to talk to Sun Mingyong. They gave him a long, strict ideological education. In the end, as a warning to others, Sun Mingyong was taken around various factories and units and publicly criticized at the People's Assembly. Everyone was told to learn from his mistake and not repeat it. Sun Mingyong paid a heavy price for his mistakes. Wei Jingye wanted to help, but once the military got involved, he had no way to intervene. No one would help him. His daughter, Wei Hongmei, returned to her mother's house with her 2 children, crying and begging Wei Jingye, "Dad, please find a way. The children can't be without a father." Wei Jingye was also upset. He looked at his irresponsible daughter and said, "There's no room for negotiation now. If it were just the reform committee and the police, I might still be able to find some connections and think of a way. But now the military is involved. What do you expect me to do?" Wei Hongmei cried and said, "Why would the military bother with such trivial matters?" Just because he pretended to be a military officer and sent a letter home. Hearing his daughter say this, Wei Jingye suddenly got very angry. He slammed the table and asked, "Is that not enough? He's been hiding things from both sides, pretending to be someone he's not. He deserves it. You should divorce him immediately, get the divorce certificate, and find a new father for the children. Then, transfer the children's household registration to the new father. Once that's done, everything will be fine. From now on, just pretend that Sun Mingyong doesn't exist, understand?" Wei Hongmei shook her head, crying, and said, "Mingyong is very good to me and the children. Dad, I can't live without Mingyong." Wei Jingye was extremely disappointed with his daughter. He had spoiled her since she was young, and she had never experienced hardship or understood how complicated relationships can be. Sun Mingyong just treated her a little better, and she was completely devoted to him. She never thought about why Mingyong, who looks ordinary and is a bit overweight, would be so kind to her. Sun Mingyong said he fell in love with her at first sight, and she believed him. He praised her as beautiful and kind, saying he would love only her for his whole life, and she believed everything he said. Wei Jingye tried to talk to her, but they couldn't reach an agreement. He couldn't teach her properly either. He stood up angrily and scolded her harshly. "Your father and I almost lost our jobs because of this. The factory director told me to stay home to avoid suspicion. It's been several days, and no one has called me back to work. Think about it, if I lose my job with your little salary, how will we support you and the children? Hongmei, you're almost 30 years old. Be realistic. Think carefully about these issues instead of obsessing over love and romance every day.
It's just a joke to hear you talk like that.
After being scolded by her father, Wei Hongmei cried even more and took the children home. But soon, she moved back to her mother's house with the children. This was because her dormitory, which was assigned to Sun Mingyong by the food factory, had been reclaimed by the factory. Wei Hongmei had previously refused to work at the factory because she found it too tiring, so naturally, she had no house. Now, she was unemployed, and Wei Jingye couldn't help her get a job through connections. He suggested she help out at a relative's black clinic to earn a little money temporarily. Sun Mingyong's incident caused a big stir in Long City. Everyone knew that Qin Yuanzheng had personally stepped in to handle Sun Mingyong's case. However, most people thought Qin Yuanzheng's intervention was because Sun Mingyong had pretended to be a military officer to deceive others. Few knew that Qin Yuanzheng was actually more angry on behalf of Qiao Lanshu. Qiao Lanshu, whether scared or something else, caught a cold again and had a slight fever. There was no other way. She had to put off the idea of going home for another 2 days. She spent all day lying in the guest house, not daring to step outside. All she wanted was to recover quickly and go home. Even being sent to the countryside would be better than staying here. At the door, the young company commander Yang stood holding 2 thermos flasks and knocked. "Comrade Qiao, I brought you some hot water. May I come in?" Qiao Lanshu nodded. Her voice was hoarse and nasal as she said, "Please come in." Yang opened the door to room 203 and saw Qiao Lanshu sitting on the heated bed, wrapped tightly in a quilt like a dumpling. He found the sight rather endearing. Blushing, he placed the thermos flasks on the windowsill and asked, "Comrade Qiao, have you finished your medicine? Should I get you some more?" For the past few days, Qin Yuanzheng had assigned Yang to stay at the guest house to protect and take care of Qiao Lanshu. But Qiao Lanshu knew that Qin Yuanzheng was also trying to introduce them to each other, hoping they would spend more time together. In truth, though, neither of them had such thoughts. After seeing Qin Yuanzheng carry Qiao Lanshu back to the guest house that day, Yang had already started thinking of her as the commander's future wife. He believed that the commander liked Qiao Lanshu, but she was upset with him for personal reasons, so they were having a disagreement. As Qin Yuanzheng's subordinate, Yang didn't dare to comment on his superior's private matters. He simply kept busy running errands, always quick and efficient. Qiao Lanshu could tell that Yang was keeping a respectful distance, which made their interactions easy and comfortable. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Company Commander Yang, why hasn't Commander Qin shown up these past few days? Is the unit very busy?" Yang, sweeping the floor diligently, replied, "Oh, the commander? He's been busy questioning a suspect these past 2 days." Qiao Lanshu was surprised. "A suspect? In the army?" Yang quickly explained, No, it was at the Public Security Bureau. Someone was pretending to be an officer to trick people into marriage. He's already been sent to a labor camp. Yang paused, then added, "I heard the commander was so angry that he kicked the man once, almost too hard." Jolin quietly said, "Your squad leader is so fierce." The stern Qin Yuanzheng finished dealing with Sun Mingyong's case, signed the papers, and sentenced him. That Niuli was also criticized and sent to reform through labor. Both of them were sent to the farthest and hardest Meishi prison farm to work the land. They became examples for the people of Long City, warning others not to bully female comrades again. Qin Yuanzheng worked hard for 2 days. When he returned to his office, his assistant Lin looked at him with strange eyes. Qin Yuanzheng had been upset for days because of Sun Mingyong's case. It was clear he was very angry. From his reaction, people might think his sister or daughter had been tricked. Qin Yuanzheng watched as Sun Mingyong and Niuli were taken onto the train to Meishi prison, personally arranging for someone to escort them, then returned to the mine office. He looked at Lin and said seriously, "Are you so free?" Lin quickly made him a cup of tea, holding it with both hands and placing it on his desk. "Squad leader, here, have some tea to cool off." Don't be angry. Qin Yuanzheng picked up the cup and took a sip, feeling puzzled. "Why should I be angry?" "I'm not mad," Lin hurriedly said. Yes, you're not angry. I was mistaken, Qin Yuanzheng. He pointed at Lin, who quickly took a few steps back. It was a joke. Even he couldn't resist a kick from Captain Chin. But he still dared to say a few words. Squad leader, you're always so hot-tempered. Honestly, you should find a partner and settle down. Let off some steam. Before he finished, Qin Yuanzheng suddenly stood up. Lin was so scared he jumped 3 feet high and hurried out the door. Qin Yuanzheng. His face darkened. He wasn't very angry before, but after Lin's words, he got even angrier. Let off some steam. What kind of steam? It was freezing cold, and everyone was about to freeze to death, yet he was supposed to be venting anger. Qin Yuanzheng was nearly 30. He understood everything. Having fought in the military for over 10 years, he had heard all kinds of coarse talk among comrades. It's just guns, war, and women. Qin Yuanzheng is indeed full of energy, and he has needs in that area. But since he decided not to get married, he has increased his training every day. Now that he's no longer on the battlefield, he can only channel his energy into training. He trains twice as hard every day, along with his work. Over time, this helps him forget about unnecessary thoughts. Sometimes, when he sees his married comrades eagerly waiting to see their families, he feels a bit speechless. It's just about having a family, sharing a bed with loved ones. Why get so excited about it? Instead of wasting time on that, he'd rather run a few more laps at the training ground to build his strength. Thinking about these things, he couldn't help but remember Xiaolan Shu. He wondered how she was doing. A few days ago, she was frightened by Niuli, and he didn't know if she had recovered. He originally wanted to visit her, but then he thought it might be better to leave the chance for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's parents both have jobs, and he himself is a company commander. He looks good, is still young, and matches Xiaolan Shu well.
As he thought about this, he sighed.
He didn't know what he was sighing about, but he felt uncomfortable and uninterested in everything. After drinking a cup of tea in his office, he stood up and went to work at the mine. Their 21st Regiment is responsible for the coal mines in Long City, and the work is tough. As the regiment commander, Qin Yuanzheng carries a heavy burden. To make coal transportation easier, 3 roads are planned to be built around the area. Later, railway and engineering teams will come to assist, and a couple of engineering battalions will be dispatched to work with the 21st Regiment on building the roads. This project is just starting, but the preliminary work is busy, including coordinating with engineers from the province. Although others could handle these tasks, Qin Yuanzheng, with nothing else to do, personally took charge of everything. In the afternoon, when he returned to the office at the mine, he was surprised to see Wang Huiping and her son standing inside. Lieutenant Lin was nearby, signaling to Qin Yuanzheng. Qin Yuanzheng was a bit surprised and asked Wang Huiping, "Why are you here?" Since they met through a blind date, they had only seen each other twice. The first time was at Qin Yuanzheng's cousin Yang Wenyuan's house, where they had a meal together. The second time was by chance on the street. Actually, this was not really a coincidence. Wang Huiping knew Qin Yuanzheng would pass by there, so she deliberately waited for him. Wang Huiping was very pleased with Qin Yuanzheng, not only because he was very handsome and fit, but also because of his high status, which made Wang Huiping feel she couldn't reach him easily. If Qin Yuanzheng didn't have a health issue that prevented him from having children, and she had a son, she probably wouldn't even have a chance to meet him. Qin Yuanzheng was busy with work and didn't show much interest in her, nor did he seek her out. So, she bravely took the initiative to come over herself. She smiled and said, "I recently bought some pig's feet, cooked with soybeans. I brought some for you to try." Her son, Xiao Yuan, stood nervously beside her. Qin Yuanzheng reached out and gently patted his head, asking, "Have you eaten, Xiao Yuan?" Xiao Yuan looked at him and suddenly said, "Dad, I already ate." Qin Yuanzheng was confused. Next to them, Officer Lin slowly opened his mouth in shock, staring at Qin Yuanzheng, then at Wang Huiping and Xiao Yuan. His face was full of surprise. Honestly, looking at them, they really did seem like a family of 3. Wang Huiping quickly tugged at Xiao Yuan and whispered, "Xiao Yuan, don't shout randomly. Call him Uncle Qin." She then looked a bit embarrassed and said to Qin Yuanzheng, "Sorry, he's just a kid and doesn't understand. Please don't mind him." Qin Yuanjing certainly wouldn't argue with a child. After all, he was also a potential match for Wang Huiping, and they had been getting along recently. It was normal for the child to misunderstand their relationship. He said, "It's nothing serious. Don't blame the kid." However, he didn't take the food box from Wang Huiping. He said, "Pig's feet are rare, and since the child is still young, let's save it for him to help build his health." "Take it back quickly." Wang Huiping insisted on placing the braised pig's feet on the table and smiled at Qin Yuanjing, saying, "Comrade Qin, I still have some at home for Xiao Yuan. This one is something Xiao Yuan wanted to give you. He wants you to try it." Qin Yuanjing was not the type to be shy. Since Wang Huiping said so, what was there to hesitate about? He nodded and said, "Thank you, Comrade Wang, and thank you, Xiao Yuan." He spoke, then raised his hand to check his watch. It was getting late, and since it was cold outside and dark early, the north wind was howling. Winter hadn't arrived yet, but it was already very cold. Soon it might snow. I wonder if the little girl from the south has ever seen snow, and if she can handle the winter here. Qin Yuanjing carried his lunchbox and said to Wang Huiping, "It's getting dark. I'll take you and Xiao Yuan home." Wang Huiping didn't refuse. She wanted to spend more time with Qin Yuanjing, so she held Xiao Yuan's hand and followed him out. The three of them left together. Qin Yuanjing drove and took Wang Huiping and Xiao Yuan back to the dorm area of the textile factory. As it got darker, Qin Yuanjing saw Xiao Yuan's nose turn red from the cold. He told Wang Huiping, "It's cold. From now on, after work, go straight home. No need to come all the way to find me." She was surprised at first, but quickly nodded and said to him, "Okay, Qin Tuan. Xiao Yuan and I will wait for you to come over." Qin Yuanjing was silent for a moment, then said, "Work has been busy lately, so I might not have free time." He paused, looked at Xiao Yuan, who was still eagerly watching him. His expression changed, and he said, "Let's talk about it in a few days." Then he drove away. He needed to go home and think carefully. Wang Huiping held Xiao Yuan's hand and went upstairs to her room. She whispered, "Xiao Yuan, you did very well today. Next time you see Uncle Qin, you should call him Dad, okay?" Xiao Yuan nodded silently. "I understand, Mom." Back at her one-room apartment, her family still had pig's feet stew. She served some into a bowl for Xiao Yuan, but she couldn't stand the smell herself. She put down her bowl and ran to the bathroom, where she gagged for a long time. Xiao Yuan's face turned pale with worry. He asked nervously, "Mom, are you okay?" Wang Huiping looked very pale. She was silent for a long time, then shook her head and said, "Mom is fine. When Mom and Uncle Qin get married, we can live in a big house and have a good life. Next time you see Uncle Qin, remember to call him Dad, okay?" Xiao Yuan. He whispered, "Mom, will this uncle hit people? He has already been scared off by the previous incident." Wang Huiping thought about the reputation of Qin Yuanjing in the army. She confidently said, "No, he is different from other men. So, no matter what, she must quickly get close to Qin Yuanjing this time."
But
she reached out and touched her belly. This child must not be kept. Qin Yuanjing took some time today and came to the guest house. At the door, he saw Second Lieutenant Xiao Yang, who was carrying a lunchbox and delivering food to Qiaolanshu. When Xiao Yang saw Qin Yuanjing, he hurried over and said, "Regiment Commander, why haven't you come by these past few days? Little Qiao often asks about you." Qin Yuanjing asked him, "How is little Qiao's illness?" "Is she better now?" Xiao Yang nodded, "Much better. She had a low fever before. The doctor said it was caused by shock and cold. Now she's staying at home, not going out, drinking rice soup and resting. I go to the hospital cafeteria to get food for her every day." As he spoke, Xiao Yang lifted the lunchbox to show Qin Yuanjing. Qin Yuanjing listened and nodded, then asked, "Does little Qiao need to buy train tickets? Has she said when she plans to leave?" Xiao Yang looked a bit confused. Since Regiment Commander cares so much about Qiaolanshu, why doesn't he ask himself? He didn't know that Qin Yuanjing had noticed his different attitude toward Qiaolanshu. So, he quickly reined in his feelings and suppressed his thoughts. He has infertility issues and is almost 30. The girl is only 18 and still very young. She will definitely have children in the future. Finding someone of similar age and a good match is the best choice. Thinking this way, it was as if his cousin said, perhaps Wang Huiping is more suitable for him. He thought about it and felt a bit disappointed. He said, it might snow in the next few days, and the train might not run on time. You should advise her not to rush back. It's okay to wait until the snow stops. Xiaoyang nodded. Regiment commander, I'll tell little Qiao about this soon. Qin Yuanjing nodded. He looked at Xiaoyang and asked, how have you and little Qiao been getting along these days? Lieutenant Xiaoyang smiled foolishly, showing a big white tooth, and started talking non-stop. We get along pretty well. Comrade Xiao Qiao likes to read books, so I went to the library and found her several issues of Red Flag magazine. Oh, she also likes to read newspapers. I brought her many copies of People's Daily and Long City Daily. She said magazines are more interesting because they have some literary works, so I try to find more for her. By the way, Comrade Xiao Qiao said the thick soup here is very tasty. She's never had it in the South. Recently, I've been giving her a bowl every day. But the melon and vegetable dish doesn't taste very good. She frowns after just one bite, looking like she's struggling to eat. I told her next time I'd exchange some ration tickets to buy her some plain bread. The weather here is very cold. She said she appreciated my help and kept trying to give me money, but I didn't dare take it, so I just refused. Xiaoyang rambled on, and Qin Yuanjin listened carefully without feeling annoyed. Suddenly, he felt like smoking, even though he usually didn't smoke at all. He reached into his coat pocket and took out a pack of De Qianmen cigarettes, pulling out one to smoke. But Lieutenant Xiaoyang saw him and immediately said, by the way, Comrade Xiao Qiao really doesn't like others smoking. Yesterday, someone outside the window was smoking, and Xiao Qiao was opening the window to get some fresh air. She got a strong whiff and started coughing. Tears came to her eyes. It scared me so much I almost took her to see a doctor. Qin Yuanzeng. He silently put the cigarette back. He looked at Xiaoyang, patted his shoulder, and said, all right, you and Comrade Xiao Qiao should get along well. Hurry up and deliver her the food before it gets cold. Then he turned to leave. Xiaoyang quickly asked, hey, Commander, aren't you going to see Xiao Qiao? Qin Yuanzhen clearly cares about Xiao Qiao, and she cares about him too, often asking about him. Why did he come here but not go inside to see her? Qin Yuanzhen shook his head. Just stay here. I have something to do, so I'm leaving now. He hurried off, worried he might go inside again to see Qiao Lanshu, and if the girls started crying, he wouldn't want to leave. Xiaoyang. Qiao Lanshu also knew that snow was coming soon. Although she had been staying at the guest house these past few days, she had read many local magazines and newspapers, so she had a rough idea of the weather here. In a few days, it will probably snow. Once it snows, the trains will stop running. But it's not the winter solstice yet. The snow might only last for a day. After it melts, she can buy a ticket and leave. After the winter solstice, it will get colder. If a heavy snow blocks the mountains, then the trains might stop again. When Xiaoyang came in, Qiao Lanshu was reading the Long City Daily. She asked Xiaoyang, Lieutenant Yang, why are you back late this time? People in their army are very punctual. Xiaoyang always eats and returns at fixed times. Today, he was 10 minutes late. Xiaoyang explained, oh, our company commander came by and called me over for a talk. I was delayed a little. Qiao Lanshu. She paused for a few seconds, then put down her newspaper and asked, your company commander came? Where is he? Outside. Qiao Lanshu's accent was very different from the local one. Xiaoyang thought her voice and accent sounded very nice. He also liked talking to her. If it weren't for Commander Qin, he might have wanted to pursue Qiao Lanshu. He looked at her and said, he came and then left. He asked if you were feeling better, then mentioned that it might snow soon and suggested you delay your return to Yangcheng. Then he said he had other matters to attend to and left without coming upstairs. Qiao Lanshu. Her bright eyes dimmed a little. She nodded. All right. But she quickly cheered up and said, by the way, I want to go to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative today to buy some food. Can you go with me? Here, they eat potatoes, mix grain bread, sometimes melon substitutes for vegetables, and even steel wire noodles, which are hard to swallow. But food is precious, and Xiao Lanshu didn't want to waste it. She always struggled to swallow her meals. Now she couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to buy some cookies or other tasty snacks at the supply store. Anything good would do. She had money. Xiaoyang immediately nodded. Of course. When do you want to go? I'll take you. He also didn't dare let Xiao Lanshu go out alone. If Commander Qin found out, he would definitely scold him badly. After dinner, Xiao Lanshu put on a thick cotton jacket and pants, wrapped her head with a scarf, and went out with Xiaoyang. The supply and marketing cooperative was not far away. They walked for about 10 minutes and arrived. The surrounding roadside was bare, all yellow earth. In the northern winter, there was not a single green leaf to be seen. When they went out, Qin Yuanzheng was standing at the corner across from the guest house. He originally wanted to stand across the street and look through the second-floor window. He knew his behavior was wrong, but he couldn't help it. He just wanted to see how the young girl was doing. He always felt uneasy about her. But he didn't dare to meet her, afraid he might make a mistake. So, he stood at the corner across the street for a long time, then saw Xiao Lanshu leaving with Xiaoyang. The girl was not tall, wearing a thick cotton jacket, wrapped up round and cute-looking. Qin Yuanjing couldn't help but smile inexplicably. The girl was walking beside Lieutenant Xiaoyang, about an arm's length apart. He didn't know what Xiaoyang said, but she started to smile, her fair face with curved eyebrows and eyes, showing 2 little dimples. Her teeth were white, her nose tip red. She was quite a pretty girl. Before, several officers had been introduced to her, but she didn't like any of them. But this time, she seemed to get along well with Xiaoyang, talking and laughing happily. And it had been several days, yet Xiaoyang hadn't been sent back. It seemed the girl liked Xiaoyang. Qin Yuanzheng watched them walk away, as if seeing off his own daughter, who was about to get married. It was quite good, he thought. The girl he personally saved was now married to his subordinate officer, and he felt quite at ease. Thinking this, Qin Yuanzheng turned around and left. He probably wouldn't come back again. Xiao Lanshu went to the supply and marketing cooperative to look around. Using the ration tickets and money she got from Sun Mingyong, she bought 2 packs of noodles and 2 cans of meat. She also bought half a jean of biscuits to take back as a late-night snack because here she was always hungry and couldn't eat enough, feeling very hungry every night. Fresh fruits and vegetables are very rare, especially in northern winters, making them hard to find. She heard that the army has greenhouses where they grow vegetables, but those are only for the soldiers. Ordinary people find it difficult to buy them. Xiao Lanshu thought that she and Qin Yuanzheng had no fate, but Qin Yuanzheng had saved her and helped her a lot. She then asked Xiaoyang, "Lieutenant Yang, I want to buy something to thank Commander Qin for his help. What do you think I should buy?" Lieutenant Yang thought for a moment and said, "I don't know what the commander likes." "Sister Qiao, you don't need to buy anything. The commander wouldn't accept gifts. Our unit has rules about that." Hearing this, Xiao Lanshu thought again and asked, "Then can I send a thank you letter to your unit?" Lieutenant Yang nodded. "That's a good idea. The commander will be very happy." Xiao Lanshu decided to do it right away. As soon as she returned to the guest house, she started writing the thank you letter. Today at noon, Qin Yuanzheng specially went to the food factory to meet his cousin, Yang Wenyuan. Yang Wenyuan thought he was coming because of Sun Mingyong's matter. He kept saying, "Yuanzheng, I'm really sorry. I didn't know Sun Mingyong was such a troublemaker. He dared to pretend to be an officer and deceive people here. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him into the factory. Nowadays, new employees have to go through background checks." Sun Mingyong had money and food coupons sent from a shopping mall in Yangcheng, and his father had a referral letter from the local street office, so his identity was not suspicious. Plus, with Wei Jingye's guarantee, he easily got into the factory. Yangcheng was too far away, and no one thought to verify his background. Qin Yuanjing sat in Yang Wenyuan's office. He was tall and strong, with a tough look, and was dressed in a neat military uniform. The female workers in the factory were secretly looking at him. Seeing his handsome and tall cousin, Yang Wenyuan felt regretful and shook his head. What a pity, really a shame. Such a strong body, yet it can't conceive children? That doesn't make sense. After Qin Yuanjing sat down, he said, "Cousin, I came today to talk to you about my relationship with Comrade Wang Huiping." Yang Wenyuan's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "How is it? Are things going well? Are you planning to marry her?" Qin Yuanzheng was silent for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Cousin, I don't think she's the right person for me, so I've decided to give up. Since you introduced us, I came here specifically to tell you. Also, you don't need to introduce anyone to me anymore. I really don't want to get married." Yang Wenyuan frowned and said, "Yuanjing comrade Wang Huiping has a job and a son, and she is gentle. What are you picky about? What kind of person do you like? Tell me, and I can help you find someone." Suddenly, Qin Yuanjing's mind flashed with the image of Qiao Lanshu. But he quickly stopped himself from thinking about it and said, "No need. The person I like isn't here." Yang Wenyuan was speechless. With so many factories and so many good women, how could there be no one? Qin Yuanzheng was firm. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't dwell on it. He stood up and said, "Cousin, really, I don't need anything. I'm busy at the mine, so I have to go now." He turned and left the office.
Yang Wenyuan sigit.
Earlier, Qin Yuanjing's parents had written to him, asking him to take care of his cousin and to find a suitable girl from the factory to introduce to Qin Yuanzheng. He had agreed cheerfully at the time. But years passed and Qin Yuanzheng was still single. When he got home, Yang Wenyuan told his wife, Deng Xiaozhen, about this. Deng Xiaozhen worked at a textile factory and was a colleague of Wang Huiping. She was busy in the kitchen when she overheard Yang Wenyuan's words and was surprised. What? Such a good woman, and Yuanjing still doesn't like her. Yang Wenyuan took off his coat and hung it on the hook by the door, saying, "He has decided not to marry."
What more is there to say?
The girl he likes isn't here. Deng Xiaozhen held a spatula in her hand and, hearing this, was also a bit speechless. There are so many women in the factories. If he doesn't like any of them, then across the whole country, there probably isn't anyone he likes. Maybe he's trying to marry a fairy, Deng Xiaozhen muttered to herself, realizing that she hadn't noticed before. Yuanjing's standards were so high. Recently, Yang Wenyuan was exhausted from work at the factory. He said, "Forget it. Since he doesn't want to marry, I won't interfere anymore. You should talk to Wang Huiping and tell her not to come anymore. She's a good girl, but she should look for someone else." Deng Xiaozhen was cooking and said, "Her conditions are pretty good, but she's divorced and has a son. Most men wouldn't want to marry a woman with a boy. If she had a girl, it might be easier to talk about. I think Huiping really likes Yuanzheng. Maybe she needs to try a little harder." Yang Wenyuan snorted and said, "As a senior officer, married for the first time, tall and handsome, who wouldn't like him? If he weren't infertile, Wang Huiping wouldn't even have a chance." Deng Xiaozhen shook her head while cooking, still hoping this couple would work out. The next morning, Deng Xiaozhen went to the textile factory and told Wang Huiping about it.
Wang Huiping's smile disappeared instantly.
She was silent for a moment before saying, "I gave him pig's feet stew last time. He even personally took me and Xiao Yuan home. When we parted, he said he'd come see me again. I thought." Deng Xiaozhen patted her arm and said, "Trying to force something that isn't meant to be isn't good. Besides, you can't force this either. Just wait and see. You have such good conditions. Aren't you worried about finding a man?" But they both knew Wang Huiping probably wouldn't find someone as outstanding as Qin Yuanzheng again. After she went home, Wang Huiping couldn't stop thinking about it and felt more frustrated. So she bought some canned food and white wine from the supply store. After work, she went to Deng Xiaozhen and said she wanted to have dinner with Qin Yuanzheng again, to ask him face-to-face if there was still a chance. Deng Xiaozhen felt a bit awkward but agreed. She asked Yang Wenyuan to find Qin Yuanzheng. By the afternoon of the third day, it had started snowing heavily. Qin Yuanzheng didn't drive. He rode his bicycle to Yang Wenyuan's neighborhood. The snow was thick on the ground now. He was thinking about Xiao Qiao, wondering if she was cold at the guest house. She was from the south and had never seen snow. She'd probably be very happy. Yang Wenyuan, Deng Xiaozhen, and Wang Huiping were all inside. It was similar to their first meeting, except this time Xiao Yuan wasn't there. Qin Yuanzheng wondered why Xiao Yuan hadn't come this time, but he didn't ask. There was no need. Wang Huiping came over smiling and said, "Qin Tuan, you're here. Everyone's been waiting for you." As she spoke, she reached out to take off Qin Yuanzheng's coat. However, Qin Yuanzheng avoided her hand and hung his coat on the wall himself. Seeing Qin Yuanzheng's actions, Wang Huiping understood everything clearly. Does Qin Yuanzheng really have no intention of staying with her? Their first two meetings had seemed quite good. Wang Huiping looked at Qin Yuanzheng's broad back, pursed her lips, and took out the prepared wine glasses. Deng Xiaozhen had already set the food on the table, so Wang Huiping carried the wine glasses over, smiling, and said, "Today it's snowing heavily. Let's have a drink together to warm up." Qin Yuanzheng and Yang Wenyuan usually drank some alcohol. Qin Yuanzheng's drinking capacity was quite good, developed during his time in the army. Yang Wenyuan saw the wine Wang Huiping brought out and immediately said, "Oh, is this Finjiao? Nice. It's not easy to find, right?" Wang Huiping smiled and said, "It's okay. I saved some wine tickets and can buy a jean at the supply and marketing cooperative. Since it's snowing heavily today, let's have some to warm up." She placed 4 glasses on the table and started pouring wine. "The wine is warmed up already. I'll pour for you." Deng Xiaozhen and Yang Wenyuan looked at Wang Huiping and thought she was a good person. Although she looked quite ordinary, she was kind and capable. The key was that she had a son, raised him well, and in the future, Qin Yuanzheng might call her dad. That's pretty good, right? Wang Huiping handed the wine to them, 1 glass each. The wine was warm and fragrant. It was indeed good wine, hard to find normally, and Yang Wenyuan liked it very much. He said to Qin Yuanzheng, "Come on, Yuanzheng, we haven't had a drink together in a long time. Let's take this chance to drink a few more." Qin Yuanzheng nodded and drank the wine in 1 gulp. He turned to look out the window, where heavy snow was falling gently. On the windowsill and in the distance, the scenery was suddenly covered in white. The view outside was beautiful, but it was very cold. He wondered what the young girl was doing now. Was she leaning by the bed, watching the snow? Did she want to go play in the snow but was afraid of the cold, so she sat by the window, looking conflicted? Thinking of this, Qin Yuanzheng smiled again. He felt he was really drunk. His mind kept thinking about Qiao Lanshu. The young girl is only 18 years old, so he can't make any mistakes. Thinking this, Qin Yuanzheng took another sip of wine. As he ate, he felt warmer, so he took off his coat and only wore a plain shirt. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong muscles and prominent veins in his arms. Yang Wenyuan was drinking and talking about Sun Mingyong. He said, "Sun Mingyong is really good at making up stories. He's an orphan, but he claims his father is a business manager and his mother is a primary school teacher. If he married his fiancée honestly, that wouldn't be lying. But the thing is, he dumped his fiancée and married Wei Jingye's daughter. That's really messed up." Deng Xiaozhen sighed and said, "So when choosing a partner, you should pick someone you know well. Who knows what their family is like if they come from far away? We can't verify everything, right?" She looked at Qin Yuanzheng as she spoke. Wang Huiping also asked curiously, "I heard that Sun Mingyong's fiancé traveled all the way from Yangqing to find him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught." Yang Wenyuan snorted and said, "Exactly. I heard that girl was waiting at the station alone, with no one to pick her up. She ended up going to the headquarters, and a military officer from our unit took her to the hospital." Deng Xiaozhen asked curiously, "What does that southern girl look like? Is she pretty? Otherwise, how come Sun Mingyong doesn't want her?" Hearing this, Qin Yuanzheng said in a deep voice, "The girl is quite pretty. Sun Mingyong is the one who looks ugly." Everyone was silent. Deng Xiaozhen asked curiously, "Yuanzheng, have you met that girl? I heard she's only 18. Is that true?" Wang Huiping also looked at him closely. Qin Yuanzheng didn't want to say more about this and said, "The wine tastes good, very smooth." Wang Huiping smiled and stood up, pouring drinks for Yang Wenyuan and Qin Yuanzheng. She said, "Commander Qin, Director Yang, have some more. There's plenty of wine." Seeing that Qin Yuanzheng didn't want to continue, Yang Wenyuan changed the subject and asked Wang Huiping, "Comrade Xiao Wang, you've been divorced for over 2 years. Have you ever thought about finding someone else?" Wang Huiping's smile became a bit bitter. She said, "I was a little scared before, afraid of finding someone who would hit me. I can tolerate that, but Xiao Yuan is still so young. He can't handle it." Hearing this, Qin Yuanzheng looked up at her and thought that this woman was also quite strong. He hated men who bullied women, especially those who hurt their own wives and children. Are they even human? Deng Xiaojun sighed and said, "It's really sad for the children. Xiao Yuan is still so young." The two women talked for a while longer. Deng Xiaojun thought that since Wang Huiping had been through so much, Qin Yuanjing might feel sorry for her. But Qin Yuanjing just kept staring at the heavy snow outside, lost in his thoughts. Of course, his attitude was very clear now. Wang Huiping wanted to ask something, but she didn't dare anymore. They ate for over an hour. Outside, the north wind howled, making the windows rattle. The snow kept falling harder and harder. Yang Wenyuan, with a red face from drinking, patted Qin Yuanjing's shoulder and said, "It's snowing heavily outside.
Just stay here tonight.
Don't go. The room you stayed in before still has the bed." When Qin Yuanjing first came to Long City, he stayed at Yang Wenyuan's house for a while. Back then, he wasn't a senior official yet, and Yang Wenyuan was married. Now, several years have passed in the blink of an eye. He nodded and said, "Take your time eating. I'll go lie down in my room for a while." He hadn't drunk alcohol in a long time. Today, he accidentally drank a few more glasses and felt hot all over, a bit dizzy. He already had a high body temperature and was feeling restless. Usually, in such cold weather, he didn't wear many clothes. And now, after drinking, he felt even more restless. He went back to the small room he used to live in, opened the window to let in some air. The howling north wind carried the snow like cotton, blowing inside through the window. He took a breath of the cool air and felt a bit more awake. Then he closed the window, leaving only a narrow slit. He was too hot, his whole body feeling restless, like he was lying in a steamer, sweating all over. He took off his shirt and only wore a camouflage vest. Closing his eyes, his mind was hazy. Xiao Qiao's smiling face kept appearing in his thoughts. Qin Yuanzheng adjusted his pants, feeling a bit of pain. He reached for his black belt, thinking about unfastening it and taking off his pants to sleep more comfortably. But then he remembered that this was not his own dormitory, so he decided against it. He endured the discomfort, pulling at his pants again, feeling very uneasy. It was strange. He usually had good self-control and hadn't felt this kind of desire in a long time. But this time, the urge was especially strong. At such a moment, the smiling face of Comrade Xiao Qiao, which he saw outside the guest house a few days ago, became clearer in his mind. Qin Yuanjing always had strong self-control, but this time, he almost lost it. If Comrade Xiao Qiao knew he was thinking of her face at this moment, she might be so upset she'd cry. Sigh, he was already nearly 30 years old. Should he really make such a mistake? He wished he didn't have fertility issues. Maybe then he would consider trying to pursue her. He drifted into a hazy sleep. But around midnight, his sharp military instincts made him suddenly open his eyes. He turned his head toward the door and saw it was slightly open, and a woman had entered. The room was dark, with the cold wind howling outside and heavy snow falling, so no light came in. In the darkness, he vaguely recognized the woman as Wang Huiping. Probably because the snow was too heavy, Yang Wenyuan and he had drunk too much, and no one had sent Wang Huiping home. So, Deng Xiaojun had let her stay overnight here. But it was late at night. Why had Wang Huiping suddenly come into his room? When he entered, he was feeling dizzy and thought he hadn't locked the door. He frowned slightly, paused for 2 seconds, then saw Wang Huiping yawn and walk straight toward him. Was she drunk and walking into the wrong room? Or was there something else? Whether she did it on purpose or not, Qin Yuanzheng didn't want to think about it. When Wang Huiping got close, Qin Yuanzheng suddenly sat up sharply. She seemed surprised, gasping softly, then quickly moved toward him. Did she walk into the wrong room because she was drunk? Or was there another reason? Regardless of her intentions, Qin Yuanzheng was too tired to care. As she approached, he suddenly flipped over and sat up. Wang Huiping didn't expect him to move so suddenly and let out a startled cry. Then Qin Yuanzheng struck her on the neck, knocking her out instantly. At this moment, Qin Yuanzheng still felt a bit dizzy. He looked down at his lower abdomen and noticed something was wrong. This wasn't a normal hangover situation. Besides, several hours had passed. He checked his watch. It was already past midnight. He remembered having dinner at 7 o'clock, which lasted about an hour, so it was around 8. When he came in and lay down, it definitely wasn't 9 yet. Now it was past midnight, over 3 hours later. His head still felt foggy, and his whole body was a bit sore and weak, but some parts felt surprisingly alert. He had been in pain all night. Even in his dreams, he thought about Comrade Xiao Qiao. Qin Yuanjing's face looked grim. He put on his shirt and then left the room, turning on the living room light. Next, he knocked on Yang Wenyuan's door. Yang Wenyuan had been drinking and was sound asleep. Hearing the knocking, he was a little groggy and asked, "Xiaozhen, is the window not closed properly? Why does it sound like banging?" Deng Xiaozhen sat up on the bed, listened for a moment, and asked, "Who is it?" Qin Yuanjing's cold voice responded, "Sister-in-law, it's me.
I have to leave now."
Just wanted to let you know." Deng Xiaozhen was silent. In the past, Qin Yuanjing would leave early in the morning if he stayed overnight here. Had he ever knocked on their door before? Deng Xiaozhen nudged Yang Wenyuan and said, "Yuanjing is knocking. Get up quickly." Yang Wenyuan, still groggy, put on his cotton coat. He and Deng Xiaozhen opened the door and stepped out. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "Yuanjing? Is there an emergency? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night?" Qin Yuanjing had already put on his coat and long overcoat. The coat was long, reaching his knees, which made his face look a bit more natural. Otherwise, with his physical condition, he would look too obvious in this state, and it wouldn't be good if his cousin and sister-in-law saw. He looked serious and said, "No emergency. I just need to leave. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, just now, Comrade Wang Huiping didn't know what happened and came into my room. I thought there was a thief inside, so I was startled and knocked her out. Please check inside. I won't stay here any longer. I'll leave now. Next time I have free time, I'll come back for dinner." Then Qin Yuanjing strode to the door, opened it, and left. Yang Wenyan quickly chased after him and said, "Oh, it's late at night and it's snowing. Why are you in such a hurry?" Qin Yuanjing's voice came from the corridor. "The snow has stopped. Cousin, you don't need to see me off. Just go back." Before he finished speaking, he had already gone from the 3rd floor outside. Deng Xiaozhen stood there for a few seconds before reacting. She hurriedly pushed open the door of Qin Yuanjing's room, turned on the light, and looked inside. Wang Huiping was wearing a thin dress and was lying on the floor. Deng Xiaozhen. At this moment, Yang Wenyan was no longer feeling sleepy. He quickly walked over. Deng Xiaozhen was still saying, "No, Huiping didn't drink much tonight. How did she get so drunk? She even got lost going to the bathroom. Look at this mess." Luckily, Yuanzheng was holding her, or else, who could stand up to his punch? Yang Wenyan glared at her angrily and said, "How can you be so stupid? Do you think Wang Huiping just got lost? She was clearly planning something bad. I wondered why she didn't bring Xiao Yuan tonight and bought good wine instead. Now I see her plan." He sneered. "She's clever, choosing a snowy night, but too bad. Yuanzheng is a soldier. Can soldiers be so easily tricked?" Deng Xiaozhen was stunned. She looked at Yang Wenyan and asked, "What do you mean? Planning something?" Wang Huiping is a simple, practical woman. She probably wouldn't do such a thing, right? Yang Wenyan said angrily. People can be tricky. Even Sun Mingyong pretended to be an officer to cheat someone. Nothing is impossible. You're not inside her mind. How well do you know Wang Huiping? Yuanzheng wanted to leave late at night. He didn't want to stay here. It seems he's upset with us. Maybe he misunderstood what happened tonight. With your involvement, I won't be able to explain things to him later." Hearing this, Deng Xiaozhen knew that Qin Yuanzheng was the team leader and they still valued this relative. Deng Xiaozhen angrily said, "Wang Huiping really doesn't know how to read the situation. Yang Wenyan, don't associate with her anymore. What kind of thing is this?" Deng Xiaozhen was also upset. She finally managed to wake Wang Huiping up inside the room. Wang Huiping's neck was hurting badly. She reached up to rub it and saw Deng Xiaozhen standing in front of her with a displeased look and Yang Wenyuan at the door with a gloomy face. Her heart sank, realizing she had been tricked. Sure enough, not only did her plan fail completely, but she also ended up offending everyone. But at this moment, she couldn't admit it. She pretended to be surprised and asked Deng Xiaozhen, Xiaojun, what's wrong? It's late at night. Do you need something? Deng Xiaojun looked at her, unsure if she was really drunk and had entered the wrong room or what. She simply said, "It's late at night." "You entered the wrong room and came into Yuanzheng's room." Wang Huiping immediately looked panicked.
What?
That was a misunderstanding. I didn't do it on purpose. Deng Xiaojun was tired of her acting. She sighed and said, "Yuanzheng looked upset just now. He thought there was a thief, so he accidentally knocked you out. Yuanzheng is strong. Is your neck okay?" She didn't want any trouble or to stay at their house, especially since she had no money to pay for any damage. Wang Huiping rubbed her neck. It did hurt quite a bit. But she cared more about Qin Yuanzheng, so she said, "My neck is fine." "Xiaojun, what about Captain Qin?" Yang Wenyuan snorted coldly, mocking her. "He left in the middle of the night, even in heavy snow. Probably afraid of another thief." Wang Huiping was speechless. She immediately stood up and said, "I really entered the wrong room. I have to go apologize to him." Yang Wenyuan rolled her eyes in anger and turned back into her room. Deng Xiaojun also said, "No need, Huiping. Let's leave this matter here. Don't go looking for Yuanzheng anymore. You two are not really suitable." Wang Huiping was speechless. Deng Xiaojun had made it so clear she couldn't stay any longer. She put on her coat and was about to leave. Before going out, Deng Xiaojun asked, "Huiping, did you really enter the wrong room tonight?" Wang Huiping stood in the dark corridor and nodded. "Of course I did, Xiaojun. Don't you believe me?" Deng Xiaojun just smiled. "Take care on the way. Be careful of the ice." Then she closed the door. Wang Huiping left the community. It was very dark outside, and the road was covered in white snow. She said she wanted to leave, and Deng Xiaojun and Yang Wenyuan didn't stop her. She is a lesbian, and it was late at night. It seems Deng Xiaojun is really going to cut ties with her over this matter. Wang Huiping felt a bit bitter inside. What did she do wrong? She just wanted to find a supporter so she could live a worry-free life in the future. Qin Yuanzheng left Yang Wenyuan's house late at night. He rode his bike back to the dormitory in the mining area. As a company commander, his room was a small one-bedroom apartment, enough for one person. Originally, the army was going to assign him a two-bedroom apartment in the compound, but since he was not married and didn't plan to marry, he didn't take it. Over the years, he still lived in this small dorm. When he got home, he locked the door, took off his clothes, and lay on the bed. He unfastened his belt and took off his pants. Finally, he felt a bit more relaxed. This night was really hard to bear. Without a wife, he had to take care of himself. He hadn't relaxed in a long time, and tonight he probably drank some spiked alcohol, so he couldn't control himself anymore. He didn't turn on the light, just closed his eyes, wrapped in darkness. Through the faint light outside the window, he could vaguely see his strong facial features and the beads of sweat on his forehead. But his physical strength and endurance were good, so he couldn't hold back for long. After a while, suddenly, he remembered the day Qiao Lanshu was kidnapped, when he returned her to the guest house. He remembered the scene of the young girl clutching his sleeve, tears in her eyes, looking up at him. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in his mind. He felt something in his hand. He was stunned. Did he make a mistake? The next day, Qin Yuanzheng went to work at the mining area early. As for Wang Huiping, he didn't ask about her again. He had drugged her in his drink and deliberately walked into the wrong room late at night. Such things were unacceptable to him, but he didn't plan to seek revenge. After all, Wang Huiping is a woman alone, with a young son. If she retaliated, she would definitely lose her job. At that time, even an adult woman would find it hard, not to mention a boy of 7 or 8 years old. Currently, the dormitory assigned by the unit has heating, so it's better for the child to live there. Therefore, Qin Yuanzheng only considered the child's situation and did not argue with Wang Huiping. But this was just a one-time thing. If Wang Huiping caused trouble again in the future and involved him, he wouldn't hold back. When Qin Yuanzheng arrived at the office, he saw Officer Lin looking at him and smiling happily. Last night, Qin Yuanzheng was frustrated. He tried to relieve himself several times, and he did, but he still felt uncomfortable inside, like something was missing. He was full of frustration and felt restless all over. Now, seeing Officer Lin smiling so strangely, he felt a bit speechless. What are you laughing at? Are you free? Officer Lin. He really thought Captain needed to vent his anger. Looking at his recent mood, he was clearly very restless. Quickly, he handed over a letter and said, "Report, Captain, there's a letter of praise sent to you. Qin Yuanjing." He was a bit confused and asked, "What letter?
Who is it for?"
As he spoke, he picked up the letter to look at it. The handwriting on it was very neat and elegant, looking like it was written by a gentle, well-behaved girl. Every stroke was careful and tidy, with a slightly rounded style, making it look cute and lovely. In the army, people's handwriting was either messy or wild. Some soldiers' handwriting was even harder to read than a doctor's. Qin Yuanzheng had never seen such clean and adorable handwriting before. He found it quite interesting. He admired the envelope for 2 minutes and then said, "This handwriting is quite interesting." Then, he looked at the words on the envelope, which clearly said it was sent to the 21st Construction Battalion, Commander Qin Yuanzheng. He tore open the letter and asked, "Who sent this?" Officer Lin smiled and said, "Comrade Xiao Qiao personally delivered it. She wanted to thank you for saving her life, so she decided to write you a letter of praise. I thought it was meant for our Commander Li, but when I looked at the envelope, it was addressed to you." Lieutenant Lin really found Comrade Xiao Qiao a bit funny. He said, "Comrade Xiao Qiao wanted the army to praise you, but she didn't realize she should send the praise letter to your superior. Instead, she sent it directly to you. I wanted to tell her about this, but I held back because I was worried she might feel embarrassed." Hearing this, Qin Yuanjing also found it amusing. The praise letter was sent directly to him. After she returned home, the young girl probably realized her mistake and felt a bit shy. Qin Yuanjing opened the letter and looked at it. The letter was 2 pages long. It was written in neat, cute handwriting, describing how Captain Qin was warm, kind, brave, and mighty. It said he saved her twice, once at the command department entrance when she first arrived, and once at the guest house entrance when she was almost kidnapped. She said Captain Qin was like a divine being sent from heaven, saving her life in a dangerous situation. To her, he was the most impressive captain. When Qin Yuanjing saw this, he suddenly felt very embarrassed. His ears turned slightly red, and he coughed awkwardly a couple of times before continuing to read. Lieutenant Lin watched his expression and became very curious. He leaned in and asked, "Captain, what does the letter say?" "Let me see it too." But Qin Yuanjing quickly pressed the letter down, looked at him sharply, and said, "What are you looking at?" "Are you free, Lieutenant Lin?" Seeing Qin Yuanjing's bright red ears and uncomfortable look, he felt like he was seeing a ghost. He whispered, "Captain, you're acting strange. You're being flirtatious, Qin Yuanjing." He coughed, folded the letter carefully, and gently put it into his shirt pocket. Then he said, "What's strange? What flirtation? You're talking nonsense every day." Lieutenant Lin stroked his chin and suddenly understood. He said, I knew why that girl Xiao Qiao didn't like me." "Captain, do you think she might like you?" Qin Yuanjing. He paused for a moment, then said, "She didn't like you because you're unlucky. And didn't you see that Xiao Yang is doing quite well with her?" "Commander Lin." Commander Lin thought for a moment and then said, "Captain, if you're interested in little Qiao, you should try. Maybe little Qiao wouldn't mind." He quickly stopped himself, afraid to say more. Qin Yuanjing looked at him with a serious face and left the room. Commander Lin watched Qin Yuanjing's back and sighed inside. "Look at that. Captain Qin clearly likes Miss Qiao, but he doesn't make a move himself. Instead, he keeps introducing her to others. Although infertility can't be cured, maybe Miss Qiao wouldn't mind?" When Qin Yuanjing stepped outside, the snow had stopped. With the sun out, the snow on the ground was slowly melting. He thought to himself that it hadn't snowed these days, so the girl probably went to buy a train ticket. He reached into his pocket, feeling the letter Miss Qiao had written to him. He decided to go see her. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative, bought some candies, cookies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Seeing some by Jieling, a brand of skincare, he bought 2 boxes. When he was leaving, he saw a red scarf and immediately stopped. The girl had fair skin and shiny black hair. Wearing this scarf, she would look very nice. In a moment of impulse, he bought the scarf too. Then, carrying his bags, he drove toward the guest house. Xiao Lanshu was not at the guest house at this moment. She was with Lieutenant Yang, first buying train tickets at the station. The tickets were for 3 days later. She bought them and put them in her pocket. Then she and Lieutenant Yang went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Almost as soon as Qin Yuanjing left, they arrived. Lieutenant Yang said, "Miss Xiao, are you planning to buy some local specialties to take home? We can go to the second floor or visit a nearby mall. I can take you there by bus." Xiao Lanshu shook her head and said, "No, I'm not buying specialties." She walked to the fabric and cotton counter, looked at the cloth and softly said, "I want to buy some fabric to give to Captain Qin's family and children. Captain Qin has helped me so much, but I don't know how to thank him." First, Lieutenant Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Yes, this fabric looks good." Then he paused and asked, "Huh? Commander Qin's family and children? Does Commander Qin have a family and children? He has been with Qin Yuanjing for several years, so how could he not know?" Xiao Lanshu looked at the fabrics and thought about leaving. The distance between north and south is too great. Once she left, it might be forever. Thinking she might never see Qin Yuanjing again made her feel a little sad. Xiaoyang scratched his head and looked at Xiao Lanshu, who was carefully choosing fabric. He whispered, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, are you mistaken? Our squad leader isn't married yet. He doesn't have a family or children." Xiao Lanshu. She turned around in shock, eyes wide open. "Huh, Xiaoyang." He hesitated and said, "Maybe I misunderstood. When you say family, do you mean the squad leader's parents and siblings? His family lives in Changbai mountain area, not nearby. They are not from here, so I think you shouldn't buy it. It can't be sent back quickly." Xiao Lanshu. She stared at Xiaoyang and her eyes suddenly lit up. They shone like 2 little light bulbs, sparkling as she looked at Xiaoyang, making him feel uncomfortable. Xiao Lanshu suppressed her excitement and asked cautiously, "So, does our squad leader have a partner? Or someone he's seeing? Is there?" She leaned closer to Xiaoyang, asking eagerly, "Come on, tell me. Does he?" Xiaoyang shook his head immediately and said, "As far as I know, no." The squad leader said he doesn't want to marry. Xiao Lanshu was surprised. Not getting married? Why? Xiaoyang hesitated a bit, scratching his head. "Well, it's like this." Xiao Lanshu looked at him eagerly. "Come on, just tell me. Is there a rule that you can't say?" She paid close attention to Commander Qin and seemed interested in him. After these days together, Xiaoyang knew that Xiao Lanshu's crush was on Commander Qin. So, none of the others in the group caught her eye. He thought it was good. Everyone in the group was waiting to celebrate the squad leader's wedding. He hesitated for a moment, thinking it was okay to tell Traolon about this since it wasn't a military secret. He then said, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go outside." They walked to the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, along the small path toward the guest house. Xiaolon was very anxious. As soon as they stepped out, she started urging him, "There's no one here. Quickly, tell me." Xiaoyang lowered his voice and said, "Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, our squad leader went to the province for a full health check. The results showed he was infertile, that is, he couldn't have children." Xiaolon was silent. Xiaoyang sighed and said, "Because of this, a female comrade who was quite close to the squad leader before left him and married another officer. After that, our squad leader tried to find someone through the military organization, but nothing worked. Later, he decided not to marry and to live alone for the rest of his life." As he spoke, Xiaoyang sighed again. He said, "Our squad leader is really a good person, but it's such a pity." Then he looked at Xiaolon and whispered, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, I'm telling you this secretly. Please don't tell anyone else. If this news gets out, it wouldn't look good." Although it had already been widely known. Everyone in the nearby factories knew that Commander Qin from the 21st Regiment was infertile. People still discussed it, wondering how someone so strong and energetic like Qin Yuanjing could be unable to have children. Some even spread rumors that he was physically incapable. Because of this, Some women workers who didn't mind his infertility dared not to meet him for marriage, fearing he might really be unable to perform, which would mean living a lonely life. What was the point of getting married then? Xiaolon didn't think so much. All she could think about was, Commander Qin isn't married and has no partner. She looked at Xiaoyang with hope and asked, Xiaoyang, what kind of woman does our squad leader like? I mean, just that. She hesitated, feeling a bit shy to ask directly. Xiaoyang wanted to say something else, but then he saw a car parked across from the guest house. At this moment, the person they were talking about was standing nearby, holding something in his hand, looking up at the second floor of the guest house with a deep, serious gaze. Xiaoyang was surprised and quickly went over. Commander, are you here to see Comrade Xiao Qiao? Qiao Lanshu hadn't seen Qin Yuanzheng for several days. At first, she held back, thinking he had family and children, so she didn't dare to hope for anything. But now, she couldn't hold back anymore. Brave people enjoy the world first. Qin Yuanzheng first saw Xiaoyang, then looked at the chubby comrade Xiao Qiao. He stared at her for a moment and then ignored Xiaoyang completely. He walked over and asked, Today is snow melting and it's cold outside. Why did you come out? As he spoke, he took out a red scarf he had just bought and casually wrapped it around Xiao Lanshu's neck, winding it twice naturally. Xiao Lanshu was speechless. Xiaoyang, the company commander, was stunned. He looked at Qin Yuanzheng, then at Xiao Qiao, who was full of admiration for the commander. He knew he was just a third wheel. After wrapping the scarf around Xiao Lanshu, Qin Yuanzheng suddenly realized that his behavior might have been a bit too much. He looked uncomfortable for a moment, then heard Xiao Lanshu say, Company Commander Xiaoyang said it won't snow in the next few days, and the train has resumed operation. I bought a train ticket. Look. She took the train ticket out of her pocket and showed it to Qin Yuanzheng. Qin Yuanzheng paused, feeling a bit uneasy. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. He looked at the ticket, which showed the train would depart in 3 days, so Comrade Xiao Qiao still had to stay here for 3 more days. In 3 days, she would leave. Qin Yuanzheng suddenly turned around, looking at Xiaoyang with a disappointed expression. He thought Xiaoyang had been with Xiao Qiao for so many days and that they got along well. He even thought there might be something between them. But it turned out that such a good girl couldn't be kept in their unit. No wonder they were still single. Xiaoyang was confused by his gaze, not understanding what Commander Qin meant. Qiao Lanshu looked at Qin Yuanzheng eagerly. Her face was slightly red, and her nose was also red from the cold. She said, Commander Qin, can we talk privately? I have something I want to tell you. Qin Yuanzheng lowered his head, looking at Xiao Lanshu, who was eagerly watching him. He couldn't help but think about the dream he had last night. In the dream, Xiao Lanshu was also looking up at him. The difference was, in the dream, the girl's eyes were full of tears, and her voice was soft and gentle, making her look very pitiful in front of him. Feeling a bit guilty, he touched his nose and nodded. All right, it's cold outside. Let's go back inside and talk. He then carried his things and took Xiao Lanshu back to the guest house. Lieutenant Yang followed behind them. He didn't go inside but stood politely at the door, guarding it. Inside, the room was warm, and Xiao Lanshu immediately relaxed. She took off her red scarf, gently stroked it, and then looked at Qin Yuanzheng and asked, Commander Qin, did you buy this especially for me? She emphasized the word especially. Qin Yuanzheng looked a bit uncomfortable but nodded. Yes, it's been very cold these days. I saw it when I went to the supply store, so I bought one for you. Xiao Lanshu immediately smiled, her eyes curved happily. She said, Thank you. I really like the color red. Qin Yuanzheng scratched his head, then touched his nose, feeling a bit flustered. He kept his serious face and nodded. I'm glad you like it. Then, he didn't know what else to say. He thought for a moment and started a new topic. These days, I've noticed you get along well with Lieutenant Yang. Why are you still planning to go back to Yangcheng? He thought that Xiao Lanshu and Lieutenant Yang might already be a couple, so he wondered why she would leave. Staying here to work and follow the army would be good, right? Her husband would definitely take good care of her. He could also create more opportunities for Lieutenant Yang, and maybe in 3 years, he could be promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander. Family members of battalion-level officers could follow the army and live in the military district compound. But Xiao Lanshu said, "Lieutenant Yang? He's a good person, but we're not suitable for each other." And from Lieutenant Yang's attitude, it seemed he didn't intend to be with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so relaxed around him. Hearing her words, Qin Yuanzheng understood what she meant. He frowned, feeling a bit helpless, and asked, "So, you haven't liked anyone?" "You?" He hesitated for a moment but finally asked, "What kind of person do you like?" "I'll try to find someone for you." He thought Xiao Lanshu would refuse, since she was from the south and might not adapt here, so it was normal for her to want to go back. Later, he planned to arrange 2 people to escort her to Hankou. From there, she could take a train one day and one night to reach Hankou. Then, he would send her on a train to Yangqing. That way, it would be much safer. Qin Yuanzheng was already thinking about this, but Xiao Lanshu looked at him with eager eyes. Seeing her look, Qin Yuanzheng was momentarily stunned, then felt his ears start to heat up. He was almost 30 and had been on the battlefield for years. He had seen many hardships, but when facing Xiao's eager gaze, he felt a bit at a loss. Xiao gathered her courage, boldly looked up at Qin Yuanzheng, and said, "Captain Qin, I just like someone like you. Aren't you not married?" In her past life, he had fallen for her at first sight, but now, it seemed like he wasn't interested in her anymore. Qin Yuanzheng was silent. Xiao Lanshu's face turned red, and she was so nervous she stammered. Nowadays, not many women dared to speak so frankly to men. She had gathered a lot of courage, especially since she had already bought her train ticket. Whether she left or stayed was a gamble. Blushing, she said, "I asked Xiao Yang, the squad leader. He said you're not married and don't have a partner. I just want to." Qin Yuanzheng cut her off sternly. "Nonsense." His expression grew serious. He looked at her with some surprise, then took a deep breath and said firmly, "You only think this because I saved you. Marriage is a serious matter. You should not take it lightly. You should know I'm already at an age where I could." He almost blurted out, "I could be your father." But then he thought about it. He was only 11 years older, so being a father wasn't impossible. He paused for a moment and said, "Let's not talk about this again. I'll pretend I didn't hear. You should rest now. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first." He spoke quickly, avoiding her red eyes, and hurriedly left the room. Xiao Lanshu stood inside, tears streaming down her face, crying sadly. Lieutenant Xiao Yang still didn't know what had happened. Seeing Xiao Lanshu crying so sadly, he was stunned. He quickly came in and asked, "Comrade Xiao, why are you crying? Did our squad leader bully you?" "It shouldn't be like that. Our squad leader isn't that kind of person." This was Xiao Lanshu's first time confessing her feelings to a man, and it ended so painfully. She felt embarrassed, ashamed, and very sad. So, she sat there quietly, silently crying. Lieutenant Xiao Yang scratched his head, unsure of what to do. He left the room to find Qin Yuanzheng. Their squad leader, a big man, made a young girl cry. What kind of thing is that? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yuanzheng also felt upset when he left the guest house. He sat in the car, his heart pounding loudly. His first thought was that Comrade Xiao liked him, which surprised him. But soon, he realized that he and Xiao were not suitable for each other. Apart from the age difference, he also had a health issue that made a relationship impossible. Lieutenant Xiao Yang ran out and saw that his car hadn't left yet. He hurried over and said, "Squad leader, what's going on? Comrade Xiao has been crying. Do you want to go back and see her?" Qin Yuanzheng was silent for a moment before replying, "No need. You go see her." He said this coldly and walked away without emotion. Xiao Yang. He was at a loss. What kind of situation was this? Qin Yuanzheng refused Xiao Lanshu, but he felt very upset inside. Although he didn't show it, that night, he couldn't sleep. He had always kept a regular schedule over the years. Usually, as soon as he lay down, he would fall asleep. But tonight, he kept tossing and turning, with no sleep at all. He was not only physically hot but also emotionally restless. If he didn't know that the girl liked him, he could just hold back and keep his feelings inside. He had been alone all these years, so it didn't make sense to stay lonely forever. But once he learned that the girl liked him, his feelings changed completely. He could no longer honestly tell himself that loneliness was a necessary part of life. There is always a bit of regret in his heart. Perhaps when he is old and looks back on his life, he will regret not being brave enough once. The next day, Qin Yuanzheng, with dark circles under his eyes, went to the mining office. The young girl was taking the truck the day after tomorrow. He thought about it but didn't dare to see her off. He stayed alone in the mining office for 2 days without returning to his dormitory. On the third morning, Lieutenant Yang returned and asked Officer Lin, "Officer Lin, where is our squad leader? He hasn't been back to the dorm for 3 days. Is he out on a mission?" Over the past few days, Officer Lin had been worn out by Qin Yanwang. He looked tired and sat in the office weakly saying, "What mission? If there really was a mission, that would be good. Lord Yanwang has gone to patrol the territory. You should go to the construction site and look for him. Recently, the mining area was repairing the road. Lord Yanwang and the engineer had gone out." Lieutenant Yang scratched his head and said, "Oh, it's too late now. I need to take Comrade Xiao Qiao to the train station. Her train leaves at 10 in the morning. You can tell the squad leader and ask if he wants to go see her off." When Officer Lin heard it was Comrade Xiao Qiao, he immediately perked up. After all, he was the first to meet Xiao Qiao through a blind date and also the first to be rejected. He looked at Yang with surprise and said, "Wait, I heard Xiao Qiao liked you? What's going on? Turns out you two aren't a couple." Yang was very helpless. Why did everyone think that? He wanted to be with Xiao Qiao, but she didn't like him. He said, "Xiao Qiao liked our squad leader, but he rejected her." Xiao Qiao cried for 2 days. Our squad leader never went to see her. Now Xiao Qiao is leaving, and the squad leader isn't even going to see her off. Sigh, his heart is as hard as his fists. Officer Lin. They all hoped Qin Yuanzheng would get married. But many women were worried that Qin Yuanzheng might not be good in that way, so they stopped dating him. However, apart from not being able to have children, our squad leader is still very capable in other ways. Officer Lin thought that since a naive girl liked their squad leader, he should help and support her. He looked at the time and said, "It's only 9 o'clock now.
There's still time.
I'll go find the squad leader and talk to him." He said this and hurriedly put on his coat to go outside. Lieutenant Xiao Yang returned to the guest house. Xiao Lanshu had already packed her things and was ready to leave. Her belongings were few, just 2 sets of clothes and some snacks for the journey. Besides that, she was wearing a red scarf given to her by Qin Yuanzheng. Xiao Lanshu had been sad for 2 days and was still very upset. Her first confession was rejected, which was quite embarrassing. Fortunately, she was about to take the train home. As long as she ran far enough, the embarrassment wouldn't catch up with her. Xiao Lanshu stood in the guest house where she had stayed for many days, looking out the window. The snow from a few days ago had already melted, leaving the sky gray and gloomy. It was windy, and there were no people on the street. She sighed and sat on a chair, gently touching the red scarf. She always felt that Qin Yuanjing must have liked her, or else why would he treat her so well? But why did Qin Yuanjing refuse her? Was it because she was 10 years younger than him? Xiao Lanshu felt a bit disappointed. Lieutenant Xiao Yang drove the army vehicle over to take her to the train station. On the way, she couldn't help but ask, "Lieutenant Xiao Yang, what kind of person does our squad leader like?" She sighed and said, "Does he dislike me because I'm younger?" What could she do? She couldn't change her age. Besides, she didn't mind that he was older. Why would he mind that she was younger? While driving toward the train station, Xiao Yang said, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, I think our squad leader is probably a bit nervous about you." Xiao Lanshu's eyes lit up. Really? Then why was Qin Yuanjing so stern that day? He was really scary. He was an officer, and his commanding presence was intimidating. When he frowned and looked fierce at her, she was really frightened and even regretted confessing to him. If she had known, she would have kept her feelings to herself and not said anything. Sigh, she always sighed when she thought about it. Xiao Yang had known Qin Yuanzheng for many years and understood his personality quite well. The way Qin Yuanzheng looked at Xiao Qiao was different. That day, When Xiao Qiao was almost kidnapped, his gaze was terrifying. Xiao Yang said, "I think our squad leader probably thinks he has a fertility problem, which is why he refused you, Zhou Shu." Zhou Shu was surprised and asked, "Really? Just because of that?" Xiao Yang nodded. "It must be. Comrade Xiao Qiao, please don't blame our leader. He's actually a good person. He probably didn't mean to be harsh with you." Zhou Shu thought to herself, infertility isn't a serious illness. Even if she can't have children, she can always adopt later. Could it be that Qin Yuanzheng refused her just because of this? She felt even more upset. At that moment, they happened to pass by the military hospital. Zhou Shu suddenly shouted, "Stop the car!" Xiao Yang immediately pulled over and asked, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, did you forget something? Do you need to go back?" Zhou Shu had already opened the door and stepped out. She said, "No, I need to go to the hospital." Her expression was firm, as if she had made a decision. She told Xiao Yang, "I want to get sterilized, Xiao Yang." He quickly followed her out of the car.
Wait.
"Comrade Xiao Qiao, don't be impulsive." Military Officer Lin found Qin Yuanzheng at the construction site, where he was having a meeting with engineers. Qin Yuanzheng seemed a bit distracted, glancing toward the train station now and then. Although they were on the construction site and couldn't see anything directly, several engineers and designers nearby were comparing drawings and discussing something intensely. Qin Yuanjing stood to the side, lit a cigarette, and silently smoked. Officer Lin saw this stern man from afar and felt very annoyed. Their leader really should find a partner and get married soon, then take a short honeymoon and go back for 10 or 15 days. That way, those of us under him could breathe easier. He was always full of energy, like a bull, constantly bothering them soldiers. Qin Yuanzheng was in a bad mood. When he saw Officer Lin, he frowned. "Why are you here?" Officer Lin approached and lowered his voice. "Leader, it's like this. Xiao Yang just came back and said he's taking Comrade Xiao Qiao to the train station. The train leaves at 10. Do you want to go and see her off?" Qin Yuanjing's mind moved. He put out his cigarette, tucked it into his pocket, looked up at the sky, and didn't speak for a while. Seeing his expression, Officer Lin knew he was hesitating again. He sighed and said, "Oh well, it's not a big deal if I don't send her off. Although Comrade Xiao Qiao is only 18, very pretty and innocent in mind, she almost got kidnapped on her first trip. But it's okay. I believe that during those 3 or 4 days on the train, she will be safe and protected by good luck." Qin Yuanjing, that Lieutenant Lin continued, "But I don't know what her family is like. They dared to send such a young girl on a train to the north. From so far away, most parents wouldn't feel comfortable with that. Since she didn't get married this time, when she goes back, she'll probably be married off to whoever is available. It's really sad for such a young girl, without anyone to protect her. How can she be safe?" Qin Yuanjing, his brows furrowed tightly. He said, "What kind of era is this? Can parents force their children to marry?" But then, Qin Yuanzheng remembered Wang Huiping slipping something into his drink and deliberately walking into the wrong room late at night. He fell silent again. Not to mention, in this era, it's actually easier to be pressured into something. Because once a relationship happens, there's no way back. Qin Yuanzheng grew more annoyed inside, feeling restless. Lieutenant Lin quickly added, "Of course, Comrade Xiao Qiao's parents might not be unreasonable people. But, given her situation, I think she might have to go to the countryside. She's so delicate, so soft and gentle, and she speaks so quietly. I really don't know what she could do in the countryside." Seeing Qin Yuanjing's expression, he continued eagerly, "I heard that some pretty young women sent to the countryside are often harassed by young men. The young women either live in old, broken-down houses or stay with villagers. It's possible for someone to sneak into their rooms at night. Since Comrade Xiao Qiao is so attractive, she might be at risk. Hey, Commander, where are you going? Wait for me." Before Lieutenant Lin finished speaking, he saw Qin Yuanjing turn and walk away quickly without looking back. He was about to follow, but Qin Yuanjing glared back and said, "Stay and work, Lieutenant Lin." Before he could say anything, Qin Yuanzheng had already walked far ahead. The staff officer Lin, who didn't have time to run away, was stopped by the chief engineer. Hey, Staff Officer Lin. You're just in time. Let's check this drawing together. Before Captain Chin returns, we should finish our work, and then you can report to him. We're busy here, Staff Officer Lin. These sneaky guys clearly don't want to coordinate with Captain Chin, so they're holding him back on purpose. Qin Yuanzheng hurried back to the office in the mining area. Once inside, the warmth from the heater made him feel calmer again. Wait, why was he so excited just now? Why did he go over and stop Comrade Xiao Qiao? What was he thinking? He was acting without a good reason. Moreover, he had been so harsh to Comrade Xiao Qiao before. How could he face her now? Qin Yuanzheng crossed his arms and paced around the office. At that moment, the door to the guardroom next door opened. A guard ran over and said, "Report, Qin Yuanzheng. Come in." The guard opened the door and entered loudly, saying, "Captain, you have a phone call." Qin Yuanzheng immediately turned and headed to the guardroom next door. "Who is it?" Usually, calls from the command headquarters would come through, so he thought it was an urgent matter. But it turned out the situation was quite urgent, just not from the headquarters. Lieutenant Xiao Yang called urgently. "Captain, you need to come to the 1st Military District Hospital. Comrade Xiao Qiao has gone crazy. She said she wants to get sterilized." Qin Yuanzheng. He thought he had misheard. Sterilized? What kind of word was that? It sounded so strange. And it was connected to Xiao Qiao. That sounded really frightening. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He tried to stay calm and said, "Repeat that calmly." Lieutenant Xiaoyang took a deep breath and repeated in a very steady voice, "Report, Captain." Comrade Xiao Qiao suddenly got out of the car and decided not to go to the train station anymore. She said she wants to get sterilized. "Do you want to come?" "I can't stop her." Qin Yuanzheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice tightening. "Didn't she say she was going to the train station? Why is she suddenly talking about sterilization?" Lieutenant Xiaoyang started to feel a bit guilty. He stammered, "Commander, it's my fault. On the way here, Comrade Xiao Qiao asked me why I refused her. She wondered if I disliked her because she's young. I told her it wasn't that. I said maybe it was because of your infertility issue. Anyway, after hearing that, Comrade Xiao Qiao insisted on getting sterilized. Hearing this, Qin Yuanzheng's forehead veins bulged with anger. He clenched his teeth and said, "I'll deal with you when I get back. Take good care of her." "I'm coming over now," Xiaoyang quickly agreed. After hanging up, he left the director's office, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurried to the 1st floor. He found Xiao Lanshu sitting in a hospital chair. Xiao Lanshu wanted to go straight to the doctor to ask about sterilization, but seeing Xiaoyang so nervous, she sat down and told him to call Qin Yuanzheng first. She didn't really want to get sterilized. She just wanted to see if Qin Yuanzheng cared about her. If she was going to get sterilized and he still didn't come, she would give up completely. In the future, back in Yangcheng, she would go where she was supposed to go, marry who she was supposed to marry, and stop thinking about Qin Yuanzheng. But if she didn't try this time, she might regret it forever when the time came. Lieutenant Xiaoyang was standing outside the hospital, looking around. Suddenly, he ran back quickly, with a happy look on his face, and said to Qiao Lanshu, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, our commander is here." Qiao Lanshu's eyes lit up. She quickly stuffed her train ticket into her pocket and stood up immediately. "Really? Where is he?" "Xiaoyang. He's outside the hospital. He should be here soon." There was plenty of parking outside the hospital. These days, not many people drive, so there was lots of space. Qin Yuanzheng parked his car at the hospital entrance, opened the door, and got out. Xiao Lanshu saw him and turned to run to the doctor's office. Xiaoyang was surprised and hurried after her. "Comrade Xiao Qiao, are you still thinking about getting sterilized?" "No, that wasn't what they agreed on." They had agreed that once he called the commander over, she wouldn't get sterilized. This young girl from the south was really bold. She even thought about sterilization. Most unmarried young girls wouldn't even consider such a thing. Little Yang hadn't caught up yet when he suddenly felt a gust of wind beside him. A tall figure rushed past and then carried the small, rice dumpling-shaped Comrade Xiao Qiao. Little Yang. He was stunned. As expected of their leader, truly brave. Qiao Lanshu was also startled. Did Qin Yuanzheng just carry her? What's going on? Has Captain Qin lost his mind because of her? Although Qiao Lanshu looked obedient, she was quite bold when doing things. But when facing Qin Yuanzheng, she became a bit timid. No wonder, Captain Qin is a bit intimidating. Qin Yuanzheng was still in his uniform coat, not even having time to put on his overcoat. Sweat was on his forehead, and his collar was loose. He carried Xiao Lanshu directly and placed her in the back seat of his car, then closed the door. Right after, he opened the other side of the car and sat next to her. The small, cramped car made everything feel much tighter. He is tall and strong, so even sitting inside, his head touched the roof. Little Qiao looked like a tiny dwarf next to him. Xiao Lanshu was feeling a bit nervous now. She didn't know where she got the courage, but she dared to provoke such a formidable person. She smiled at him politely and said, "Captain Qin, you're here?" Then she shyly moved to the side a little, nervously tugging at her red scarf around her neck. Qin Yuanzheng looked at her with a serious face, his expression stern. Although seeing Xiao Qiao's big, dark eyes and her cute, fair face softened his cold heart, he still kept a serious look. He looked at Xiao Lanshu and softly said, "Do you realize you're afraid now?" Xiao Lanshu. Qin Yuanzheng. Why weren't you afraid when you insisted on getting sterilized earlier? Xiao Lanshu shrank her neck, hiding half of her small face inside the red scarf, only peeking out with her big, dark eyes at Qin Yuanzheng. She looked at him eagerly, but didn't dare to speak. She was timid and shy, which made people both annoyed and amused. Qin Yuanzheng looked at her and said, "Don't shrink back. Speak up." Jolin clenched her clothes and looked into Qin Yuanzheng's eyes. Seeing his strong features, her face turned red as she softly asked, "What are you talking about?" The young girl's voice was gentle and shy. "Qin Yuanzheng." His voice also softened. He said, "You're an unmarried young girl. Why do you want to get sterilized?" Jolin looked at him with a blushing face. "You know very well why." Qin Yuanzheng. Jolin gave up and said, "Of course, I want to be with you. I heard you have infertility issues, so you don't want to marry. I'll get sterilized too, so I won't be able to marry anyone later. Since neither of us can have children. Isn't that perfect?" In her past life, Qin Yuanzheng probably only pursued her because he heard she was physically unwell and couldn't have children. There was no such thing as love at first sight. He was just lying to her. Qin Yuanzheng. He looked serious and said, "This is crazy. You're only 18. Why do you want to get sterilized? This is a lifelong decision. If you regret it later, there's nowhere to turn." Jolin couldn't possibly regret it. Marrying Qin Yuanzheng was her blessing in both her past and present lives. Even if she had to start over 10 times, she still wanted to marry him. She lowered her head and quietly said, "Not having children isn't a big deal. I don't like kids anyway. I just want to be with you, not commit a crime." "Why are you so harsh, Qin Yuanzheng?" Hearing her words, he suddenly felt angry again. He sat there, upset for a long time, then softly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be harsh." He didn't want to be mean to her, but seeing her impulsive actions, he couldn't help himself. The young girl was still inexperienced and naive. Without anyone watching over her, it wasn't right. Inside, Qin Yuanzheng was battling himself, his expression serious. Jolin looked at his face, not understanding why Qin Yuanzheng seemed to dislike her so much. In her past life, he loved her desperately, constantly seeking her affection, holding her tightly every time they met. Why, now that he was 10 years younger, was Qin Yuanzheng so cold and distant? She found it hard to get close to him. Her nose stung, and her eyes filled with tears as she said, "I didn't mean to pressure you. This kind of thing should be mutual. If you don't like me, I won't bother you. I'm already happy that you came today." She said this, then took the train ticket out of her pocket, smoothing out the wrinkles on it. She softly asked, "The train is about to leave. Could you please take me to the station?" Anyway, once she returned to Yangcheng, they wouldn't have to see each other again. It was good. No one would know about her embarrassing past anymore. Qin Yuanjing turned to look at the train ticket in her hand and suddenly said, "It's like this now. Do you still want to go back?" "Why go back? Just find a man to marry," he said fiercely. "Don't even think about it. Then he suddenly reached out, snatched the train ticket from Qiao Lanshu's hand, tore it into pieces, and threw it out the window. The wind blew it away, and it was gone. Qiao Lanshu was stunned. She looked at Qin Yuanzheng in surprise. As expected of her brother Zheng, he really has courage. His move to tear up the ticket was very cool. Qin Yuanzheng stared at her and said, "This is your own fault. Don't regret it later." He then opened the car door and went to the driver's seat. Confused, Qiao Lanshu asked, "Captain Qin, where are we going now?" Qin Yuanzheng started the car and said, "To get the marriage certificate." Qiao Lanshu was speechless. He opened the car door and looked at Qiao Lanshu. "I need to write a marriage application. It will probably take at least 2 days to get approved. During these 2 days, you can stay at my house. He can sleep in the office if he wants." Qiao Lanshu's heart was pounding. She was dazed as she got out of the car, then followed Qin Yuanzheng slowly into his one-bedroom apartment. When she stood inside, she was still a bit stunned. Her eyes followed Qin Yuanzheng, watching him eagerly. He first closed the window to keep out the cold wind from Qiao Lanshu. Then he quickly washed a ceramic cup he used for drinking water and poured a cup of hot water. He placed the hot water on the table, turned around, and saw Qiao Lanshu still standing at the door, looking confused and shy to come in. He found it a little funny. Just now in the car, she was so bold, saying things that surprised him. Now, she was acting shy and timid again? Qin Yuanzheng had just taken off his coat when he entered the room, wearing only his shirt. While washing the cup, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong arms. His arms were muscular, with visible veins and smooth muscle lines, looking very strong, probably capable of doing serious damage with a punch. He then walked toward Qiao Lanshu. She kept glancing at his arms, then at his broad chest, and finally at his sharp-featured face, which was flushed red. Feeling a bit shy, she lowered her head quickly, her heart beating fast. Qin Yuanzheng looked down at her flushed little face and said, "I thought you had more courage. Why are you afraid now?" Qiao Lanshu looked up, showing her fair, clean face. She said, "I'm not afraid." She was just a little shy. Plus, in her past life, Qin Yuanzheng had saved her 3 times. Such a soldier. What was there to be afraid of? She liked him so much, she couldn't even think about it. Qin Yuanzheng looked at her soft little face. He held back for a moment, but couldn't resist. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Her skin was smooth and soft, like kneading dough. He softly said, "Getting married is a big thing for a lifetime. Are you sure about this? Will you regret it later?" He paused for a moment and then said, "I thought you were young and naive before, so I refused because I was worried you might regret it. Now I ask you again, are you sure you don't regret?" Qiao Lanshu nodded. "I don't regret it. Why would I? Do you hit women?" Qin Yuanzheng was silent. He slightly frowned and asked her back, "Has anyone hit you? Did Sun Mingyong hit you? It seems I underestimated things." Qiao Lanshu quickly said, "No, I was just asking casually." Qin Yuanzheng gently ruffled her hair. "I don't hit women, and I definitely wouldn't hit my—" He paused, a bit awkward, and said, "My wife." The word wife sounded strange coming from his mouth, but it felt really wonderful. Wife. He was actually going to marry a wife. It all felt like a dream. At that moment, a light fragrance wafted over, and someone came over to hug him. He looked down and saw Qiao Lanshu leaning against his chest, blushing as she said, "I don't regret it. I just like you." Qin Yuanzheng froze. He stiffened for a moment, then quickly reached out and pushed her away, with a serious face, saying, "Nonsense." Qiao Lanshu. Qin Yuanzheng looked at her seriously and said, "We haven't even registered our marriage yet. Right now, we're just friends." "What kind of behavior is this? Hugging and holding?" Qiao Lanshu. Seeing Qin Yuanzheng's ears turn red and how he wouldn't even meet her eyes, she said, "I'm going to write the marriage application now. You stay at home and try not to go out." He hurriedly threw on his coat and emphasized, "No more trips to the hospital." Qiao Lanshu watched his flustered departure, biting her lip to hide her smile. Captain Qin is really adorable. She has good taste. But just a hug seems to be too much. Why is Captain Qin so serious? After leaving the dormitory, Qin Yuanjing still felt uneasy. Now that he considered Xiao Lanshu his wife, he watched over her even more carefully. Lieutenant Yang didn't come with him, so he found 2 guards to stand outside his dorm, making sure they were there to watch her. Whatever Xiao Lanshu needed, they would try to fulfill. If she wanted to go out, they had to follow. Basically, they wanted to prevent her from going to the hospital. After finishing this matter, he hurried to the mining office. Commander Lin had already returned and happened to meet Qin Yuanjing. Commander Lin looked around but didn't see Comrade Xiao Qiao. His heart sank, and he looked at Qin Yuanjing with disappointment, asking, "Captain, did you come back from the train station? Did you really send Comrade Xiao Qiao away?" Commander Lin was very angry. He pointed at Qin Yuanjing and said, "Captain, you'll regret this someday." Qin Yuanjing was in a good mood. He wasn't angry even when Commander Lin pointed at him. He walked over happily, looked at Commander Lin covered in dust, and said with a smile, "You worked hard this morning. Keep it up this afternoon." Commander Lin. Seeing Qin Yuanjing's smiling face, he felt like he was seeing a ghost. He looked up at the sky. Was the sun rising from the west? In recent days, their leader had been gloomy and looked like a strict judge. Why was he suddenly smiling? He followed Qin Yuanjing back to the mining management office. Qin Yuanjing rummaged through his desk and asked, "Commander Lin, how do I write a marriage application?" Commander Lin staggered and looked shocked.
Marriage.
Application? Who's getting married? Xiaoyang. Qin Yuanjing smiled happily and said, "Unfortunately, Xiaoyang can't get married this time." He added, "I'm the one getting married. How do I write a marriage application? Tell me." Commander Lin. He suspected Qin Yuanjing was teasing him on purpose. He looked angry and said, "Report to the captain, I've never been married, so I don't know how to write it." He asked again, "Captain, who are you going to marry? Are you really getting married? Does the other person not mind your flaws?" While speaking, he glanced at a certain part of Qin Yuanjing. Qin Yuanjing wasn't angry. Instead, he was even happier. "I'm going to marry Comrade Xiao Qiao. She said she doesn't mind me." He paused for a moment and then said, "She's still young, still a kid. I will take good care of her. From now on, Comrade Xiao Qiao would be his wife and also his child. He must take good care of her." Qin Yuanjing was getting married, and the news quickly spread throughout the military district. After all, Qin Yuanjing was a well-known figure in the army. Originally, he was the most favored son-in-law candidate among the leaders of various departments. Later, he was found to have infertility issues and caused some trouble in the military district. Now, not only in the army but also in factories across Long City, whenever people mention Commander Qin, they secretly ask, "Is that the Commander Qin who has some problems?" Now, that Commander Qin who has some issues is getting married. He hastily wrote a marriage application with bold handwriting. Impatient, he didn't even want to wait and drove straight to the Construction Engineering Corps headquarters to find his superior, Commander Li. Commander Li had asked about his marriage plans a few days earlier. What did Qin Yuanjing say then? He said he had no plans to marry. Now, Qin Yuanjing, who had no marriage plans, personally brought his marriage application for Commander Li to sign. Commander Li was happy about Qin Yuanjing's marriage. He said, "I heard you carried the young lady out of the hospital yourself." Qin Yuanjing was speechless. He wondered, "How did you know about that?" Commander Li snorted and said, "You need to be careful about your reputation. So many people saw it. If rumors spread that the army forcibly took a young lady, it wouldn't look good." Qin Yuanjing remained silent. The marriage application wouldn't be approved until tomorrow. So, they would have to wait until tomorrow afternoon to get the marriage certificate. Qin Yuanjing wasn't exactly in a hurry. Since he had already decided to marry the girl, he wanted to do it efficiently. Lieutenant Yang, carrying Jiang Shu's luggage, returned to the guest house from the hospital but couldn't find Jiang Shu. He then took the luggage back to the office in the mining area. Military Officer Lin looked at Yang and asked, "Xiao Yang, do you know that Jiang Shu is going to get her marriage certificate with our commander?" Yang looked confused. "Huh? Really? I didn't know." Officer Lin shook his head and sighed. "Jiang Shu is such a good girl. She's really lucky to be with our commander." Yang agreed wholeheartedly. Who wouldn't think so? Their commander is so strict. I wonder if Jiang Shu can handle it. After leaving the headquarters building, Qin Yuanjing realized it was already late. Today, he not only submitted his marriage application but also handed in his housing request. He is getting married, so he must not neglect comrade Xiao Qiao. He applied for a 2-room apartment in the military district compound, then exchanged some industrial tickets and bicycle tickets. He prepared everything, including a new cotton quilt and a new cotton jacket for the girl. He listed everything he could think of, ran around all afternoon, and exchanged the tickets he lacked. When everything was almost ready, he was about to leave work. Thinking of comrade Xiao Qiao waiting at home, he felt his heart warm. He drove to the supply and marketing cooperative, bought half a kilogram of pork, a kilogram of flour, and also bought potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cabbage. When he lived alone, his home was empty. He ate all his meals in the canteen and never cooked. Because of that, he saved a lot of money, and soon he planned to give all his savings to Xiao Qiao so she could manage the household. Qin Yuanjing took out his accumulated food tickets and supplementary tickets, bought a pound of fruit candies, 2 pounds of cookies, and some sunflower seeds and peanuts. The girl was still young and probably liked these snacks, so he bought them for her. He carried these things back to his dormitory. Xiao Lanshu stayed in Qin Yuanjing's dorm all day. His dorm was a small 1-room apartment, not very spacious, but since there weren't many belongings, it looked quite empty. In the small living room, there was only a wooden bench with a backrest, a round table, and 2 stools. The bedroom had just a double-decker iron bed common in military dorms, with Qin Yuanjing's belongings neatly arranged on the top bunk. The blanket on the lower bunk was folded neatly, looking like a square. Xiao Lanshu walked around the room twice. It was clean and quiet, with fewer things than at the guest house where she stayed a few days. This was Qin Yuanjing's house. He brought her here, which meant they were truly going to get married. Xiao Lanshu felt happy inside. She sat on the long chair in the living room, held Qin Yuanjing's cup, took half a glass of water, and then leaned back to rest. At noon, a guard came to deliver her food, using Qin Yuanjing's lunchbox. The lunchbox contains potatoes with noodles and a mixed grain cornbread. She finished everything and then washed the lunchbox. She leaned against a chair to take a nap. She doesn't want to go outside. If she leaves, Qin Yuanjing might regret it and refuse to acknowledge her. So she plans to stay here, hoping everyone will know. Just as it was getting dark, Qin Yuanjing returned. He was carrying many things. As soon as he came back, he asked the guard outside, "Did little Qiao go out today?" The guard replied, "Report to the team leader, no. I brought her lunch at noon and asked if she needed anything.
She said no.
I asked if she wanted to go out and she said no." Qin Yuanjing thought to himself, little Qiao is so obedient. Since he didn't let her go out, she really didn't. Such a good girl. He couldn't trust anyone else to watch over her. It's better to keep her close to him. He took out the key and opened the door. The room was dark. He turned on the light and immediately saw Xiao Lanshu lying on the side of a chair, sleeping with her eyes closed. A few days ago, because Qin Yuanjing had harshly rejected her, she hadn't slept well for 3 days in a row. Today, her mood had eased, and she had been sleeping in the chair all day. She was awakened by the noise and blinked sleepily. Qin Yuanjing was worried the light might bother her, so he turned it off. He placed his things on the table, then crouched in front of Xiao Lanshu, looking at her softly. "Why are you sleeping here? Isn't there a bed in the room?" Little Qiao had just woken up, her eyes still sleepy. She yawned and sat up, looking at Qin Yuanjing crouched in front of her in the dim light. She blushed, realizing she was caught. Feeling a bit shy, she said, "That's your bed. Can I sleep there?" Qin Yuanjing thought about her sleeping on his bed, wrapped in a scent, with his blanket. His heart felt warm. He looked at her with a dark gaze and said, "We're about to get married. Of course, you can sleep on my bed." He paused and then asked, "Little Qiao, do you know what marriage means?" Xiao Lanshu looked at him and said, "Yes, I do." Qin Yuanjing replied, "You do? Then why are you asking such a question? After we get married, we will be legally married. Not only can you sleep in my bed, but you will also sleep there for a lifetime. Do you understand?" He looked at Xiao Lanshu's small face, speaking softly but with strength and coldness. I have already submitted the marriage application, which includes your personal information. Comrade Xiao Lanshu, you can no longer regret this now. Xiao Lanshu listened to Qin Yuanzheng and felt a little shy, but she was still happy inside. Well, their current situation is that both of them are afraid the other might run away. So, they need to catch each other quickly and get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. It's the best choice. Qin Yuanzheng turned on the light and asked her, "What do you want to eat? Noodles or steamed buns?" Xiao Lanshu followed him, looking like a newly married wife, shyly saying, "Is there no rice?" "I want to eat rice." When she was in Yangqing before, although her stepmother didn't like her and often wanted to send her away, she was still treated well in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. As a teacher, her stepmother was afraid of damaging her reputation, so she didn't dare neglect her. Therefore, Xiao Lanshu ate rice every day and rarely went hungry. But since coming here, she hadn't eaten rice for several days. Although noodles are tasty, she still wanted to eat rice. Qin Yuanzheng took the flour and vegetables to the kitchen. When he heard her, he paused for a moment, thought for a few seconds, then said, "It's too late today. We'll eat steamed buns tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if they have Northeast rice. Nowadays, workers are given a fixed amount of grain each month. For an ordinary female worker, the grain ration is about 3 jin of white flour per month. Of course, this isn't enough. So many people prefer not to exchange it for mixed grains or red flour, since they can get a few more jin that way. As for the pure white rice, it's even rarer, not because people don't eat it here, but because the local climate and geography mainly support drought-resistant, high-yield crops like wheat, corn, sorghum, and millet. So, the food in the factory cafeteria mostly consists of simple dishes like millet and sweet potato porridge, cornmeal cakes, and during hard times, tough-to-eat steel wire noodles made from sorghum husks. Rice is only grown in some areas with plenty of spring water. However, the land and harvest are very limited, so it can't be supplied in large amounts, and the supply and marketing cooperative can't buy it. But Qin Yuanzheng is the team leader, so he can buy some rice with his status. He can also ask the cooperative when they will have rice from the Northeast. If that doesn't work, he can ask his comrades in Shanghai to help send some. Since he married Xiao Lanshu, he wants to take good care of her. Rice is just rice, but he definitely wants her to eat well. While kneading the dough, he told Xiao Lanshu, "Don't worry, I will buy rice for you tomorrow." Xiao Lanshu blushed and nodded. "Thank you." Qin Yuanzheng rolled up his sleeves, kneading the dough while watching her shy face. He said, "From now on, we're married, so there's no need to be so formal." Xiao Lanshu blushed even more and nodded. She was just looking at Qin Yuanzheng, standing there in a tank top, kneading dough, and found him very attractive. Qin Yuanzheng has strong, handsome muscles. He's tall with broad shoulders. As he kneaded the dough with strength, he looked at her with deep eyes. When he talked to her, she really found it hard to resist. Xiao Lanshu asked him, "What are we cooking tonight?" "I can help." Qin Yuanzheng didn't really need her help, but he wanted to spend more time with her and chat. Since they're about to get married but still don't know each other well, he said, "You peel the potatoes." "Just 2 will do." Xiao Lanshu washed the potatoes carefully in the sink and started peeling them seriously. She also does chores at home and often helps cook, so she works quickly. Qin Yuanzheng finished kneading the dough quickly. Because the dough needs to rest, he was worried Xiao Lanshu might get hungry while waiting, so he made a small batch of dough just for noodles for her. "Are you hungry? Want to eat some noodles first?" Xiao Lanshu nodded. "Yes. You can make noodles? You're really talented." Xiao Lanshu looked at him with starry eyes and casually waved his hand, and long, thin noodles appeared. It was truly amazing. She looked at Qin Yuanzheng with admiration that was almost overwhelming. Qin Yuanzheng, just making noodles, and the young girl was looking at him with such eyes.
How could he handle that?
Qin Yuanzheng asked Xiao Lanshu to sit outside. He put the sunflower seeds, cookies, peanuts, and other snacks he just bought into a plate and placed it on the coffee table. He said to her, "Go sit and eat something. I'll make you some noodles." Qiao Lanshu saw the plate was full and knew Qin Yuanjing bought it especially for her, especially since the room was empty before, with nothing in it. She took a cookie, took a bite, then couldn't help but walk to the kitchen door to watch him cook. Qin Yuanjing boiled a soup with meat and potatoes, then scooped out the cooked noodles into a plate and poured the meat and potato mixture over them. The noodles were chewy, and the meat and potatoes were hot and fragrant. As Qiao Lanshu smelled the aroma, her stomach started to growl. Qin Yuanjing smiled and looked at her, saying, "I'll fry some pickled cabbage with vinegar." "You'll love it," he said that, and went back to chop the cabbage, stir-frying it with vinegar and garlic. The simple, yet delicious dinner was ready. Qin Yuanjing was a good cook. The pickled cabbage was tender and crispy, with a vinegar aroma, making it very refreshing. Every strand of noodle was coated with the meat and potato sauce, and the taste lingered in her mouth. Most importantly, Qin Yuanjing knew she preferred light flavors, so the dishes were made to be mild, just the right amount of salt. Qiao Lanshu took a bite and was amazed. It was much tastier than what she ate in the cafeteria. She hadn't eaten enough these past few days, but now she finally felt full. She looked at Qin Yuanjing and sincerely praised, "Captain Qin, your cooking is really delicious, even better than the cafeteria. The people here usually ate salty food, and the environment was dry. They ate a lot of salt, and Qiao Lanshu spent the whole day just drinking water." Qin Yuanjing didn't do much, just cooked a meal. But this young girl kept praising him from start to finish. After finishing the meal, he went to wash the dishes. The young girl started praising again. "Captain Qin, you wash dishes so clean. You're really efficient. From kneading the dough to finishing the meal and washing the dishes, it only took an hour. You're amazing." Qin Yuanjing washed the bowl clean and casually wiped the floor. The young girl then said, "Captain Qin, you can also mop the floor. It looks so clean. You're amazing, Qin Yuanjing." He went to boil water and carried the hot water to the bathroom to help the girl wash up. Sure enough, the girl said again, "Captain Qin, you can carry 2 buckets of water at once. You're so strong." Qin Yuanjing couldn't take it anymore. Anyone would find it hard to handle a little girl praising them all evening. He gently patted the young girl's head and said, "Wash quickly while it's warm, then go to bed." Then he turned around and went into the room to make the bed for the girl. What Lanshu didn't see was that Qin Yuanjing's ears and neck were turning red. Qin Yuanjing originally wanted to change all the sheets on his bed. Although the sheets weren't dirty, he usually washed them once a month.
But the girl might feel shy.
If he changed to new sheets, wouldn't she sleep more comfortably? However, as he was changing the sheets, he suddenly paused. He had a secret thought in his mind. He wanted to see the girl's whole body covered in a scent, infused with his breath. That feeling. Qin Yuanjing wiped his face and thought there was nothing to hide. After all, they were about to get their marriage certificate. With that in mind, he decided not to change the sheets. Instead, he added a soft mattress on top of the bed to make it more comfortable. Since the girl looked delicate, a softer bed would help her sleep better. The heating in the military dorm was good, and the room was quite warm. He was only wearing a vest and still felt a bit hot. But he still closed the window tightly and stuffed some cloth into the gaps to keep the cold air out. Lanshu had never had a proper shower when she stayed at the guest house. The toilets were shared, and she had to go outside to use them. So, she hadn't showered for several days. Although the climate here was dry and cold, and not showering for days didn't feel uncomfortable, she wasn't used to it. She always felt dirty. So, she decided to take a hot shower here and wash her hair at the same time. Her hair was long and thick. After washing, her heavy hair was spread out behind her, and she wasn't in a hurry to dry it. Since the room was quite dry, she thought it would dry quickly. She came out of the bathroom, her cheeks pink from the steam. She was wearing a thin, lightweight shirt and long pants she brought from home. She looked around the room. She saw Qin Yuanjing hanging a curtain. She walked over and looked up at Qin Yuanjing. "Captain Qin, what are you doing?" Earlier, there were no curtains, only newspaper taped to the window to block the light. Now, he thought the room was a bit cold without curtains, so he found a piece of cloth and nailed it to the window. He stood on a stool, looked up and nailed the cloth in place, then said, "I'm hanging this to block the wind." As he spoke, he looked down at Xiao Lanshu and saw her wearing thin clothes, with long black hair flowing down to her waist. Her bangs covered her forehead, showing only her smiling eyes and a face with a slight blush. He thought she was very cute. He stared at her for a few seconds, then accidentally hit his finger with a hammer. Qin Yuanjing. He closed his eyes briefly, trying not to show his pain. He quickly nailed the cloth in place, then jumped down from the stool, tidied up his tools efficiently, and put them in the drawer. He checked the room again. It was warmer now. He touched his nose, feeling a bit shy about looking at Xiao Lanshu. He said, "That's done. I'll boil some water. If you're thirsty in the middle of the night, you can drink it. You should go to bed and rest." He spoke and then strode out of the room. Xiao Lanshu wanted to talk to him a bit more, but he left so quickly. She thought for a moment, feeling a little shy. After all, it was just the two of them in the room, and she felt a bit nervous. She decided to sleep first and talk to him tomorrow after waking up. Thinking this, she sat on the bed. The single bed was only about 1 meter too wide, with soft bedding and neat blankets. This was Qin Yuanjing's bed, yet she was sleeping on it. She found it a bit unbelievable. She lowered her head, stroked the blanket, and smiled softly for a while. The more she spent time with him, the more she felt that Qin Yuanjing was a really good person. Not only is he a good person who cares for others, but he can also cook delicious food that suits her taste perfectly. This man is so kind. How could heaven be willing to let him remain childless? Xiao Lanshu feels a bit regretful, as she actually would love to have a child with him. At this moment, Qin Yuanjing, who had already left, suddenly returned. He knocked on the door, then came in holding a new towel. He said, "Wipe your hair and wait for it to dry before going to bed." Xiao Lanshu blushed as she took the towel. Then she looked at Qin Yuanjing and asked, "Captain Qin, where will you sleep tonight?" Qin Yuanjing. He also felt a little shy and was even hesitant to look at Xiao Lanshu. He said, "I will sleep in the living room." As he spoke, he quickly turned and left. Xiao Lanshu was confused. Why is this man always in such a hurry? She always wanted to talk to him a bit longer, but he always hurried away before giving her a chance. After Qin Yuanjing left, he brought a pot of hot water to the bedside table and placed it there. He also took a glass and poured some hot water to cool. He didn't say much this time. He really left. He closed the door and went to wash himself with cold water. Lately, he had been feeling quite restless, and now, after spending time with little Qiao, he felt even more uncomfortable. He suspected that the medicine Wang Huiping had given him was still affecting him. Otherwise, why was he feeling worse as the day went on? After washing with cold water and cooling his hot body, he came out of the bathroom wearing a military green vest and black work pants. His hair was still wet with water droplets, and he lay down directly on the wooden bench in the living room. He would let little Qiao dry her hair before sleeping, but he himself was not particular. Since he shaved his head, he just rubbed his hair with his hand, and it dried quickly. As he lay on the bench, he thought about the girl lying in his own room, on his bed, and his heart felt very warm. This girl was his wife, and he was finally going to have a wife. What is it like to have a wife?
First, he needs to prepare the house.
The house in the military district should be approved because it was already arranged for him, but he hasn't gone to pick up the keys yet. The house has basic furniture, including a bed and tables and chairs, but he still needs to buy pots, bowls, and utensils. The young girl is from the south, so he needs to buy some rice to store. He also needs to buy supplies like rice and other essentials, but he's not sure what else. He carefully thinks about this in his mind. Late at night, when he can't sleep, he quietly gets up, opens the door, and checks. Comrade Xiao Qiao is already sleeping under the blanket. After she falls asleep, Xiao Lanshu looks even more obedient. Qin Yuanjing tucks her in gently, feeling soft inside. Right, he needs to make her a soft new cotton quilt. The next morning, Xiao Lanshu wakes up to find the sun has already risen. She sits on the bed in a daze for a few seconds before realizing where she is. She suddenly becomes alert, wondering how she slept until this time. Does Qin Yuanjing think she's lazy? She quickly gets out of bed, ties her hair simply, and goes outside to look. The room is empty. Qin Yuanjing has gone somewhere. She walks confused to the kitchen and sees a note on the counter that says, "There is millet porridge in the pot. Remember to drink it. I will be back at 10 and will take you shopping. Qiao Lan Shu." She stares at the messy handwriting on the note for a long time, then puts it in her pocket happily and goes to brush her teeth. Qin Yuanzheng went back in the morning to get the marriage application and the approval form for the house. Because he was in a hurry and it was hard to get married, everyone paid close attention. His process went very quickly because everyone in the team, from Commander Lee to the guards, was worried his wife might run away. What if the delay in the application process caused Qin's wife to leave? Who could take responsibility? They couldn't just give him a wife as compensation, right? Who could afford that? Qin Yuanjing took the approved application form and the house keys and hurried back home. When he arrived, he saw Qiao Lanshu still lying in bed. Thinking she hadn't gotten up yet, he asked, "Haven't you eaten breakfast yet?" Zhou Lanshu looked at Qin Yuanzheng, who was wearing a military coat, a military hat, and standing straight. Her eyes lit up immediately. She sat up quickly and said, "I've already eaten." She was just bored and wanted to tidy up the house, but the house was already clean and tidy, and the floor was swept spotless, so she didn't need to do anything. She simply lay back on the bed to rest. Qin Yuanjing looked at her, and his voice became much gentler. "Put on your clothes, bring your household registration book, and let's go get our marriage certificate." Zhou Lanshu blushed, put on her only thick cotton padded jacket, wrapped a red scarf around her, and went out with Qin Yuanzheng. Qin Yuanzheng glanced at her and said, "Since we're going to get the certificate today, we might as well visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fabric for making clothes." Over the years, Qin Yuanzheng had only worn military uniforms and rarely made new clothes. However, at the end of each year, he still received cotton vouchers, which he saved up. Over the years, he had accumulated quite a few. Plus, he exchanged some vouchers with his comrades, enough to make Zhou Lanshu a new padded jacket. The climate here is very cold, and the young girl would probably not be able to handle it, so he planned to make her clothes thicker. Qin Yuanzheng drove the car and took Zhou Lanshu to the registration office of a street committee. At the entrance of the registration office, Wang Huiping happened to pass by. She looked pale and in poor health, holding her stomach with one hand. She had undergone a secret abortion at a black clinic, secretly ending the pregnancy. She had previously hoped to marry a man and naturally have the baby. Later, she thought she might get along with Qin Yuanzheng, so she decided to abort the pregnancy, especially since Qin Yuanzheng was infertile. But things didn't work out with Qin Yuanzheng either. Seeing that if she delayed further, it would be hard to get the abortion done, so she took medicine at the black clinic. This time, she happened to see Qin Yuanzheng, who was walking with a warmly dressed young girl, heading toward the registration office. She wondered why Qin Yuanzheng had been nice to her at first, but then rejected her. It turned out he had found someone better. She stared at Zhou Lanshu for a long time. At that moment, a woman she knew came out carrying a basket. She saw Wang Huiping and said warmly, "Oh, isn't that Huiping? Why does your face look so bad?" Wang Huiping quickly lowered her hand from her stomach and smiled gently, saying, "I've been feeling a bit unwell lately, with some stomach pain. They are all women, and the other woman understands this." She says to her, "It's getting cold lately. You should keep warm. Drink some red sugar tea." As she speaks, she turns her head and sees Qin Yuanzheng. He is tall and strong, dressed in a military uniform, and always attracts attention wherever he goes. The woman lowers her voice and says to Wang Huiping, "I heard that the famous Qin Tuan is getting married too. His bride is from the south and is about 10 years younger than him." Wang Huiping. She is a bit surprised and asks, 10 years younger? How old is the girl? The woman laughs and says, "She's only 17 or 18, just out of school." That girl doesn't understand men at all. She doesn't see Qin Tuan's true worth. After they get married, they'll just stay in bed chatting every night. Don't you think, Wang Huiping? She really didn't know about this. She is shocked and asks, "Really? It's just infertility, right? The other aspects are normal, aren't they?" Otherwise, when Deng Xiaojun introduced Qin Yuanjing to her, she would have mentioned this. Are they lying to him? So that night, she gave Qin Yuanjing medicine, but he still knocked her out, and Qin Yuanjing ran away that night. Could it be because of this? Because he's not capable? Wang Huiping felt troubled for several days, but suddenly, she felt a bit better. She thought, men who take that kind of medicine can't possibly hold back. So, it turns out he's not capable. They stood there talking for a while. The woman then said, that girl looks pretty, just a bit short, like a child. Qin Tuan, it seems, is in trouble. After a moment, she added, no, he's just frustrated. It's not working. She smiled again and said goodbye to Wang Huiping. I have to go now. You should head back early and rest. You look terrible. Wang Huiping nodded and looked toward the entrance of the registration office. Qin Yuanzheng had already taken the girl inside. Now, nothing could be seen at the door. Wang Huiping thought to herself, if Qin Yuanzheng isn't capable, why would he get married? Is it for future promotion? Or to please his family? Does that young girl know that he is not good in that area? If she knew, she probably wouldn't marry him, right? Isn't that kind of marriage deception? Getting the marriage certificate was very simple. It took less than 5 minutes. The clerk registered them, stamped the documents twice, and handed them the certificate. Xiao Lanshu looked at the certificate. Her name and Qin Yuanjing's name were next to each other, along with their birth dates. She looked at it carefully for a while before finally holding the certificate. She whispered, is this the marriage certificate? We just got it. Such a thin piece of paper, and it ties their lives together? That's wonderful. Qin Yuanjing also took a look, saw their birthdays, which are 11 years and 2 months apart, and felt a bit moved. He is 11 years older than his wife. He carefully kept the certificate and said to Xiao Lanshu, let's go. I bought a sewing machine, a watch, and a bicycle. They are all at the community's home. Let's go back and see. On the way back to the community, Qin Yuanjing bought 2 pounds of walnut cookies. They are expensive, but full of oil and sugar, tasting sweet and fragrant. The young girl will definitely like them. He handed the walnut cookies to Xiao Lanshu and said, are you hungry? Eat some on the way. Xiao Lanshu nodded but didn't eat, still happily looking at their marriage certificate. Qin Yuanzheng took Xiao Lanshu to the gate of the military community. They got out of the car. Xiao Lanshu held the walnut cookies, and Qin Yuanzheng held the keys. After registering their information at the gate, the guard opened the gate, and they entered. The courtyard was spacious, with many children running around, looking lively. There were 10 buildings, each 5 stories high, with 2 units per floor. This community was built a few years ago. When the construction team arrived, they fenced off this land and planned to build this neighborhood. The houses here were specifically for the officers of the construction corps. The army regulations allowed family members of battalion-level officers to accompany the troops, so they had to consider the placement of these officers' families and children. Qin Yuanzheng brought Xiao Lanshu inside and said, the houses in this neighborhood have heating and running water. I heard it's very warm inside, even during the coldest winter days. I specifically asked someone to find me a good heater on a lower floor in Building 5, Unit 1 on the 2nd floor. Comrade Xiao Qiao has short legs and finds climbing stairs very tiring. Xiao Lanshu saw this neighborhood and liked it very much. In her past life, she also lived in this area, though not in this building. But she didn't mind because all the houses here have the same layout and any unit is fine. She was also scared after being kidnapped before. This neighborhood has security guards, so strangers can't enter. All the residents are military officers, making it one of the safest places in the city. She followed Qin Yuanzheng to the 2nd floor of Building 5, Unit 1. There are only 2 apartments on this floor, with doors right next to each other. The neighboring apartment is already occupied, and its door is closed. Qin Yuanzheng took out the key and handed it to Xiao Lanshu, saying, here, you open the door. Xiao Lanshu took the key and opened the door. The house isn't big, just a 2-bedroom, 2 living rooms, small apartment. The kitchen is on the balcony, facing south, with plenty of sunlight. The conditions here are very good. Back in her old house in Yang City, they still used well water. But these new houses already have running water. She walked around inside. Since there was heating, there was no traditional bed, just wooden frame beds in both rooms. There were dining tables and chairs, but no sofa. The living room only had a 1.2-meter wooden cabinet. Everything else was gone. However, the sewing machine and bicycle Qin Yuanjing mentioned were placed in the living room. There was also a Shanghai brand ladies' mechanical watch on top of the cabinet. Qin Yuanjing bought it specially, costing 150 yuan. He took the watch and said to Qiao Lanshu, "Here, try wearing the watch." She looked at the bicycle. It's a women's bike, which is more expensive than the common models by a few dozen yuan because fewer are made. But the standard bikes are too tall for her, and she's not tall enough to ride one. This women's bike fits her perfectly. She gently touched it with affection. Her stepmother had a similar one, and she was very jealous. But her stepmother never let her ride it. When she was going to school, she had to walk over 40 minutes each way, taking at least an hour and a half every day. She also wanted a bicycle, but her stepmother said young people should exercise more and wouldn't buy one for her. So she didn't dare to ask again. Now Qin Yuanjing bought her a bike, and she still couldn't believe it. "Is this bicycle really for me?" she asked. When she looked at the bike, her eyes sparkled like she was looking at a treasure. Seeing her like this, Qin Yuanjing couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, "Of course. If you want anything in the future, just tell me and I'll buy it for you." Then he suddenly walked over, took her hand, and held it. This was the first time he had held his wife's hand. Jalanshu looked up at him in surprise. He lowered his head, holding her small, greenish hand. His rough, thick fingers gently rubbed her hand, making her face turn red. He took out a watch and gently put it on her wrist, saying, "See if the watch fits." Jalanshu blushed and said, "You're spending too much. Why did you buy so many things?" She hadn't expected any of this before. If she had known Qin Yuanjing would buy a sewing machine, she would have tried to stop him because she didn't know how to make clothes. She didn't know how to use a sewing machine, but since they had one at home, she thought she might learn someday. Although she hadn't learned in her past life either. Qin Yuanjing softly said, "These are all necessary for the wedding. You know, the 3 turns and the 108 legs." Jalanshu had heard of these before but didn't know much about them as no one had explained. When she came here to find her husband, she wasn't thinking about all this. Qin Yuanjing put the watch on her wrist, then gently ruffled her hair and said softly, "You really are a silly girl." It was so easy to fool her. Luckily, he met her. From now on, he would have to watch over her carefully. Qin Yuanjing and Jalanshu came out of the house. He said, "There's a department store nearby. Let's go there tomorrow to look around and buy some daily necessities." Since they were getting married, they needed to prepare things properly. Qin Yuanjing had served in the army for over 10 years. Most of the money he earned, aside from what he sent home, he kept for himself. He used to think money wasn't very important because the army provided food and accommodation. Now that she has a wife, he feels that everything at home is missing and needs to be bought. He sees everything and wants to buy it for Qiao Lanshu, always feeling that no matter how much he gives, it's not enough to show his love. Qiao Lanshu comes out of the house and asks, "Are you still going to work at the army?" Qin Yuanjing nods. "I've taken a week off for our wedding, but it's not approved yet. I need to go today. You should go back to the military dormitory first." The house is empty. His belongings haven't been moved in yet. But Xiaoyang, the platoon leader, has already brought Qiao Lanshu's things here. Qiao Lanshu says no need. "I want to clean up here a bit. I'll stay and tidy things up. When you finish work tonight, you can bring your things over. Let's stay here tonight." Qin Yuanjing looks at her rosy face and feels a little moved. They're already married and legally a couple, so tonight. He gently ruffles her hair and softly says, "Okay, just tidy up a little. I'll be back soon, and we can do the rest together." Qiao Lanshu stands at the door, shyly nodding. Qin Yuanjing takes a few steps back and tells her, "Wait for me to come back." Qiao Lanshu waves her hand, "Okay." After Qin Yuanjing leaves, Qiao Lanshu goes home to clean up. The house is quite clean since it's new and no one has lived here before. The house is very new, but a bit dusty. She finds a towel from her luggage, brought from her hometown, and uses it as a cloth. She wipes the tables, chairs, windowsills, and everything inside and outside. The water is too cold, making her small hands turn red from the cold. After finishing inside, she wipes the front door as well. At this moment, a neighbor, who had returned some time earlier, hears the noise and opens the door. A young woman with 2 braids appears. The woman is slightly plump, wearing a bright red jacket. When she sees Xiao Lanshu, she smiles and asks, "Oh, are you Qin Captain's family member?" Xiao Lanshu, holding the cloth, nods and says, "Hello, I'm Xiao Lanshu, Qin Captain's." She pauses briefly and then says, "Family member." The neighbor smiled and said, "Oh, it's Comrade Xiao Qiao. My name is Huang Erling. I am the captain of the 2nd Independent Battalion at Nanjiao Forest Farm, and I am related to Zhao Jiannong. By the way, my Jiannong once fought alongside Captain Qin. Yesterday, Jiannong told me that he'll be your neighbor now, and he asked me to take good care of you. He said you're from the south. Isn't the title Captain of the 2nd Independent Battalion at Nanjiao Forest Farm something Sun Mingyong made up to deceive her? Unexpectedly, she now lives next to Captain Zhao. What a coincidence." Xiao Lanshu nodded and said, "My hometown is Yangqing." Huang Erling exclaimed, "Oh, little girl, you've traveled so far. Truly, fate connects people across 1,000 miles. This is all destiny." Xiao Lanshu also felt that perhaps she and Qin Yuanzheng are connected by this fate. 2 lives, 2 blessings. Huang Erling stepped forward and said, "Are you tidying up the house? Do you want some help? I have a mop and a broom. I can come help you sweep the floor." Xiao Lanshu didn't have a mop, so she quickly said, "Please lend me your mop. I can sweep the floor myself." Huang Erling took the mop and bucket and came over to help her clean. She said, "Oh, I see you're not very good at chores. Let me help you. The children are at school, and I have no work. I might as well help." Hearing this, Xiao Lanshu couldn't help but ask, "Are family members of soldiers given jobs?" The house wasn't big, and Huang Erling worked quickly. She finished sweeping the living room in no time. When Xiao Lanshu reached to take the mop, she didn't let her. While mopping, Huang Erling said, "Well, it's not impossible to arrange work, but it depends on the opportunity. My 2 daughters are in school, and I need to take care of them and cook for them, so I haven't fought for a job." She looked at Xiao Lanshu and asked, "How old are you?" Xiao Lanshu was wiping the table and replied, 18. Huang Erling smiled and said, "I also got married at 18. My oldest daughter is 10. Have you gone to school?" Xiao Lanshu said, "Yes, I just finished high school and came to the army to find my husband." Huang Erling then suggested, "I heard that the propaganda department is setting up literacy classes for soldiers. They need teachers for these classes. Why don't you try to apply? I'm not sure if there are still any vacant positions available. By the way, I heard that the food factory plans to hire temporary workers at the end of the year. You might want to ask about that. Currently, literacy classes are becoming popular. Not only in the military but also in various factories and departments, many are setting up literacy classes. Ordinary people who are interested can also attend these classes to learn. In the military, some literacy teachers are transferred from different schools, while others are recruited from the families of soldiers. Family members of soldiers can work as teachers in the propaganda department, but they don't receive a salary, only a small allowance, and there are no official positions. To become a permanent staff member, they probably need to wait for an opportunity. The requirements are strict. You must have a high school diploma to qualify. As for the temporary workers at the food factory, they receive a fixed salary and can eat at the canteen. Xiao Lanshu can ask about both options. Hearing Huang Erling talk like this, Xiao Lanshu thought to herself that after getting married, she still needs to find a job. Staying at home all day would be pretty boring. In her previous life, she worked at the North City food factory. Maybe she can ask about that this time. Since Qin Yuanzheng cannot have children, she doesn't need to take care of any kids. After Huang Erling finished mopping the floor, she took the mop and bucket back to the next door. Xiao Lanshu felt a bit shy. She held 5 or 6 walnut cakes that Qin Yuanzheng bought for her, wrapped in oil paper, and took them next door. "Elder sisterling, thank you for your help. These walnut cakes smell so good. Please try one." Huang Erling quickly pushed her hand away. "You don't need to be so polite." Qin Tuan used to take good care of Jian Nong for my family. I'm just returning the favor. From now on, we're neighbors, so we should get along well and help each other. Qiao Lanshu insisted on placing the walnut cakes on their table and said, "Give some to the children. They're still young and need to grow strong." Hearing this, Huang Erling took the walnut cakes. She looked at Qiao Lanshu. She was very pretty and looked quite young, only 18 years old. Her family isn't nearby, which made her seem very endearing. Huang Erling asked, "Do you want to go to the department store to buy some things? It's not far from here, 6 floors tall, with everything you could need." "Have you been there before?" Huang Erling spoke softly and subtly said, "Captain Qin is so tall and strong, with a sturdy body. Your little frame might not be able to handle him." She lowered her voice and said, "It's a good idea to buy some nutritious food. When you get back, you can also strengthen your body. From now on, you need to take good care of yourself. Otherwise, with Qiao Lanshu's weak and delicate body, she might not withstand Qin Yanwang's demands." Since she was free anyway, Qiao Lanshu decided to go shopping with Huang Erling near the military housing area. Dragon City isn't big, but it has 3 department stores. The one Huang Erling took her to is the closest to the military housing, and it's 3 floors high. They sell all kinds of things: towels, soap, watches, bicycles, anything you want, but you need tickets. Without tickets, having money doesn't help. When Qiao Lanshu left home, her father gave her 500 yuan, along with 200 yuan worth of national food coupons, plus some food tickets and cloth tickets. He sent her off on the train mainly to accompany the troops. So these items are basically her dowry. Now she has these tickets, and she can buy some fabric to make new clothes. After all, she's getting married, so she needs to wear something red and festive. Huang Erling and Qiao Lanshu walked for about 10 minutes and reached the department store. Passing by the fabric counter, Huang Erling asked Qiao Lanshu, "Do you want to make new clothes? The plain fabric costs 45 cents, and the corduroy is a bit more expensive at $1.50. But corduroy is warmer. Take a look." The clerk at the fabric counter knew Huang Erling. She looked at Qiao Lanshu and asked, "Sister Ling, who is this?" "Your sister-in-law." Huang Erling smiled and said, "I don't have such a pretty sister-in-law. This is Qin Captain's family member, Comrade Qiao. She's getting married, so I brought her to buy some fabric." The clerk's eyes widened instantly, staring at Qiao Lanshu intently. Qiao Lanshu thought, "Why does everyone look at me like that when they hear I'm related to Qin Yuanjing?" She felt a bit strange. The clerk, surprised, asked Huang Erling, "Sister Ling, how old is this girl? Does she know about Captain Qin?" She quickly stopped herself, feeling a little embarrassed, and glanced at Qiao Lanshu. She wanted to say that Captain Qin was not incapable, but the young girl already knew that. However, Huang Erling was glaring at her, so she didn't dare to speak. She quickly took out a few pieces of cloth and said, "Maybe you can look at this? This twill fabric is quite thick and sturdy. It only costs 6 mao, so it's not expensive. Look at this military green color. It can be used to make a uniform. Wearing it will look very spirited. Nowadays, both men and women like to wear military-style clothes, so fabric in this color is very popular. Twill fabric is warm, durable, and resistant to wear. It can last for years if sewn well. With some mending, it can be worn for 3 more years. A single piece of clothing can last 10 years. Qiao Lanshu touched the fabric and thought it was good. She said, "Let's go with this." "Sister Ling, how many yards do I need to make a set of clothes?" Qiao Lanshu didn't know much about making clothes. Huang Erling looked at her height and said, 7 yards will be more than enough. When Qiao Lanshu arrived here, she only brought 4 sets of clothes she wore in Yangcheng. They were thin and couldn't be worn before summer. Now, she only had a new cotton-padded jacket, and she needed at least 2 more sets to be comfortable. Her father had given her 20 yards of fabric vouchers, so she bought 14 yards. After the clerk cut the fabric, Qiao also bought a pair of warm suede shoes. She initially wanted to buy small leather shoes, but they wouldn't be suitable for this weather. Wearing warm shoes was more practical. She already had snow cream for her face, but she still needed some daily necessities. She asked Huang Erling to go with her to the household goods section, where they bought soap, towels, 2 basins, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Xiao Lanshu looked around the department store, saw water buckets, and bought 2. She also bought a water scoop and a basin stand. Finally, she bought 5 bowls, 5 pairs of chopsticks, 2 stainless steel basins, and 5 plates. She was very happy buying these things because she was about to start her own small family. It felt new and exciting, and she looked forward to it. She bought quite a few things, but luckily, Huang Erling helped carry them. Huang Erling then asked, "Have you bought a mattress?" Their house only had beds, so they didn't need a Kong heated brick bed. But a bed was just a simple wooden frame, and a mattress was still necessary. Xiao Lanshu asked, "Where can I buy a mattress, Huang Erling?" "Go look for it, but it's not easy to find. These days, everyone is busy with work. Maybe you should make a couple of thicker mats. They'll keep you warm." Xiao Lanshu nodded. "That's a good idea. Making mats also needs fabric, so she needs to go buy some cotton. After all, mats require cotton." Huang Erling looked at Xiao Lanshu, who was still young and had no family to help her with marriage. She had to think and buy everything herself, which was quite sad. Qin Yuanjing's family also wasn't nearby and couldn't help. Fortunately, little Xiao is young but quick and willing to listen to advice. Qin Yuanjing, being older, is caring and thoughtful. Together, they will surely have a better life in the future. Xiao Lanshu and Huang Erling couldn't carry everything anymore, so they first took the things they bought and went back to the military housing area. At the gate, 2 guards saw them. One hurried over and said, "Sister-in-law, which floor do you live on? I can help carry your things." Xiao Lanshu felt a bit shy, but Huang Erling seemed used to it. She said, "Building 5, Unit 1, 2nd floor." "Thank you, young comrade." The young guard carried all the things and quickly walked away. Xiao Lanshu. She hadn't even had a chance to say thank you. Huang Erling smiled and said, "No wonder he's so strong and energetic." Xiao Lanshu smiled but didn't know how to respond. Seeing her shy look, Huang Erling said, "This is one of the benefits of being a military family. We can live in such a safe community, and guards are always ready to help. When my child was small, I let her play in the yard. I didn't have to watch her all the time because the guards at the gate would close the door tightly to keep everyone safe. Sometimes, if there's a special situation at home and they can't send the children to daycare, the guards help by taking the children. They are happy to help with errands because they are comrades and share a strong revolutionary bond. They treat these children as if they were their own." When they reached the 2nd floor, they saw the guard had placed the bags at the door and was standing there watching. The guard knew who Xiao Lanshu was. She was the family member of Captain Qin. Huang Erling said, "Young comrade, thank you for your hard work. Come in and have some tea." The young comrade quickly shook his head and said, "No need, sister-in-law. I will go back to stand guard now. Their guard room usually has 2 people on duty. The rules are not very strict, and 1 guard can sometimes help by running errands." Xiao Lanshu hurriedly opened the door and took out all the remaining walnut crisps. She handed them to the guard and said, "Thank you for your hard work on duty. Take these to fill your stomach." The guard refused to accept them, saying, "No, sister-in-law. We have rules that we can't accept things from you. In fact, except for supplies from the army, no one else is allowed to give them anything." So, the guard quickly turned and ran away. Xiao Lanshu was left speechless. Huang Erling helped her carry the things into the house, looked around, and said, "Our house is quite new. See, the walls are all white, so we don't need to paste newspaper on them anymore. By the way, did we forget to buy a pot today?" Xiao Lanshu smiled and said, "No need to buy a pot. Commander Qin's dorm has one, and he will bring it over." Huang Erling smiled and said, "That's good. I have to go now. The children are about to finish school. I'll pick them up and buy some groceries. If next time you want to buy groceries and don't know the way, just ask me. I'll take you there." Xiao Lanshu gratefully saw her to the door and said, "Elder sisterling, thank you so much for your help today." Huang Erling waved her hand and said, "No need to be polite. From now on, we are neighbors. There's a saying that close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Let's get along well and help each other." Xiao Lanshu nodded and watched Huang Erling go back to the neighbor's house. She started to tidy up the things she bought today. However, she realized that she had only bought usable items and forgot to buy food. Later, when Qin Yuanzheng returned, she planned to ask him to buy some. Also, she looked at the fabric and cotton she bought and felt worried because she didn't know how to make clothes.
She needed someone to help her with that.
She just forgot to ask Huang Erling earlier. She went next door again, trying to ask her before she left. Huang Erling immediately said, "Girl, if you trust me, just give me the stuff. I can help you make it. Look at the clothes I'm wearing. Everything is handmade by me." Huang Erling was currently unemployed and often had free time. She sometimes took on small jobs, helping people make clothes and quilts to earn some pocket money. Xiao Lanxu naturally trusted her and immediately said, "Of course I trust you." She said this and took out a big bundle of cloth, giving it to Huang Erling. "Sister Ling, I want to make a set of cotton padded jacket, a set of everyday clothes, and 2 thicker mattresses. I don't know if I have enough cotton.
Please help me check.
If not, I will go buy more." Her cotton voucher was used up, but she could ask Qin Yuanzheng if he had any. Neither of them had help with packing. They needed 2 sets of mattresses and 2 sets of quilts, all to be made new. After all, Qin Yuanzheng's quilts were issued by the army, single quilts, and they couldn't use them now that they were married. Huang Erling returned the money to her and said, "No need for so much. Just 5 yuan is enough. Let's move the things to my house first. Tonight, I will help you make the clothes." Huang Erling immediately moved the recently bought fabric and cotton to the next door room. Then she took 5 yuan from Xiao Lanxu and went out to pick up the children. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzheng was thinking that today's move might leave him no time to cook for his wife. So, he took 2 aluminum lunch boxes, went to the cafeteria to get food, and then left the office with the lunch boxes. He first returned to his dormitory, packed his clothes, daily necessities, a steaming pot, a frying pan, and other kitchen tools, and put everything in the car to take to the new home. His dorm was empty, as there wasn't much there to begin with. The furniture belonged to the army, so he couldn't take it. He looked around, saw nothing worth taking, and left the dorm, locking the door behind him. As he was leaving, he saw his cousin Yang Wenyuan approaching. Yang Wenyuan pushed his bicycle and said, "Yuanzheng, I finally found you. Your sister-in-law made stew meat and vegetable stew tonight. Come back and eat with us." Qin Yuanzheng had occasionally gone to Yang Wenyuan's house for meals before. But now he shook his head and said, "No, cousin, I have other things to do." Yang Wenyuan thought he was refusing and sighed. "About Wang Huiping last time, I really didn't know. Your sister-in-law, and I had no idea. Don't take it to heart." Qin Yuanzheng nodded and said, "I understand, cousin. I'm married now, and I've been busy moving these days. I'll hold a wedding in 3 days. You and your wife should come over for the celebration." Yang Wenyuan was stunned and looked at Qin Yuanzheng blankly. "Yuanzheng, what did you just say? Getting the marriage certificate? Married? To whom? Could it be Wang Huiping?" Qin Yuanzheng had no intention of hiding his plans from Yang Wenyuan. After all, getting married is a big happy event. Moreover, he told his cousin early on, so he wouldn't have to worry about him trying to set him up with someone else again. Yang Wenyuan carefully asked about his marriage, and Qin Yuanzheng explained everything to him in detail. He heard that the girl was only 18 years old from Yangqing, and Yang Wenyuan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, Yuanzheng, you know how people here usually marry locals, right?" Qin Yuanzheng nodded. "I know. Nowadays, marrying someone from another place is quite risky. After all, who doesn't love their hometown? The girl has lived in the south all her life, and now she's suddenly moving to the north, thousands of miles away. Not to mention the local food habits, just the climate might be hard for her to handle. She might not be able to stand it after a few years and could run away with her family's money. By then, she would only be in her early 20s, and it wouldn't be hard to find someone else." But Qin Yuanzheng wasn't worried about her running away. If she dared to leave, not just 1,000 miles, even if it was 10,000 miles apart, he would find her and bring her back. Marriage was her own choice, and she had no room to regret. Seeing Qin Yuanzheng's expression, Yang Wenyuan asked, "Have you registered the marriage?" Qin Yuanzheng nodded. "Yes, just this morning." Yang Wenyuan was actually a bit surprised. In the past, when he introduced girls to Qin Yuanzheng, They often couldn't decide after a few meetings. But now, he suddenly said they had registered their marriage. It seemed he really liked this girl a lot. Yang Wenyuan said, "You're finally married. I'm really happy for you. As your older brother, I'll buy you a sewing machine and a bicycle." Qin Yuanjing replied, "Cousin, you don't need to spend money. I already bought those." Yang Wenyuan. Yang Wenyuan. Did you also buy a watch? Qin Yuanjing nodded. Yang Wenyuan was silent for a moment, thinking how much Qin Yuanjing liked this girl to buy so many things. Then he asked, "What about furniture? Does your house have a sofa? I can buy you a small sofa." Qin Yuanjing hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse again. He nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, cousin." Yang Wenyuan asked again, "Your neighborhood must be connected to the heating from the mining area, right? No need to use a Kong bed anymore." Qin Yuanjing shook his head. "No, I sleep on a bed in the building. Yang Wenyuan also has a bed at home." He said, "The mattress from the south is better. Here, we all use thick quilts. You might not have enough cotton tickets, right? I'll bring some cotton tickets for you. The girl is from the south, probably afraid of the cold. Make the quilt thicker so she'll sleep comfortably." Yang Wenyuan thought of everything like a caring mother. Qin Yuanjing had also planned to make a quilt, but after hearing Yang Wenyuan, he didn't refuse. The two of them took a detour to Yang Wenyuan's house. Yang Wenyuan went inside and gave Qin Yuanjing all the cotton tickets he had saved. He said to Qin Yuanjing, "I saw some nice fabric sofas at the department store. I'll buy you a double sofa. It would look good in the living room. Do you like the one I have at home? How about I buy that one?" Yang Wenyuan's sofa at home was a double sofa, soft and comfortable to sit on. Qin Yuanjing didn't really plan to buy a sofa, but after Yang Wenyuan mentioned it, he thought Xiao Qiao would probably like it very much. After all, she was a delicate girl and probably didn't like those wooden benches. He nodded and said, "Cousin, just buy the one from your house." Yang Wenyuan nodded. "Okay, I'll deliver it to you tomorrow." He patted Qin Yuanjing on the shoulder and said, "Since you're married, you should enjoy life. As long as the two of you get along well, you can live happily and prosperously." Qin Yuanjing nodded in response. He was in a hurry to go home and see Qiao Lanshu, so he didn't stay long. He put the cotton tickets in his pocket, then drove back to the military compound gate. After parking the car, he carried 2 lunch boxes in thermal bags and some things he moved from the military district dormitory. He went back to his home. In the afternoon, he gave the keys to Qiao Lanshu. Since he didn't keep any on himself, he knocked on the door. Before long, he heard Qiao Lanshu's voice inside. Qiao Lanshu was probably busy with something. She called out, "Coming." Hearing her voice, Qin Yuanjing couldn't help but smile. He said, "It's me." Qiao Lanshu quickly opened the door, her eyes shining as she looked at him. "You're finally back." She looked outside and saw it was already dark, still wondering why he hadn't come home yet. Qin Yuanjing brought in some things, looked at her bright eyes, and asked softly, "Are you bored staying home alone?" Qiao Lanshu shook her head. "No, I went shopping today at the department store. Towels, basins, and so on." She chattered about her shopping trip with Huang Erlin and even showed Qin Yuanjing the things she bought. Qin Yuanjing took off his coat and hung it on the wall, praising her. "My wife is really capable." Qiao Lanshu. Hearing this, she immediately blushed. He called her his wife. Qin Yuanjing looked at her blushing face and thought, "Is that all? She's still shy and blushing?" He said, "I brought back some food from the cafeteria. Wash your hands and let's eat." They sat at the clean dining table and started eating. Today they had noodles with a spicy and sour shredded cabbage salad. Qiao Lanshu, probably hungry, thought it tasted good. After eating, Qin Yuanjing spread out the bedding he brought from his dorm and made a bed for Qiao Lanshu to sleep in herself. He then went to sleep in the room next door. Qiao Lanshu. Lying on the bed, she felt a big difference. They're both officially married, so why isn't Qin Zhongzhang sleeping with her? Does he not like her? Is he just afraid she might get pregnant? But in her past life, Brother Zheng had a very strong desire for her, bothering her several times a day, always wanting more. Qiao Lanshu, wearing a thin long-sleeved shirt, wrapped herself in the quilt, her long hair loose. She reached out, shook her hair, and suddenly gathered her courage to sit up. She got off the bed, walked to the next room, and politely knocked on the door. Soon, Qin Yuanjing opened the door. When he saw Qiao Lanshu, he paused, took a breath, and asked softly, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Qiao Lanshu blushed as she looked at him and whispered, "It's too cold. I can't sleep." Qin Yuanjing. He was only wearing a vest and didn't feel cold at all. The room was warm enough. He was silent for a moment before saying, "You go back and lie down first. I'll bring you my blanket." Jalansha stood there without moving and asked, "Can I sleep with you?" Qin Yuanjing listened to Jalanshu and swallowed hard. He was actually afraid to sleep with Jalanshu because he might not be able to control himself. He is a healthy, normal man with lots of energy. If a delicate girl like her lies next to him, who could resist? But he also worried that little Jalansha's body might not handle it well. So, he was quite conflicted. When he was in the next room, he couldn't sleep at all. Jalansha saw he wasn't speaking and asked sadly, "Captain Qin, haven't we already registered our marriage? Don't married couples sleep together?" Qin Yuanjing was silent for a moment and then said, "All right, you go back first. I'll bring the blanket over." He thought to himself, "It's just sleeping together. Nothing more." It's normal for the girl to feel cold since the quilt at home isn't ready yet. He brought 2 single blankets from the dorm and spread them on the bed, filling the double bed perfectly. He pressed on the blanket and told Jalanshu, "My cousin gave me a few pounds of cotton tickets. I've saved some myself. Tomorrow, I'll buy some cotton to make a new mattress and blankets, and it'll be warmer." When Yang Wenyuan and Deng Xiaojun got married, they made their own bedding, so he had been saving cotton for years and was reluctant to use it. Now, he gave Qin Yuanjing all 5 pounds of cotton tickets he had saved. Qin Yuanjing also had a few pounds of cotton tickets saved up. Plus, since he was married, he could apply for material subsidies, probably getting an extra pound or 2 of cotton tickets. Since it's in the north and the weather is cold, cotton ticket supplies are more abundant than in the south. He calculated that, with some exchanges with his comrades, he could make 1 thick quilt, 1 thin quilt, and 2 blankets. Hearing this, Jalanshu immediately said, "I brought some cotton tickets myself. Today, I bought some fabric to make a padded jacket. I asked Sister Ling next door to help me sew it." Qin Yuanjing nodded. "I'll give you some more fabric tickets. Make 2 more sets of clothes. It's cold here, don't hesitate to use the tickets. Now, everything costs tickets and sometimes, money isn't as useful as tickets." Since Qin Yuanjing is older and has not married yet, he has saved a lot of money. Otherwise, someone else, like Officer Xiaoyang, might not have as much savings. After tidying up the bed, Qin Yuanjing said, "It's ready. Sleep early." He then took a small oil lamp, lit it, and placed it inside the room, turning off the electric light. Qiao Lanshu sat on the bed and looked at Qin Yuanjing in the dim light. "Captain Qin, are you sleeping here too?" Seeing her eager eyes, Qin Yuanjing hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, aren't you cold?" Hearing this, Qiao Lanshu felt happy. It seemed Qin Yuanjing didn't dislike her. She immediately lay down, pulled the blanket over herself, and slept straight and neat. Qin Yuanjing paused, looked at her lying on the bed, and after a moment of silence, he also lay down. For a while, both of them lay on their sides of the bed, with the middle empty enough to plant 2 acres of land. Qiao Lanshu turned her head and secretly looked at Qin Yuanjing. She saw him lying there, straight and tall like a small poplar tree. She found it strange. She was lying with her husband, yet Qin Yuanjing seemed completely unaffected. Could it be that the issue they discussed about not having children was about something else? But in her past life, Brother Zheng at 30 or 40 was very vigorous. Lost in her thoughts, Qiao Lanshu's face turned red. She decided to find a topic to talk about. She asked, "Captain Qin, can I find a job in the future?" She had no relatives here and the competition for jobs was fierce, so she had to rely on Qin Yuanjing to help her find work. In her past life, she worked at a food factory. The factory director was Qin Yuanjing's cousin, and they met through Yang Wenyuan. When Qin Yuanjing heard her question, he turned his head and looked at her in the dim candlelight. "You want to work?" Qiao Lanshu nodded. "Yes, I need something to do." She didn't want to rely too much on men. Living far from home, Women should have their own work and income. Qin Yuanjing paused and seemed to be thinking. He said, finding a job isn't hard, but getting a permanent position is more difficult. We have many factories here. My cousin is the director at the North City Food Factory. Suddenly, he remembered that Sun Mingyong had worked at a food factory before, and Sun Mingyong's father-in-law, Wei Jingya, was also a director there. He immediately said, forget it, the food factory isn't suitable. I'll ask around tomorrow to see if there's a simple job for you. He thought that little Qiao was young, gentle, and simple-minded, so she should have an easy job. But he didn't know where there might be an opening. Xiao Lanshu turned to the side and looked at Qin Yuanzheng in the dark. She asked, if the food factory isn't hiring, I heard the propaganda department is looking for teachers for the literacy class. Can I go there? Qin Yuanzheng raised an eyebrow. You want to do that? He thought for a moment. He knew the head of the propaganda department and could ask him to take care of Xiao Lanshu. However, the literacy class was for soldiers who hadn't learned to read. They were rough and rude, often military troublemakers. Little Qiao was shy and young. What if she was harassed? Qin Yuanjing shook his head. No, that's not suitable. Let me think about it some more. Xiao Lanshu looked at him silently. Qin Yuanjing noticed her gaze and, with his ears turning red, said, go to sleep. It's late. Feeling brave, Xiao Lanshu lifted her blanket and moved closer to Qin Yuanjing's bed. Then, under Qin Yuanjing's surprised gaze, she slipped into his quilt. Qin Yuanjing was already hot and restless. His blanket was just casually draped over him, making him feel warm all over. Xiao Lanshu crawled into his quilt, leaning her body against his arm, blushing as she looked up at him. Qin Yuanjing's muscles tensed instantly, his whole body stiff as stone. He didn't dare to move. His right arm touched something soft, and the sensation made him sweat. He was afraid to move his arm, worried that if he used too much force, he might hurt the girl. His voice was tight and a little hoarse. What are you doing? Xiao Lanshu looked at him and whispered, Captain Qin, I'm cold. Qin Yuanjing. Qin Yuanjing said nervously, should I cover you with my blanket? Xiao Lanshu felt a little upset when she heard this. She asked, why did you marry me? Are you afraid I might threaten you with sterilization? Qin Yuanjing. He frowned and softly said, of course not. No one can threaten me. As a soldier, how could he be easily threatened? If he didn't want it, no one could make him marry. Seeing Xiao Lanshu look disappointed, his heart softened.
He quickly said, I
like you. That's why I registered the marriage. Xiao Lanshu immediately looked up, her eyes shining as she looked at him. Really? Then she asked, Captain Qin, can you hug me? Qin Yuanjing. Just a hug, nothing more. Why was he so nervous? His heart was pounding, and his palms were sweaty. He didn't refuse her. He reached across her waist and the gap between the bed and her, gently hooking her, and pressed the small girl into his arms. Although Xiao Lanshu took the initiative, at this moment, her face pressed against his firm muscles, and she didn't dare to make a sound. She just lay on his chest, her heart pounding loudly, not daring to speak. Qin Yuanjing's whole body was tense. He held her with one arm and gently tidied her messy hair with the other. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, all right, can we sleep now? Xiao Lanshu didn't dare speak. She nodded silently. She actually thought that since they were married, maybe they could do what married couples do. But Qin Yuanjing didn't take the initiative, so she didn't dare to say anything. How could Qin Yuanjing be so patient? Could it be that he saw her as a child and lost interest? Thinking this, Xiao Lanshu reached out and hugged Qin Yuanjing again. Her hand brushed over his body, and he suddenly shivered. He grabbed her hand tightly and asked in a hoarse voice, what are you doing? Xiao Lanshu blinked and said, I want to hug you too. She made it so obvious. If Qin Yuanjing didn't understand, it would be awkward. Qin Yuanjing lowered his head to look at her and softly said, stop messing around. Zhou Lan's hand was pressed against his, touching his firm abs. She said, I'm not joking. We're married now, so can't we be close? She insisted that this man take responsibility. Her hand stroked his abs. Qin Yuanjing, already feeling uncomfortable, let out a muffled sound. Suddenly, he flipped over and pressed Zhou Lan onto the bed. Just then, there was a loud crack. Zhou Lan felt a sudden emptiness behind her and screamed. Immediately, Qin Yuanzheng quickly caught her in his arms. Then, both of them fell to the ground. Qin Yuanzheng held her tightly, one hand protecting her head and the other her back. They lay under the bed, staring at the broken wooden bed in shock. Qin Yuanzheng. Zhou Lan. Looking at Qin Yuanzheng helplessly said, I didn't use much force just now, did I? He only pressed Zhou Lan onto the bed. Who knew the bed was so fragile? When they got on the bed earlier, he heard it creaking, as if it was unstable. But at the time, his attention was fully on Zhou Lan, so he didn't think much of it. At this moment, the door next door opened. Huang Erling, still wearing an apron and covered in cotton fluff, was staying up late making clothes. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang from the next room, followed by Zhou Lan's scream. She wondered if Qin Yuanzheng had returned. After all, Zhao Jiannong from her family hadn't come back. Worried that something had happened to Zhou Lan, she knocked on the door. Xiao Qiao, are you okay? What was that noise just now? Zhou Lan blushed as she came out of the room. She put on a coat, opened the door, and said with a red face, Elder Sister Ling, it's so late. Why are you asleep? Huang Erling looked at her face and asked, what happened just now? Are you all right? Zhou Lan blushed and shook her head. I'm fine. Just the bed broke. Huang Erling. She looked surprised. The bed broke? At this moment, she saw Qin Yuanzheng come out of the room. He was wearing long pants and a military green vest. He was tall, muscular, and looked quite intimidating with his gloomy expression. Huang Erling was startled and took a step back. She lowered her voice and said, So, Qin Tuan from her family has returned. Jola nodded and said, Yes. Huang Erling quickly apologized. Sorry. I really didn't know you two were busy. Oh, this is quite a mess. I'll go back now. You two continue. She hurriedly went back to her room feeling awkward. Good heavens, no wonder Commander Qin, who has been abstinent for 30 years, is so fierce. On their first night of marriage, he already broke the bed. Truly impressive. I wonder how intense tonight will be. As for little Qiao, with her small frame, Commander Qin could handle two of her. I wonder if she can keep up. Huang Erling awkwardly ran back to the next room. Meanwhile, Jolin looked back with a blushing face and gazed at Qin Yuanzheng. Qin Yuanzheng walked over, closed the door, then wrapped his arms around Jolin and gently patted her head. He softly asked, Did I scare you? After a moment he added, Tomorrow, I'll get someone to make a new bed. It needs to be sturdy. That night, Jolin and Qin Yuanzheng went to sleep in the second bedroom. Fortunately, there was a bed there too. Before sleeping, Qin Yuanzheng checked the bed frame. In the middle of the night, he took a hammer and nails and fixed the bed thoroughly. Next door, Colonel Zhao Jianlong returned late at night. Hearing the noise, he went inside, took off his coat, and hung it on the wall. Seeing his wife still awake, she was sewing clothes in the corner of the living room. He quietly asked, Has Commander Qin moved in next door? Why is he making so much noise late at night? Huang Erling looked up from her work and asked, Why so late today? Have you eaten? Zhao Jianlong works at the Nanjiao forest farm. Their unit is stationed there, managing the labor camp and building roads. Originally, there was only a dirt road from the city to Nanjiao forest farm, with buses running twice a day, stopping at 6 p.m. Now, because they need to transport coal from the mine, a new road is being built from Nanjiao Forest Farm, and Zhao Jianlong's 2nd Independent Battalion is responsible for the construction. He is usually busy, often leaving early and returning late. He told Huang Erling, Yes, I've eaten. The meal was at the army canteen. Today there was a meeting, so I was a bit late. All the trouble was caused by Sun Mingyong, who not only pretended to be an officer, but also falsely claimed that title for himself. Because of this, Commander Li called him in for questioning, and after returning, he held a meeting with the entire unit. It was an unexpected problem. He changed his clothes, took a quick shower, and came out. The noise from next door was still going on. He said, Captain Qin is so energetic. It's late, and he's still knocking. It's too disruptive to sleep in the middle of the night. Captain Qin isn't usually like that. He put down the towel he was using to dry his hair and said to Huang Erling, I'll go see what's going on and see if I can help. Huang Erling paused her sewing, glared at him, and whispered, What help can you give? Come back. Zhao Jiannong hesitated, then walked over and looked at her, asking softly, What's happening? Huang Erling whispered, Captain Qin moved in with his wife today. It was probably quite lively tonight. The bed broke. I went to check, and the young lady's face was all red. Captain Qin is probably busy fixing the bed, Zhao Jiannong. He couldn't help but laugh quietly and said, Our Captain Qin isn't an ordinary person. Back when we were in the same squad, he was always first in training, tall, strong, and powerful. No one wanted to fight him. With his sturdy build, no wonder the bed broke. But on his wedding day, the bed broke. It's too funny. Zhao Jiannong almost burst out laughing. Next door, Qin Yuanzheng fixed the bed. He put away his tools, pressed on the bedboard, and saw that it was now stable. Only then did he start making the bed. By the time he finished, it was quite late. Xiao Lanshu was really too tired to keep her eyes open. She finally stopped fussing, lay quietly, covered herself with a blanket, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Qin Yuanzheng lay beside her, initially waiting for her to come over again. But soon after she lay down, her breathing became steady. Qin Yuanzheng. He turned to the side, stared at Xiao Lanshu's sleeping face, and as he watched, he ended up holding his wife in his arms. Since she was his wife, he could hold her whenever he wanted. Qin Yuanzheng held his soft, fragrant wife and closed his eyes contentedly. Indeed, having a wife makes a big difference, even though it was a bit uncomfortable to hold in. The next day, Qin Yuanzheng took Xiao Lanshu to the department store and bought some food and daily necessities. In the afternoon, Yang Wenyuan brought a two-seater sofa over. The sofa was made of velvet, beige in color, about 1.5 meters long, just right for the living room. Yang Wenyuan patted the sofa and said to Xiao Lanshu, Come, little sister-in-law, do you like this? If not, we can exchange it. I've already talked to the store manager. Xiao Lanshu went over, sat on the sofa, and said, This is very nice. Thank you, cousin. Yang Wenyuan looked at her and thought she seemed polite and well-behaved. She spoke confidently, so no wonder Qin Yuanzheng liked her. He then asked Qin Yuanzheng, Are you having the wedding at the army or at a restaurant? Qin Yuanzheng replied, At a restaurant. Just a small dinner with close friends. He had already paid for extra meals at the army cafeteria. Since the soldiers couldn't drink alcohol at work, he bought candies and gave 2 pieces of joy candy to each of his team members. Yang Wenyuan asked, Did you tell your parents? Are they coming? Qin Yuanzheng shook his head. They won't come. It's too far, and there's no need. When there's a chance later, I'll take little Qiao back to see them. Yang Wenyuan didn't say anything more. The wedding celebration had only 2 tables. Qin Yuanzheng invited close comrades and his cousin and his wife. This time, Deng Xiaozhen's younger brother, Deng Weijun, also came. He works at the food factory and usually lives in a dormitory, so he's quite familiar with Qin Yuanzheng. When he heard about Qin Yuanzheng's marriage, he insisted on coming to celebrate. Neighbor Xiao battalion commander and Huang Erling also came. Both tables were full. As people who had been reassigned, Lin and Xiaoyang looked at the young girl standing next to Qin Yuanzheng, dressed in a tight military uniform with 2 braids, feeling a bit jealous. Lin said to Xiaoyang, He used to worry about our battalion commander. Now, it looks like our battalion commander is the luckiest. Xiaoyang nodded. That's right. Our battalion commander has high standards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited this long. Everyone was drinking and eating together. Yang Wenyuan drank a lot and was very happy. He asked Qin Yuanzheng sitting nearby, Yuanzheng, after your sister-in-law gets married, does she need to go to work? Our food factory is hiring temporary workers right now. Maybe she can try it. Work is hard to find these days. Even temporary jobs are in high demand. Xiao Lanshua had recently checked with the publicity department. They already had enough literacy teachers and no openings. So when she heard Yang Wenyuan say this, she immediately nodded and asked, Cousin, can I go? I want to work. Qin Yuanzheng was silent. Deng Xiaozhen's younger brother, Deng Weijun, quickly said, "Sister-in-law, of course you can go. We need to find 5 or 6 people for the food factory. You can go, and my brother-in-law can arrange a simple job for you." Deng Weijun was talkative. He added, "Since you're coming back from the mine area to the military dormitory, you'll pass by the food factory. Qin will pick you up after work every day, so you don't have to walk alone." Qiao Lanshua's eyes lit up. She turned to look at Qin Yuanzheng expectantly. "Really? Then I'll go to the food factory." Qin Yuanzheng was silent. They had just gotten married and hadn't even finished their honeymoon leave. And now, little Qiao was already thinking about going to work? Qiao Lanshua wanted to work at the food factory, so Qin Yuanzheng naturally couldn't refuse. The girl wanted a job, and to go to work every day, that was a good thing. Otherwise, she had no relatives or friends here, and staying at home all day wasn't ideal. So he nodded and said, "All right, cousin Weijun, please take good care of my little Qiao." Yang Wenyuan waved his hand and said, "No problem, no problem. We're all family. No need to be polite." Deng Weijun, Deng Xiaozhen's younger brother, was startled by Qin Yuanzheng's words. He was just an ordinary worker. Usually, he was careful when talking to Qin Yuanzheng, the leader. Now, for little Qiao, Qin Yuanzheng had said please, which scared him. He quickly stood up and awkwardly said, "Leader Qin, don't worry. Little Qiao, you can rest assured. With me here, I won't let anyone bully you." Deng Xiaozhen looked at her simple-minded brother and didn't know what to say. Qin Yuanzheng raised his glass, stood up, and toasted Deng Weijun. "Thank you very much." Everyone looked at Qin Yuanzheng with surprise. Even Commander Lin and Lieutenant Xiao Yang exchanged glances. It seemed that little Qiao was very important in Captain Qin's heart. Captain Qin was clearly interested now. After finishing the meal, it was already 1 p.m. Yang Wenyuan told Qiao Lanshu to report to the food factory in a few days, and he would help fill out the application form. Then everyone dispersed to go back to work. Qin Yuanzheng thought it was still early, so he took Qiao Lanshu to buy a bed. Most beds now are custom-made, but there are also ready-made ones, though the styles are limited. They looked at the furniture section on the first floor of the department store. There weren't many ready-made beds, mostly wooden beds that needed assembly. The beds were also small, about 1.5 meters. Qin Yuanzheng reached out and pressed on the bed frame, frowning slightly. Qiao Lanshu thought the beds here didn't look as nice as those in Yangcheng. In Yangcheng, many wooden furniture pieces had beautiful, intricate carvings, but here they were much simpler. Still, the wood was good, and she looked at 2 beds and thought they were okay. She watched Qin Yuanzheng press on the bed frame, still frowning, and softly asked, "What's wrong? Is this one not good?" Qin Yuanzheng whispered, "Do you like it?" Qiao Lanshu shook her head. "Not exactly like, just think it's okay. There weren't many options here anyway." Qin Yuanzheng was not satisfied. He whispered to Qiao Lanshu, "This bed isn't good enough, not sturdy enough." He was strong and physically fit, worried that the bed wouldn't hold up. Qiao Lanshu didn't know his little thoughts. Anyway, Qin Yuanzheng was very reliable in handling things, so she trusted him completely. She said, "Let's look some more." Qin Yuanzheng took her hand, and they left the department store. He said, "Forget it, let's go back and make a Kong." Nothing is more stable than a Kong. It doesn't creak or collapse, no matter what. But he couldn't say that directly to Qiao Lanshu. He cleared his throat, hiding his true thoughts, and told her, "The wooden beds here are only 1.5 meters, too narrow for me. I'm worried I might squeeze you. Plus, those beds aren't very stable. They creak and are prone to rot. It's not worth buying." However, when it comes to building a Kong, a traditional heated bed, the rooms in the building do not have chimneys, so the Kong is only used for sleeping and cannot be used for burning. In the yard, there are also people who build Kangs. He can just build one like theirs when the time comes. Qiao Lanshua doesn't know about these details. She only needs to listen to him. She nods and says, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Qiao Lanshua is wrapped in a red scarf, with her nose exposed and reddened by the wind. Her bright black eyes look at him. Qin Yuanzheng feels soft inside. He can't help but reach out and pull her scarf, covering her nose. He softly says, "It's getting dark. Let's go back quickly." Qin Yuanzheng, now married, finally takes his first day off. It's still his honeymoon leave. But because of recent construction in the mining area and road repairs, Qin Yuanzheng needs to keep up with the work. So his superiors only give him 7 days off. He hasn't done much yet, and a day has already passed. Qin Yuanzheng drives the car and takes Qiao Lanshuo to the headquarters building of the construction corps. Qiao Lanshuo recognizes this place. Opposite the headquarters building is the train station. She looks at the train station across and feels a bit emotional. Qin Yuanzheng tells her, "Wait for me in the car. I'll be down in 10 minutes. She nods without asking what he's going to do upstairs. Qin Yuanzheng is here to buy food. He bought 10 jin of sweet potatoes and 10 jin of rice. The rice is locally produced. Due to the climate, rice yields are very low. In all of Long City, only a small area grows rice, because that area has a natural spring, and they use spring water to grow rice." Qin Yuanzheng wants to buy his wife her favorite rice. He looks everywhere for northeastern rice and also writes to his comrades in Shanghai, asking them to send some rice back. Then, he directly goes to his superior, Commander Li, to ask for rice. Commander Li is speechless. He points at Qin Yuanzheng and says, "I don't even have enough rice for myself each month. I can't give you any." Commander Li, that Commander Li being shameless, said, "If you want rice, that's fine. Let your little wife come up, so I can see her. I haven't met her yet." He wanted to see what kind of angel could move a tough man like Qin Yuanzheng. Qin Yuanzheng hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "Let's wait a bit longer. Comrade Xiao Qiao is shy. Don't scare her again." Commander Li. He pointed at the door and said, "Get out." Qin Yuanzheng quickly left and went to the logistics department next door. He collected 10 jin of rice and 10 jin of sweet potatoes, carrying 1 bag in each hand, and came out of the headquarters building. When Qiao Lanshu saw him come out, she raised her arm and looked at her new watch. Yes, it really took 10 minutes. Qin Yuanzheng placed the rice and sweet potatoes in the back seat, then got into the car and looked at Qiao Lanshu. He asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Qiao Lanshu shook her head and asked, "What did you go to get?" Qin Yuanzheng started the car and drove away from the headquarters building. He smiled and said, "I went to get rice for you." Qiao Lanshu's eyes lit up. She looked back. Qin Yuanzheng actually bought rice just for her. That was so nice. She wanted to hug him, but since he was watching the car, she just looked at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Qin Yuanzheng couldn't stand her gaze. His ears turned slightly red. When the car entered the military community and he parked downstairs, he turned to look at Qiao Lanshu and softly asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Qiao Lanshu shyly smiled and said, "Captain Qin, you are so kind to me." After a moment, she asked, "Can I call you Brother Zheng?" Calling him Captain Qin felt a bit distant. Qin Yuanzheng looked at her bright, red lips for a few seconds, nodded, and in a husky voice said, "Yes. Not only call him brother, but even husband would be fine." It was too cold in the car. Even though Qin Yuanzheng had some romantic thoughts in his mind, he didn't dare act on them now. He was worried about freezing the girl. So, they quickly carried their things and went home. Once warmed by the house's heating, Qiao Lanshu felt her frozen limbs come back to life. Qiao Lanshu took off her coat and scarf, stood on tiptoe, and carefully hung them on the wall. When Qin Yuanzheng finished putting the rice and sweet potatoes in the kitchen and came to the door to take off his coat, Qiao Lanshu quickly stepped forward to help. "Brother Zheng, let me do it," she said softly. Qin Yuanzheng paused. The way she called him Brother Zheng sounded so gentle that it made his heart beat faster. He took off his coat, then his jacket, leaving only a vest underneath. His strong arms showed clearly under the light. He stood there, watching the petite young woman stretch on her toes, trying hard to hang up his clothes. He didn't move to help, just smiled slightly as he watched her finish. He thought to himself, little Qiao is really adorable. She's so kind and patient. She hasn't shown any temper all day. When Qiao Lanshu finally hung up the clothes and turned around, she suddenly found Qin Yuanzheng standing very close, one arm resting against the wall behind her. He leaned forward slightly, his presence warm and strong. Qiao Lanshu realized she was cornered between him and the wall. Her heart raced. Was this what people called being pinned against the wall? Qin Yuanjing looked down at her flushed face. He didn't speak, just slowly moved closer, watching her reaction carefully. If she had shown fear or discomfort, he would have stopped immediately. But she didn't. She only looked up at him shyly, her cheeks red. When he was right in front of her, she closed her eyes nervously. Qin Yuanjing smiled, gently patted her head, and then softly kissed her forehead. It was a moment that happened naturally. Born from affection, he could no longer hide. He realized that whenever he was with Qiao Lanshu, he found it hard to stay calm. He had planned to take things slowly, to build their feelings step by step. But now, he knew his heart had already moved faster than he expected. I only want to stay close to her every day, kiss her, nibble her, or gently tease her like a puzzle piece fitting together. Qiao Lanshu was gasping for air, her face flushed red, and she felt weak and unable to stand. Qin Yuanjing suddenly picked her up, holding her like a child, which surprised Qiao Lanshu. She blushed and leaned on his shoulder, softly saying, "Brother Zheng, please put me down. I can walk by myself." Qin Yuanjing didn't want to let go. He just wanted to hold her. He buried his face in her neck, took a deep breath, and asked in a husky voice, "Little Qiao, if you marry me, you really won't regret it." Qiao Lanshu nodded. "Of course I won't regret it." Qin Yuanjing felt a bit bitter inside because of his infertility. He couldn't give Qiao Lanshu a child. She was 11 years younger than him, and if he were to pass away earlier than her, she, being a delicate woman, would be left alone. Without children, even if he left, he wouldn't feel at peace. Qin Yuanjing carried Qiao Lanshu to the second bedroom. As soon as he sat down, the bed creaked loudly. Qin Yuanjing, his intense desire, about to burst out, suddenly cooled down a bit. He held her and softly said, "This bed still isn't good enough. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask someone to fix the bed." Qiao Lanshu could only blush and nod. Her lips looked a bit swollen and red, appearing quite pitiful. Qin Yuanjing looked at her, his eyes growing deeper. He pressed her onto the bed and kept kissing her. Their sizes and heights were so different that Qiao Lanshu had no chance to resist. She could only let him do as he pleased. Although they hadn't done much, just a kiss, the bed creaked loudly, as if they were engaged in something very intense. After about half an hour, Qin Yuanjing released her and softly said, "Rest for a while. I'll go make some rice for you." Qiao Lanshu, now struggling to breathe, looked at him with red eyes and nodded. Qin Yuanjing reached out, gently tousled her hair, and softly said, "Be good." Then, feeling hot all over, he took off his vest and, glancing back and forth, went to the kitchen to cook. At the same time, he was thinking that he must quickly prepare the bed for tomorrow. He suspected that Wang Huiping had given him medicine, and the effects still hadn't worn off. In the past 2 days, he had been spending time with comrade Xiao Qiao, and he was starting to feel overwhelmed. After dinner, the two of them slept in the same bed again. This time, Qin Yuanjing no longer pretended to be a gentleman. As soon as he got into bed, he hugged Qiao Lanshu and kissed her. The nearly 30-year-old man, with the old house on fire, couldn't control himself anymore. He only teased his soft and delicate little wife, making her tearful, weak, and begging for mercy. Qiao Lanshu was confused inside. Last night, she had even been told she was being silly when she acted out. Why tonight has comrade Qin Yuanjing suddenly become enlightened? In the middle of the night, exhausted, Qiao Lanshu had already fallen asleep. Her lips were still a little swollen, and the corners of her eyes were red, looking like she had been crying. Qin Yuanjing was completely awake. He held Qiao Lanshu in his arms, staring at her sleeping face, his emotions swelling inside. He really liked little Qiao. Fortunately, little Qiao hadn't married someone else, or he would have regretted it too late. The next morning, after preparing breakfast, he got up first and went out to find the master who made the beds. In the military housing area, families with children often asked someone to make beds because sometimes the heating wasn't good and the house was cold. When the heating stopped early, children could easily catch colds. The master was easy to find. Their neighbor, Huang Erling's uncle, was a bricklayer who was very skilled at making beds. Most of the beds in the military housing area were made by him. Early in the morning, Qin Yuanzheng went to find Colonel Zhao Jianong, who lived next door, and asked him to go with him to find Uncle Huang. Zhao Jianong and Qin Yuanzheng came out of the building together, occasionally giving him teasing looks and laughing, saying, "You're really something. Even the wooden beds aren't enough for you to mess with. Now you want to make beds too?" Qin Yuanzheng was not angry at Zhao Jianong's teasing. He had just gotten married and married a wife, so he was in a good mood. He nodded and said, "Yes, I need to make a bed. The wooden bed frames are too fragile. They creak when pressed." As he spoke, he asked Zhao Jianong, "By the way, have you made a bed at your place?" Zhao Jianong nodded and said, "When my wife and kids arrived, I made sure to set up both beds. We have 2 children, and those wooden beds are squeaky and small. Our family of 4 can't all sleep comfortably." Qin Yuanzheng was surprised and asked, "Your family of 4 all sleep together?" Zhao Jianong replied, "Yes, of course. The kids want to sleep close to their mother." Qin Yuanzheng was silent. Suddenly, he felt that not having children might be better. At least he wouldn't have to compete for his wife's attention. As they left the neighborhood, Zhao Jianong pointed to a row of small, low houses across the street and said, "Uncle Huang lives over there. I'll take you to see him." Both men were tall, wearing military caps, leather boots, and military coats. They looked sharp and handsome. Of course, in their military housing area, many officers looked like them, but among them, Qin Yuanzheng was the most outstanding in height and appearance. Zhao Jianong always thought Qin Yuanzheng would marry a high-ranking officer's daughter, maybe a commander or political officer, someone from the provincial party committee. That would be a perfect match, with a bright future. But unexpectedly, things turned out very differently. Zhao Jianong still felt a bit regretful. He asked, "Does your young wife know about your health condition?" Qin Yuanzheng nodded. "Yes, she does. How could she not know? She even wanted to get sterilized, which almost scared him to death." Zhao Jianong then said, "She's still young. Maybe she doesn't understand. She knows what infertility means, right?" Qin Yuanzheng was silent and shot a quick look at Zhao Jianong, too tired to talk. Zhao Jianong tried to hold back a laugh, patted his shoulder, and said, "Be good to her. She traveled so far to marry you, and with your health issues, it's not easy." Qin Yuanzheng remained silent. He knew it wasn't easy, but he didn't want to miss out on Xiaolan Shu. He would cherish her like a treasure. As they talked, they arrived at Uncle Huang's house. Qin Yuanzheng said, "I'll go buy a bottle of wine at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Zhao Jianong nodded, "And buy some cigarettes too." Uncle Huang usually charged a fee for setting up beds for others, but if he did it for them, he probably wouldn't ask for money. So, they could only buy him some gifts. When Xiaolan Shu woke up, she heard voices and some noise outside. She looked at her watch on the bedside table and saw it was already 9 a.m. Wow, she had slept so late. Xiaolan Shu was a bit anxious because she had never slept that long before. She quickly got up, dressed, and went out. She saw a man with grayish hair in the next room, helping Qin Yuanzheng move the broken wooden boards out of the house. Qin Yuanzheng had taken off his coat and jacket, wearing only a shirt. He rolled up his sleeves and used a cart to carry the wood outside. When he saw Xiaolan Shu wake up, his expression softened. He said, "You're awake? This is Uncle Huang, here to help us fix the bed." Xiaolan Shu quickly said, "Thank you, Uncle Huang. Have you eaten? There's some rice porridge in the pot. I'll serve you a bowl." The porridge was cooked by Qin Yuanzheng and was still warm on the stove. Uncle Huang waved his hand and smiled. "No need, I've already eaten." "From your accent, you don't sound local. Where are you from?" Xiaolan Shu replied, "I'm from Yangcheng." "Uncle Huang, would you like some tea?" While speaking, she quickly took a cup, put in some tea leaves, and poured hot water. She smiled and said, "This tea is from Yangcheng, homemade. Try it, it's very fragrant." Uncle Huang stopped and took the cup, sniffed it, and said, "Good tea. Our local tea isn't cheap. It's imported from the south and costs more than cigarettes." Xiaolan Shu smiled and said, "When I arrived, I brought some. You can take half a jean now, and I'll bring more next time." Uncle Huang was not polite and said, "All right, I won't refuse then." He put down his cup and went back into the house. He gestured to Qin Yuanzheng and said, "This building doesn't have a chimney, so traditional beds aren't suitable. Most people in the neighborhood use wooden beds now. Have you seen the one next door?" Qin Yuanzheng shook his head and said, "Not yet, but you can decide. How many wooden boards and bricks do you need? I'll find someone to bring them over." At the construction site in the mining area, there was plenty of mud, bricks, and wood. He planned to apply for permission and have everything moved over to make the bed. Uncle Huang thought for a moment and then said, "At least 5 carts of wood planks are needed, and 2 bags of yellow mud should be enough. A traditional kong, like the one in the countryside, is built with bricks first. A chimney is constructed on the ground, then a flat stone surface is laid on top of the chimney, smoothed out, and sealed with yellow mud. After drying, a layer of craft paper is added, followed by a thick mattress, and then it's ready for sleeping. Their kong here is much simpler because the building has central heating. Everyone's kong is mainly for comfort, and the small wooden bed isn't very comfortable to sleep on. Especially families with children find the bed too small. Qin Yuanzheng's kong is very large, taking up half the room. Xiao Lanshu looks at it and sees it as a big shared bed where 4 Qin Yuanzhengs could lie down at once. It's a really big kong. Because it's large, it uses more wood and mud. Uncle Huang is experienced and works quickly. He has been busy from morning until afternoon. Finally, the kong is finished. First, he uses yellow mud to make a base frame. Then he covers it with wooden planks. The planks can be lifted up to create storage underneath. The wooden surface is smooth, with a soft grass mat on top, a thick mattress, and it's sturdy enough for 4 or 5 children to play on without breaking. Uncle Huang sits on a chair to rest, lights a cigarette, and asks them, "Do you want to make a kong in that room?" Most people here build kangs in 2 rooms together, and some even in the living room. But Qin Yuanzheng doesn't have children, and there are no elders at home. The next room has a wooden bed, which is enough, since no one usually lives there. He says, "No need, just this one is fine. Thanks for your hard work, Uncle Huang." Uncle Huang has been tired all day and should stay for a meal. Xiao Lanshu has already cooked sweet potato rice. She doesn't know northern dishes, only steams rice and cooks a few simple dishes. She washes and peels 2 potatoes, then makes a sour and spicy shredded potato dish. She also takes out 5 eggs and makes a big plate of chive and egg stir-fry. She brought preserved sausage and bacon from Yangcheng, originally for Sun Mingyong. Now she steams and slices them, making a bacon stir-fry with Chinese cabbage. Qin Yuanzheng watches in surprise and asks, "You can cook too?" Although these dishes aren't what they usually eat, they smell very fragrant, oily, and delicious looking. Uncle Huang took a sip of wine, then a bite of cured meat, and smiled, saying, "This cured meat is really good." Captain Qin is lucky to have a good wife. The young girl looked quite young but was very good at socializing, polite, and a good cook. She was truly a good wife. Qin Yuanzheng was a bit surprised. He had always thought his wife was young and needed his care. But it turned out she was capable of handling things on her own, very organized and thoughtful. After dinner, Uncle Huang happily took the half-pound of tea leaves and a piece of cured meat that Xiao Lanshu had packed for him and left. Qin Yuanzheng spent a long time sweeping and mopping inside the house. Finally, he cleaned the house thoroughly. The bed he had just made looked solid. It was the same kind of bed he had slept on since childhood, and he liked how it looked. He reached out and touched it. The mud at the bottom hadn't dried yet, so he needed to let it air out. That night, they would sleep on the wooden bed in the next room. Xiao Lanshu washed all the dishes and utensils before coming in and asking, "Brother Zheng, is there anything I can do for you?" Qin Yuanzheng had already tidied up both inside and outside the house. He wiped his sweat with a towel, looked at Xiao Lanshu, and said, Xiao, come here." Xiao Lanshu walked over to him. Then Qin Yuanzheng suddenly hugged her and kissed her. Xiao Lanshu. Her face turned red, and her heart was pounding. She liked Qin Yuanzheng and enjoyed being close to him, but sometimes, with a rough and impulsive man like him, he could be a bit reckless when excited. Xiao Lanshu couldn't stand his kisses. He held her tightly, lifted her up suddenly, and she was startled. She quickly wrapped her arms around his neck to prevent herself from falling. Qin Yuanjing's strong arms supported her, and he softly said, "Why are you so light? You should gain some weight." Without waiting for her to speak, he pressed her against the wall and continued kissing her. After a while, he whispered in her ear in a rough voice, "How's this bed?" Qiao Lanshu's lips felt numb. She blushed and nodded. Qin Yuanjing asked again, "Have you ever slept on a bed like this?" Qiao Lanshu shook her head. Qin Yuanjing held her and bit her neck, his voice hoarse. "Sleep with me from now on," Jolin wrote. Currently, Qin Yuanjing is very different from the person I first met. Now, he has become a bit clingy, and I find it hard to handle. At this moment, someone knocks on the door.
We exchange a glance.
Qin Yuanjing quietly says, "I'll go open the door." He releases me, turns around, and walks outside to open the door. Standing outside is a tall man in a black coat, with slicked-back hair, about 30 years old. The man is slim and tall, with fair skin, handsome features, and a slightly rebellious look. He smiles and says, "Captain Qin, I heard you finally got married? That's great news. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have come back early to celebrate with you." Seeing him, Qin Yuanjing immediately looks serious and asks, "Director Guan, what are you doing here?" Guan Wenjun is the director of the Provincial Reform Committee. Before that, he was in the military in the same unit as Qin Yuanjing. They haven't always gotten along well. Guan Wenjun once liked a woman, but she liked Qin Yuanjing. Since then, Guan Wenjun often said that Qin Yuanjing stole his wife. He even said that one day, when Qin Yuanjing had a partner, he would take her away. But Qin Yuanjing found out he was infertile and decided not to marry. When Guan Wenjun heard about Qin Yuanjing's marriage, he was very shocked. He drove back overnight just to see who had taken Qin Yuanjing. Guan Wenjun is quite shameless. He squeezed through the door that Qin Yuanjing was blocking, put his hands in his pockets, ran his hand through his hair, and looked around the room. Then he said, "Captain Qin, this isn't good. This place is too plain. Besides this sofa, there's no decent furniture in your house." He circled around a couple of times and said, "I heard your cousin introduced you to a divorced woman with a child. Did you marry her?" Qin Yuanzeng, you've become so vulgar and fallen from grace," he added. "My former partner was so beautiful, and she wanted to stay with you. But you didn't even look at her. Now you've even married a divorced woman with a kid? Is there something wrong with your taste?" Guan Wenjun is quite nosy. He originally wanted to take Qin Yuanjing's wife away to settle an old score. As a result, Qin Yuanjing was very ruthless and directly looked for someone who was divorced and had children. But Qin Yuanjing wouldn't be interested in Guan Wenjun. How could he compete? And how could he get revenge? So, Guan Wenjun came directly to confront Qin Yuanjing and accused him. Qin Yuanjing looked unhappy. He never stole Guan Wenjun's partner. It was the woman who was clingy at the time. To avoid her, he took on many tasks and was away for several months. Who would have thought Guan Wenjun still held a grudge? In the past, Qin Yuanjing wouldn't have cared. But now, if Xiao Qiao, the comrade, was taken by Guan Wenjun, he might go crazy. Qin Yuanjing's face darkened. He looked at Guan Wenjun and said, "Director Guan, are you done? If so, please leave." Guan Wenjun ignored him and kept talking. "Hey, I heard you adopted a son. Where is he? Let me see. Anyway, he should call me Godfather, right?" Qin Yuanjing's expression turned serious. "Guan Wenjun, are you done?" Seeing Guan Wenjun walking toward his room, Qin Yuanjing frowned, rolled up his sleeves, and strode over. But suddenly, Guan Wenjun stopped. He stared in shock at Qiao Lanshu coming out of the bedroom, his expression stunned and movement stiff. He stood there, looking her up and down, amazed. Qiao Lanshu was wearing a thin, long-sleeved home outfit, her black hair loose, with neat bangs covering her eyebrows, revealing a small face about the size of a palm. She had just overheard their conversation. Knowing Qin Yuanjing, when she saw him roll up his sleeves, she thought they were about to fight. So she hurried out. She went to Qin Yuanjing and looked awkwardly at Guan Wenjun. Hello." Then, she tugged at Qin Yuanjing. Qin Yuanjing's face was grim. He suppressed his frustration, then walked over, casually poured a glass of cold tea, and placed it on the table. Drink it. After drinking, you can leave. Guan Wenjun. Guan Wenjun moved his throat, looked at Xiao Lanshu again, then asked Qin Yuanjing, "Didn't you say you brought a son?" "It seems the rumor was wrong. Did you bring a daughter instead?" Qin Yuanjing. Xiao Lanshu. Guan Wenjun took a sip of the cold, bitter tea, remaining calm and saying, "Captain Qin, actually, I could be your son-in-law and call you dad." With a loud bang, Guan Wenjun was kicked by Qin Yuanjing, who then threw him out. Guan Wenjun. He stood up from the ground, brushed off his black coat, still looking a bit confused. Then, he suddenly realized that the pretty young girl earlier was not Qin Yuanjing's daughter, but his wife.
Damn.
Why is Qin Yuanjing so lucky? His luck always seems better than mine. Inside, Xiao Lanshu quietly asked, "Brother Zheng, who is that person? He looks a bit crazy." Qin Yuanjing frowned and said, "He is the director of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee. If you see him later, stay away from him." Xiao Lanshu nodded. That man just now didn't seem to get along well with Qin Yuanjing, but Xiao Lanshu thought he probably wouldn't have to deal with him much. Guan Wenjun left the military housing area feeling off. He thought about a girl he once liked very much, someone he even planned to marry. But after she saw Qin Yuanjing, she changed her mind and fell for him instead. She rejected his marriage proposal. Since then, Guan Wenjun hated Qin Yuanjing. Over the years, he had been competing with him. When Qin Yuanjing was promoted to battalion commander, Guan Wenjun left the army and joined the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, where he became director. He still kept competing with Qin Yuanjing. If Qin Yuanjing didn't get married, he wouldn't look for a partner either. He kept a close eye on Qin Yuanjing's dating life. He even wanted to steal Qin Yuanjing's partner. But this time, he went out of town for a few days, and Qin Yuanjing had already registered the marriage. Guan Wenjun angrily kicked the wall and cursed, "Damn Qin Yuanjing." He was so scheming. He suspected Qin Yuanjing had waited for him to leave town to get married quickly, probably to prevent him from causing trouble. He married such a delicate and beautiful young wife. Who is he trying to upset? Qin Yuanjing, who is infertile, is already married, but Guan Wenjun is still single. Guan Wenjun felt more and more uncomfortable. When he returned to the Provincial Revolutionary Committee office, he told his subordinates to investigate Qin Yuanjing's young wife. His subordinate said, "Director, why are you also investigating Qin Yuanjing's wife?" Guan Wenjun sat in his chair, legs up on the desk. He lit a cigarette and threw the pack onto the table, then asked surprised, "Who else is investigating her?" The subordinate replied, "Oh, quite a few people. I heard many in the army are looking into her. The daughters of some senior officials' families used to be interested in Qin Yuanjing. But because of his infertility, no one dared to marry him. Now that he's married, everyone's curiosity is back, and they're checking her background." Guan Wenjun said. He sighed and said, "Everyone's just wasting time." He took a puff of his cigarette, feeling bored himself, and asked, "So, what's really going on with this young wife?" Then he sneered and said, "Hopefully, her family isn't from a poor background. Who in their right mind would want to marry Qin Yuanjing? Don't you agree?" The subordinate hesitated but had also heard about Xiao Lanshu. After all, Qin Yuanjing's marriage was a big event. Anyone who knew about Qin Yuanjing probably knew about his wife. The subordinate said, "Director, Qin Yuanjing's wife is named Xiao Lanshu. She recently came from Yangcheng, claiming she was here to find her husband in the army. But guess what? She was tricked into marriage. Her fiancé is already married, has a job, and even has a child." Guan Wenjun was silent. The subordinate shared all the information he could find. In short, her background is fine. She's willing to marry Qin Yuanjing, probably to repay him for saving her. After all, Qin Tuanzhong saved and took care of her, so it's understandable. Guan Wenjun snorted coldly. Young and naive. Easy to deceive. And what kind of person is Qin Yuanjing? A scoundrel with a heart darker than sesame-flavored rice dumplings. He must have just seen her as an easy target and deliberately approached her. He grew angrier as he spoke. He has a criminal record, you know. After all these years, his methods for seducing young women haven't changed. Isn't he disgusting? The subordinate listened to his scolding and didn't dare to speak up. Qin Yuanjing is the leader of the construction corps. His rank is quite high, and no matter what, people like them can't insult him. Only Guan Wenjun, who is at a similar level, dared to curse like that. After cursing, Guan Wenjun stood up and said, "No, this girl must have been tricked. I need to be a good person and go help her." The subordinate thought to himself, Guan director hasn't done many good deeds. Is he really going to help this time? Qin Yuanzheng was actually wary of Guan Wenjun too. Guan Wenjun is a bit crazy. Over the years, both of them have been single, and since they work in different systems, they generally stay out of each other's way. But now that Qin Yuanzheng is married, he has to watch out for Guan Wenjun. Who knows if Guan Wenjun might try to take his wife? It's hard to say, because from what Qin Yuanzheng knows, Guan Wenjun is capable of anything. During his leave, Qin Yuanzheng spent most of his time with Qiao Lanshu, hardly letting her go out alone. The new bed was quite nice, but it needed a couple of days to air out, so they couldn't sleep on it yet. Qin Yuanzheng bought some craft paper and stuck it on the bed. The new thick mattress was made by Huang Olin from next door, but it wasn't finished yet. They had to wait a bit longer. They still had to sleep on the small bed in the second bedroom. When Qin Yuanzheng was lying on the bed, he was waiting for his little wife to come into his arms. But Qiao Lanshu didn't. Qin Yuanzheng had been a bit scary these days, which made her afraid to get close. Her lips still hurt a little. After getting into bed, she slept on the edge. Qin Yuanzheng waited, but the girl didn't come into his arms. He turned to look at her. Qiao Lanshu blinked and asked, "Brother Zheng, what's wrong?" Qin Yuanzheng looked at her and asked, "Are you going to sleep now?" Qiao Lanshu nodded softly. "Yes, Brother Zheng." Qin Yuanzheng hesitated slightly, and the bed creaked. He paused and coughed, asking, "Aren't you cold tonight?" Qiao Lanshu shook her head. "I'm not cold." Qin Yuanzheng nodded. "All right then, sleep." He spoke, then pulled the lamp cord and turned off the light. Qiao Lanshu closed her eyes and quietly went to sleep. However, Qin Yuanzheng couldn't bear it. He had already hugged and kissed her. How could he sleep now? Soon after he fell asleep, Qiao Lanshu heard the bed creak. Then, the strong, broad chest appeared in front of her eyes. Qin Yuanzheng reached out, pulled her into his arms. The soft, fragrant wife was in his embrace, and he buried his face in her neck, took a deep breath, and softly said, "All right, sleep now." Qiao Lanshu silently covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "Brother Zheng, my lips still hurt." Qin Yuanzheng was holding back, but when he heard her say that, his heart warmed again. But this bed was old. He turned over, and the bed creaked loudly. Qin Yuanzheng hugged Qiao Lanshu tightly and said in a deep voice, "In a couple of days." He continued, worried about scaring the young girl. He wondered if Wang Huiping's medicine was some kind of wild remedy. It felt like it was turning people into wild animals. So intense. Early that morning, Deng Xiaozhen's brother, Deng Weijun, came to the military housing area to find Qiao Lanshu. Qin Yuanzheng was still on his honeymoon leave, wanting to stay close to his wife every day. He didn't want to go out. The bed was almost aired out, and they might sleep on it tonight. His obedient and pretty wife was always nearby, and he couldn't help but feel eager. Seeing Deng Weijun come, he was a bit annoyed and asked at the door, "Weijun, why are you here?" Deng Weijun was visiting for the first time. Seeing Qin Yuanzheng's serious face, he straightened up and said, "Captain Qin, our factory director asked me to come. Little Qiao mentioned she wanted a job, right? Our food factory is hiring temporary workers this year, and today is the day to officially start work. So I came to ask if little Qiao still wants to go." Qin Yuanzheng. As a military officer, Qin Yuanzheng had ways to help Qiao Lanshu find a job, but he had to wait for the right opportunity. Many family members of soldiers needed work too. For example, Qiao Lanshu had previously mentioned a teaching position in the propaganda department, mostly held by military family members. Qin Yuanzheng didn't really want little Qiao to go to work, since he could support her comfortably. He believed he would never have children, so he thought of raising his young wife as if she were a child. She could stay with him forever, carefree, because he had enough money to support her. But Comrade Xiao Qiao didn't seem to think the same way. Qiao Lanshu came out of the house and asked him, "Brother Zheng, who is that?" She seemed to have heard something about a food factory or something similar. Qin Yuanjing stepped aside and said to Deng Weijun, "Come in and sit for a while." Deng Weijun was too afraid to go inside. Looking at Qin Yuanjing, he seemed like a big wild animal guarding its territory very fiercely. With such a strong sense of territory, Deng Weijun didn't dare to make trouble. He said, "No need, Qin Tuan. I've already delivered the message. I need to go back to the factory to work. I'll leave now." Qin Yuanjing paused for a moment and then said, "Wait a moment. We'll go together." Deng Weijun quickly nodded. Okay. I'll wait for you at the gate of the community." With that, Deng Weijun hurriedly left. Qin Yuanjing returned to the house and said to Qiao Lanshu, the food factory colleague asked the new employee to handle the onboarding. "Do you want to go?" Qiao Lanshu's eyes lit up. She nodded. "Of course. Should we go now?" Qin Yuanjing nodded. "Yes, let's go now. Dress warmly, it's very cold outside. The weather has been getting colder lately." Fortunately, the food factory has a dedicated boiler to heat the building, so it's not cold inside during winter. Qin Yuanjing followed behind Xiao Lanshu back to the bedroom. He watched her put on a thermal undershirt, then took a wool sweater and put it on. He looked at her and suddenly said, "Don't you have a thick sweater? We can go buy some yarn at the supply and marketing cooperative and have someone knit a couple of sweaters for you." Xiao Lanshu didn't know how to knit sweaters, but Qin Yuanjing was right. Her clothes were still too thin. She had been busy buying cotton to make padded jackets and hadn't thought about making sweaters. She nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Qin Yuanjing looked at her with a smile. After she put on a thick cotton padded coat and thick cotton pants, he took a red scarf and personally wrapped it around her, saying, "Cover your mouth and nose too. It's too cold outside." Qiao Lanshu was wrapped up like a dumpling, looking round and adorable. Qin Yuanjing also put on his military uniform and coat, then took Qiao Lanshu out. The two of them met at the entrance of the community with Deng Weijun, then they all got into Qin Yuanjing's car and headed to the food factory. In Long City, there are two food factories, one in the north and one in the south. Yang Wenyuan is the factory director at the northern factory, responsible for supplying the northern towns and villages. Qiao Lanshu, in her past life, escaped from a cave, was helped by police officers, and with the assistance of the Women's Federation, she was given a job at the food factory. She is quite familiar with the food factory. Looking at the familiar rows of factory buildings, she feels a bit emotional. After getting out of the car, Deng Weijun started introducing the factory. Over there is the pickled vegetable workshop, responsible for making pickles. Our pickled vegetables are very popular. We make tens of thousands of jin every year, and the nearby villagers love to buy them. Tens of thousands of jin might be a bit exaggerated, but probably over 10,000 jin are made. The pickle workshop is busy only during the vegetable season. In winter, when everything withers, there are no vegetables left to pickle. Deng Weijun continued, "We also have a brewing factory, for example, soy sauce, white liquor, vinegar. Our soy sauce and vinegar are very popular, especially vinegar, which is in high demand." When Deng Weijun said this, he looked proud. In her previous life, Qiao Lanshu had worked at the food factory for a long time, but she had never heard of Deng Weijun. She asked curiously, "What do you do? Which workshop are you in?" Deng Weijun replied, "I'm a boiler operator in the brewing workshop. The brewing workshop also needs temperature control. It can't be too high or too low, so it requires manual temperature regulation. Therefore, they need a dedicated boiler operator to control the temperature manually." Qiao Lanshu looked a bit confused. In her past life, she knew someone who worked as a boiler operator in the brewing workshop, but it wasn't Deng Weijun. Could it be that Deng Weijun later resigned? Seeing how proud he was when talking about the food factory, it didn't seem like he would quit. Deng Weijun said, "Oh, we also have a pastry workshop where they steam bread, cakes, buns, and so on. There, they also have a boiler operator responsible for adding coal and steaming. You might go to the pastry workshop. They are short of people, and the work is light. But try not to be assigned to the frying team. They fry twisted dough sticks and pancakes every day, which is hot and dangerous. People here really love eating twisted dough sticks. They are fried in oil, crispy and fragrant, and easy to store. During holidays and festivals, giving half a jin or a jin of something as a gift is quite impressive." When Qin Yuanjing heard this, he said, Elder cousin probably won't let you go to the deep frying class. Yang Wenyan would take care of Xiao Lanshu. Although he wouldn't be too obvious about it, when arranging work he could easily make things happen just by mentioning it casually. This time, they hired 12 temporary workers. When Xiao Lanshu went to complete her onboarding, Qin Yuanzheng was already waiting for her at the factory gate. Deng Weijun also changed into his work uniform and went to work. The personnel officer had already prepared all the onboarding paperwork, and the temporary workers were lining up to pick up their employment forms. When Xiao Lanshu entered, she attracted some attention, because she looked very beautiful. Although she wasn't very tall, she had a round face, fair skin, big bright eyes, and a gentle smile that revealed 2 small dimples and a row of white teeth. Beautiful people always attract attention wherever they go. The personnel officer looked at her and asked, "What's your name?" Xiao Lanshu replied, "My name is Xiao Lanshu." Her employment application was personally delivered by the factory director, Yang Wenyan. The personnel officer naturally understood this and took out an employment confirmation form for her, saying, "Take this form and report to the supervisor in the pastry workshop next Monday." Xiao Lanshu happily took the form and smiled. "Okay, thank you." She came out with her sign-in sheet and someone behind her asked, "Who is she? Is she a relative of an employee?" "Oh, I haven't heard of her." "Which employee is so lucky to marry such a beautiful wife? Probably got in through connections. Look at her small and thin appearance. She should be working in a department store selling things. Here, we all do hard labor. Being pretty doesn't help." Xiao Lanshu didn't listen to the gossip. She carefully kept her employment form. Today was Friday, and although the factory often worked overtime on Saturdays and Sundays, it was less busy in winter, so they sometimes had days off. Since it was winter and not busy, the personnel department arranged for the temporary workers to report next Monday. Xiao Lanshu happily left the factory. Qin Yuanzheng saw her from afar and immediately stepped forward. Looking at her expression, he asked, "Are you that happy?" Zhou Lanshu smiled and nodded. "I'm happy. Now I have a job." Although she was a temporary worker, if she worked hard, she would definitely become a permanent employee. Getting a permanent position isn't hard. As long as she performs well and earns a good recognition, she can become a full-time staff member. Qin Yuanzheng looked at the sky and softly said, "It's getting late. Let's go home." The bed at home was already aired out. Tonight, he planned to sleep there. Thinking of this, his heart warmed. He held Zhou Lanshu's waist, opened the car door, and said, "Get in, let's go home." Now that Zhou Lanshu had a job, she felt happy. On the way back, she and Qin Yuanzheng went shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative to buy food. Qin Yuanzheng had brought back plenty of rice, flour, and sweet potatoes. She also still had some cured meat and sausages, but no vegetables. The supply store was crowded. Qin Yuanzheng instinctively reached out, put his arm around Zhou Lanshu's shoulder, and protected her. Under the watchful eyes of passers-by, Zhou Lanshu blushed, pushed Qin Yuanzheng's hand away, and moved to the side. "Qin Yuanzheng." He looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Lanshu whispered, "We're outside." Qin Yuanzheng was confused. What's wrong with being outside? Does he look that embarrassing? Zhou Lanshu blushed and said softly, "You need to be careful about how it looks, Qin Yuanzheng." Before they got married, Qin Yuanzheng was already quite traditional. If Zhou Lanshu touched him, he would say nonsense. Now that they were married, he wanted to get closer to Zhou Lanshu, but she refused. Qin Yuanzheng felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. He kept a serious face, followed behind the girl, and whenever she liked something, he would start paying or giving tickets, and he was responsible for carrying things. In northern winters, fresh vegetables and fruits were very scarce. If they wanted fruit, they could only buy apples, pears, or persimmons, which were still expensive. Or they could buy canned oranges, canned yellow peaches, or hawthorn. Vegetables were also rare, mostly local-grown cabbage, large radishes, green onions, potatoes, and so on. For Zhou Lanshu, who loved leafy greens, this was a bit difficult. But she was adaptable and could get used to eating these foods. In the north, people buy winter storage cabbage. They can use tickets to buy 100 jean of cabbage and store it in the basement of their community. Cabbage costs only 2 cents per jean, and every family stocks it as a main dish. Qin Yuanjing used to be in the army and never had the habit of storing winter food. Now that he is married, he brings Qiao Lanshu to the supply and marketing cooperative. They go directly to the vegetable seller, and he pays with money and tickets, buying 50 jin of cabbage. Since each jin costs 2 cents, 50 jin only costs 1 yuan. Qin Yuanjing puts the cabbage in the car and asks Qiao Lanshu, "Do you want to buy anything else? The weather is cold, and it might be hard to go out to buy vegetables later. Also, winter storage vegetables are only available for a limited time, and they disappear in the deep winter." Qiao Lanshu thinks she should buy more. She says, "Buy some long-lasting vegetables like potatoes and pickled vegetables. Right now, potatoes cost 3 cents per jin and fresh green onions are 5 cents per jin. People usually buy dozens of jin at a time." Qin Yuanjing nods. "Potatoes are fine. Let's buy 50 jin. Potatoes, green onions, cabbage, and large radishes are essential for local people to store for winter." Qiao Lanshu also buys 5 jin of soybeans, planning to grow bean sprouts at home. After buying easy-to-store winter vegetables, Qiao Lanshu notices a fruit stand. She immediately can't resist and walks over. She quietly asks Qin Yuanjing, "Brother Zheng, how much are the apples per jin?" This way, she starts to understand the local prices. Winter vegetables are relatively cheap here, but fresh fruit is very rare. Canned fruit is considered valuable, and most people are reluctant to buy it just to eat. Qin Yuanjing doesn't want Qiao Lanshu to suffer, so he quickly says, "If you want to eat, just buy." Apples are also easy to store. "Let's buy 20 jin and keep them at home. You can eat one a day." Qiao Lanshu hurriedly asks, "How much per jin? Do you have fruit tickets?" Qin Yuanjing nods. "Yes, I have a lot of tickets saved." In the past, he had nowhere to use those tickets. Now, he can buy things for his wife, and he feels happy doing it. The prices of apples and pears are 10 times higher than potatoes. During this time, the country encourages agriculture to increase grain production and solve people's food needs. Most land is used to grow grains. Fruit trees are only planted in a few places, so their yield is much lower than that of cabbage. The price is 4 mao per jin, so 20 jin costs 8 yuan. 8 yuan is almost half a worker's 2-week wages. After all, the job at Tralon Book pays only 18 yuan a month. Qin Yuanjing doesn't mind spending money. He bought 10 jin of apples, 10 jin of pears, and saw some locally grown persimmons, costing 1 mao per jin. They were still hard and needed some time before eating. He also bought 10 jin of persimmons. Carrying 30 jin of stuff, he didn't find it heavy and still had a free hand to hold Tralon Book's hand. "There's fruit canned food over there. Want to buy a few bottles?" Tralon Book didn't feel comfortable holding hands, so she avoided his hand. Qin Yuanjing. Tralon Book doesn't like canned fruit. She said, "We have enough grains at home and enough fruit too. Let's cook dinner." She blushed and quickly left the supply and marketing cooperative. Qin Yuanjing's face looked unhappy. His young wife didn't want to hold hands, and he felt uncomfortable inside. After getting in the car, Qin Yuanjing was driving, and Tralon Book didn't notice his bad mood. She was muttering, "We have rice, flour, sweet potatoes, and Chinese cabbage. Oh, and we bought some radishes too." Qin Yuanjing nodded. "Yes, I bought them." Tralon Book said, "I heard our food factory makes good pickled vegetables. When I start work, I want to visit the pickling workshop and buy some pickled radish strips to eat." Qin Yuanjing nodded absent-mindedly. "Okay, I'll listen to you." When they returned to the community building, Qin Yuanjing opened the car door, carried the bags down, and placed everything in their private basement under the building. The basement, which was empty before, was now filled with their groceries. Qin Yuanjing looked at it and felt happy. After putting away the groceries, they carried the fruit, a large cabbage, for potatoes, and 2 large green onions back upstairs. That large cabbage was enough for several meals. Back home, Qin Yuanjing took off his clothes and started cooking. He washed some fruit for Tralon Book and said, "I'll cook. You rest for a while." Tralon Book didn't want to rest. She came in to help wash and cut vegetables. The couple cooked together. They made steamed rice, and Qin Yuanjing also steamed a few buns. He always felt the rice wasn't enough and loved eating buns. Qin Yuanjing made potato stew with cured meat, stir-fried vinegar-flavored cabbage, and steamed water eggs. The steamed water eggs were specially prepared for Qiao Lanshu because he thought his young wife was too thin. She looked small and undernourished, so she needed to eat more. After dinner, Qin Yuanjing boiled some hot water to give Qiao Lanshu a bath. Then, he quietly went back to the bedroom. The 2 beds on the Kong, heated bed, had dried, so he covered them with 2 layers of cowhide paper and then a layer of straw mat. Next, he went to the next room and moved the 2 mattresses over to put on top. He pressed down to check, and it felt solid and steady. After laying the mattress, it wasn't hard, so he lay down for a bit. It felt comfortable, and the young girl should be able to sleep well. After her bath, Qiao Lanshu came out of the bathroom and saw that Qin Yuanzheng had already made the bed. He looked at her with a slightly dark gaze and said, "You go to bed first. I'll wash up." He then strode into the bathroom. Qiao Lanshu blushed and walked to the bed. No, the Kong. The northern Kong was big enough for her to roll around on several times. She took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and carefully tidied up the mattress Qin Yuanzheng had made, making it neat. Qin Yuanzheng finished his shower quickly. He had endured for several days. His desire grew each day, approaching a limit but unable to be released. This made him restless and anxious these days. Fortunately, after 3 days of marriage, tonight was finally the night they could be together. After his shower, Qin Yuanzheng put on his shorts and picked up his vest. He looked at the vest for half a second, then hesitated and threw it aside. Usually, he wore it for his wife to see, but tonight he decided not to. He turned off the living room light and returned to the room. The moment he entered, he saw his young wife lying on the Kong, reading a newspaper with her feet up, showing her fair skin. He looked at her for a few seconds. Sensing his gaze, Qiao Lanshu raised her head. They exchanged a glance. Then she blushed and sat up nervously, saying, "Brother Zheng, are you finished washing?" Although she had past experience, Qin Yuanjing's presence still put her under obvious pressure. She felt like she was being stared at by a wild beast, which made her feel overwhelmed. She only glanced at Qin Yuanjing once, then quickly looked away, blushing all the way to her neck, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother Zheng, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Qin Yuanjing's skin was a wheat color, and his muscles were strong, which made people feel shy just looking at him. Qiao Lanshu felt embarrassed to look too long. When Qin Yuanzheng came over and sat on the bed, he hugged her and softly said, "We're married now, why are you still so shy?" Being held in his arms, feeling his strong heartbeat, she didn't want to feel shy, but she couldn't help blushing. This was also Qin Yuanjing's first time. Looking at his young wife, who was about 10 years younger than him, he felt very caring. He whispered, "Don't be nervous. I'll be careful and won't hurt you." Qin Yuanzheng was used to rough life on the battlefield, and when alone, he usually lived quite simply. But now, with Qiao Lanshu, he was very cautious everywhere. He held her and kissed her, making her feel overwhelmed all over. Then, he slowly took off her clothes. Not just Qiao Lanshu, even Qin Yuanzheng was so nervous he felt like he might faint. He felt his strength almost slipping away. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, her clothes were ripped apart. Qiao Lanshu. She felt heartbroken. Those clothes were the ones she brought from Yangqing. Blushing, she pressed his hand and licked her numb lips. She felt like her whole body was wrapped in a big fire, making her blush and feel warm. With teary eyes, she said, "Oh, Brother Zheng, this fabric is quite precious." Qin Yuanzheng. His own eyes were also reddening, filled with excitement. He gruffly said, "Be good. I'll buy you new ones next time." Qiao Lanshu. Qin Yuanzheng had been single for many years and was seeing a woman's body for the first time, especially such a beautiful woman. Qiao Lanshu had a balanced figure. She gained weight where she should and was slim where she should be. Her fair skin was tinged with a deep pink. Her long, black hair, like seaweed, was spread across the bedding, her bangs wet with sweat, sticking to her forehead and face. Qin Yuanzheng reached out and gently brushed aside her damp hair from her neck. His rough fingers touched her, and she flinched nervously, shrinking her neck, looking a little afraid of him. Qin Yuanjing asked in a hoarse voice, Where are we now? We haven't even started yet, and you're already overwhelmed? Qin Yuanzheng is very strong, making Qiao Lanshu feel unable to handle it. She kept saying, Brother Zheng Yu. Qin Yuanzheng's muscles were tense, and he was sweating all over. The bedding was soaked with his sweat. Qiao Lanshu felt herself getting hot and sweaty. She wiped her eyes and softly said, Brother Zheng Yu. At this moment, Qin Yuanzheng couldn't stop himself. He quietly comforted her. Qiao Lanshu. Qin Yuanzheng has a healthy, strong body, full of energy. Qiao Lanshu reached out and pressed on his chest, trying to push him away. Qin Yuanzheng looked at her slender, long fingers, like water reeds. He held her fingers and played with them for a while. Then, in her confusion, Qiao Lanshu suddenly felt a prickling sensation on her hand. This made her more alert. She realized that several small marks appeared on her fingers. Qiao Lanshu withdrew her hand. In the chaos, she looked around, her mind a mess, unable to remember anything. All she could see was Qin Yuanzheng's face, sometimes close, sometimes far away, and his swollen chest muscles, along with his well-defined arms. His breathing was in her ear, sounding hoarse. She heard what he said, but it seemed like her brain couldn't process the message, because she remembered nothing. She only followed his voice downward, not knowing what she was saying. Seeing Qiao Lanshu about to faint, Qin Yuanzheng paused and softly said, Be good. Say it again. Qiao Lanshu asked confused. Say what? Qin Yuanzheng's eyes, red and intense with desire, fixed on her. He softly said, Husband. Qiao Lanshu responded softly, Husband. Hearing her gentle, almost coquettish husband, Qin Yuanzheng suddenly felt a jolt through his whole body. Then, he suddenly picked up Qiao Lanshu and got off the bed. Qiao Lanshu, small and thin, was carried in his arms like a child, with his back covering her completely. From a distance, if you didn't notice her slender legs, no one would realize that Qin Yuanzheng was holding someone in his arms. He was holding Qiao Lanshu, pressing her against the wall, letting her lean on his broad shoulder and softly comforting her. Good wife, can you call me husband again and listen? Qiao Lanshu thought that if she called him as he asked, he would soften and let her go. So, she quietly called out, Husband. This was like pouring gasoline on a burning house, making the fire burn even more fiercely. Qin Yuanzheng's whole body was trembling with intense emotion. At this moment, he finally understood why those married comrades, with families, missed home so much. Right now, he didn't want to work at all. All he wanted was to hold his soft, fragrant little wife day and night, anywhere but away from her. Although it was his first time, Qin Yuanzheng truly felt the joy of such moments. He initially wanted to control himself a bit, since Qiao Lanshu was still young, and he needed to take care of her. Besides, such things shouldn't be rushed. The first time definitely shouldn't last too long. But he was too excited and lost control. When he regained his senses, he didn't even know how many times it had happened. He thought back and guessed it was about 3 or 4 times, but he wasn't sure. Little Qiao didn't realize what was happening and had already fallen asleep. In the middle, he called his little wife a few times, but she only looked at him with a sad, innocent expression and didn't say anything, as if she was stunned. Once Qin Yuanzheng was sober again, he felt very tender toward his little wife. He quickly boiled some hot water and brought a warm towel to wipe her body. Qiao Lanshu's skin was fair, and some marks on her body were very obvious. Qin Yuanzheng felt very distressed and regretful for being too rough. He promised himself to be more careful in the future. He also thought about how he hadn't taken proper precautions that night. Luckily, he couldn't have children, or he wouldn't want Qiao Lanshu to get pregnant so soon. Thinking of this, he placed the hot towel on Qiao Lanshu's stomach and gently warmed her. Zhou Lanshu blinked sleepily and opened her eyes. She saw Qin Yuanzheng sitting beside her, looking down at her with gentle, loving eyes. She softly asked, Brother Zheng, what are you doing? Qin Yuanzheng looked at her sleepy face and felt a deep ache in his heart. He whispered, I'm just warming your stomach. Didn't you say it hurts? Zhou Lanshu was speechless. She didn't understand why her stomach was hurting. Did Qin Yuanjing really know? It wasn't something that could be fixed just with a warm cloth. She took away the hot towel, pulled the blanket over herself, and said, "Brother Zheng, go to sleep.
It's very late. It was probably midnight now."
Qin Yuanjing had been restless all night, and she even felt it was almost dawn. Qin Yuanjing whispered, "Okay, I'll pour some water and come back." He got up, poured water into a basin, hung the towel to dry, and quickly returned. He got onto the bed, snuggled under the blanket, and held Zhou Lanshu in his arms. He gently rubbed her stomach and asked softly, "Does your stomach still hurt? Do you want some hot water?" Zhou Lanshu leaned into his broad chest, blushing, and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Actually, she still felt uncomfortable, but she didn't want to say so. Of course, she was also very tired and didn't want to talk anymore. Outside the window, the north wind howled. Looking at the weather, it seemed like it was going to snow again. Qin Yuanjing's embrace was warm like a stove. Zhou Lanshu felt very comfortable and closed her eyes, feeling sleepy. But Qin Yuanjing had no intention of sleeping. He whispered in her ear, "Is it a bit too much? That's why your stomach hurts." He sighed again, seeming both relieved and regretful, and said, "Luckily, I have infertility issues. Otherwise," he didn't finish his sentence. But those words touched Zhou Lanshu's heart. In their past life, when she and Qin Yuanjing were together, he had infertility issues, and she also couldn't have children because she was injured. So, in their previous 5 years together, they had no children. This time, Zhou Lanshu avoided that tragic past. She had a healthy body, but Qin Yuanjing's infertility was natural. It was caused by weakness or low sperm count, and it seemed incurable. Zhou Lanshu felt a little sad. She gently kissed Qin Yuanjing on the cheek and said softly, "Brother Zheng, if you want a child, we can adopt one from the orphanage. I heard there are many children there. We can choose one who feels meant to be with us." Qin Yuanjing held her close and said quietly, "No need. Taking care of you is enough for me.
I don't want to raise a child right now."
He had finally gotten married and wanted to enjoy peaceful, happy days with his young wife. She was still young and innocent, and he wanted to take good care of her. For now, he really had no thoughts about having children. Hearing this, Zhou Lanshu didn't say anything more. She was too tired, so she closed her eyes and fell asleep in his arms. She slept deeply, and when they woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Qin Yuanjing had actually woken up earlier. Normally, he got up between 5:30 and 6, did his morning training, had breakfast, and then went to the mines and construction sites. But today, after waking up, he didn't get out of bed. He just held his sleeping wife in his arms, unwilling to let go. Looking at her peaceful face, he thought to himself that it was no wonder people said women were as gentle as water. She really did feel soft and warm, with a faint scent of soap that he liked very much. Not wanting to move, he lay there with her, using his arm as a pillow, and they slept until after 10 in the morning. Qin Yuanjing couldn't remember the last time he had slept so late. But since it was their wedding day, he thought it was fine to relax for once. When Zhou Lanshu woke up, she turned over, frowned slightly, and let out a quiet sound of discomfort as she pressed her hand to her lower back. Qin Yuanjing immediately leaned closer, gently massaging her back with his large, warm hands. "What's wrong, my dear? Does your back hurt?" he asked softly. His hands were rough but careful, and the gentle pressure made her feel a little better. Lying on the bed, Zhou Lanshu looked at him with a small pout and said, "My back feels sore. It's all your fault." Qin Yuanjing. Qin Yuanjing swallowed hard, feeling a bit guilty, and tugged at his pants. Then he said, "Sorry, I will be more careful next time. Please don't be mad at me, okay?" Zhou Lanshu wasn't angry with Qin Yuanjing. She smiled softly and said, "I'm not mad." Qin Yuanjing felt a warm feeling inside and asked, "Would you like some porridge this morning?" "Millet porridge." Zhou Lanshu nodded gently and said, "Yes." Qin Yuanjing quickly got off the bed and went to cook the porridge for her. Zhou Lanshu was going to start working at the food factory next Monday. These 2 days were the only time they could spend together at home, and Qin Yuanjing cherished these moments. He decided to stay at home these 2 days and not go anywhere. Soon, it was time to start work. In the personnel office, Wei Jingye arrived with his daughter, Wei Hongmei. Wei Hongmei used to be supported by Sun Mingyong, as she didn't have a job of her own. Sometimes, Sun Mingyong received money from his parents in Yangcheng, and with Wei Jingye's help, the family of 4 had enough to eat and live comfortably. But now, Sun Mingyong had been sent to a labor camp, and he even left behind over 1,000 yuan in debt. Wei Hongmei couldn't pay it all back. Wei Jingye felt sad for his daughter, but for the long run, he bravely applied for a temporary worker position for Wei Hongmei. When Wei Hongmei came to handle her employment, she was reluctant. She said, "Dad, you're the director at the food factory. Why did you arrange a temporary job for me? The pay is low, and there are no benefits. It's beneath me. I don't want to do it." Wei Jingye looked serious, angry, and helpless as he said, "You have 2 children to support. Can you not work?" Wei Hongmei confidently replied, "Isn't there you? Dad, don't you want to take care of us?" Wei Jingye. He sighed and said earnestly, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but you need to stand on your own now. You don't have a husband to rely on. If I'm not here in the future, what will you do?" Hearing this, Wei Hongmei started crying again. She said, "I don't know how Mingyong is doing over there. Is the labor camp hard? Does he have enough money to get by?" While crying, she said, "It's all that woman's fault. Why can't she stay happily in Yangcheng? Why does she have to come all this way?
How ugly is she?
Does no man want her?" Wei Jingye, with a serious face, pulled Wei Hongmei into the personnel office and said, "Stop talking and focus on your work first." Because of Sun Mingyong, Wei Jingye was scolded by the factory director and told to rest at home for a week. Recently, for his daughter's job, he bravely went to see the director and persuaded him. The director also believed that Wei Jingye and his daughter were tricked by Sun Mingyong. In a way, they were victims. Seeing his daughter struggling with 2 children, the director agreed to let Wei Hongmei start working there. Since she was a temporary worker, if she did well, she could try to become a permanent employee. If not, she would be dismissed. It was not a big deal. To prevent awkward encounters between Wei Hongmei and Xiao Lanshu, Yang Wenyuan, the factory director, told Wei Jingye to arrange for his daughter to work in the brewing workshop, making pickled vegetables. So, when Wei Hongmei arrived, she received her employment form for the brewing workshop. After leaving the factory, Wei Hongmei still asked, "Dad, has that woman gone back to Yangcheng?" Wei Jingye, impatient, said, "Why do you keep asking? Who cares where she went? It has nothing to do with you." Wei Hongmei. She was mainly upset inside. She felt her happy life was ruined by that woman. She harbored resentment. Xiao Lanshu, on the other hand, did not hold a grudge against Wei Hongmei. She only wanted to find Qin Yuanzheng and get revenge on Sun Mingyong. Now that Sun Mingyong had been punished, she was married to Qin Yuanzheng. She didn't pay much attention to others. She and Qin Yuanzheng had been cozy at home for a few days. Last night, she told him that they could only have one more reckless time. On her first day at work, she wanted to leave a good impression on her colleagues. So, early Monday morning, Qin Yuanzheng drove her to work, looking energetic. Xiao Lanshu wore a new army green cotton coat, a red scarf around her neck, a wool hat on her head, her small face snow-white, and her nose red from the cold. She huffed and puffed as she arrived at the factory and casually asked someone, "Hello, comrade. Can you tell me how to get to the pastry workshop?" When she asked him, Wei Jingye was surprised. He looked at Xiao Lanshu and then said, "Over there, the second workshop on the right." Xiao Lanshu didn't recognize Wei Jingye since she worked at the food factory 2 years later in her previous life. At that time, the director of the factory wasn't Wei Jingye. Also, Wei Jingye wasn't wearing his work uniform today. She thanked Wei Jingye for guiding her and then headed toward the pastry workshop. Wei Jingye watched her back for a moment before going to the pickled vegetables workshop to find his daughter, Wei Hongmei. Today was her first day at work and he was worried about her, so he went to check on her. As soon as he entered the pickled vegetables workshop, he saw Wei Hongmei standing at the door, wearing protective clothing but without gloves, with red eyes, wiping tears. Wei Jingye thought something was wrong with his daughter. He hurried over and asked, "Hongmei, what's wrong? Did someone bother you?" It shouldn't be, since he had already spoken to the workshop supervisor to take care of her. The food factory was large, with each workshop having a supervisor, and each workshop was divided into shifts, each with a team leader. For example, the pickled vegetables workshop had sections for pickling vegetables and making soy sauce. Some jobs were easy, others more physical, but the hours and pay were similar. Wei Xingye wanted the supervisor to assign his daughter to the pickling section, especially since winter was coming, and there would be fewer vegetables to process, so workers usually had less work. When Wei Hongmei saw her father approaching, she immediately walked over with tears in her eyes and said, "Dad, didn't you say you talked to someone? Why am I still assigned to the pickling section?" Wei Xingye thought the supervisor hadn't helped him, and hearing this, his face darkened. He said, "What's wrong with the pickling section? It's not bad. During winter for 3 or 4 months, there's not much work. We finish early, every day. Isn't that good? Others are eager to join, and you still complain?" Wei Hongmei stomped her foot in frustration and angrily accused her father. "Dad, you don't even know where they assigned me. They assigned me to pickled radishes. The radishes are big and heavy, and we have to carry them in baskets to wash by hand. The water in the basin is cold because it's all drawn from the lake, not heated. We wore these gloves to wash the radishes. After washing, we had to cut them. The team leader said each piece must be cut evenly, not too big or small. My hands were frozen stiff, and I couldn't cut properly. I was afraid I might cut my fingers off." When Wei Xingye heard his daughter say this, he understood everything clearly. Wei Hongmei was assigned to the cutting and washing team. At least she was placed in the pickled vegetables workshop, which was better than other workshops. He said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll ask if they need someone in the packaging team." He then went to the office of the pickled vegetables workshop. The supervisor there was a woman named Tang Wenxia. She was in her 30s, tall, and had a loud voice. She had worked in the pickled vegetables workshop for many years and was familiar with Wei Xingye. When Wei Xingye arrived, she was organizing inspection sheets for different teams. Seeing him, she thought he was here to check the work and immediately stood up, asking, "Director Wei, why are you here at this time? Are you here for a routine inspection?" Wei Xingye shook his head. He stood with his hands behind his back and approached her. He asked, "Supervisor Tang, my daughter came to work today, right?" She nodded and said, "Yes, I remember now. Wei Hongmei, right? I've already assigned her to the white shift in the pickled vegetables workshop." Wei Xingye remained calm and asked directly, "Actually, Supervisor Tang, my daughter is now alone, taking care of 2 children. She has a lot of household chores to handle. Could you transfer her to the packaging workshop? The work there is lighter, so she can have more energy to take care of her kids at home. Most female workers now have children. Although women can do half the work, the factory still needs to give special care to those with children. Heavy labor should be left to the men." Wei Xingye's son-in-law, Sun Mingyong, used to work in the sales department of a food factory, dealing with clients daily. Most people in the factory knew him. When his marriage was found to be fake, he was called out and criticized at a meeting, so everyone knew about it. Tang Wenxia knew that Wei Hongmei had lost her husband and had to raise 2 children alone, which was indeed hard. She looked a bit hesitant and said, "Director Wei, it's not that I don't want to take care of Comrade Wei Hongmei, but in our pickled vegetable workshop, there are limited positions. Currently, only the cutting and washing section needs people. Other workshops don't lack staff. If we really want to assign her there, someone from another workshop would have to be willing to transfer to the cutting and washing section. Of course, the cutting and washing section is vacant because it's very tiring. If all workshops were as easy as the packaging workshop, then no one would leave." Tang Wenxia added, "But now it's winter. All the winter vegetables have been harvested. The busy period lasts only about half a month. Next month, things will be easier. If we want to make pickled vegetables again, it will be in spring next year when the weather isn't cold." Wei Xingye knew this, but Wei Hongmei didn't want to work. Not just in a month, but even for a day, Wei Hongmei couldn't bear this hardship. So Wei Xingye asked again, "How about you help me ask around? See if anyone in the packaging workshop is willing to transfer to the cutting and washing section. I can pay 100 yuan. Wei Xingye was willing to pay, showing sincerity. But if Tang Wenxia asked around, Wouldn't that reveal she was helping Wei Jingye get special treatment? And if no one agreed to transfer, she would just be making a fuss for nothing. However, if she didn't ask, she would offend Wei Jingye. After thinking for a moment, Tang Wenxia suddenly said to Wei Jingye, "Director Wei, why don't you ask in the pastry workshop? They have a fermentation room. Maybe they need someone there to monitor the temperature. It's a light job with little pressure." If the fermentation room isn't short-staffed, she could also work in the pastry section making cookies. The cookies are machine-made now. The worker just needs to put the baked cookies on the conveyor belt and pack them, which is very easy. By the way, our bread workshop is also quite relaxed. Except for kneading dough, which is physical work, the bread baking is automated. Workers just need to put the fermented dough on the conveyor belt. Isn't that easier than working in the pickled vegetable workshop? Wei Jingye knew that Tang Wenxia was trying to get rid of Wei Hongmei because she thought she was difficult to handle, so she wanted to send her away quickly. However, Tang Wenxia was also right. Although the pastry workshop is not as busy as the pickled vegetable workshop and can be quiet during winter, most of the work in the pastry workshop is light and easy. Besides making mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival, rice cakes with dates at the end of the year, and noodle lanterns during the Lunar New Year, there are a few extra days of work, but usually it is quite relaxed. At least, in the pastry workshop, workers don't need to wash in cold water, and Wei Hongmei doesn't have to complain about her hands freezing or her joints getting hurt. Wei Jingye thought about it and said, "All right, I'll go ask the supervisor in the pastry workshop." Today, the workers in the pastry workshop probably also arrived and are already at full staff. He needs to ask the supervisor if he can find a spot to assign Wei Hongmei there. When Xiao Lanshu arrived at the pastry workshop, she saw someone from the personnel department leading 2 new employees toward the workshop. She quickly caught up and greeted the personnel staff. The personnel officer glanced at her and asked, "Is this the pastry workshop?" Xiao Lanshu nodded. "Yes." The officer said, "All right, follow me." The officer took the 3 new workers to the supervisor's office. Lu Weihong, the supervisor of the pastry workshop, warmly welcomed them. Officer Zhou, you've finally brought the staff over. Recently, our pastry workshop has been increasing production, and we are seriously short-staffed. Everyone is complaining about working overtime." Officer Zhou immediately said, "Then hurry up and assign them some work. I've allocated 3 people for you this time, so it should be enough." Lu Weihong nodded with a smile. Okay. By the way, are they all family workers?" She looked at the 3 new employees. 2 women and 1 man, all young. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Lanshu's face. Seeing her delicate and beautiful face, she frowned slightly and asked, "Why is there a young lady here doing rough work? Which family member are you?" She asked Xiao Lanshu, "Are you a family worker?" Xiao Lanshu was silent. She inexplicably sensed a stain in the other person's eyes. She kept her composure and said, "Supervisor Lu, I am not a family worker." Lu Weihong looked serious and asked, "If you're not a family worker, then how did you get in?" The personnel officer from Zhou quickly responded, "Oh, Supervisor Lu, this is a family member of a soldier. Her husband is an officer in the mining area. All this information is in her personal records, which are public. It's not a secret. Everyone in the personnel department and logistics office knows." So, Officer Zhou lowered his voice and directly told Lu Weihong, "Supervisor Lu, she is the family member of Commander Qin." Lu Weihong was surprised. "Oh, you mean Qin Yuanzheng? Qin Yuanzheng is quite famous. After all, Yang Wenyuan is the director of the food factory, so several women from the factory have been introduced to Qin Yuanzheng for matchmaking through Yang Wenyuan. Some didn't even meet him before being rejected. Others, like Wang Huiping, had dinner with Qin Yuanzheng at Yang Wenyuan's house, but nothing more happened afterward. Lu Weihong is one of those who had dinner with Qin Yuanzheng, but nothing else. Lu Weihong and Qin Yuanzheng didn't like each other. Qin Yuanzheng has no intention of marrying, and Lu Weihong dislikes that he can't have children. But, as the saying goes, once you've seen the sea, other waters seem less appealing. After meeting someone as outstanding as Qin Yuanzheng, Lu Weihong couldn't look at other men. So, she has been single for 2 years. She's 27 now, and still not married. She's worried she'll become an old maid. She couldn't help but think of Qin Yuanzheng again. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that a man who can't have children and is so picky is really shameless. She, as an unmarried woman and a supervisor, hasn't said anything. Now, seeing Qiao Lanshu, she sneered. He said he wouldn't marry, right? Because he can't have children, so he wouldn't marry. But now he's married? Men's words are really full of lies. She scrutinized Qiao Lanshu with a critical eye and said, "You're so short. What can you do? Don't slow down our workshop's efficiency. Usually, someone like you wouldn't even get past our factory's gate. And your way of sneaking in is pretty obvious. If you have that money, spend it at the department store or the supply and marketing cooperative, or at the state-run restaurant's reception desk or the guest house registration. At least those places care about appearances, right? But here, face doesn't pay the bills." Lu Weihong kept talking about Qiao Lanshu nonstop. Jolin Shu listened calmly, without changing her expression, saying nothing. She followed the other two newcomers behind Lu Weihong, listening to her arrange the work. Lu Weihong assigned the two newcomers to the bread and pastry classes. Then she turned to Jolin Shu and said, "You go to the deep frying class. It's the end of the year, and we need to make twisted fried dough sticks. You can help out there. In the deep frying class, they mainly fry fried dough sticks, fried cakes, and twisted fried dough. Twisted fried dough is easy to store and comes in large and small sizes, with sweet and salty flavors. It is heavy and crispy, with a nice aroma, and is a popular gift during the new year. Since it's winter now, and the Spring Festival is coming in a few months, they need to prepare the twisted fried dough." Hearing she was assigned to the deep frying class, Jolin Shu felt a bit uncomfortable. She thought she was being targeted. After all, deep frying involves high heat, and it's very hot and dangerous. If oil splashes on her, it could be serious. Plus, she's from the South and doesn't know how to make twisted fried dough at all. But it was her first day at work. If she complained about her assigned task on the first day, she might not keep this job. So, she decided to do her best on the first day and see what Lu Weihong was really like. She nodded and said, "Okay, Supervisor Lu. I will do my best." Lu Weihong gave her a critical look and said, "All right, go ahead. Who urge? You take her there." Jolin Shu put on her protective gear at the door, including a mask, gloves, and a hat, then entered the deep frying room. As soon as she entered, she was hit by a wave of heat. It was very hot inside. Several large oil pots were bubbling and sizzling. 3 people were responsible for one big pot. Most of the workers inside were men. Looking around, besides 2 women in charge of handling the twisted fried dough, everyone else was male. Jolin Shu walked over calmly and asked, "Who urge? What do I need to do?" Who urge looked at the small, young girl and frowned slightly. He said, "You." He paused. He had planned to have her handle the twisted fried dough, but could she really manage that big spoon? He then asked, "Do you know how to make twisted fried dough?" He explained as he kneaded the dough with both hands, pulling and folding it into a long strip, then quickly twisting it into a strand before dropping it into the hot oil to fry. "That's how you get a fragrant, crispy twisted fried dough." Qiao Lanshu said. Qiao Lanshu modestly said, "Brother Hu, I will learn well." That means she won't learn. Brother Hu is speechless. He said, "Forget it, you can help with the twisted dough sticks. Be careful not to burn them. See, they should be golden yellow. If they're too dark, they'll taste bitter." Qiao Lanshu picked up a large slotted spoon and carefully scooped the twisted dough sticks out of the pot. She didn't have enough strength, so she scooped them out little by little. She was calm and steady, unlike some people who get impatient and end up splattering oil everywhere. Brother Hu watched her for a while, then went back to making twisted dough sticks. Meanwhile, Wei Xingya also came over. He found Lu Weihong and asked, "Manager Lu, do you have a moment? I want to ask you something." Lu Weihong saw Wei Xingya approaching and warmly greeted him. "Director Wei, what can I do for you?" Wei Xingya explained about his daughter and then asked Lu Weihong, "The work in the pickled vegetables workshop isn't very suitable for my daughter. Do you have any open positions here?" Hearing this, Lu Weihong fell silent for a moment. She still had some doubts. She wondered if Wei Xingya was trying to find a relaxed job for his daughter. Do they think the pastry workshop is a trash dump? Do they want anyone? But, Since Wei Jingye was the factory director, with power only below the factory manager, the supervisors didn't dare offend him. Wei Jingye added, "Winter is coming, and the year is almost over. The pastry workshop has a lot of work, right?" Lu Weihong smiled and nodded. "Yes, we've been busy frying twisted dough sticks. Our factory's small twisted dough sticks sell very well every year. Last year, we didn't have enough, and this year, the task has increased by 5,000 jin of flour. Compared to last year, this workload is much heavier, so they need more staff in the pastry workshop. They must ensure production, so everyone can have a good new year." Wei Jingye continued, "That's perfect. Hongmei is starting today. She's very good at making bread and cookies. She's been doing this at home a lot. I want her to come and try." Lu Weihong. It's one thing to send her daughter over, but to specifically ask for her to make bread and cookies? Lu Weihong felt frustrated inside. But then she thought of Qiao Lanshua, who also got her position through connections, as a relative of the factory director. Let's just have the two of them switch places through favoritism. Since both got in through connections, no one should blame anyone. Anyway, Lu Weihong is now looking at Qiao Lanshu and feels a bit annoyed. She immediately says, "Director Wei, what a coincidence you came. I just hired a temporary worker. She looks small and delicate, like a young lady, not really suited for work. I don't want her, so I think she should go to the pickled vegetables workshop." Hearing this, Wei Jingye's eyebrows relax and he smiles. "You're very thoughtful, Supervisor Lu. Consider this me owing you a favor. I'll call Hongmei over to report to you." With that, Wei Jingye happily walks away. Lu Weihong turns back and goes to the fried food section. At this moment, Qiao Lanshu is helping Hu Urge fry twisted dough sticks. She doesn't know how to make the dough sticks herself, so she only helps fry them. Besides her arms getting tired from the hot oil, everything else is going smoothly. She worries they might overfry the dough sticks, so she keeps a close eye on them. Seeing her so serious, Hu Urge, who wasn't very pleased with her at first, now approves of her. New apprentices usually need at least a week to learn. Hu Urge doesn't mind if she learns slowly, but she must be serious and careful in her work. He watches her wave a large skimmer, struggling to scoop out the dough sticks, then walks over and takes the spoon from her, saying, "That's enough. Take a break and get some water." Actually, Qiao Lanshu has been working for less than an hour, but it's quite hot here, and she needs to rehydrate. Plus, her arms have been swinging the iron spoon, and they are already sore. The large skimmer is quite heavy, so most workers in this workshop are men. Young women usually work in the bread section. Wearing a mask and hat, only her shiny black eyes are visible. She smiles warmly and says, "Thank you, second brother Hu. I'll go get some water." Just as she is about to get some water, she sees Lu Weihong coming again. Seeing her, Lu Weihong frowns and says, "Are you here to be a young lady or to work? You've only been on duty for about an hour. Are you slacking off?" Before Qiao Lanshu could speak, Hu Urge impatiently said, "I told her to rest. The young girl hasn't had a sip of water since she started working. I told her to take a break and drink some water." "What's wrong with that, Lu Weihong?" Lu Weihong really didn't expect that Hu Urge, who usually doesn't bother with anyone and doesn't care about anyone's feelings, would actually speak up for Qiao Lanshu. She thought that, given Hu Urge's picky nature, he would scold Qiao Lanshu until she cried. She asked, "Hu Urge, are you just saying that because she's young and pretty?" Hu Urge got angry. He sharply tapped the spoon in his hand and looked at Lu Weihong, saying, "What are you talking about? Work is work. Comrade Xiao Qiao is serious about her work, so of course I want to help her." Hu Urge was most annoyed with Lu Weihong. She was a troublemaker who always caused problems, but she didn't seem to do much actual work. Lu Weihong felt a bit embarrassed by Hu Urge's words. She didn't argue with him and turned to Qiao Lanshu, saying, "The director just said that the pickled vegetable workshop is short-staffed. Go over there." "Let's go." Hu Urge frowned and suspiciously said, "The pickled vegetable workshop is busy for only 10 or 15 days. After that, they'll be the least busy. How can they be short-staffed? I need staff now. Can't you see that?" Lu Weihong clicked her tongue and said to Hu Urge, "Don't worry, Hu Urge. I'll find a male worker for you in a little while. Then she glared at Xiao Lanshu and said, Come on, let's go. Hu Urge still felt uncomfortable. He said irritably, If there's a male worker, why didn't you bring him this morning? You're really not smart, Lu Weihong. Lu Weihong was very angry after Hu Urge's remarks, but she couldn't argue with him. Hu Urge was a veteran worker at the factory, having worked in several workshops, and he was very capable. He had been awarded the title of model worker several times. Originally, he should have been promoted to supervisor, but Lu Weihong used connections to take the spot and replaced Hu Urge. Hu Urge understood this, but he didn't say anything. Work is like that. No matter when or where, you have to consider relationships, connections, and social ties. Xiao Lanshu followed Lu Weihong out of the deep-fried food workshop. She seems to have no temper at all. No matter what Lu Weihong says, she doesn't argue but just listens and follows obediently. She looks quite upset on the surface, but inside, she feels very happy. It's such a good thing. The deep-frying workshop is very hot, and the air inside is stuffy. After a while, it becomes dry and causes discomfort. The main problem is that she has been stirring the spoon for 40 minutes, and her arms are sore and tired. Moreover, there is a supervisor Lu who is targeting her. She takes a deep breath of cool, fresh air and follows Lu Weihong toward the pickled vegetable workshop. She is familiar with the pickled vegetable workshop because she worked there in her previous life. She has done several positions in that workshop, so she can get started faster. Most importantly, winter is coming soon. Starting from December, there is almost no work in the pickled vegetable workshop, and they can relax until after the new year. Xiao Lanshua is thinking, such a good job, and Lu Weihong actually gave it to her? Could she be tricking her? Lu Weihong took Xiao Lanshua to the door of the pickled vegetable workshop, looked at her with disdain, and said, Go find Supervisor Tang in the workshop to report. Then Lu Weihong turned around and left. She was too lazy to see her off, worried that the transfer might cause trouble or be seen by the factory director. After entering, Xiao Lanshua went to ask someone for Supervisor Tang. Just then, Tang Wenxia had just sent away Wei Hongmei and was standing at the door. Seeing Xiao Lanshua come over, she immediately knew she was the unlucky person who had replaced Wei Hongmei's position. She felt a bit sympathetic toward her. She walked over and said, Are you Comrade Xiao Lanshua? Xiao Lanshua nodded. Yes, I am. Tang Wenxia looked at her small stature and said, Let's go to the washing and cutting workshop. In the washing and cutting workshop, they are mainly working on pickled radishes and Chinese cabbage. The large radishes pulled out from the muddy ground have already gone through the first cleaning process with the machine. Because water resources are scarce in the north, clean water is very precious. The machine recycles the water, giving all the soil-covered radishes a simple rinse. Then, the rinsed radishes are sent along a conveyor belt, where workers carefully wash them again. After cleaning thoroughly, they are cut into strips and then prepared for pickling. Actually, Wei Hongmei said that carrying things was too heavy and the water was cold, which is true. However, there are not many opportunities for female workers to carry things. Usually, 2 women work together to lift items. They just pour the radishes into the water tank and let the machine stir them. Most of the time, male workers handle the carrying, while female workers do the cleaning. When Xiao Lanshu arrived at the washing station, she immediately took her knitted gloves out of her cotton coat pocket. First, she put on her knitted gloves, then added a waterproof pair over them. This way, washing the radishes wouldn't hurt her hands. Tang Wenxia looked at her and was a bit surprised. She said, You're quite smart, knowing to keep warm. Xiao Lanshu smiled and said, The waterproof gloves here are too big. If I wear my knitted gloves underneath, they fit better. Tang Wenxia nodded without saying much. She called over a woman in her 30s to take care of Xiao Lanshu. Then, Tang Wenxia left. The woman in charge of helping Xiao Lanshu was named Wang Shui. Wang Shui wasn't very talkative. After Wei Hongmei left, another girl, Xiao Lanshu, came. It's clear that Wei Hongmei disliked the hard work here and took over Xiao Lanshu's better job. Wang Shui looked at Xiao Lanshu and comforted her, saying, Since you're here, work hard. Cleaning radishes is tiring, but it will only be for half a month. After that, we'll have some free time. Qiao Lanshu knew Wang Shui was trying to comfort her. In fact, she felt happy inside and wasn't upset at all. She smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Sister Wang." Wang Shui saw that she was small and thin and asked, "How old are you?" Qiao Lanshu replied, "Sister Wang, I'm 18. Wang Shui was a bit surprised and asked, "From your accent, you're not local, right?" It was quite strange. Wang Shui worked in the factory and rarely interacted with outsiders. She had never heard such an accent before. Qiao Lanshu said, "I come from Yangcheng in the southernmost part of the country." Wang Shui took her to the big water tank, where everyone was washing radishes. They picked up the clean radishes, put them on a conveyor belt, and sent them to the vegetable cutting workshop. Wang Shui admired her and said, "Your short legs sure can run," Jolin wrote. Wang Shui smiled and said, "The water is cold. I don't know if you can handle it. Tomorrow, go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some warm, waterproof gloves. It won't be so cold then." She also showed Jolin her gloves. The outside was waterproof, and inside was a thin layer of cotton, which kept warm quite well. Jolin didn't mention that she brought knitted gloves. She just nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, Sister Wang." Wang Shui waved her hand and said, "From now on, if I bring you along, that means I am your teacher. Don't be so polite." Jolin happily called out, "Yes, teacher." Wang Shui really liked this girl. She helped her wash radishes. After washing, they went to another workshop to cut the radishes into strips. Some radishes needed to be diced and pickled into sour and spicy radish cubes. Others were cut into strips, which are very tasty with rice. Salty and spicy radish strips. The radishes had to be cut into even long strips. Since wearing gloves makes cutting difficult, everyone took off their gloves. Wang Shui taught Jolin for a while, then let her cut on her own. She thought Jolin would need a few days to get used to it and cut the radishes evenly. But surprisingly, as soon as she started, Jolin was already cutting the radishes into uniform, long strips. From a glance, it looked like every strip was about the same length. Wang Shui was amazed and said, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, you're incredible. You're cutting so well." Jolin modestly replied, "It's all thanks to your good teaching, teacher, Wang Shui." Wang Shui's own cutting wasn't as neat. She felt she had no right to be a teacher. They worked all morning. At noon, Wang Shui personally took Jolin to the cafeteria for a meal. After eating, they hurried to finish cutting the remaining radishes, then dried them. After that, they could go home. Qin Yuanzheng was very worried about Jolin. Before the workday was over, he arrived early in his car and waited outside the factory gate. He didn't know if his young wife, on her first day at work, had been treated unfairly. She was from out of town and didn't understand the local dialect. He wondered if there might be communication problems. Most importantly, he wondered if she could handle the work at the factory. Qin Yuanzheng was like a worried old father. He sat in his car, glancing out the window now and then, waiting for his young wife to come out. At this moment, Lu Weihong, who finished work on time, came out holding hands with her colleague from the factory. Both of them saw Qin Yuanzheng's car, a military vehicle, which was very noticeable. Especially since Lu Weihong and Qin Yuanzheng had been on a blind date before, she was very familiar with his car. Her colleague said, "Wow, that's a military car. It must belong to a senior officer, right? When did our factory start having military officers' families?" Lu Weihong responded with a cold snort and said, "That's Qin Tuanzhang's car from the 21st Regiment. You don't know? He's not good in that area, and he can't have children. Being his family member means a tough life ahead." Lu Weihong and her female colleague were gossiping about Qin Yuanzheng. They directly said that his infertility meant he was not capable. Of course, Qin Yuanzheng didn't care about others' opinions. When he went on blind dates with those women, the first thing he did was to be honest about his infertility. It was necessary to clarify such things early. So, Qin Yuanzheng's infertility was not a secret in the entire mining area or even in nearby factories. Lu Weihong kept glancing in Qin Yuanzheng's direction now and then. Her colleague continued, "Oh, Weihong, didn't you date him before? Why did you refuse him? If you hadn't, you could be sitting in a car now, married to a high-ranking officer, traveling in style. That would be so impressive." Lu Weihong snorted and said, "What's so great about a car? Sitting inside is just as cold," her colleague replied. "That's still better than walking in the snow and wind, right?" Inside, her colleague was secretly thinking that Lu Weihong couldn't even afford a bicycle now, and was still complaining about how cold it is in the car. It was quite funny. Actually, Lu Weihong also harbored some resentment. She had hesitated before, but didn't reject him outright. It was Qin Yuanzheng who refused her. He, a man with infertility issues, she didn't say anything about that. Thinking about this, Lu Weihong felt even angrier and said, "No matter how fancy it is, it doesn't change the fact that he's not capable. A man who can't do his part is just a widowed wife, who says Tuanzhang Qin isn't capable." A soft voice suddenly sounded. Both people looked back and saw Jolin Shu wearing a black wool hat and a red scarf tightly wrapped around her face, leaving only her dark eyes visible, staring straight at Lu Weihong. Today was Lu Weihong's first day at work. She had often teased Jolin Shu, making her fry twisted dough sticks or switch job positions. Even Wei Hongmei, who was transferred over, was a tricky person. But bothering Jolin Shu made Lu Weihong feel satisfied. She thought Jolin Shu was really a soft person, so she said, "What I said, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Jolin Shu calmly replied, "Of course you said something wrong. Captain Qin is my husband. Do I not know if my husband is good or not? Let me tell you, my husband can do it 7 times in one night. He's very energetic. You can't even find a man, so just envy me." Lu Weihong was stunned. Her female colleagues around her were also shocked. Jolin Shu looked so obedient and small, yet her words were so shameless. She kept calling him husband and said he was very energetic. Who here calls their husband directly? It's really embarrassing. No wonder Qin Yuanzheng likes such a woman. Any man would be overwhelmed if a pretty young woman kept calling him husband. Lu Weihong was stunned. She stared at Jolin Shu with wide eyes and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But that wasn't all. Jolin Shu continued speaking. She looked innocent and soft, but her words could really make people angry. She said, "I'm not talking nonsense, Lu's supervisor. I heard you're over 30 and still haven't found a partner. Are you feeling repressed? I heard that people who lack something tend to focus on it. Maybe you're too lonely for a man, so you keep staring at other people's husbands. Some are good, some are not. Whether other people's husbands are good or not has nothing to do with you. Since you're so interested in other people's husbands, why not spend more time finding some matchmakers? Maybe you'll find a husband before you're 40. Then you'll get to see if your own husband is good or not. Do you think my idea is good or not?" Lu Weihong was so angry she almost fell backward. Her female colleague next to her was also stunned by Jolin Shu's words. She looked at Lu Weihong with a strange expression, making Lu Weihong feel uncomfortable all over. She almost cried from anger, her eyes red, as she shouted loudly, "Qiao Shu, what are you talking about? I'm only 27 years old. 27. I'm not even 30. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Qiao Shu smiled and said, "Oh, Supervisor Lu, I knew I'd hit the mark, so you're feeling embarrassed and angry, right? Don't worry too much. Fate is decided by heaven, and your true love is coming." She deliberately paused, making others think she was saying that Lu Weihong's soulmate hadn't arrived yet. But then, Qiao Shu slowly added, "Maybe it's already gone too soon, Lu Weihong." Lu Weihong felt like Qiao Shu was cursing her to stay single forever. She just wanted to find someone with a higher status, better looks, a higher salary, and a bit of family support. Her requirements weren't high, but she kept failing to find such a person, which is why she was still single now. As the year was ending and she was about to turn 28, she was starting to feel anxious. So, hearing Qiao Shu say that, she couldn't help but break down a little. Angrily, she stared at Qiao Shu, about to go and hit her. But her female colleague quickly pulled her back and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. Her husband is here." They both turned to look, and sure enough, Qin Yuanzheng had gotten out of his car. He was dressed in a neat military coat, wearing a military hat, broad-shouldered and tall, walking over a few steps. Lu Weihong couldn't help but stare at Qin Yuanzheng. She thought he might remember her, but he didn't even look her way. His eyes were only on his newlywed wife, who had just married him. Qin Yuanjing approached, looked down at the petite woman who only reached his chest, gently adjusted her scarf, and asked softly, "You're out here. Why don't you come find me instead of standing here?" Qiao Lanshu didn't know when Qin Yuanjing had arrived or how much he had heard. She felt nervous inside. What if Qin Yuanjing saw her being so harsh just now? She didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of him. She smiled sweetly at Qin Yuanjing, then looped her arm around his and said, "It's okay, Brother Zheng. Let's go home quickly. It's too cold." Qin Yuanjing was pulled along by her toward the car. Qin Yuanjing affectionately looked at Qiao Lanshu, said nothing, and strode forward. He turned around and embraced her in his arms, then opened the car door for her. Leaving Lu Weihong and the others behind, watching their distant figures, a female colleague nearby said with envy, "Captain Qin is so handsome. His figure and looks are simply unmatched, not to mention his commanding presence from his battlefield experience and leadership." At this moment, she could somewhat understand Lu Weihong. After being with such an excellent man, how many others could compare? The psychological gap was too big. Qin Yuanjing closed the car door after Qiao Lanshu, then got into the car himself. However, he didn't start the engine immediately. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Qiao Lanshu with a deep gaze. Qiao Lanshu felt a bit guilty. "Brother Zheng, what's wrong?" Qin Yuanjing chuckled softly, leaned in close, and said, "Why don't you call me husband anymore? Just a moment ago, you were calling me so smoothly." Qiao Lanshu. "Oh no," Brother Zheng heard everything. Qin Yuanjing pushed down Qiao Lanshu's scarf, revealing her fair little face. She smiled obediently and praised him mindlessly. "Brother Zheng, you finish work so punctually, and you even came to pick me up in your car. You're so kind. The car is parked perfectly straight, unlike others' cars that are all crooked." Qin Yuanjing looked out the window. There was only his car here. His little wife was a bit embarrassed, trying to find something to say. Qin Yuanjing just looked at Qiao Lanshu silently, with a deep gaze that carried a certain emotion. It reminded Qiao Lanshu of their first time together. Back then, Qin Yuanjing looked at her with the same expression. Qiao Lanshu's face immediately turned red and hot. She reached out and pinched his coat, softly saying, "Clothes are also neatly worn, better looking than others." Qin Yuanjing couldn't help but reach out and tousle her hair, then held the back of her head and kissed her on the lips. It was a firm kiss. Qiao Lanshu quickly begged for mercy. "Brother Zheng, I have to go to work tomorrow." Qin Yuanjing started the car and said to her, "Don't worry. Now that you've said it, I definitely won't let your words go to waste. 7 times in one night isn't impossible. I'm mainly worried you can't hold up and pass out again, which would make me worry all day." Zhou Lanshu. Qin Yuanjing turned his head, looked at her with a smile, and said, "So, tonight you should eat well, and then we can extend our line of attack, taking one position at a time to finish the task." Zhou Lanshu. "This is a couple cheering for love, not going to war, Captain Qin." Last night, Zhou Lanshu was probably afraid of Qin Yuanjing. She used work as an excuse to stop him from being reckless. Qin Yuanjing had just started eating. How could he resist? He spent the whole day thinking about his soft, fragrant wife. No matter what, tonight, he couldn't hold back. On the way, he asked while driving, "How is your work in the pastry workshop? Which shift are you on? Are you getting used to it?" Qin Yuanjing thought that his cousin Yang Wenyan, the factory director, would probably assign Zhou Lanshu to a lighter job in the pastry workshop. But then he heard Zhou Lanshu say, "The pastry workshop isn't good. The supervisor there targeted me and assigned me to the frying team to fry twisted dough sticks." Qin Yuanjing immediately stopped the car, turned to look at her, frowned, and looked serious. "Is that true? I'll talk to my cousin about this. Frying is so dangerous? What if hot oil splashes and burns little Joe? His wife's skin is fair and smooth, her face and hands are clean. She can't have scars. Besides, his cousin is the factory director. If he helps his wife get an easier job, what's wrong with that? Many people use connections. He doesn't think it's a big deal to do the same for his wife." Qin Yuanzheng was starting to feel upset about how his cousin handles things. Zhou Lanshu quickly held his arm and said, "No need. I was in the frying team for less than an hour. They transferred me to the pickled vegetables team. Now I'm responsible for cutting radishes. It's very easy, and my colleagues are very nice. After about 10 days, when the pickled vegetables are done, I'll be free." Qin Yuanzheng knew that Zhou Lanshu could cook, and she was very good at it. Cutting radishes was definitely not difficult. And it sounded pretty easy, much better than frying. He took her hands, removed her knitted gloves, and carefully checked her hands again and again. Xiao Lanshu is very beautiful, and her hands are also very nice. Her palms are small, her fingers are thin and long, and her nails are pink and smooth. When she pinches things, her hands feel soft and squishy, almost like they have no bones. Qin Yuanzheng really likes her hands. He cups her hands in his own, gently rubs them, and softly asks, "Is cutting carrots okay? Will your hands get hurt?" Xiao Lanshu shakes her head and says, "Of course not. They're not wearing gloves, but I am, so don't worry." Qin Yuanzheng still feels worried. He says, "I'll ask my cousin tomorrow if there are other jobs available."
Xiao Lanshu quickly says, "No need. This is fine, really.
You don't have to say more." Xiao Lanshu remembers that next spring, the machinery factory will send a new batch of machines to the factory. Then they will use machines to cut the vegetables instead of doing it by hand. The machines will wash and cut the vegetables. The female workers will only need to toss the carrots onto the conveyor belt and pack the cut strips into baskets. It will be much easier. Xiao Lanshu likes this job. It's relaxed, close to home, pays well, and she can eat at the cafeteria at noon. She plans to work steadily at the food factory for 2 years. When the college entrance exam is restored in 1977, she will take it. Her parents both went to university, and she has finished high school. She is determined to take the exam. Xiao Lanshu has her own plans in mind. So, she says to Qin Yuanzheng, "Brother Zheng, thank you for thinking so much for me. That's why I have a stable job and life now. You're really kind." She holds Qin Yuanzheng's hand, kisses it gently, and smiles. "I'm so lucky to marry you." Qin Yuanzheng. He swallows hard, his eyes deepening. Suddenly, he leans in and presses her, kissing her passionately, very intensely. Xiao Lanshu starts to breathe a little harder. Her eyes turn red as she pleads, "Brother Zheng, there are people on the street." Qin Yuanzheng's breathing is heavy. After a long moment, he finally releases her, presses his hand to her lips, and softly says, "Okay, let's go home." Xiao Lanshu feels that Qin Yuanzheng is too easy to tease. She doesn't think she did much, so why is he so fierce? Thinking about their first night together, her heart suddenly starts to beat faster. She feels she might not be able to handle it. Qin Yuanzheng also felt that he was a bit impatient. It's strange. He's no longer a young fool of 18 or 19. He's almost 30. Why is he still so impulsive and unable to wait? When he was with Xiao Lanshu, he felt restless and numb all over. It was as if there was a fire inside him, rushing around, looking for a way to break free and vent. As soon as they returned to the community and got out of the car, Qin Yuanzheng held Xiao Lanshu's hand without saying a word and hurried upstairs. Next door, Huang Erling heard the noise and guessed that Xiao Lanshu had returned. She had prepared a thick quilt, a large blanket, and warm winter clothes for Xiao Lanshu, and they were ready. She thought she should ask Xiao Lanshu to come over and quickly take these things back. But just as she opened her door, the neighbor's door suddenly slammed shut. Huang Erling. She walked over to the neighbor's door, raised her hand to knock, but heard faint sounds from inside, soft pleading from little Qiao. "Oh, Brother Zheng." "Husband, wait a moment." Huang Erling. Her children were already 2 years old, but she still couldn't help blushing. She covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, thinking, no wonder Commander Qin likes little Qiao so much. Poor little Qiao is going to have a tough time. Huang Erling quietly returned to her own room and gently closed her door, afraid of disturbing the newlyweds next door. She thought to herself, no wonder Commander Qin likes little Qiao so much. This girl from the south was indeed different. Her voice was soft, her smile sweet, and most importantly, she knew how to act coquettishly. Calling him brother or husband, how could any man resist? Huang Erling thought to herself that if she called Zhao Jianong husband, she got goosebumps all over. Just thinking about it was unbearable, let alone actually saying it. She decided she might as well call him a fool. At that moment, Zhao Jianong came out of his room and asked, "What were you doing just now?" Their house's lights were still off. Only a kerosene lamp was lit in the living room. Huang Erling took off her apron and said, "Nothing much. I went to cook." Originally, we planned to wait for the neighbor to return before sending the bedding and other items. Now, it seems better to wait until tomorrow. Zhao Jianong muttered. Has Qin Tuo not come back yet? Isn't it past the usual work hours? Huang Erling glanced at him and said, "You're a grown man. Why are you so nosy?" Zhao Jianong didn't say anything, wondering why he was being called nosy. Next door, Qin Yuanzheng had been patient on the way home. As soon as he arrived, he pressed Xiao Lanshu against the wall and personally took off her clothes. The room was warm because of the heating. As soon as he opened the door, a wave of warmth hit him. Qin Yuanzheng took off Xiao Lanshu's scarf and then her hat. He also took off her thick winter coat. Xiao Lanshu's dark, thick hair was tied into two neat braids, still tidy and not messy. Qin Yuanzheng removed her padded coat, and she quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother Zheng, I can take it off myself." She then hurriedly took off her thick pants. In the north, this is a bit inconvenient because it's very cold outside, so people wear many layers. It takes about 10 minutes to put on all the clothes when going out, and then to take them off when coming home. It's quite troublesome. Xiao Lanshu took off her padded coat and pants, placed her cotton shoes neatly at the door, and squatted there, fiddling with her shoes. She said to Qin Yuanzheng, "Brother Zheng, let's get a shoe rack. Measure the size and get a 6-tier one so we can store many shoes." Qin Yuanzheng, still undressing, looked at her with a gentle gaze and nodded. "Okay, I'll get it tomorrow." Xiao Lanshu arranged her shoes and Qin Yuanzheng's together. He wore size 44 shoes, so his military boots were quite large. Her size 36 shoes looked small in comparison. She neatly placed both pairs at the door and stared at them for a few seconds. She liked seeing her things and Qin Yuanjing's things together, which made her feel that everything was paired and complete. Being with someone you love is truly wonderful. Qin Yuanjing called to her, "Wife, what are you looking at?" Jolin Shu stood up and said, "Look at our shoes. In the future, we should get a shoe rack." She paused, looking at Qin Yuanzheng, who was completely undressed except for a pair of black shorts. Suddenly, she stopped speaking and looked at Qin Yuanzheng with embarrassment. Qin Yuanzheng had already taken off his undershirt. He walked over and said to Jolin Shu, "We're married now. Why are you still shy? Didn't we agree to do it 7 times in one night? Since it's still early, let's do it twice now." "Twice?" Jolin Shu was stunned. She said, "Brother Zheng, we haven't even taken a shower yet." Qin Yuanzheng had already taken off her padded jacket and was lifting her sweater. He quickly took it off, revealing her close-fitting thermal underwear. He didn't say a word, just hugged her and kissed her. Jolin Shu felt herself soften under his kisses. Blushing, she said, "Brother Zheng, wait a moment." His hand slipped inside her clothes. His touch was gentle, like kneading dough. He whispered in her ear, "Do you take a shower every day?" Jolin Shu felt her legs weaken a little. She nodded and softly said, "Yes, I do." Qin Yuanzheng ignored her and continued to hold her, using both his hands and mouth. He almost made her cry from how much he was teasing her. Finally, he picked her up and said, "Let's wash together, Jolin Shu." Qin Yuanzheng carried Jolin Shu to the kitchen. He was like a sticky candy, insisting on staying close to her. His voice was a little hoarse. He placed Jolin Shu on a chair and said, "Wait here. I'll get hot water for you." He filled a pot with water and boiled it. Then he opened the window and took in 6 frozen cornmeal buns from outside. Next, he put millet and water into another small pot, washed a sweet potato, cut it up, and added it to the millet to make a small pot of millet and sweet potato porridge. The 6 cornmeal buns were frozen solid. He put the buns into the millet pot, so they would be ready to eat once the porridge was cooked. Qin Yuanzheng worked quickly. Jolin Shu sat there watching him. She wanted to help, but he didn't allow it. She wanted to go outside, but he wouldn't let her. He insisted she stay and keep him company. Jolin Shu was wearing thin pants, with only a camisole top left on her upper body. Even at home, she rarely dressed so nicely, and now she felt a little shy. Qin Yuanzheng kept glancing back at her, his eyes full of warmth, which made her feel quite embarrassed. Qin Yuanzheng really wanted to hold her and do something because his little wife was so soft and fragrant, with a good figure and fair skin. When she was only wearing a white camisole, she looked very tempting. He found it hard to resist. But his wife said she must take a bath beforehand, or she would feel uncomfortable all over. What could he do? He could only bring her some lively energy, first cooking some millet porridge, warming the bread, and heating the bathwater. Then he went to the bathroom and cleaned a large water basin inside. This basin was placed in the bathroom when they first moved in. Because the tap water was unstable at that time, every household stored water, just in case. The basin was meant for storing water, but now Qin Yuanzheng was using it for bathing. Even in such weather, even with heating, taking a bath every day could easily cause a cold. Xiao Lanshu usually didn't take baths, just soaking her feet was enough. But if they were going to be intimate, they definitely needed a bath. After cleaning the basin, Qin Yuanzheng poured boiling water into it, then added cold water. He tested the temperature with his hand, and when it felt right, he told Xiao Lanshu, "It's ready, come take a bath." Xiao Lanshu walked to the bathroom and looked inside. The large basin was filled with hot water, and there were towels and soap nearby. Qin Yuanzheng was very thoughtful and knew how to take care of people. He didn't let Xiao Lanshu do any housework at all. She stood at the bathroom door, her eyes shining. "Brother Zheng, you're so clever. I never thought of using this for a bath." Why hadn't she thought of it before? She and Brother Zheng both worked during the day and only came back in the evening for a meal. They didn't use much water, just stored it in a wooden bucket, which was enough. The water after bathing could be used to flush the toilet or mop the floor. Qin Yuanzheng looked at Xiao Lanshu. The girl was only wearing a camisole, and her figure was curvy and attractive, with parts of her body showing just enough. That kind of subtle, revealing look was the most appealing. He originally wanted to return to the kitchen, but when he saw Xiao Lanshu standing at the door, he couldn't help but hold her and kiss her for a long time. His hands were not behaving well either. His technique for kneading dough was becoming more skillful. After about 10 minutes, he finally let go of Xiao Lanshu and said, "You go inside and soak, I'll come over in a little while." He pinched her earlobe and said, "Wait for me inside." Xiao Lanshu blushed and went in to take a shower. Qin Yuanzheng quickly returned to the kitchen, checked the millet porridge, which had been cooking for about 20 minutes, and was almost ready. He turned off the heat and let the porridge sit in the pot. Then he turned around and went to the bathroom, closing the door behind him. In the small bathroom, Xiao Lanshu had just taken off her clothes and was carefully stepping onto a stool to reach the water jar. When the tall Qin Yuanzheng entered, the bathroom suddenly felt crowded. Seeing Xiao Lanshu, his eyes darkened. He strode over and suddenly picked up the petite Xiao Lanshu. She gasped softly and called out, "Brother Zheng, please put me down." Qin Yuanzheng whispered, "Why don't you call me husband anymore?" For some reason, Qin Yuanzheng was very insistent on this title. He often wanted her to call him that. Xiao Lanshu was willing to go along with him. She just wanted to make Qin Yuanzheng fall deeply in love with her, preferably so much that he couldn't live without her. She hugged his neck and softly said, "Husband, please put me down." Qin Yuanzheng held her, and they both stepped into the large water basin. The basin was really more suitable for one person, and it was a bit crowded for two. But Qin Yuanzheng insisted on coming in and squeezing with her. Xiao Lanshu blushed and asked, "Brother Zheng, isn't this too crowded?" Qin Yuanzheng kept a calm face and said, "Not crowded. I think it's just right." He then stepped into the basin himself, sat down, and made Xiao Lanshu sit with her back to him on his lap. Qin Yuanzheng held her and whispered in her ear, "See, isn't this just right?" Xiao Lanshu was silent. Qin Yuanzheng held a towel in one hand, wiping her, while his other hand was submerged in the water, doing who knows what. Xiao Lanshu's face was so red it looked like it was going to bleed. Calling him brother or husband didn't help. Qin Yuanjing still looked serious and said, "You said you wanted to take a bath to get close, right? I help you wash up a bit more. Be good, don't move around." Xiao Lanshu. Their bath took about an hour. If the water temperature hadn't dropped, Qin Yuanjing wouldn't even want to get out of the bath. Not to mention, this big water tub was quite useful. He thought it was great and was already considering buying a bigger one next time. This time, Xiao Lanshu was thoroughly cleaned inside and out. Qin Yuanjing personally helped her wash. Except for her hair, he carefully scrubbed every part. He made sure Xiao Lanshu wouldn't dare say she wasn't clean again. After the bath, Qin Yuanjing wrapped Xiao Lanshu in a big towel and placed her on a small sofa, saying, "Have some sweet potato and millet porridge. Do you want to eat cornmeal buns?" Xiao Lanshu, exhausted, slumped on the sofa, wrapped in the towel blanket, her whole body pink. She softly said, "Yes, I'm very hungry." Qin Yuanjing smiled at her, teasingly saying, "So much just now. Aren't you full yet?" Xiao Lanshu. She turned over and ignored him. Qin Yuanjing had a smile on his face. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair, his eyes full of affection for his little wife. He casually put on a pair of shorts, then went to serve the sweet potato millet porridge and 6 cornmeal buns on a plate, bringing them out and placing them on the small table in front of the sofa. Then, he put on an apron and happily started cooking. First, he sliced a potato into strips, stir-fried it with green onions and vinegar, then cut 2 pieces of the preserved sausage Xiao Lanshu brought and used them to make scrambled eggs. The 2 dishes were simple, and he finished cooking in just half an hour. He carried the dishes out and said, "Little comrade Xiao, time to eat." He took off his apron, came over to hold Xiao Lanshu, and sat her beside him so they could eat together. Xiao Lanshu didn't have much of an appetite, only drinking a bowl of porridge, half a bun, and a little scrambled egg. The rest was all eaten by Qin Yuanjing. He finished his meal cleanly, and then went to wash the pots and dishes. Xiao Lanshu lay on the sofa, feeling sleepy. Qin Yuanjing looked at her, thinking maybe he should find some books for his wife to read when she had free time. Since getting married, he hasn't bought a radio. He could buy one for Xiao to listen to for fun. Xiao Lanshu was almost falling asleep when Qin Yuanjing picked her up, took her back to the bedroom, and laid her on the bed. He seriously said, "Wife, the revolution isn't finished yet. Comrades still need to work hard. We've only taken 2 outposts so far, and there are 5 more to go. You can't give up now, Xiao Lanshu." All night, Xiao Lanshu paid the price for her careless words. Commander Qin spent the whole night fighting imaginary battles with her, reporting his progress after each one. Finally, after capturing all 7 outposts and completing the mission perfectly, Qin Zongzhong announced in her ear, "The war is won. Xiao, you did well tonight. I will reward you with a first-class merit." Xiao Lanshu was half asleep and thought it was some kind of reward. Then she felt Qin Yuanjing's warm, broad hand on her belly, saying she had fought so hard she was swollen and needed a massage to help her recover. Xiao Lanshu, if she hadn't been so exhausted, she would have kicked him directly to the ground. Tonight, Qin Yuanjing fought imaginary battles all night with his little wife. He wasn't tired but felt very relaxed all over. Maybe because he hadn't let out his energy in a long time. Once he did, his whole mood changed. But poor Xiao Lanshu was really suffering. She married a husband with the strength of a bull, and she was truly at her wit's end. Qin Yuanjing got into bed, curled up under the blanket, and held his sleeping wife in his arms. In the dim light, he looked at Xiao Lanshu with affection, gently combed her hair, and couldn't help but press his lips to her slightly swollen mouth. Xiao Lanshu looked truly exhausted. No matter what he did, she didn't respond. Her skin was fair, and if he pressed a little harder, pink marks would appear. Now, the marks were everywhere. While massaging her belly, Qin Yuanjing also kissed her face. The next morning, Qin Yuanjing got up first. He dressed quickly, then went downstairs to run around the neighborhood a dozen times. Then, he went to a nearby state-run restaurant and bought 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 3 fried cakes. On his way back, he overheard some elderly women chatting. They said that winter had arrived, and the supply and marketing cooperative had lamb meat available these days. Everyone was going to buy some, and there were limits. Qin Yuanzheng immediately turned around and hurried to the meat counter at the supply and marketing cooperative. Sure enough, he saw fresh lamb meat. In the north, people mainly eat lamb, which is fresh and relatively cheap. Lamb costs about 80 cents per jin, half a kilogram, while pork is around 85 cents per jin. Qin Yuanzheng had some meat coupons in his hand. He thought Xiao Lanshu might like pork fat, since lamb can have a strong smell. So, he bought a jin of pork fat and 2 jins of lamb. Meat supplies are limited now, and not many are available. Most people only buy meat during the New Year. Lamb has been scarce for a while, but recently, because winter has started and it's snowing, the herders slaughtered some sheep in the pasture. After buying the lamb and pork fat, Qin Yuanzheng hurried home. It was already 7 a.m. He needed to bring breakfast back quickly. After eating, he would take his wife to work at the food factory. He also planned to ask his cousin Yang Wenyuan if there were any other jobs at the factory. He still didn't feel comfortable letting Xiao Lanshu do the chopping work. When Qin Yuanzheng returned home with the meat and tofu pudding, he happened to meet Battalion Commander Zhao Jianong in the corridor. Zhao Jianong was already dressed and heading out to work at the Nanjiao Forest Farm under his supervision. The army's canteens always serve breakfast, and Zhao Jianong never eats at home, saving food for his wife and children. Seeing Qin Yuanzheng return, he was a bit surprised and asked Commander Qin, "Going out so early? Where are you headed?" Then he saw the breakfast Qin Yuanzheng was carrying and was even more shocked. He said, "Hey, wait a minute, Commander Qin, are you going to buy breakfast?" He teased Qin Yuanzheng on purpose. "Buying 2 portions? One for me, maybe? I haven't eaten yet." Qin Yuanzheng didn't stop walking and replied, "Go eat in the army." He stepped up 3 stairs and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhao Jianong watched his back and shook his head with a smile. "It's really strange, so strange. No wonder many elders say that men are unpredictable. It's better to marry a wife. Look at Captain Qin. He's already completely taken by his little wife." When Qin Yuanzheng returned home, he saw the house was very quiet. It seemed Xiao Lanshu hadn't gotten up yet. Xiao Lanshu needed to go to the food factory at 8 o'clock. Although the factory wasn't far from their community, Qin Yuanzheng drove her there, and it took less than 10 minutes. But she still needed to get up early to eat breakfast. She couldn't go to work on an empty stomach, right? Qin Yuanzheng poured 2 servings of tofu into bowls, then went to the master bedroom. He saw Xiao Lanshu sitting up, yawning. She had her hair loose and was sitting on the kong, a traditional bed. The marks on her fair arms looked more obvious. She only realized she wasn't wearing anything when she got up.
She didn't know what to say.
She clearly remembered that she was wearing a tank top to sleep last night. Why did she wake up and find she wasn't wearing it anymore? She put her tank top back on, then grabbed a warm undershirt and put it over her head. Just then, she saw the door open, and Qin Yuanzheng came in. Seeing her getting dressed, he immediately walked over, gently pulled her hair out from under her clothes, and softly asked, "How do you feel?" "Are you very sleepy?" Xiao Lanshu yawned and said, "Mostly just very tired, my back is sore." Actually, her stomach also felt a bit uncomfortable, bloated and uneasy. After tidying her hair, Qin Yuanzheng didn't pull his hand back. His rough, warm hand pinched her at the back of her neck. This spot was very ticklish for Xiao Lanshu. She immediately shrank her neck and tried to avoid Qin Yuanzheng's hand. "Brother Zheng, please don't do that." The more she said, the more Qin Yuanzheng refused to let go. He didn't know why, but he felt like her words sounded like she was acting cute. Her voice was soft and gentle, asking him to stop. He couldn't resist. Besides, his hand only pinched her neck lightly. He didn't touch anywhere else. Seeing Qin Yuanzheng staring into her eyes, Xiao Lanshu was truly convinced. She quickly begged, "All right, Brother Zheng, really no more. I have to go to work." Qin Yuanzheng. He looked a bit disappointed but withdrew his hand and said, "Okay." No wonder other comrades, whenever family members come to visit, immediately ask for leave and refuse to work. He didn't understand this before, but now he understands it very well. Right now, he just wants to stay close to his wife day and night, nowhere else. He brought clothes for Qiao Lanshu and said, "Let me help you put these on." Qiao Lanshu. Once again, she feels that her decision to go to work was very wise. If she stayed at home every day, Brother Zheng would probably find ways to bother her. She really can't handle it. After breakfast, Qin Yuanjing drove her to the food factory. Today, her job was still to cut carrots. She actually liked cutting carrots. It was a relaxing task. A few people sat there, holding knives, cutting the carrots into strips, then placing them on a conveyor belt to dry, and finally handed over to the pickled vegetable workers for processing. Last night, Qiao Lanshu fought 7 battles, and her waist was a bit sore. Luckily, she was still young and resilient. She recovered pretty quickly. After sitting for a while cutting carrots, she felt less uncomfortable. After Qin Yuanjing took her to the food factory, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went straight to the director's office to see his cousin. Yang Wenyuan is still busy with Sun Mingyong's matter. Sun Mingyong is really a troublemaker at the food factory. His presence caused the whole factory to spend many days reviewing and reflecting. Director Yang Wenyuan was the most affected. Recently, he had been going to the Industrial Bureau several times for meetings and inspections. These days finally passed, and he could stay focused on work at the factory. He called Wei Jingye back to continue working. Wei Jingye is the director of the factory. Basically, he is the assistant to the director, responsible for helping Yang Wenyuan manage the food factory. Without his help, it would be hard to manage everything. When Qin Yuanjing arrived, Wei Jingye and Yang Wenyuan were gathering supervisors from different workshops for a meeting. Mainly, Yang Wenyuan wanted to convey instructions from above, asking everyone to pay more attention to their work, manage their teams well, and when recruiting new people, to check their backgrounds carefully before signing any agreements. At the meeting, Lu Weihong said, "Director, the reason Sun Mingyong was able to fool Director Wei is because he thought his hometown was too far away and we couldn't investigate him easily. This is a lesson for us. Now, another person from the south has joined our factory. When you signed, did you ask about his background? He might also be a liar." Yesterday, after work, Lu Weihong was sarcastically criticized by Qiao Lanshu, which she still remembered angrily. Does Qiao Lanshu think that after transferring to the pickled vegetables workshop, Lu Weihong can't manage her anymore? Just wait and see. Yang Wenyuan heard this and snorted coldly. He first looked strangely at Wei Jingye, then said, "I know the background of the other person very well. I recommended him. Do I need a reminder?" Lu Weihong was speechless. Yang Wenyuan continued, "Your pastry workshop has increased production recently, and the workload is heavy. As the supervisor, you need to stay alert and manage strictly. It's almost the end of the year, so no mistakes allowed. Be more attentive during work. Employees shouldn't leave before the supervisor. Wait until everyone has left, then check the workshop again, inspecting food and equipment before you leave. Understand?" Lu Weihong was silent. Every time, she was the first to leave at the end of the day, and the factory director criticized her, making her blush with shame. She lowered her head and said, "Understood, director." Although Lu Weihong said she understood, she still felt resentful inside. She thought to herself, so that short, dark person from the south is Yang Wenyuan's person. No wonder he dared to scold her after work. In this meeting, the director didn't scold anyone else, but specifically targeted her. It must be because that short, dark man secretly reported her. Lu Weihong kept a calm face and secretly cursed Qiao Lanshu in her heart. After the meeting, they came out of the office and saw Gao, tall and broad, standing by the corridor window. Everyone looked at Qin Yuanjing curiously. There are several military units stationed nearby, so soldiers are quite common. But such a tall, handsome young officer is rare. Several female managers secretly stared at Qin Yuanjing and whispered. Wei Jingye also looked at Qin Yuanjing and asked Lu Weihong, "Manager Lu, do you know that officer?" Lu Weihong sneered. "Who doesn't know him? He's that famous Commander Qin." Wei Jingye. Lu Weihong then said, "You probably don't know yet, Captain Qin recently got married. He married a short woman from the south. That short woman even came to our factory to work. Oh, I heard that she was actually your daughter-in-law's fiancé before, came here looking for her husband, and found out she was deceived. Then she married an officer instead." Wei Jingye looked very shocked. Recently, he has been busy arranging things for his daughter and grandson, as well as his own work. Also, Sun Mingyong borrowed money before his labor reform, leaving over 1,000 debts. Now, the debt collectors are coming to him. Wei Jingye was overwhelmed and hadn't looked into this matter. He hesitated and looked back at Qin Yuanzheng, who had already gone into the factory director's office and shut the door. Wei Jingye thought to himself that the southern girl hadn't left and had married an officer. She must have some skills and strength, so he shouldn't underestimate her.
But soon he stopped thinking about it.
Sun Mingyong owed more than 1,300 yuan, borrowed from colleagues, friends, and some partners. Now that he was in labor reform, all these debts were on Wei Jingye. He was worried that these people might come to the factory to cause trouble, which could ruin his job. Then he and his daughter and grandson would have nothing to eat. So, Wei Jingye was thinking hard about how to get some money. But at this time, everyone's wages and tickets were fixed, so where could he find extra money? Qin Yuanzheng went to Yang Wenyuan's office. Yang Wenyuan was surprised to see him and asked, "Yuanzheng, why are you here?" Qin Yuanzheng rarely came to the factory to see him. Now that he suddenly did, it must be something important. Yang Wenyuan immediately stood up, worried, and asked, "What happened?" Qin Yuanzheng also looked serious. He sat across from Yang Wenyuan and said very seriously, "Cousin, I want to ask if you can help me get my wife a less busy position." Yang Wenyuan was confused. Isn't she working in the pastry workshop making bread? That should be a pretty easy job, right? Yang Wenyuan has been very busy lately. He only mentioned to a clerk from the personnel department in a subtle way that the girl, Qiaolon, is from his family. He asked them to arrange a suitable position for her. Since he said this much, if the personnel department still doesn't understand, it would be quite disappointing. Qin Yuanzheng listened and was a bit surprised. He said, "Comrade Qiao is not working in the pastry workshop. She was first transferred to the deep frying team to make fried dough sticks, then moved to the pickled vegetables team to cut radishes. I'm worried she might hurt her hand, and I'd feel bad." Yang Wenyuan. His face darkened. He said, "This is nonsense. The deep frying team is usually made up of experienced bakers or strong male workers. How could they assign such a young girl there? Currently, dough sticks are still made by hand, as there's no machine for it. A girl from the south, who has never kneaded flour before, being asked to make dough sticks? It's better if she just eats them." Yang Wenyuan's face was grim, and he felt a headache coming on. He was angry at Lu Weihong. Recently, the pastry workshop was increasing production, and to avoid overtime, they wanted to finish tasks before the end of the year. Everyone was working hard, but Lu Weihong's way of assigning workers was just slowing down the old workers and lowering overall productivity. Qin Yuanzheng didn't care about these details. He simply said, "Cousin, do you think there are any easier jobs in the factory? If it's convenient, please keep an eye out for her. If not, don't force it. Comrade Qiao told me she actually likes cutting radishes." Although Qin Yuanzheng didn't really understand what was good about radish cutting, Yang Wenyuan thought for a moment and said, "Currently, all the positions in the factory are full. Only the increased production workshops need more workers. There will be opportunities, but we'll have to wait until after the new year when the annual personnel changes are announced." He assured him, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. The pickled vegetables workshop is quite relaxed. In about 10 days, there will be little work left to do. It might be better for her to stay there than in other workshops." Yang Wenyuan felt Lu Weihong was really clueless. He decided to talk to her and find out what was really going on. If she caused any trouble, he, as the factory director, might lose his position. After Qin Yuanzheng left, Yang Wenyan immediately called Lu Weihong over. Lu Weihong had just been reprimanded during a meeting, and now she was being summoned again, which made her a bit unhappy. Lu Weihong entered the factory director's office and said, "Director, why are you calling me again?" "I'm busy right now." Yang Wenyan looked at Lu Weihong and felt very troubled. Originally, the pastry workshop was supposed to promote a supervisor, and he wanted to promote the experienced worker, Old Hu. But Lu Weihong used her connections to get her preferred person promoted instead. Lu Weihong has some connections. Her father is the head of personnel in a nearby county. Although it's a county position, the personnel department holds significant power, and her father has some contacts in the city. In short, Lu Weihong has worked in the pastry workshop for many years. Her performance isn't outstanding, but it's decent enough. If she gets promoted, so be it. As long as she works hard, Yang Wenyan doesn't bother to supervise her. But now he had to ask her. Yesterday, the personnel department assigned 3 temporary workers to the pastry workshop. How did you arrange their work? Lu Weihong. Now that he was asking about this, she knew that the short, stocky guy had probably complained. However, she felt confident and said, Director, our frying class is short of people. I wanted to assign her to the frying class, but then I saw she's a delicate young girl. It's not easy for her, so I sent her to the pickled vegetable workshop. They have plenty of free time there. I treated her well, right? That's all because of your face. I don't bother with others, Yang Wenyan. His face darkened and he said coldly, the personnel department specifically assigned a male worker to you. Why didn't you let the male worker go? Lu Weihong, how did you become a supervisor? You know yourself. Work is work. Stop beating around the bush, understand? Yang Wenyan's reprimand made Lu Weihong feel a bit nervous. But she still wanted to defend herself and said, Director, yes, I did use connections at first. But if brother who can't get promoted, he must have his own connections, right? He's so grumpy, he yells at 3 or 4 apprentices every month.
Who would want to work with him?
If there was no one else, could I really arrange a girl to work with him? I was thinking that if a young girl went over, he probably wouldn't yell so harshly. Look at yesterday when the male colleague was transferred. He was scolded all day. Who knows if he can keep going today? Yang Wenyuan. Although Lu Weihong was just making excuses, what she said was true. Brother who has a bad temper and speaks directly. When he sees someone moving clumsily, he yells at them. Yang Wenyuan looked at Lu Weihong and said, This matter is over now. Focus on your work. It's the end of the year. Don't cause any more trouble for me. Understand? Lu Weihong. Got it. She quickly left the director's office, feeling relieved. She thought to herself, luckily, Director Wei asked for a quota, so she transferred Qiao Lanshu away. Otherwise, she had planned to let Qiao Lanshu stay in the frying class to make fried dough sticks. By the way, speaking of Director Wei, his daughter Wei Hongmei also came to the pastry workshop yesterday. Lu Weihong arranged for her to go to the quiet bread workshop. She didn't know how she was doing there. Lu Weihong couldn't afford to make mistakes at work, especially since Director Yang had warned her multiple times. She muttered to herself and hurried to check the bread workshop. Wei Hongmei was assigned to the bread workshop, originally in the packaging team. It was just packing bread, such an easy job. Many people would fight for such a good position. But even with such a simple job, she managed to mess it up. Yesterday afternoon, she packed about 10 loaves of bread, but she ruined 4 of them. The team leader of the bread section was quite angry, but because she was Director Wei's daughter, he didn't dare to scold her. So, he arranged for her to check the fermentation room temperature. Lu Weihong went around the workshop, asked a few questions, then checked the fermentation room. Making dough needs 2 people to watch it, so even if Wei Hongmei was lazy, there was still someone else helping. This job was easy and least likely to cause problems. Lu Weihong immediately felt relieved and didn't bother about Wei Hongmei anymore. Meanwhile, in the pickled vegetables workshop, Qiao Lanshu had really gotten addicted to cutting radishes. Every day at work, she put on her protective gear, hat, mask, and gloves, then sat on a stool and started cutting radishes. Qiao Lanshu and Wang Shui worked together, sitting face to face, cutting radishes. They could cut hundreds of pounds of radishes in the morning. Wang Shui is cheerful and talkative. The 2 of them chatted and chopped vegetables together, and the morning passed quickly. While chopping carrots, Wang Shui quietly said to Qiao Lanshu, Little Qiao, weren't you working in the pastry workshop before? Suddenly being transferred here, you must have been pushed out, right? Wang Shui looked understanding and said, I heard that when you came over, Wei Hongmei moved to the other side. Originally, Wei Hongmei was Wang Shui's partner, but she refused to work and left. That morning, Wang Shui worked alone. She remembered it well. Qiao Lanshu smiled and nodded. Yes, I was frying twisted dough sticks there before. Wang Shui snorted and said, Does Director Liu have a brain problem? Sending a young girl like you to fry twisted dough sticks. Oh, I heard that. She leaned in mysteriously, smiling, and said, Wei Hongmei just moved to the packaging team and broke several loaves of bread. This was covered up. She only had to pay for the damages, and they gave her an easier job watching the fermentation room. Currently, due to processing limitations, the food factory in Long City mainly produces steamed buns, bread, and pancakes, which are cheaper. However, bread is still available. The factory's current product is pillow bread, made with simple ingredients like flour, eggs, yeast, and sugar. After baking, the pillow bread is wrapped in oil paper, placed in baskets, and delivered to major state-run restaurants, supply and marketing cooperatives, and some canteens. Pillow bread is expensive. A 4-ounce loaf sells for about 2.5 cents. At that time, a pound of potatoes only cost 4 cents. Because of its high price and low production, pillow bread became a special treat for festivals and holidays, comparable to canned food. As a result, Wei Hongmei broke 4 loaves on her first day at work, directly costing $1. Although Lu Weihong and others kept this quiet to avoid trouble, everyone in the factory had worked there for years and knew each other well. No one could hide anything. Wang Shui cheerfully said, I'm just waiting to see her make a mistake. It'll be funny then. Qiao Lanshu knew that Wei Hongmei was Sun Mingyong's wife, and they had a child together. However, Qiao Lanshu believes that Sun Mingyong is a marriage scammer, and Wei Hongmei is probably also deceived by him. So, she doesn't hold any prejudice against Wei Hongmei. She was just gossiping quietly, saying, Isn't Wei Hongmei's father a factory director? I guess he's protecting him. Wang Shui snorted. Protect him? With how much money he has. Before Sun Mingyong left, he still owed over 1,000 yuan from the famine. This family is quite lively. Qiao Lanshu remained silent. As Wang Shui kept talking, she shifted the conversation to Qin Yuanzheng. She winked at Qiao Lanshu and quietly asked, Hey, little Qiao, tell me honestly, is Captain Qin really capable? Wang Shui had become familiar with Qiao Lanshu. She was straightforward and spoke her mind, so she dared to ask. Others might not have the courage to ask. After Lu Weihong and Qin Yuanzheng went on a blind date and returned, they accidentally said some things several times while chatting with others, that Captain Qin was tall and strong but not good in bed, and that he couldn't have children, so marrying him would mean a life of loneliness. In the factory, everyone knew about these comments. People really started to think Qin Yuanzheng was incapable. After all, if he truly was unable, wouldn't he be eager to find a wife? Look at the young unmarried men. Seeing young women, they can't resist, and when they hear about matchmaking, they rush over. Who would be lacking a woman? Qiao Lanshu's face turned red when Wang Shui asked her. She lowered her head, carefully slicing a radish, nodded and said, It's okay. Wang Shui looked at her face, clearly understanding what she meant. She was experienced and had children in school. Seeing Qiao Lanshu's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Lu Weihong. She's just jealous she can't get the grapes, so she says they're sour. Many people believed her nonsense before. Qiao Lanshu blushed, thinking about the moments with Qin Yuanzheng. Not to mention, last night, she fainted twice after 7 times. Even now, she still felt her waist and stomach uncomfortable. Was he really not good enough? He was more than capable. At noon, after work, Deng Weijun, Xiaozhen's younger brother, came to see Qiao Lanshu. Deng Weijun was in the boiler room, right next to the pickled vegetable workshop. When he finished work and went to the cafeteria for a meal, he stopped by to see Qiao Lanshu and asked, Sister-in-law, are you used to being here? No one bothering you, right? Wang Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, Comrade Xiao Qiao is in my group. Do you know what kind of person I am? I wouldn't bully her. Deng Weijun, who was quite smooth-tongued, immediately took out a few bright red hawthorns from his pocket and cheerfully said, Oh, I see who it is. It's our Master Wang. With you watching over my sister-in-law, I feel so at ease. Here, this is a gift for you. Please take good care of my sister-in-law in the future. Wang Shui spat and said, This is a family of officers, related to the factory director. Their faces are enough.
I don't need to watch over them. You better go cool off somewhere.
With such a cheeky mouth, you'll have trouble finding a wife. Deng Weijun happily greeted Xiao Lanshu and placed a pair next to her, whispering, "Sister-in-law, my sister gave this to me.
I'm giving it to you."
"It's very sweet." Wang Shui pointed at him and said to Xiao Lanshu, "Oh, look at this rascal. He gave me hawthorns, but he's giving you a pair. If he dares to come again, I'll definitely give him a good scolding." Xiao Lanshu. She smiled and handed the pair to Wang Shui, saying, "Master, here, have some. I have some at home too." Wang Shui was just joking. She wouldn't really want Xiao Lanshu's pair. She waved her hand and said,
"No, no. Keep it and eat it. Get a little chubbier.
"Next year, maybe we can have a big, healthy baby for Captain Qin." Xiao Lanshu. Wang Shui suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing. She reached out and gently tapped her own mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed, and asked, Xiao Qiao, before you got married, did you do a pre-marriage checkup?" She wasn't sure if Xiao Lanshu knew about Qin Yuanjing's infertility, and she didn't dare to say. Xiao Lanshu shook her head and said, "No, we like each other. We didn't think about anything else." Her words made it very clear, so Wang Shui didn't bring it up again. But she felt a bit regretful, looking at Xiao Qiao and Captain Qin, such a handsome man and a beautiful woman, truly a perfect match. If they could have children, they probably would be very handsome. After work, Qin Yuanzheng came to pick up Xiao Lanshu again. He always arrived early, so he could be the first to see his little wife. But tomorrow he has to go to work too, so he might not be able to come so punctually. Thinking about his wife riding her bike in such cold weather, braving the wind to get home, Qin Yuanzheng felt sad. Luckily, the food factory isn't far away. He will pay more attention to the time and try to come earlier to pick her up. When Xiao Lanshu came out of the factory, Qin Yuanjing's heart warmed up.
He felt he was quite obsessed.
It was like the medicine's effect was still inside him, making his desire rise. Usually, it's fine not to see his little wife. But now, seeing her, the fire inside him blazed again fiercely. He sat in the car, watching Xiao Lanshu walk toward him, and awkwardly tugged at his pants. He felt like his pants were a bit tighter than before. Why so tight? It was strange. He couldn't help but start to think wildly. His build, big hands and feet, and that part of him. This size didn't match well with little Qiao. But every time they exercised, he still liked to. Little Qiao said last night she wouldn't do that anymore. If not, what would they do tonight? Leaving half for later. How could he handle that? Qin Yuanjing tugged at his pants again, feeling uncomfortable. He got out of the car and the cold wind made his mind even more muddled. Xiao Lanshu was already running over with a smile, looking up at him with bright eyes. "Brother Zheng, you came to pick me up again? You're so nice." Qin Yuanjing. He held back from hugging or kissing her right then. He rubbed her head and said, "Are you cold? Let's get in the car." Although the car had no heater, it was sealed, so no cold wind blew in, and the temperature wasn't too low. Xiao Lanshu nodded quickly and opened the door to get in. Qin Yuanzheng also hurried into the car. Seeing her pure, bright smile, he felt like such a beast. He previously had no such thoughts and was very cold. Lately, he seems to have lost control. He knows he should restrain himself, especially since Xiao Qiao is young and their sizes are different, so his body can't handle it. But when he hugs Xiao Qiao and kisses her twice, he loses his mind, and his body starts to act on its own. By the time he wakes up, they've already done it 7 times. Qin Yuanzheng sits quietly in the car and sighs. Xiao Lanshu adjusts her scarf and, seeing him sigh, asks curiously, "Brother Zheng, what's wrong?" Qin Yuanzheng coughs lightly, then shifts his sitting position and says, "It's nothing. My pants are too tight," feeling a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Lanshu doesn't think much and suggests, "Why not ask Sister Ling next door to help alter them?" Qin Yuanzheng. He shakes his head and replies, "No need. Let's go home first." He starts the car, ready to leave. Suddenly, a security guard from the food factory comes over and knocks on the car door. Qin Yuanjing opens the door and asks, "What's the matter?" Xiao Lanshu thought he was looking for her and leans over, resting her head on Qin Yuanjing's arm, looking out the window. The guard salutes Qin Yuanzheng and then says, "Captain Qin, the police just called the factory. They said some workers are suspected of harassing women and have been detained. One of them is named Deng Weijun, your relative, right? Please notify his family to come and bail him out. Nowadays, harassing women can lead to forced labor." But since he said suspected, there might be other reasons involved. Qin Yuanzheng was about to take his wife home and get her into bed. Hearing this, he frowns and says, "All right, I understand." He doesn't bother notifying relatives. He'll just go and get the person out himself. That way, he can save time. The guard came to Qin Yuanzheng because Deng Weijun reported Qiao Lanshu's name, claiming she was a relative. But Deng Weijun didn't dare to report the names of his sister Deng Xiaojun and brother-in-law Yang Wenyuan. He was afraid Deng Xiaojun would break his legs. Yang Wenyuan is the factory director and usually looks very strict. If he gets angry, he might fire Deng Weijun on the spot. Deng Weijun is actually quite afraid of his brother-in-law. He thinks Qiao Lanshu has a gentle personality and is easy to talk to. He asked her to help get him out of the police station, and he planned to keep this matter quiet so his sister and brother-in-law wouldn't find out. But he never expected that someone more frightening than his brother-in-law would come. Qin Yuanzheng, dressed in a neat military uniform, stood coldly in front of the detention room, staring at him through the iron bars, with a look that seemed a little angry. Seeing his gloomy face, it looked like he was still angry. Deng Weijun's legs went weak with fear. He stammered, Qin Tuan. Qin Yuanzheng said, "Come out now." The police officer nearby had already opened the door. Nervously, Deng Weijun stepped out of the detention room. Qiao Lanshu was sitting in the hall. When she saw them come out, she immediately stood up. Seeing Deng Weijun, she asked with concern, "Comrade Deng Weijun, are you okay?" Deng Weijun awkwardly smiled and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law, for your concern. I'm fine." The deputy director of the police, Li Jianlin, was also there. He knew Qin Yuanzheng well, so he added, "Deng Weijun, stay away from those people in the future. If you get into trouble again, no one can guarantee what will happen. Consider this a lesson, understand?" Deng Weijun nodded with a sad face. "I understand." Qin Yuanzheng asked Li Jianlin, "Do you need bail money?" Li Jianlin replied, "Of course, 10 yuan. Sign here, and then you can leave." Qin Yuanzheng walked over, took out a stack of money from his pocket, placed one bill on the table, signed, and then led Deng Weijun out of the police station. Deng Weijun felt upset about having to pay 10 yuan for bail. 10 yuan was almost a third of his monthly salary. His monthly wage was only 35 yuan. He didn't dare speak to Qin Yuanzheng and only whispered to Qiao Lanshu, "Sister-in-law, thank you for coming to help me. I'll pay you back the 10 yuan tomorrow. But please don't tell my sister. She'll be furious. She might even hurt me." She really would. Deng Weijun lives in the workers' dormitory. Usually, he doesn't work at the same factory as Deng Xiaojun, so they don't see each other often. But he's been afraid of his sister since he was a child. She has often scolded him over the years. This time, when he left his hometown to come to Long City to stay with his sister, his parents told Deng Xiaojun to watch over him carefully. If he ever got into trouble, could his sister really forgive him? Qiao Lanshu looked at Deng Weijun's pitiful face and asked, "What exactly happened today?" "The police said your group went to a girl's yard and peeked at her while she was bathing. Is that true?" Of course, this might not be true, which is why the police released the people involved without involving the committee. If it were true and someone reported it to the committee, there would be no need to notify the factory. Right now, Deng Weijun might already be on his way to the detention center. Qiao Lanshu thought Deng Weijun probably wasn't that kind of person. Hearing this, Deng Weijun felt very upset. He whispered, "Sister-in-law, that's definitely not true. I was out with Zheng Daliu and the others. They said they wanted to visit a friend's house for some drinks, so I stayed outside to see if anyone was around. I hadn't seen anyone when I heard they were being chased out, saying there was a girl bathing inside, and they were peeking. It's like mice drinking cat milk. So exciting." Qiao Lanshu. Deng Weijun continued, "I don't know if they were peeking or not. I didn't see anything myself. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Anyway, that woman isn't pretty. She's in her 40s and still claims to be a girl. It's noon, no heating, and she's bathing inside. Who knows what's really going on? Qin Yuanjing watched Deng Weijun and Qiao Lanshu get closer and closer. He reached out, put his hand on Qiao Lanshu's shoulder, pulled her into his arms, and turned to stare coldly at Deng Weijun, saying, "Stay away from those people in the future. They have a criminal record, don't you know?" Deng Weijun was stared at by his cold gaze and instinctively shrank his neck. He said, I don't know. They're all workers from our factory. We're colleagues. We often chat, play cards, and hang out. Qin Yuanjing said, "If they get caught this time, they're not innocent. You better watch yourself. If something like today happens again, your sister will have to protect you." He agreed to help bail Deng Weijun out today, mainly because of his cousin Yang Wenyuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with these matters. Deng Weijun didn't dare make a sound after he was spoken to. In front of Qiao Lanshu, he was very noisy, but now he was just a scared little bird. He quickly nodded and said, "I understand. I won't dare to do it again. This lesson was enough." He wouldn't dare to hang out with those people again. Qin Yuanjing took Qiao Lanshu into the car. It was already dark outside, as winter nights come early. The wind was strong at night. It was better to go home early and rest. Qiao Lanshu softly asked, "Was Weijun sent to watch the door for someone this time?" Qin Yuanjing turned to look at her with a serious face. He said, "Weijun? Are you that familiar with him?" Qiao Lanshu hesitated and shyly said, "No, not really. But he's a good person." Qin Yuanjing felt a bit uncomfortable inside. But he was already quite old. He couldn't argue over such small things with his young wife. That would make him seem petty. He stayed silent for a moment and then said, "Deputy Director Li from the police station just told me that guy named Zheng Daliu isn't a good person. He used to steal from others and fight. Later, he got a good job in a factory, but his nature hasn't changed. I heard he's also a heavy gambler." Qiao Lanshu didn't know Zheng Daliu. In her previous life, she only joined the factory 2 years later. Back then, Zheng Daliu wasn't there, and Deng Weijun wasn't in the factory either. She had only been working for a short time this time and hadn't seen Zheng Daliu. She said, "From what you say, it seems he's really not a good person. Maybe he was even sneaking to watch women bathe, and Deng Weijun was just watching out for him. Those people are really bad." Qin Yuanjing drove in silence for a few minutes. After a while, he couldn't help but ask Qiao Lanshu, "Are you really that concerned about Deng Weijun?" Qiao Lanshu gasped and smiled. "Not really. But I guess we're friends now. He's a good person." "Oh, and he gave me a pear at noon. He said it was from some county. It was so sweet." Qin Yuanjing suddenly stopped the car by the roadside. He turned toward Qiao Lanshu, looking at her closely. Qiao Lanshu leaned back against the seat, her face red. "Brother Zheng, Dubish, what's wrong? Why did he look upset again? Did she say something wrong?" He looked at her and asked quietly, "Why are you still accepting things from other men? Haven't I taken good care of you these days?" Qiao Lanshu was speechless. Only then did Qiao Lanshu realize that her brother Zheng seemed to be jealous. In her previous life, she had been with Qin Yuanjing for 5 years. During that time, he was promoted from regimental commander to division commander, and they moved into a larger house. Life became easier, but Qin Yuanjing's health grew worse day by day. Back then, he never got jealous when she talked to other men. Instead, he often invited his unmarried or divorced comrades to their home and even introduced them to her on purpose. He was worried that if something happened to him, since they had no children, Qiao Lanshu would be left alone in her 30s, still young and needing someone to rely on. He even introduced his old rival, Guan Wenjun, to her. But what he didn't know was that after he passed away, Qiao Lanshu fell seriously ill. Her body became weak, and she often dreamed of the days when they were together. Now, seeing Qin Yuanjing jealous, she found it rather amusing. She smiled at him. Qin Yuanjing frowned slightly, clearly unhappy, but he also knew he was being unreasonable, so he didn't scold her. He just looked at her quietly, and she was still smiling. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek, holding back his frustration. "What are you laughing at? Did she think he looked childish?" He only acted this way because he cared too much about her. Qiao Lanshu hugged him and softly kissed his cheek. "I just think you're really cute when you're like this." Qin Yuanjing froze.
"Ki?"
That wasn't exactly a word used for men. But since his wife had taken the initiative, he naturally didn't want to waste the moment. So he held her close and kissed her back for a long time, until Comrade Xiao Qiao begged for mercy. He finally let her go, then happily drove home. After returning home, Qin Yuanzheng first boiled some water for a bath.
Why?
Because his wife refused to let him touch her unless she took a bath. She said it was unclean. It's so cold and dry here, many people only bathe every few days. But Qin Yuanzheng liked to indulge his wife. After all, bathing together was quite fun. After changing into her clothes, Qiao Lanshu came to the kitchen to cook with him.
Qin Yuanzheng said, "You can rest outside.
There are cookies and sunflower seeds on the table. Have some, or do you want an apple? I'll cut one for you." They only ate dinner at home in the evening, so the food stored in the basement hadn't been used much. There were several apples in the kitchen, still untouched. Qiao Lanshu said, "Let me cut the apple." She washed the apple and then used a knife to cut it. Her knife skills were good. She had cut a lot of radishes before, so she cut the apple into evenly sized pieces and placed them on a plate. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzheng was kneading dough. He had bought pork fat and mutton in the morning, planning to fry the pork fat later and make mutton noodle soup. Qiao Lanshu held a piece of apple and tiptoed to feed him, saying, "Brother Zheng, eat the apple." Qin Yuanzheng turned his head and bit into the apple, along with her finger. Qiao Lanshu immediately blushed and quickly pulled her hand back, then picked up the apple and said, "Brother Zheng, I'm going out." Qin Yuanzheng watched her walk away and smiled for a moment. His wife was quite shy. They had been married for many days, done everything, seen everything, yet she still felt shy. This always made him feel restless and want to tease her. After dinner, the couple went to take a bath together, just like yesterday. Actually, Qiao Lanshu didn't really want to bathe. She thought soaking her feet was enough. But after trying the big water tub yesterday, Qin Yuanzheng thought it was very nice, kind of addictive. So today, after finishing dinner, he filled the big tub with water again. Jolin didn't understand men's little thoughts. She said, "Brother Zheng, let's take a bath every few days instead of every day. It's a waste of water." Qin Yuanzheng nodded calmly and said, "Okay. I'm worried you'll catch a cold. Don't you want to take a bath?" He then came over, closed the bathroom door, and pulled Jolin into the bath. Thinking about what happened last night, Jolin's face turned bright red. Bathing is quite comfortable, but she couldn't stand it sometimes. Qin Yuanzheng asked softly in her ear, "Why are you shy? Didn't you like the bath yesterday?" Jolin whispered, "I don't dislike it, but you can't tease me later." Qin Yuanzheng went in first as usual, then sat Jolin on his lap. He asked in her ear, "Where am I teasing you? I love you and care for you." Jolin pushed away his mischievous hand and said, "See? You're teasing me again." Qin Yuanzheng didn't stop. He softly comforted her. "All right, I'll slow down. Is that okay?" Jolin wasn't his match. She couldn't push him away or run, so what could she do? She could only let him tease her. Today, they took a bath together for over an hour. Finally, Qin Yuanzheng carried Jolin out, smiling and saying, "You're so weak. You couldn't handle it." Jolin was speechless. She leaned on Qin Yuanzheng's broad shoulder, her hand still resting on her belly. She thought to herself, what a pity that Brother Zheng has infertility issues. If not, with how things have been these days, she probably would already be pregnant. Qin Yuanzheng wasn't thinking about children at all. He felt that having Jolin was enough. She was still young, and he wanted to raise her like a child. That night, as they lay on the Kong bed, Jolin leaned into Qin Yuanzheng's arms and softly said, "Brother Zheng, I heard there are 2 orphanages in our city. Many homeless children live there. I want to." Qin Yuanzheng immediately interrupted her and said, "I don't want to adopt children right now." In fact, he wasn't very eager for children. It was just that people around him were very concerned about his infertility and reacted strongly. He whispered, "Xiao Qiao, I only need you. We can talk about the children later. If after 10 years you still want children, we can adopt then." Qiao Lanshu smiled and said, "No, I want to help the orphanage children by giving them supplies like stationery, clothes, or food. Isn't there a sponsorship program for the orphanage?" Qiao Lanshu wants to do more good deeds and support more children. Maybe, because she is kind, heaven will send her and Brother Zheng a child someday. Qin Yuanjing heard her and nodded without hesitation. He said, "Sure, if you want to do it, go ahead. I'll give you the money." Xiao Lanshu kept her promise. The next day was a day off, so she didn't go to work. But Qin Yuanjing had to report to the army because he had finished his 7-day marriage leave. After lunch, Qin Yuanjing drove back and went with Xiao Lanshu to buy 200 pounds of potatoes and 200 pounds of cabbage. Then they went to the orphanage in the east of the city. She wanted to buy flour and eggs, but she found her money wasn't enough, so she could only buy winter vegetables. Meanwhile, Guan Wenjun, the director of the Revolutionary Committee, heard about this and hurried out of his office. He rushed out and said, "Recently, Qin Yuanzheng has been watching his wife very closely, not even letting her go out. Now she's finally out." He took out sunglasses, put them on, and adjusted his hair. Then he told his subordinate, "Drive us to the orphanage in the east. Also, buy some food for the children." What has Qin Yuanjing bought? We need to buy better than him. Xiao Lanshu didn't decide to support the orphanage on a whim. At that time, the orphanage, officially called the Children's Care Home, gathered children without relatives for care and education. In her past life, when she was with Qin Yuanzheng, both of them were in poor health and they had no children. So, they supported many children. Qin Yuanzheng also sponsored and helped set up Hope primary schools in mountain villages in her name. But that was years later. Before the reform and opening up policy, many things were difficult to do. This time, their sponsorship of the orphanage was only possible after applying and going through approval processes to buy these supplies. Food stamps were limited, and food was scarce. They couldn't buy many things. However, the director of the orphanage was very welcoming. She said, "Thank you for your support. It's been a long time since anyone visited us." The director was a thin, middle-aged woman. The orphanage had over 30 children and only 3 female workers. There weren't enough staff, but there was no choice. Hiring another worker would mean more expenses. Since it was a planned economy era, older children had to help with chores. The orphanage was in a large courtyard with simple houses. There was a tall persimmon tree in the yard, and vegetable plots that had been cultivated. In winter, there were no vegetables growing, but normally, they grew their own food. The children slept on clay beds. 7 or 8 children shared one bed. The conditions were simple, but Jolin-shu noticed they were very clean, and the children all wore padded jackets. She came out of the house and asked, "Director Shin, are all the children here?" The older children were around 13 or 14, and some were just a few months old. When children grow a bit older, they have to go out and find work to support themselves. Director Shin replied, "There are still some children in that small house." She added, "They are special children." Jolin-shu nodded, understanding that not all children in the orphanage were normal. She took out 2 packs of malt candies and said to the shy children standing in the yard, "Kids, come over. I have candies for you." She wanted to buy animal-shaped cookies from the factory, but since she had just started her job, she had to wait until next month for the internal subsidy tickets. So, she didn't buy any. She planned to come back next month and buy some for the children. Because supplies were tight, each person had only a small amount of sugar tickets, just a few ounces per month. Jolin-shu couldn't buy other treats, so she bought the cheapest malt candies that didn't require tickets. The malt candies were bought at a department store, costing more than at the supply and marketing cooperative. They were sold without tickets, at 1 yuan per jean, about 1.1 pounds. She bought 2 jean, costing about 150 yuan. Holding the candies, she went around, giving each child hiding inside, behind trees, or in the corners of the yard 2 pieces. Director Shin and several female workers were standing there watching. Director Shin sighed and said, "The children haven't had candy in half a year." "Comrade Xiao, Captain Qin, thank you on behalf of the children." Qin Yuanjing looked at Xiao Lanshu as she handed out candy to the children. He thought she also needed 2 pieces because she looked like she loved eating candy. A slight smile appeared on Qin Yuanjing's face. He said to Director Shen, "If you have any more difficulties in the future, you can write to me. I will try to help if I can." Hearing this, Director Shen was very excited. She said, "Captain Qin, it's wonderful to hear that from you." Suddenly, She thought of something and asked cautiously, "Captain Qin, you brought Comrade Xiao here this time. Are you here to see the children?" She spoke politely, but Qin Yuanzheng understood her meaning. She was asking if he was here to choose a child or if he was interested in adopting one. Qin Yuanzheng immediately shook his head. Xiao is the one who wanted to come. She heard there is a children's orphanage here and was worried the children might not have enough to eat. Director Shen looked a bit disappointed. She had hoped that maybe 1 or 2 children, lucky enough, would be adopted by Captain Qin. After all, he was from a military family, and if he adopted a child, they wouldn't have to worry about their future. What a pity. She smiled and nodded. I see. Comrade Xiao is very kind-hearted. Qin Yuanzheng was silent for a moment and then asked, "Do all the children here go to school?" Director Shen nodded. Yes, our orphanage's children are usually educated by our internal caregivers, using the same textbooks as schools. But in the past 2 years, our city built several new elementary schools. Now, the children are sent to school. If these children can graduate from junior high school, the government will arrange jobs for them, whether on farms, in forests, or in factories. They will be helped to become independent. However, this is only in the city. Orphans in the villages are raised by production teams, which provide food and are different from those in the city. Qin Yuanzheng listened and nodded without saying much. After Qiao Lanshu handed out the candy, she asked a slightly older girl, "Where are the other children? Can you take me there?" The girl holding the candy smiled and nodded. "Okay, sister, come with me." Zhou Lanshu followed the girl to a small house. Inside, on the Kong, a traditional bed, there were 5 children. Some were sitting, some lying down. The oldest was about 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest was around 2 or 3. The room was dim, with only a small window letting in some daylight. When Zhou Lanshu entered, she saw the children turn their heads to look at her. Among the 5 children, 2 were born mentally challenged, and others had leg problems or were weak and sickly, so they could only lie down and dared not be in the wind. These children usually depended on the older kids for care and couldn't run or jump outside. They probably had to stay here for a long time. Zhou Lanshu felt a bit soft-hearted. She went over and gave each of the children 2 pieces of candy. She gently rubbed a small girl about 3 years old and softly said, "Eat the candy. It's sweet." This little girl had a leg problem, lacked strength, and couldn't stand up easily. She shyly backed away and looked at Zhou Lanshu with big eyes. Zhou Lanshu put the candy into her hand and then left the house. She felt a little sad inside, thinking that maybe in 10 years, medical technology could treat this girl's leg. But for now, it seemed impossible. Feeling heavy-hearted, Zhou Lanshu came out of the house. At that moment, she heard noisy sounds coming from the yard. Wearing sunglasses and a black coat, Guan Wenjun, like a colorful peacock, led some people carrying a few boxes of supplies. He smiled and said, "Oh, Captain Qin, what a coincidence. Why are you at the orphanage today?" He then glanced at the large piles of cabbage and potatoes in the yard and looked disgusted as he said, "Captain Qin, you just brought these things." This was the second time Zhou Lanshu saw Guan Wenjun. Actually, she knew Guan Wenjun in her previous life too. But back then, Guan Wenjun wasn't as successful as he was now. As the director of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, Guan Wenjun had made many enemies. When policies opened up, he was ambushed, beaten, and nearly killed. Since then, Guan Wenjun had a limp in one leg. Later, he went south to do business. He ran away in a very awkward way. Qin Yuanzheng had helped him a few times, so their relationship had improved and they kept in touch from time to time. During Qin Yuanzheng's serious illness and bed rest, he even considered introducing Guan Wenjun to Qiao Lanshu, because Guan Wenjun has never been married. Thinking of this, Qiao Lanshu looked at Guan Wenjun standing in the yard. She wondered if this time Guan Wenjun might get caught by someone. When Qin Yuanzheng saw Guan Wenjun approaching, he was a bit surprised. "Why are you here too?" Guan Wenjun took off his sunglasses and put them in his pocket. He bought them in Shanghai. They were very expensive. He brushed his hair and said, "Helping orphanage children is a good thing. Why is it that only Qin Yuanzheng can bring cabbage and small potatoes, and I can't bring milk powder and flour?" Qin Yuanzheng, Guan Wenjun was indeed wealthy, having bought milk powder and flour. Several children in the orphanage needed milk powder. Director Shun was initially nervous when she saw Guan Wenjun coming. After all, he is the director of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee. Who wouldn't be afraid of someone from the committee? But when she heard he brought milk powder and flour, her eyes widened. There was no need to be nervous anymore. He was like a living Buddha. Director Shin quickly went forward, excited, and said, "Director Guan, on behalf of the children in the orphanage, thank you for your generous support." At the same time, she thought to herself that Guan Wenjun must have done many wrong things in the past, which is why he was trying to do good now. Guan Wenjun smiled warmly as he approached Xiao Lanshu. He casually extended his arm, revealing a mechanical watch with a Shanghai brand on his wrist, and said with a smile, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, you just arrived in the north and are probably feeling lonely and unfamiliar. Finding a partner is also important. Qin Yuanzheng has met many women before. Has no one told you about that?" Qin Yuanzheng's face immediately darkened. He quickly walked over, staring at Guan Wenjun. Before he could speak, Xiao Lanshu smiled and responded casually, "What a coincidence today. Director Guan is also here to support the children in the orphanage. I've heard that you are generous, kind, and always willing to help others." While she was speaking, Qin Yuanzheng was standing nearby, watching her. His gaze grew colder, and he felt a surge of jealousy inside. Jolin didn't look at him, but continued to flatter Guan Wenjun. Just like today, Director Guan bought milk powder and white flour for the children. "You're really a kind person, Director Guan." Guan Wenjun felt happy inside. He put his hands in his pockets, looked at Qin Yuanzheng with pride, and smiled at Jolin. "Oh, it's nothing special, really. I didn't spend much. The main thing is that food coupons are hard to exchange, so I found someone to swap them for a while." Actually, he didn't exchange the coupons at all because some people had given him many as gifts. He accepted them all without worry about being reported. Jolin smiled and praised him again. "To go out of your way to exchange coupons and buy such good food for the children in the orphanage shows you're very caring. I've never seen anyone as generous as you." Guan Wenjun looked at Jolin's pretty face and her big, dark eyes. He felt light and happy, almost floating. Qin Yuanzheng could see his tail wagging happily behind him. Qin Yuanzheng frowned and reached out, wanting to hold Jolin's hand. But she took a step forward and said to Guan Wenjun, "By the way, Director Guan, there are 5 special children in our orphanage who need care. Some need to see a doctor for checkups. Since you're here today, a kind and generous person, these children are lucky. You will help pay for their medical care, right?" Guan Wenjun didn't think anything was wrong. He looked into Jolin's bright eyes and listened to her soft praise. The southern girl's way of speaking was very pleasant. It wasn't overly sweet, just gentle and soft, sounding very tender. It made Guan Wenjun's ears feel itchy. He nodded seriously and said, "Of course. The 5 children, right? Take them to the hospital. I'll cover all the costs." Jolin immediately smiled and gave Guan Wenjun a thumbs up, saying, "Director Guan, you are truly a good person. Really, you're so kind. Since you're so good, why not support them with 10 yuan each month? That way, they can afford to see a doctor and buy medicine every month. That would be a real act of kindness with a good start and finish. What do you think?" Guan Wenjun put his hands in his pockets, looked at Xiao Lanshu's smiling face, and nodded happily. He said, "Yes, you're right. As the saying goes, do good things to the end, and send blessings far away. That's the truth. 10 yuan a month, 5 kids, that's 50 yuan. No problem at all." While saying this, he told his subordinate behind him, "Go, register all the information of those 5 children. This afternoon, take them to the hospital for a checkup. Then talk to the personnel department. From now on, give each of them 10 yuan a month, deducted from my salary." His subordinate was almost stunned. They looked at Xiao Lanshu with admiration. They wondered what magic this young girl had. How could she, in just a few words, make Guan Wenjun donate 50 yuan every month to help orphans? Guan Wenjun, well, how to say it, his character isn't very good, and he's very vengeful. He has never done a good deed before. Over the years working in the Revolutionary Committee, He's never been soft-hearted. Many people have cursed him behind his back over the years. But now, he first came to visit the orphanage, and now he even decided to support those 5 special children. His subordinate rubbed his face, almost thinking he was dreaming. Director Shin also thought he was dreaming. Forget about 5 children. Even supporting just 1 child with 10 yuan a month is a significant amount. After all, a regular worker's monthly salary is only 35 yuan. Director Shin, along with 3 other female workers, kept thanking Kwon Win-jun, and even wanted to take him inside to visit the 5 special children. Under Xiao Lanshu's admiring gaze, Kwon Win-jun tidied his clothes, brushed his hair, put his hands in his pockets, and walked into the room proudly with Director Shin. After he left, Xiao Lanshu turned around, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. She took the arm of Qin Yuanjing voluntarily and whispered, "Brother Zheng, our task is done. Why don't we go home first?" At this moment, she still had noticed that her old man's face had turned very ugly. Today must be a good day, right? Not only did Captain Qin come, but Director Guan also arrived, and they both promised that if there was any trouble, we could ask them for help. Director Shin thought of Xiao Lanshu and still had some questions in her mind. These 2 men, the reason they acted this way, was all thanks to that little Xiao comrade. So, after leaving the house, Director Shin immediately told the female worker nearby, "Ask Comrade Xiao and Captain Qin if they want to stay here for lunch this afternoon." She wanted to thank them properly. Guan Wenjun also came out, feeling pleased. He thought to himself that that little Xiao comrade must have been smitten with him. Otherwise, why would she praise him so much just now? And she was even looking at him with admiration. Actually, Guan Wenjun had already sensed something was off after he was coaxed into supporting 5 children. But he refused to admit that he was so easily fooled by a few simple words from Comrade Xiao. That was Qin Yuanjing's wife, not his wife. How could he listen to her like that? He was not the kind of man without integrity. However, he was determined to win Qin Yuanjing's wife back, especially since Qin Yuanjing had taken his partner first. Guan Wenjun went into the yard but didn't see Qin Yuanjing or Comrade Xiao. The female worker also came over and told Director Shin, "Director, Captain Qin has already left with his family. They said they have other matters to attend to today. Next time they have free, they will come again." Guan Wenjun. Director Shin looked a bit disappointed and said, "Oh, I see. That's a pity. I was planning to keep them for lunch." She quickly asked Guan Wenjun, "Director Guan Yu." Guan Wenjun, with a serious face, replied, "No need." His previously cheerful expression suddenly darkened. Darn it, was he really being played? Director Shun was startled by his expression. Honestly, she had never seen such a changeable man before. It would be a shame if he didn't learn Peking opera. Guan Wenjun told Director Shin, "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now," but he wouldn't forget his promise to support them. He added, "From now on, 50 yuan each month will be transferred directly to your training center's account. If there are any issues, just coordinate with him." He pointed to a subordinate behind him and then strode away from the training center. He got into his car, angrily hit the seat, and cursed, running so fast, it must be intentional. He was thinking that little Qiao looked very innocent, with a silly face that was easy to fool. She probably didn't expect him to coax her into helping with the children's expenses. After all, 50 yuan a month is not a small amount. It must be Qin Yuanjing, that scoundrel, who spoiled a good girl.
What kind of person is he?
He's so shameless. Guan Wenjun secretly made a mental note about Qin Yuanjing. His character was already in danger of being ruined in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanjing, who was taking Qiao Lanshu home, also looked unhappy. Just now, Qiao Lanshu had praised Guan Wenjun a lot, and he was there listening. Well, his little wife had spoken many good words about another man, but didn't pay attention to him. Before, when little Qiao praised him, it was only a few words, and she had never praised him like that. Qin Yuanzheng felt a bit jealous. This old man also gets very jealous when he's upset, and he kept a stern face without saying a word. Qiao Lanshu carefully watched his expression and suddenly realized that her husband didn't seem happy. Could it be because she just praised Guan Wenjun? But she only wanted to persuade him to help fund those children. She hated Guan Wenjun so much because he always opposed her husband. Looking at Qin Yuanjing's face, Qiao Lanshu tentatively asked, "Jingji, are you angry?" Qin Yuanjing was driving and replied, "Huh? No, I'm not." His face was tense as he focused on driving, claiming he wasn't angry. But Qiao Lanshu knew whether he was angry or not. She just sat there silently. When Qin Yuanjing finally parked their car in the community, Qiao Lanshu leaned over, nuzzled his arm with her head, then hugged his arm and looked up at him eagerly, softly saying, "Husband, please don't be mad at me, okay?" Qin Yuanjing. He turned to look at Qiao Lanshu with a deep, quiet gaze. He looked at Qiao Lanshu's fair face and thought that his wife was really too bold. Even at this moment, she still dared to call him husband. He expressionlessly pushed away Qiao Lanshu and said, "It's cold outside, let's go home." Qiao Lanshu. It's so strange. Her usual way of acting cute didn't work this time. She only complimented Guan Wenjun a little, and Brother Zheng got so angry. How should she make him feel better? Qiao Lanshu quietly opened the car door and followed Qin Yuanjing into the corridor. On the way home, Qin Yuanjing didn't speak or smile. This made Qiao Lanshu nervous too. She kept glancing at Qin Yuanjing's face, noticing he looked expressionless and serious. She drooped her head and started to feel a bit regretful. When Qin Yuanjing opened the door, he just happened to hear footsteps. Huang Erling, who was next door, also opened her door. Huang Erling had already prepared thick quilts and bedding many times, but hadn't found the right chance to give them. This time, she finally saw her chance and came out to deliver the bedding. But as she pushed the door open, she faced Qin Yuanjing, who had just opened his door. Huang Erling. Seeing Qin Yuanjing's stern face, her heart skipped a beat, and she took a step back in fear. Qin Yuanjing looked at her and, knowing she was a relative of Captain Zhao Jianong next door, asked, "Is there something, Huang Erling?" How dare she say she had something to say? She awkwardly smiled and quickly said, No, it's nothing. I'm fine." Then she hurriedly closed the door. Standing inside the door, Huang Erling clutched her pounding heart and silently shouted in her mind, "Oh no, oh no." Really, why does she always miss the right moment when she goes out? Captain Qin just got married and was in a good mood, right? Who upset this lively man? Things won't end well for them. Jolin Shu followed behind Qin Yuanjing as they entered the house. Qin Yuanjing was taking off his clothes and looking at Jolin Shu without saying a word. Jolin Shu watched his expression and felt like he was deliberately waiting for her to comfort him. It didn't seem like he was truly angry. But she wasn't sure, so she wanted to carefully observe his face. As soon as she looked, Qin Yuanjing turned around to hide his face from her. Jolin Shu. She took off her thick cotton coat, padded jacket and cotton pants, hanging her hat and scarf on the hook behind the door. Then she went back inside the room, poured some water to drink, and secretly looked at Qin Yuanjing's face while sipping. Qin Yuanjing was only wearing a military green vest and black shorts, then went to the kitchen to cook. Jolin Shu was stunned. Could Qin Yuanjing really be angry? Usually, when they came back together, he would help her take off her clothes and even hug and kiss her. But now, not only was there no kiss, he didn't even hug her once. Jolin Shu held her enamel water cup, took a sip, and then followed Qin Yuanjing, deliberately speaking softly. "Husband, this water is so cold." Qin Yuanjing. His face almost couldn't hold back his expression. He coughed, took her cup and poured half a cup of hot water from the thermos for her, then said, "All right, go sit over there. I'm making dinner." Jolin Shu. She didn't go out. Instead, she held her water cup and walked around beside Qin Yuanjing. Sometimes she tilted her head to look at him from the left, saying, "Jingji, are you angry?" Other times, she pressed close to his right side, shaking his arm and softly saying, "Husband, please don't be mad at me. I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again." Qin Yuanjing couldn't stand her acting cute. He paused, turned around, raised her chin, and looked at her as he asked, "What did you do wrong?" Jolin Shu blinked her eyes and said mischievously, "I don't know." Qin Yuanjing. He held back his anger and said, "You don't know? Then you admit you did something wrong." Jolin Shu obediently said, because if I don't admit I was wrong, you won't talk to me. Look, as soon as she admitted she was wrong, Brother Zheng immediately paid attention to her. Qin Yuanzheng was completely controlled by her and couldn't do anything about her. He stopped cooking and asking questions, carried Xiao Lanshu onto the bed, and said angrily, I think you just owe. Xiao Lanshu was pressed down on the bed by Qin Yuanzheng, and this time she really cried. While busy, Qin Yuanzheng asked her, Do you realize you were wrong now? Xiao Lanshu, with red eyes, said sadly, I know. Brother Zheng, I really know I was wrong. Qin Yuanzheng asked again, Then tell me, what did you do wrong? Xiao Lanshu knew what Qin Yuanzheng liked to hear. She was just teasing him a little earlier, but now she deeply regretted it. After all, the consequences of teasing Qin Yuanzheng were too much for her to handle. She pitifully said, I shouldn't have praised Director Guan. I should have praised you. You are my man. Hearing her say this, Qin Yuanzheng finally felt satisfied. But when he heard her say, You are my man, he couldn't hold back anymore. He immediately held her and made her say a lot of nice things about him, which made him happy and satisfied. He counted in his mind that her compliments about him were more than those about Guan Wenjun by half a basket. Only then was Qin Yuanzheng truly satisfied. When he finally forgave little Qiao, he looked at the time and saw it was already 8 p.m. This apology took over 3 hours. Poor Xiao Lanshu was exhausted. She truly realized her mistake this time and sincerely reflected on it. She promised she would never do it again. With that, Qin Yuanzheng happily went to cook for her. The next day, Xiao Lanshu was about to go to work, but she almost couldn't get up. Last night, she ate too much and couldn't sleep well. Qin Yuanzheng even threatened her, saying if she praised Guan Wenjun again, he would make her admit her mistake once more. This scared her so much she had nightmares. In her dream, Qin Yuanzheng chained her up, fed her food, and asked why she didn't praise him, whether his cooking was not good enough or if she wasn't full. It scared Xiao Lanshu so much that she kept shouting in her dream, I was wrong. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. When she woke up, Xiao Lanshu touched her stomach and felt like crying because she was so hungry. Qin Yuanzheng came out of the kitchen. He had already prepared breakfast and was calling Xiao Lanshu to eat. Seeing her with a resentful look, touching her stomach, he found it a little funny. He walked over and asked, Are you hungry? Breakfast is ready, sweet potato millet porridge and cornmeal buns. Come and eat. Xiao Lanshu quietly said, I'm almost full to bursting. I don't want to eat anything else. She said this, huffed softly, jumped down from the bed, rubbed her waist, and slowly went to wash up. Qin Yuanzheng looked at her with a smile in his eyes. After eating, Qin Yuanzheng drove Xiao Lanshu to the food factory, then went to work at the mining team. Since he had rested for several days, there was still a lot of work at the mine that needed his supervision. He needed to get busy again. Xiao Lanshu arrived at the factory, put on her protective gear, gloves, and happily sat down to cut radishes. Wang Shui came over a little later, hurriedly sat across from her and lowered her voice to say, Little Qiao, do you want some bread? Our factory's pillow bread has had some issues recently. 2 batches were spoiled, they taste strange and are defective. Our quality inspector said we can't sell them. They can only be used internally, no tickets needed, and half price. I just heard about it and bought 2. I tasted one. It's a bit sour and hard, but still edible. Do you want to buy 2 too? Defective products like these can't be sold outside. But food is precious, and wasting it isn't good. So, they usually sell them internally. Sometimes, if they can't sell them, they send the leftovers to the factory's cafeteria for staff lunch. Pillow bread is usually quite expensive, so even factory workers are reluctant to buy it. But with defective batches, many people are willing to buy. Hearing this, Xiao Lanshu, who also liked bread, immediately asked, Sister, where can I buy some? I want to too. Wang Shui quickly grabbed her arm and said, At the bread workshop. Come on, I'll take you there. On the street, Wang Shui said, but this time, the leader of the bread team really got unlucky. She made a big mistake, and the head of the quality inspection department just scolded her harshly in front of everyone in the workshop. The team leader of the bread section, Hee Ju-hong, was really very unlucky. She couldn't understand why the bread was baked badly. Most of the bread at the food factory is made by machines, but it still needs some manual work, like shaping the dough and arranging it properly before placing it on the conveyor belt. Then, the conveyor automatically transports the dough to the oven. After one round, the bread is baked and ready for packaging. The work is quite simple, but Hee Ju-hong couldn't figure out where the problem was. The head of the quality inspection department, Liao Ji-hong, was about 50 years old. He had worked at the food factory for over 10 years, in almost every workshop from a regular worker to team leader, then supervisor, and finally head of quality inspection. He knew every part of the process very well. This time, he didn't come alone. He was accompanied by the workshop director, Wei Jingye, and 2 deputy directors. Liao Ji-hong was very strict and serious. He came to hold someone accountable. He looked at Hee Ju-hong and asked sternly, "There was a problem with this batch of bread. As the team leader, didn't you check it beforehand? Do you even know where the problem is now? Over 50 loaves of bread were ruined this time. That was a significant loss. Flour is very precious. How could they waste it like this?" Hee Ju-hong felt very ashamed and blushed. She endured her embarrassment and said, "Director Liao, I think it was because some new workers just started and haven't gotten the hang of it yet. I'll check right away." Director Liao snorted coldly and scolded, "Stop making excuses. Did you eat the spoiled bread? What's the problem if it smells sour? It's obviously a fermentation issue. Who is in charge of the fermentation room? Call them out." Hee Ju-hong quickly ran to the fermentation room and called out the 2 women inside. Following Director Liao was Wei Jingye. When he saw his daughter, his heart suddenly sank. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he spoke to Director Liao before they arrived. "Director Liao, this new employee has only been here a day or 2, and it's normal that she hasn't learned everything yet. Usually, new employees are given a week to adapt and learn. I think this is probably the fault of the experienced workers." Director Liao kept a serious face and didn't say anything. He looked grimly at Hee Ju-hong, who was coming out of the fermentation room with 2 female workers. One of the workers was Wei Hongmei, and the other was Wu Jie, a woman in her 40s. Wu Jie had worked in the food factory for a few years, but her arm was frozen injured, so she had special care and was transferred to watch over the fermentation room. Director Liao knew this worker. He looked at both women and asked, "What exactly happened with the bread fermentation? How did you monitor the temperature?" Wu Jie looked at Wei Hongmei and Wei quickly said, "Why are you looking at me? We watched it together. Now there's a problem, and you're blaming me?" Wu Jie saw Wei Jingye standing there staring at her, so she held back her anger. She didn't want to offend Wei Jingye, the workshop director, because if he targeted her, it could be trouble. Her arm was still sore, so she couldn't do heavy or delicate work or tasks involving cold water. She valued her job very much, so she said, "Director Liao, I was careless this time. My arm was too painful, so I took a moment to apply some medicine, which delayed me a bit. Maybe I wasn't paying attention then." She looked at Director Liao's face, afraid to say more. His face was very displeased, and he looked very disappointed in her. Wu Jie lowered her head and didn't dare to speak further. As a regular employee, she probably wouldn't be fired, but her pay might be deducted. Indeed, Zhao Hong, the manager, said sternly, "This accident will be shared by both of you. Your salary will be cut by 5 yuan this month. If it happens again, you won't be allowed to work here anymore." Zhao Hong was angry and called Lu Weihong, the pastry workshop supervisor, and Wei Jingye, the workshop director, to a meeting in the office. It seemed Lu Weihong would also be scolded this time. Everyone in the bread team sighed in relief, but Hee Ju-hong felt even worse. She looked at Wei Hongmei and asked, "Wei Hongmei, how do you do your work?" Wei Hongmei said unhappily, "What does this have to do with me?" Sister Wu admitted it was her mistake, didn't she? Hee Ju-hong sneered, "When you weren't here, no mistakes were made. As soon as you arrived, the bread got burnt. Do you still have the nerve to blame Sister Wu?" Wei Hongmei had rarely been scolded before. As a child, her father spoiled her, and after marriage, Sun Mingyong was very obedient to her. But once she started working at the food factory, she faced constant criticism. She was disliked in the pickled vegetables workshop, and in the bread workshop, she was scolded every day. She looked with teary eyes and angrily said, "I'm a new worker. I don't know everything yet. Why are you blaming me for everything?" Before, when she was packaging bread, she accidentally pressed her fingers into the dough because she wasn't sure how much force to use. An experienced worker scolded her harshly. She thought it was normal to leave 2 finger marks on the soft, large pillow-shaped bread when wrapping it with craft paper. But they still scolded her. Now, in the fermentation room, she had just been working there recently. She was tired from waking up early and took a quick nap, but she didn't damage the dough. The fermentation room is so quiet. The bread ferments on its own without her doing anything. Yet, when the bread wasn't baked properly, they still scolded her. Wei Hongmei wiped her tears and felt wronged. She said, "I've been working hard. Why am I being scolded for everything? Isn't it Sister Wu's fault?" Sister Wu is also inside. Sister Wu was about to cry from anger. She took a few deep breaths and said to He Juhong, "Team leader, I want to change my position. Please transfer me somewhere else. I can do any job." He Juhong was silent. She said calmly, "Your arm is uncomfortable, so go to the fermentation room. Wei Hongmei, go back to the pickled vegetables workshop. We can't keep you in the bread workshop. Don't feel wronged. I feel worse than you. I will personally talk to the factory director about this transfer." Wei Hongmei was speechless. He Juhong was only a team leader, responsible for the bread team. She didn't have the authority to transfer employees. Normally, she would need to go to her supervisor, Lu Weihong, to handle this. But she no longer expected Lu Weihong to help. Lu Weihong had only pushed Wei Hongmei into the bread team to protect Wei Jingye's reputation. Now, when something went wrong and Director Liao scolded them, Lu Weihong, as the supervisor, didn't say a single word to defend them. After He Juhong finished speaking, she turned and went to the director's office. Everyone looked at Wei Hongmei with disdain. It's not that they are mean, but Wei Hongmei's spoiled attitude makes them think she should stay at home as a young lady. Why bother coming to work? Wouldn't it be better to leave job opportunities for those who truly need them? Qiao Lanshu was pulled by Wang Shui outside the bread workshop. Through the window, they watched the lively scene with some other workers. Then, the two went to the quality inspection department next to the bread workshop. Many people were buying bread, pillow bread, costing 8 ounces each, for 5 cents. Now, with the half-price sale, 5 cents can buy 2. No matter the taste, such cheap bread is rare, so everyone was rushing to grab some. Wang Shui, who is tall, pushed her way in with Qiao Lanshu, grabbing 2 pieces from others' hands. "Hey, you're taking so much. Let me have 2, just 2. She snatched the bread and quickly put it into Qiao Lanshu's arms. The man who was about to scold her turned around and saw Qiao Lanshu's slightly embarrassed face. Qiao Lanshu's face turned red with embarrassment. She tentatively said, "Maybe I should give them back?" "I won't buy any more." Wang Shui, hiding behind her, nudged her waist. "You really are shy. But you know, if you're too shy, you won't get any food. You need to be a bit bold to get by." The man looked at Qiao Lanshu, paused for a moment, and then asked, "No need, no need. Young lady, you can take the bread home to eat. I have enough." He then took the remaining 4 pieces of bread, paid a yuan, and turned to leave. Qiao Lanshu also paid 5 cents, holding 2 pillow bread in her arms. Each pillow bread weighs about 8 ounces, so 2 weigh over a pound. Holding them, she felt their heaviness. Wang Shui linked her arm and said, "You really are something. I thought you were going to return the bread just now. Young ladies are shy, but let me tell you, being too shy means no food. You have to be a bit bold to get ahead." Qiao Lanshu said. Qiao Lanshu was holding 2 pieces of bread and thinking about what she had just heard in the bread class. She became a bit curious and asked, "The class monitor from the bread class said they want to transfer Wei Hongmei back to our pickled vegetables class. Do you think she will come back to work with us on the radishes?" He Juhong refused to keep Wei Hongmei and said she wanted to transfer her back to the pickled vegetables class. Qiao Lanshu was a little worried, thinking that someone else might try to take her position. She felt her current job was good. Every day, she just cut radishes and chatted with Wang Shui. The work was easy, and the atmosphere was nice. Wang Shui sneered and said, "We don't need her as our supervisor. Even if she comes back, let her go wash radishes." Wang Shui didn't like Wei Hongmei because she wasn't good at working. No matter where she went, people disliked her. He Ju Hong went to see factory director Yang Wenyuan. When Yang Wenyuan heard her request, he immediately looked angry and said, "This person was transferred here by Lu Weihong, right? Have Lu Weihong come to see me." He Ju Hong then went to find Lu Weihong. Lu Weihong had just come out of Director Liao's office, looking upset after being scolded. Then He Ju Hong found her and said, "Supervisor Lu, the factory director wants to see you." Lu Weihong looked very unhappy and complained, "It's probably about the bread class again, right? Director He, I'm not blaming you, but you should pay more attention to your work. You know the new employees aren't very skilled yet. How can you let them work on their own? You need to supervise them." He Ju Hong also looked unhappy and said directly, "Supervisor Lu, what exactly is going on with Wei Hongmei? You know better than anyone. Anyway, we can't keep her in the bread class. As for where to transfer her, you should talk to the factory director." Then she left angrily. Lu Weihong was only in her early 20s and hadn't worked at the factory for many years. The few team leaders under her were already not very happy with her. Now she caused more trouble, and He Ju Hong had clearly broken with her. Lu Weihong kept a serious face and started to regret a little. She originally just wanted to transfer the annoying Qiao Lanshu away, but she didn't expect Wei Hongmei to be so useless. Lu Weihong went to the factory director's office. Yang Wenyuan looked at her and asked directly, "What's going on with the temporary worker in the bread class?" At this moment, Lu Weihong no longer felt the need to carry the burden herself. She shifted the responsibility to Wei Jingye, saying, "Director Wei came to me and asked me to arrange a lighter job for Wei Hongmei. Director, Wei Jingye is the workshop supervisor, and I couldn't refuse him, right?" Yang Wenyuan remained silent. Wei Jingye has been a long-time employee and has worked as a supervisor for many years. However, he has one big flaw: he is overly fond of his daughter. He is simply a foolishly indulgent parent. In work matters, it's normal to show personal favoritism or connections. But you can't just use relationships to let a fool in, right? This is a food factory. Yang Wenyuan paused for a moment and then said, "Transfer Wei Hongmei to the family service team. The family service team is a service group arranged in many state-owned factories. It usually consists of the family members of workers, in groups of 5 or 10. Their main job is to visit the factory regularly to serve the workers. They do things like haircuts, sewing clothes, repairing shoes, and so on. The work isn't easy, and the pay is lower than temporary workers. But at least, it doesn't require much thinking. Wei Hongmei probably can't even sew clothes properly, right? If she can't, just dismiss her." Since the factory director has spoken, Lu Weihong immediately went to inform Wei Hongmei. At that moment, Wei Hongmei was still sitting outside the bread-making area, throwing a tantrum and refusing to go into the fermentation room with Sister Wu. She kept saying, "I won't go in. If something goes wrong this time, it won't be my fault." Everyone was speechless, but few paid attention to her. They didn't want to offend her or get too close. When Lu Weihong came to tell her to join the family service team, she was stunned. She immediately stood up and loudly said, "I won't go. What about my dad? I need to ask him first." Then Wei Hongmei ran off. Lu Weihong was too tired to bother with her and let her go. Whether she could stay or not depended on how capable Director Wei was. Qiao Lanshu had been worried that Wei Hongmei would come back to snatch her job of cutting carrots. But after worrying all afternoon, Wei Hongmei didn't show up. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Today, their work was already very little because the radishes were almost all sliced. There was no fresh vegetables left to pickle. The workers in the pickling team had been working hard for 2 months, and now it was finally a time to relax. At the end of the workday, Wang Shui pulled Qiao Lanshu out the door. They each carried 2 bags of bread as they left the clothing factory. Qiao Lanshu looked at the door and didn't see Qin Yuanjing's car. The young man in the guardhouse saw Qiao Lanshu and immediately said, "Is this comrade Qiao Lanshu?" Qiao Lanshu nodded, "Yes, I am." At that moment, she saw her name written on the blackboard outside the guardhouse. She hurried over and asked, "Is there a letter for me?" The person in the guardhouse handed her a small package and said, "A package from Yangcheng. Also, your family members came by at noon and said they couldn't pick you up on time today, so you need to find a colleague to go home with." Qiao Lanshu. She nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." Qin Yuanjing originally wanted to come pick up his wife, but something urgent came up at the mine construction site, so he was delayed. He didn't know when he would be able to return. His heart was also eager to go home. He stood at the mine site, listening to a few engineers arguing, and kept glancing toward the food factory. Lin, the assistant, watched him and deliberately said, "Oh, Captain Qin, no need to worry. Based on their argument, you'll be home in at most 2 hours. Why not have a cigarette and calm down, Qin Yuanjing?" He coldly said, "No, I don't smoke. I've quit." Lin was shocked and said, "Really? Just to marry a wife, and you've quit smoking?" Qin Yuanjing was silent for a moment, as if he thought of something, then smiled and looked at Lin, saying, "Just marrying a wife? With such a lovely wife, do you think you can marry her, Lin?" Lin, who had been with Qin Yuanjing for a long time, had never seen this side of him before. He used to be very old-fashioned, full of energy at work, to the point that he exhausted his subordinates. As a result, he now starts leaving work exactly on time every day. When the clock strikes closing time, he watches his watch and looks toward the food factory in the distance, almost like a loyal dog waiting for its owner. He recently got married, and it was a late marriage. Having served in the military, he has experienced all kinds of hardships, but has never been close to a woman. Now he is 30 years old. His friends' children are old enough to go out and play. He finally married a young wife and has begun to enjoy the company of a woman. His old house is burning with passion, and he wants to stay home with his wife, which is understandable. However, his superiors say they understand his situation but refuse to give him extra days off. Qin Yuanjing feels uncomfortable inside, but has no choice. He has to stay in the mining area and attend meetings with engineers and designers. As part of the construction team, their main job is building projects. Managing construction work keeps them very busy. Moreover, Qin Yuanjing is responsible not only for the coal mine area but also for the construction of 2 roads. The original dirt road was too inconvenient for transporting coal. So, they planned 2 new roads, which will start construction next month. They need many workers, and relying only on the engineering troops is not enough. Therefore, their team also needs to coordinate with the city's personnel department and labor bureau to bring in many young educated workers and laborers. Qin Yuanjing looked at the meeting, which was about to last 2 hours. He sat in his chair, resting his hand on his forehead, silently sighing. Next to him, Officer Lin leaned over and asked, "Commander, are you going to pick up your wife after work? Or should I go instead?" Qin Yuanjing silently looked at Officer Lin for a few moments, then asked, "Are you still not over it, Officer Lin?" Before Officer Lin could respond, Qin Yuanjing pointed at him and said, "Comrade Xiao Qiao is already my wife. You should let go of that idea, Officer Lin." Officer Lin was truly convinced. He wondered who had been introducing Xiao Qiao to different suitors all along. Most of the young unmarried officers in their team had met Xiao Qiao, especially Xiao Yang, who had spent several days with her. Everyone knew about it. Now he's upset? Why didn't he say something earlier? Officer Lin really wanted to punch Qin the commander for the first time. But in the end, she endured because she couldn't fight back and couldn't disobey authority. Qiao Lanshua came out of the food factory, holding a package sent from Yangcheng. Wang Shui, wrapped in a scarf and blowing warm air, was shivering from the cold and bouncing in place. When she saw Qiao Lanshua come out, she approached and asked, "Did your family send you something?" Qiao Lanshua nodded and looked at the writing on the package. She said, "When I got married, I called my family. This is probably from my dad. Her father cared a lot for her. After all, she was his first child with his first wife, and he had been the one to raise her from a young age. But later, she lost her mother, and her family got a stepmother. Then her stepmother had a son. She couldn't stay at home anymore. If she didn't get married, she had to go to the countryside." Xiao's father trusted son Mingyong, believing he was a boy he had watched grow up. He entrusted Xiao Lanshua to Sun Mingyong, and he felt at ease. But then this happened. Xiao Lanshua didn't hide anything from her father. She told him everything about Sun Mingyong's scheme to marry her by deception. Her father was probably very angry. He sent a package so quickly. Holding the package, Xiao Lanshua asked Wang Shui, "Sister, where do you live?" "I'm heading this way." Wang Shui linked her arm and said, "I know. You live in the military housing area, right?
I'm going the same way.
I need to buy some things at the supply and marketing cooperative." The two walked together until they reached near the supply store. Wang Shui asked, "Little Qiao, do you want to buy something?" Qiao Lanshua, holding her small package and 2 bread rolls from the food factory, hesitated about whether to buy anything. The walnut cake Qin Yuanjing bought her last time was very tasty. Since they had run out of cookies at home, she thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I'll go tomorrow. I forgot to bring my food coupons. I want to buy some cookies or walnut cake." When she arrived, her father had given her many national grain coupons, and she also had some for snacks, but not many. She was quite frugal. Wang Shui, hearing this, lowered her voice and said, "Oh, you don't know about the mobile market nearby? You can buy there without coupons." Qiao Lanshua really didn't know. She looked around and asked, "Where is it?" Wang Shui grabbed her arm and said, "Come on, I'll take you there." The mobile market is in an alley opposite the supply and marketing cooperative. When Wang Shui and Xiao Lanshu entered the alley, they indeed saw someone carrying things out. As they moved inside, they kept seeing people wearing old cotton jackets, holding baskets or carrying cloth sacks, occasionally glancing at passers-by. It was clear they were selling things. Many people knew about this place, but they either didn't care or no one had reported it. A woman dressed very warmly saw Wang Shui and Xiao Lanshu come in. She quickly approached them, lifting a corner of the black cloth in her basket, smiling and saying, "Miss, want to see this?" They saw small twisted pastries in her basket and immediately stopped walking. Wang Shui was very eager to try. She swallowed her saliva and quietly asked, "How much per jean?" "Half a kilogram." The woman stretched out her hand and said, 50 cents. Nowadays, these twisted pastries are made from grains and oil. They are fried in oil, which makes them fragrant and crispy. The sweet version has added sugar, making them very tasty. Usually, people buy a couple of jean during the new year to give as gifts or visit relatives. Some buy them for children to improve their diet. The normal price at the supply and marketing cooperative is 20 cents per jean, but you need a grain coupon. Here, no coupon is needed, but she charges 50 cents per jean. Wang Shui felt a bit guilty about spending money, but really wanted to eat the pastries. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll take 5 yuan's worth." The woman immediately took out a small scale, weighed a jean, and said, "Here, put it in your pocket." Wang Shui was surprised. "You really don't even have a newspaper?" The woman replied, "No, I've run out of newspapers." Wang Shui could only pull half of her scarf and said, "Wrap it here." She wasn't afraid of oil and wrapped the jean of pastries in her scarf. Then she turned to Qiao Lanshu and asked, "Little Qiao, do you want to buy some?" Qiao Lanshu also wanted to try the pastries. She looked at them and thought they looked just like the fried pastries her class made. But food from the factory always had a fixed market, so these probably wouldn't end up in the mobile market. Maybe she was mistaken? Qiao Lanshu hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, "I also want a jean, 5 mao. Please weigh it for me." As she spoke, she took out 5 mao from her pocket and handed it to the woman. Then she took out a folded newspaper from her pocket, placed her package and bread down, and folded the newspaper into a square bowl. Wang Shui was surprised and asked, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, you go to work every day. Why do you still carry a newspaper?" Qiao Lanshu smiled and said, "I got this from the factory. I want to take it home to read." "We don't have newspapers at home." Wang Shui. She then said, "Your family's Captain Qin must have plenty of newspapers in the army. You can ask him to bring some for you." Qin Yuanzheng actually brought home quite a few newspapers. He also wanted to buy her some books to read, but now the library doesn't have many good books. She has already read all the ones worth reading, and the ones she shouldn't read, she doesn't dare to look at. So she just reads newspapers or magazines. Sometimes she looks at books about farming or raising pigs and ducks, just for fun. While they were chatting, The woman had already weighed a jean of twisted breadsticks and poured them into the newspaper bowl Qiao Lanshu made. Actually, Qiao Lanshu wanted to buy 2 jeans, but she was holding a lot of things now, and since the breadsticks are fried and not weighed, 2 jeans would be quite a lot. She was worried she wouldn't be able to carry it all back, and if a few fell on the way, she'd feel very upset. Wang Shui also had bread but couldn't help her carry the breadsticks, so she helped stack them on her bag, then pressed the bread on top of the sticks to make sure they wouldn't fall. Only then did they leave the alley with their things. After Wang Shui left to go to the supply store, Qiao Lanshu couldn't carry any more, so she didn't go either. The two parted on the street opposite the supply store. Then Qiao Lanshu walked about 10 more meters, turned a corner, and arrived at the military housing area. Everyone in the military housing area knew Qiao Lanshu, as she was the family of the famous 21st Regiment commander, so they quickly opened the gate for her. A guard saw her carrying so many things and came out to ask, "Sister-in-law, do you need help?" Qiao Lanshu recognized him as the guard who had helped her and Huang Erlin carry things last time. She immediately smiled and said, "No need, I can carry it myself." She spoke and walked toward their guard room. She wanted to give them some twisted dough sticks, but there were 2 pillow-shaped bread on top of the dough sticks. She reached out but didn't grab any, so she took 1 pillow-shaped bread and placed it on the guard room windowsill. She said to them, "This is special bread from our food factory. You can share it. It doesn't taste very good, so don't be picky." The guard didn't dare to accept it. He chased after her with the bread, saying, "No need, sister-in-law. Our unit has rules and we can't accept your things." He had said the same thing last time and was really afraid to take her stuff. She quickly replied, "This is a thank you gift. If you don't take it, I won't ask you to help carry things next time." She took a few steps and then turned back, saying, "Just consider it from Commander Qin. Take it to fill your stomach." The guard hesitated for a moment, then finally accepted the bread. They were guards from the mining area unit, and they happened to be under Qin Yuanzheng. Qiao Lanshu recognized them from her past life. When she returned home, Qin Yuanzheng wasn't there. She tidied up the house and planned to cut the bread into slices for dinner, cook some sweet potato millet porridge, stir-fry some vinegar-flavored cabbage, and stew potato and vermicelli. She first cooked the porridge and soaked the vermicelli in water. Then she took out a package, opened it, and found a letter inside, written by her father. Her father was shocked and very angry about Sun Mingyong's behavior. The 3-page letter mostly scolded Sun Mingyong as a beast. Then he carefully asked how Qiao Lanshu was doing, noting that a regiment-level officer at 30 still wasn't married, and it was just right for her to get married. He gently asked if Commander Qin had any problems, if he had a wife in the countryside he was hiding, or if Qin was a fictional character. Did she deliberately make up someone to deceive her old father? The letter made Qiao Lanshu cry and laugh at the same time. At the end of the letter, there was a 100 yuan food coupon. Her father said he had transferred 200 yuan into her savings account and told her that if she faced difficulties, she should take a train home immediately. He promised to find a way to get her a job, so she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Her father was also regretful. He trusted Sun Mingyong too much. After all, he had watched him grow up. If he had known earlier that Sun Mingyong was unreliable, he would never have let his daughter go so far north to find her husband. From the south to the north, thousands of kilometers away, his daughter was sold by others, and he didn't even know where to look for her. Qiao Lanshu carefully stored the ration tickets and letter. In the package, there was a bag of dried salted fish, a bag of cured pork, a bag of cured sausage, a bag of dried squid, and 2 bags of homemade dried radish. Most of it was meat. He was worried that Qiao Lanshu might not have enough food here and would go hungry and cold. He probably sent these things secretly, since he had previously sent money to Sun Mingyong, and the stepmother had some objections. Now he was sending more money again. Qiao Lanshu took the items to the kitchen and organized them. At that moment, she heard the front door open, and Qin Yuanzheng hurriedly returned. Qin Yuanzheng was covered in the cold smell of coal mine dust. Qiao Lanshu quickly ran over. She looked at Qin Yuanzheng and said, "Brother Zheng, I haven't seen you all day. I miss you so much." Qin Yuanzheng took off his coat and jacket, then immediately hugged Xiao Lanshu and kissed her on the face, saying, "I missed you to death too." Not only did he think of her in his heart, but his body also longed for her. His whole body was thinking of her, making him feel uncomfortable and full of longing. His chest felt tight, and his body was also uncomfortable with the swelling. In short, he felt out of sorts when he didn't see his little wife for a day. He put Xiao Lanshu down and wanted to kiss her again, but when he saw her eyes, he suddenly frowned. His rough thumb gently rubbed her tearful eyes and asked softly, "Why are you crying? Has someone bullied you again?" His little wife, who hadn't seen him for a day, had swollen eyes from crying. When he had previously bullied her on the Kong, she hadn't cried this hard. Qin Yuanjing's question made Xiao Lanshu want to cry even more. It's not that she's too weak and loves to cry, but since she was reborn, she had been on the train. From before Qin Yuanjing passed away to after his death, nearly 2 years, she hadn't seen her father. In her previous life, after arriving in the north, she was kept in a cave and was considered missing. Her father, Qiao Bingzhong, even came to Long City to look for her half a year after she went missing. Of course, he was unsuccessful. However, it was precisely because Qiao Bingzhong came over and discovered that Sun Mingyong did not pick up Xiao Lanshu, which led to her disappearance. Since Sun Mingyong had a wife and children, Qiao Bingzhong reported him to the Provincial Revolutionary Committee. He sent Sun Mingyong many money and food tickets, and he had proof. But at that time, because Xiao Lanshu's whereabouts were unknown and Qiao Bingzhong was an outsider, no one helped him. The distance between the two places was too great, making evidence collection difficult. So, Sun Mingyong only lost his job, but was not sent to reform through labor. Fortunately, Qiao Bingzhong visited the Public Security Bureau, the Revolutionary Committee, and the Women's Federation. When Xiao Lanshu escaped from the cave and sought help from the Women's Federation, everyone realized that the man from the south, who had said those things, was telling the truth. Her daughter was indeed missing in Long City or had been kidnapped. With the help of the Women's Federation, Sun Mingyong was sent to reform through labor. At that time, Qiao Lanshu was too weak to do anything but rest in Long City. It was winter and heavy snow blocked the roads, so she couldn't return to Yangcheng. The Women's Federation found her a job at a food factory, which helped her settle down. Of course, the man who kept her in the cave was also caught and executed. Later, she worked steadily at the food factory and was allocated a house. She no longer thought about returning to Yangcheng. First, she felt ashamed to go back. Second, her body was injured, weak, and she couldn't have children. If she returned, she couldn't get married, and it would be hard to find a job. In this life, she had never met the person who hurt her in her past life. That person should still be wandering around the villages now. If that person hadn't committed a crime, she couldn't just have him arrested without reason. She would need to find him first, and then seek an opportunity. Thinking of this, Qiao Lanshu's face darkened a bit. Leaning in Qin Yuanjing's arms, she softly said, "No one has bullied me. I just miss my dad." She added, "My dad sent me some food and a letter. He still doesn't believe I married a regiment commander. He asked if I was lying to him. He probably doesn't trust me." Hearing this, Qin Yuanjing sighed in relief and said, "So that's why? Then I will go to the army tomorrow and send a telegram to his unit." Qiao Lanshu immediately nodded and smiled. "Good idea. That way, my dad will probably feel at ease." Qin Yuanjing looked at her expression and fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "This year is too busy. I probably won't have time for the new year, but next summer I can apply for a break. When that time comes, I will go back with you." Qiao Lanshu immediately looked at him happily. "Really?" Qin Yuanjing nodded. "Of course, it's true. Yanqing is too far away." Qin Yuanjing never thought he would marry a wife from so far away. They have been married for quite a few days now, and he really should take the initiative to contact his father-in-law. Qin Yuanjing gently held Qiao Lanshu in his arms. He didn't want to put her down, especially seeing her so sad, which made his heart ache. He simply picked her up. Startled, Qiao Lanshu quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Qin Yuanjing supported her with his hands, smiling as he said, "I hold you every day. Why are you still so scared?" He softly said, "Don't worry. Although nothing can hold you in place this time, I have strong arms, and I won't let you fall." Hearing this, Xiao Lanshu's face turned red with embarrassment. She leaned on his shoulder and said shyly, "Then hold me tight. If I fall, I won't let you hold me anymore." Qin Yuanjing deliberately leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Do you still doubt how strong my arms are?" Xiao Lanshu felt herself being securely supported. Looking at Qin Yuanjing's muscular arms, which were thicker than her thighs, she knew very well that he was strong. She knew very well. At this moment, Qin Yuanjing looked much younger than in his previous life. His body was healthier, and naturally, he was more energetic and vigorous than before. Qin Yuanjing carried her to the kitchen. She leaned on his shoulder and said, "Today I bought some discounted pillow bread. I got 2 for 5 mao each, gave one to the security guard, and the other I plan to use for dinner. I already cooked millet and sweet potato porridge. Do you want some bread? I see a few on the windowsill. Maybe we can steam them together for you." Qin Yuanjing went to the kitchen and immediately smelled the aroma of millet and sweet potato porridge. He said happily, "My wife is so capable. She can even cook millet porridge. After all, in Yanqing, they don't usually drink millet porridge, only plain rice porridge. Millet is a main grain produced in Long City, and it is one of the main foods for every household." Xiao Lanshu was a bit speechless from his praise. Who doesn't know how to cook porridge? Qin Yuanjing saw that the porridge was ready. It was a big pillow-shaped loaf, but it definitely wasn't enough for him. He said, "I'll steam some bread and cook a couple of dishes." As he spoke, he reluctantly put Xiao Lanshu on the ground, letting her sit at the dining table by the kitchen door. Then he washed his hands, took the remaining 5 cornmeal buns, and steamed them in a pot. He also brought over some cabbage and potatoes, planning to make stir-fried potatoes with cured meat and vinegar-flavored cabbage. Recently, since winter had arrived, the supply and marketing cooperative had few fresh vegetables and fruits. Even if there were some, they were very expensive. Most people here eat winter vegetables like cabbage, potatoes, radishes, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and green onions. Xiao Lanshu had planted some bean sprouts inside her house, but they wouldn't be ready to eat for a few days. Although Qin Yuanjing looked like a rough man, he was very careful in his work and cooked delicious food. Xiao Lanshu sat nearby, watching his broad, rough hands as he cut the cabbage. His hands were large and rough, with calluses on the palms, prominent knuckles, and long fingers. Xiao Lanshu stretched out her hand to look at her own, then at Qin Yuanjing's hands. She thought to herself, how can someone have such big hands? Those calluses are really tough. She wondered if she should take out her sheep oil cream to apply to his hands, since they looked so rough, and she felt uncomfortable for him. After Qin Yuanjing finished cooking, he brought out all the dishes. Xiao Lanshu liked the vinegar-flavored cabbage he made the most. It was sour and crunchy, and it tasted really good. Fortunately, in the north during winter, there was still cabbage to eat. They ate at a small table in the living room. Xiao Lanshu sat on the sofa waiting for Qin Yuanjing. When he came over, he insisted on holding her and eating together. He firmly picked her up and sat her on his lap, saying, "Be good, tonight I will feed you." Xiao Lanshu. Her back was against his chest, and because of their height difference, even though she sat on his lap, she wasn't very high, and they could still see eye to eye. Jolin tried to get down from his lap, blushing as she said, "No need, I can eat by myself." Qin Yuanjing wasn't sure what he was thinking. His rough big hand immediately pressed down on his little wife, who was trying to escape. He was strong, and with just a gentle press, Jolin couldn't run away. Qin Yuanjing held her and gently said, "Aren't you in a bad mood today? Let me take care of you. Would that be okay, Jolin?" She did feel a bit upset after reading her father's letter, thinking about past events. But now she was actually fine. She just felt strange about being fed by Qin Yuanjing while he held her. Qin Yuanjing held her, his rough hand on her waist, feeding her pickled vegetables. Jolin could only let him do it. Qin Yuanjing cooked delicious food, and before she knew it, she had eaten quite a lot. Seeing she was done, he asked, "Why aren't you eating anymore? Is that all?" Like feeding a cat, no wonder she was so slim. With such a small appetite, She could burn through her food just walking around at home, not to mention doing exercise. But Jolin said she really couldn't eat anymore. She was full. Qin Yuanjing reached out and rubbed her stomach, then suddenly smiled and said, "You haven't even bloated yet." He also said, "Didn't you get up last night, Jolin?" She was really fed up with Qin Yuanjing. This old man was so outspoken. How could he say such things so casually? She didn't dare listen to what he said. Usually, when he was exercising, he talked endlessly, but now, at mealtime, he started talking again. This man, so serious and stern in front of others, never jokes or laughs. But at home, his words were more colorful than the dishes on the table. Jolin ran to her room. Qin Yuanjing couldn't help but laugh. His wife was full, so he started eating. He finished all the bread and left over half a loaf, a big bowl of porridge, and 2 remaining dishes. Not a drop of sauce was left. He used bread to wipe the plates clean. That night, he told Jolin again that she was in a bad mood, and he needed to take care of her to make her happy. Xiao Lanshu initially wondered how she should take care of him to make him happy. However, it seemed that after not eating enough at dinner, they ate another meal. Xiao Lanshu had nowhere to cry. Since they got married, they had been quite harmonious. Xiao Lanshu hesitated and asked, "Brother Zheng, are we okay like this?" Qin Yuanjing looked at her rubbing her belly and said, "I have infertility issues, so there's nothing to worry about. Don't worry, we don't need to use protection." This was the only good thing about his infertility. He could do whatever he wanted and indulge himself. He could do whatever he pleased, since they wouldn't have children, so there was nothing to fear. If he were a normal person without infertility, he would probably need to use protection, or at least not be so reckless. After all, his young wife had just turned 18 2 days before their wedding. He enjoyed their private life now and didn't want children. Since getting married, Xiao Lanshu had been very tired every morning. She kept yawning on her way to work every day. Qin Yuanzheng was puzzled. He had already been very self-controlled and felt full of energy himself. Why was little Xiao so tired? Today, after finishing work, Xiao Lanshu cut the last few pounds of radishes. This way, there was nothing left to do in the washing and cutting tasks. They rested all morning, and in the afternoon, they could go home and relax without working. After all, they had been busy for a long time, so this half-day was extra rest for them. But tomorrow, they might need to help in other shifts at the pickled vegetables workshop. Since they were transferred to help, most of the work would be light and easy. Xiao Lanshu and Wang Shui came out of the workshop. Wang Shui was saying, "Did you eat the twisted bread we bought yesterday? It's really good, almost as good as what our factory makes. I want to buy 2 more pounds today. Do you want to go?" Wang Shui's words made Xiao Lanshu remember she hadn't eaten the twisted bread she bought yesterday. She didn't have time to eat it. Thinking about last night's experience, her face turned red, and she looked down. She nodded and asked, "Is it really that delicious? Is it better than what our factory makes?" Wang Shui immediately said, "Absolutely. The taste is just like ours." Wang Shui spoke, but then felt it was not right. She quickly added, "Of course, it definitely wasn't our factory's explosion. Food from the factory always has a fixed sales channel. If it really got into the open market, it would be a serious problem. Very serious. Maybe even the factory manager would lose his job." Wang Shui looked at Xiao Lanshu, and they both silently kept quiet, not daring to continue discussing this inside the factory. Wang Shui was silent for a moment before lowering her voice and asking, "Are we still going to buy?" Xiao Lanshu nodded and said, "Yes, we will buy." They took off their protective suits, put on cotton jackets and scarves, then linked arms and left the food factory. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw their sister-in-law's younger brother, Deng Weijun, walking out with 2 men, smoking cigarettes. Xiao Lanshu immediately recognized one of the men, another boiler worker from their factory, Zheng Daliu. Last time, Deng Weijun had gone out with them, which led to him being reported for spying on female colleagues, and he was caught by the police. That time, Qin Yuanzheng went to get Deng Weijun out of trouble. Deng Weijun had said he wouldn't hang out with Zheng Daliu anymore, right? It's only been a few days. Why is he back hanging out with them again? Xiao Lanshu quickly called out, "Weijun, Deng Weijun, Hearing her voice, Deng Weijun immediately turned around. After all, Qiao Lanshu's southern accent was very distinctive, one of a kind. He walked over from Zheng Daliu, threw away his cigarette, and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, you called me? Do you have something to tell me?" Qiao Lanshu. She glanced at Zheng Daliu, who was nearby, smoking and frowning at her. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Lanshu said, "Wei Jun, it's like this. I finished work early today and need to buy some things at the supply and marketing cooperative. I'm worried I can't carry everything, so I was wondering if you could help me carry some stuff." "Would that be too much trouble?" Deng Weijun scratched his head and said, "It's not too much trouble," but he had already promised Zheng Daliu that he would go with them to meet friends for a game of cards. He had known Zheng Daliu for several years. When Zheng Daliu invited him to play cards, he thought it wouldn't be a problem and agreed. After all, he was free and had nothing to do in the dormitory. They had played cards together many times before, usually just a few cents at a time. Losing didn't bother him. Zheng Daliu also brought someone along. They came over, looked at Qiao Lanshu, and asked Deng Weijun, "Wei Jun, are you leaving now?" While saying this, Zheng Daliu kept looking at Qiao Lanshu's face. Since she wasn't in the same workshop and was a new temporary worker, Zheng Daliu hadn't seen her much before. He stared at Qiao Lanshu for a few moments, and his gaze made her uncomfortable. Zheng Daliu turned to ask Deng Weijun, "Who is she? Your girlfriend?" Deng Weijun was shocked by his question. He quickly said, "Daliu, don't talk nonsense. She's my sister-in-law." Girlfriend. You must be crazy thinking about a girlfriend." Zheng Daliu was silent. He impatiently said, "If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know?" "Damn it, are you still going or not today?" Deng Weijun hesitated again. Wang Shui couldn't stand it anymore. She reached out and gave Deng Weijun a firm slap, saying, "Comrade Qiao already mentioned it. Aren't you going to help?" And calling her sister-in-law? "Do you even have a face?" Deng Weijun quickly said, I'll help. I didn't say I wouldn't." "Sister-in-law, I'll go with you." He mainly felt he had already promised Zheng Daliu and didn't want to refuse now, fearing Zheng Daliu might hold a grudge. But being hated by Zheng Daliu was better than being hated by Qin Yuanzheng, right? Plus, Qiao Lanshu had helped him before. Seeing his reaction, Zheng Daliu looked very unhappy. Deng Weijun then said, "Daliu, I won't go with you today. You guys go ahead. I need to help my sister-in-law carry some things. It's so cold outside and my sister-in-law is having a hard time." Zheng Daliu. He threw his cigarette away, looked serious, and said, "Forget it, I won't go." Then he turned and walked away. Qiao Lanshu watched Zheng Daliu leave and finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Deng Weijun and said, "Let's go. We'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things." Deng Weijun immediately nodded. "Okay, sister-in-law. Are you planning to buy winter vegetables? They should be almost sold out now." Zhou Lanshu thought for a moment. There are still quite a few winter vegetables at home. The last time she and Qin Yuanzheng went shopping together, they bought about 6 or 7 heads of cabbage, and there is a basket of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Since she and her husband only eat at home for dinner, the stored winter vegetables should last quite a while. However, since she mentioned it, she decided to buy some heavy items and asked Deng Weijun to help carry them. Otherwise, what if he goes out to play cards again with Zheng Dali? Zhou Lanshu considered and said, "Yes, we need to buy winter vegetables. Let's get about 20 jin of radishes. I plan to make pickled vegetables." She had never made pickled vegetables before, but working in a food factory, she was familiar with the process. If she didn't know how, she could just look at the pickling workshop for a quick lesson. She planned to make the simplest salted vegetables. First, wash the vegetables and let them dry. Then slice them and put them into a jar, layering with coarse salt. She would press them down with a stone and then add water. After soaking for about a month, the pickled vegetables would be sour and crunchy. Stir-fried with lard and chili, they would be very tasty and go well with rice. Thinking of this, Zhou Lanshu nodded and said to Deng Weijun, "The vegetables are a bit heavy. Can you carry 20 jin? I also want to buy a pickling jar." Deng Weijun immediately patted his chest and said, "Sister-in-law, you underestimate me. Don't say 20 jin, even 200 jin. I can carry it."
Wang Shui laughed and said, "Stop bragging. Look at your skinny frame. You're not even 200 Jin yourself, and you want to carry 200 Jin, Deng Weijun." Wang Shui asked again, "Little Jiao, do you know how to make pickled vegetables? You're still young, but quite capable." Jolin Shu smiled and said, "I learned from others, but I haven't tried it myself." The three of them went together to the supply and marketing cooperative. Wang Shui bought some food coupons, and then they all went to buy winter vegetables. Wang Shui bought some potatoes, Jolin Shu bought 20 Jin of radishes, packed in a straw bag, and Deng Weijun tied the bag tightly and carried it on his shoulder. Jolin Shu also bought a pickling jar and 5 Jin of coarse salt. After buying these, Jolin Shu was ready to go home. Actually, Wang Shui didn't have much to buy. She just felt that Deng Weijun was here, so she couldn't let Xiao Lanshu be alone with him. The people here are very talkative, and she was worried about what others might say tomorrow. Wang Shui went back with them to the gate of the military housing area. Then, she waited at the gate for Xiao Lanshu, since they had plans to go buy some fried dough sticks together. Deng Weijun helped by placing the things at Xiao Lanshu's door. He didn't dare to go inside and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll head off now." Xiao Lanshu looked at the time. It was still early, only after 3 in the afternoon. If Deng Weijun went to find Jingdali again, she would have wasted her effort this time. So she said, "Wait a moment, please. Help me bring some things to my sister-in-law." When Xiao Lanshu married Qin Yuanjing, her cousin Yang Wenyuan even gave them a sofa. The sofa was good quality, very soft to sit on, and probably expensive. Her cousin is a good person. Xiao Lanshu went back inside and picked up a pound of fried dough sticks she bought yesterday. She kept one bowl for herself and wrapped the rest in newspaper into 2 portions. Then she went to the kitchen, took a piece of cured meat her father sent her, and 3 pieces of cured sausage. She packed them together and handed them to Deng Weijun, saying, "My family sent me cured meat and sausage. Please take these to my cousin and his wife. It's getting cold, so I won't go over. Also, here are the fried dough sticks. Take them home and enjoy." Deng Weijun doesn't cook at home, so Xiao Lanshu didn't give him the cured meat and sausage. Mostly, her father's gifts weren't many and weren't enough for several people. Deng Weijun took the things and said, "All right, I don't need to go to the communal dining hall tonight. I'll just go to my brother-in-law's house for dinner." Xiao Lanshu watched him go down the stairs and warned, "Send it now. Don't run around and waste time, understand?" Deng Weijun quickly replied, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I promise to complete the task." Xiao Lanshu watched him jump down the stairs and disappear quickly. She shook her head helplessly. Actually, Deng Weijun is not very old, only about 18 or 19. People at that age are easiest to deceive. In her past life, Xiao Lanshu never heard about Deng Weijun. Either he had resigned or something had happened to him. Xiao Lanshua thinks Deng Weijun feels very loyal to the food factory, not like someone who would quit. So, something must have happened later. Today, Xiao Lanshua can only hold him back, not letting him and Zheng Dahlia go out. Tomorrow is workday. After work tomorrow afternoon, Xiao Lanshua plans to meet her sister-in-law, Deng Xiaojun, to watch over Deng Weijun. Xiao Lanshua takes a woven vegetable basket and leaves the house, planning to go with Wang Shui to the market to buy fried dough sticks. Wang Shui has been craving those fried dough sticks for a day and a night. She thought they were too expensive before and didn't want to buy many, but once she bought them home, her family finished them in less than a day. She has 2 sons in elementary school who are growing fast and eat a lot. They usually drink coarse porridge or chew on potatoes with no oil and are often hungry. Wang Shui sighs, saying, "Raising kids is really hard. Finding something to eat is so difficult." Hearing this, Xiao Lanshua smiles but says nothing. She doesn't have this worry. She won't have children in the future, so she can't join the conversation about kids. They arrive at the same place as last time. Sure enough, the woman is still carrying a basket covered with black cloth, looking around for customers to buy fried dough sticks. Wang Shui mutters, "Where does this person get so much flour to fry fried dough sticks? What kind of family is this?" Xiao Lanshua is curious too, so she follows to buy more fried dough sticks. The woman sees Wang Shui and Xiao Lanshua and immediately brightens her eyes. She quickly approaches and says, Comrades, are you looking for me? She lifts the black cloth on the basket. Wang Shui sees that most of the fried dough sticks are gone. She frowns and says, "Oh, you're almost out. I wanted to buy 2 jean today." She has prepared a yuan even though 5 mao per jean is expensive, she has no tickets, and she might not be able to buy it normally. So she grits her teeth and decides to spend a little. Qiao Lanshua also comes closer to look. Sure enough, the fried dough sticks in the basket are almost gone, probably only a little over a jean left. She pauses and suddenly says, "I was thinking of buying 5 jean today. Do you still have some? Or maybe," she pauses, lowers her voice, and says, "we can go home with you and get some later." The woman hesitated for a moment, thinking that 5 jean was 2.5 yuan, and 7 jean was 3.5 yuan. That was a lot of money. She had already sold to these 2 women before, so she was sure there was no problem. Therefore, she only hesitated for a few seconds before nodding quickly. She said, "Of course, no problem, girl.
Come with me.
I still have some at home." She then led Wang Shui and Qiao Lanshu deeper into the alley. When they reached the end, they came out of the alley and arrived at a row of single-story houses. The woman stopped at a door, knocked, and said, "Second Lin, open the door quickly." "I'm back. Soon." The door of the house opened. A thin, middle-aged man peeked out and looked at her. He asked, "Why are you back so early today?" He then looked toward Wang Shui and Qiao Lanshu, his face darkening. He said, "Why did you bring people here?" He hurried to close the door. Qiao Lanshu quickly stepped forward and said, "Big brother, I'm here to buy fried dough sticks. I want 5 jean." She looked inside the house, which was a yard with several large boxes. She recognized the boxes immediately. They were the ones used in their food factory to pack fried dough sticks. After a quick glance, the door was shut by Second Lin. He said, "Wait outside." The woman also went inside, leaving them to wait. She was inside weighing the fried dough sticks. Qiao Lanshu lowered her voice and said to Wang Shui, "Sister, did you see that just now?" Wang Shui was caught off guard and asked, "What?" Qiao Lanshu paused for 2 seconds, thinking that if her suspicion was right, the situation might be quite serious. She shook her head and said, "That person was just too fierce." Wang Shui whispered, "Ah, people like them who do shady deals are always very cautious. It's normal they don't want others to find out." They waited at the door for a while. The woman wrapped the fried dough sticks in newspaper and placed them in baskets for Qiao Lanshu and Wang Shui, saying, 5 jean, 2 jean, weighed carefully. "Don't worry, it's accurate." Qiao Lanshu silently remembered the address, then paid the money with Wang Shui. The 2 of them carried the fried dough sticks and turned back into the alley, leaving through the same way. After leaving the alley, Wang Shui and Qiao Lanshu parted ways and went home separately. Qiao Lanshu carried a basket filled with 5 jean of fried dough sticks, which was quite heavy, so she switched to a shoulder bag. Then, someone snatched the basket from her. Qiao Lanshu was startled and turned around. She saw Guan Wanjun, with slicked-back hair, sunglasses, and a cold face, standing there and saying, "Got you now, little girl. You've been hiding pretty well these days, huh?" Qiao Lanshu. She looked eagerly at the basket that was taken from her and asked confusedly, "Director Guan, I haven't done anything wrong, so why are you arresting me?" Last time at the orphanage, Guan Wanjun was praised by her and was so flustered that he sponsored 5 special children. But the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. He pointed at Qiao Lanshu and said, "You're very scheming. You look like a good girl on the outside, but inside you're quite cunning." Qiao Lanshu. And calling her cunning? She didn't even call him crazy. She reached out and said, "Give me back my basket, Director Guan. Are you going to rob me right here on the street?" Guan Wanjun sneered and said, "Robbery? This is stolen property. Are you involved in some shady dealings?" Qiao Lanshu hadn't sold anything. She just bought things with her money. Usually, buyers aren't investigated for that. She felt Guan Wanjun was deliberately causing trouble for her. She asked, "Director Guan, do you just dislike me?" Guan Wanjun was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at Qiao Lanshu's fair face, dark big eyes, and nose reddened by the cold wind. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Dislike you? No, that's not it." But he also couldn't admit that he liked her, right? Otherwise, it would seem like he was just trying to please her. He said,
It's because I don't like Qin Yuanjing. Of course, if you could divorce Qin Yuanjing, then I would definitely like you. Then he added seriously, actually, let me tell you the truth. Qin Yuanjing isn't a good person. He's dated many girls before, and he even stole my fiancé. He probably didn't tell you that. He also has a fertility problem and can't have children. I'm different. I have a very good constitution. But how good was his constitution? He didn't say explicitly. Jolin Shu remembered Guan Wenjun from her past life. He was now limping and had gone south to do business. He didn't look as spirited or as handsome as before. When Qin Yuanjing was seriously ill in her previous life, he wanted to introduce her to Guan Wenjun, and Guan Wenjun did come back. But she was very sad then, mourning Qin Yuanjing's departure, and didn't notice Guan Wenjun at all. Could it be that Guan Wenjun really liked her? Thinking this, Jolin Shu looked at him with suspicion. Guan Wenjun loved to show off, and when he saw her gaze, he immediately straightened up and, with his watch on his arm, brushed his hair. Jolin Shu suddenly said, "Director Guan, your zipper is down." Guan Wenjun was confused. He quickly put down his basket, reached to cover his waistband, and nervously said, "Really? No way." He hurriedly checked his pants and found they were fine, with the belt properly fastened. Only then did he look up, but Jolin Shu was no longer there. She had already grabbed her basket and run far away in the cold wind. Guan Wenjun was speechless. He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Little short legs running pretty fast. Damn. Qin Yuanjing must be really unlucky, huh?" Jolin Shu, carrying her basket, was exhausted when she reached near her neighborhood. She hadn't run in a long time, and her body felt very tired. She looked back, relieved that Guan Wenjun wasn't chasing her. She was really scared. Guan Wenjun was completely different from her past life. In her previous life, he only had trouble walking. But now, his mind was also not right. Jolin Shu thought that from now on, she should avoid him to prevent any trouble. When she got home, it was still early. She placed the twisted fried dough on the table, took 2 bites, and found they were surprisingly crispy and fragrant. They were fried with sugar, sweet and delicious, better than cookies. She ate 2, then picked up another and took a bite. She felt a bit conflicted because the texture of this fried dough was quite similar to the usual fried, twisted dough. She also saw the boxes stacked inside the other person's house, which clearly had the logo of their food factory. But she couldn't report them recklessly. What if the other person only used the factory's boxes, but the twisted bread was made by themselves? This was possible because boxes are assets that need to be reused. The food factory sends twisted bread to various supply stores, department stores, the army, and cafeterias. Those boxes are meant to be reused and not discarded. Xiao Lanshu ate a few pieces and then thought, if it really was factory-made twisted bread, who could have transported so much? And it hadn't been noticed by the factory staff? Xiao Lanshu thought for a while. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She quickly wiped her hands and asked, "Who is it?" Outside, Huang Erling's voice came through. "It's me, Huang Erling." Xiao Lanshu hurried to open the door. Since getting married, she hadn't seen Huang Erling in a long time. She smiled and said, "Erling, have you been busy lately? I haven't seen you in a while." Huang Erling. Huang Erling thought to herself, she doesn't work, so what could she be busy with? She had knocked on the door several times, but it was never the right time. But she didn't dare to say that out loud. She just covered her mouth and smiled, teasing Xiao Lanshu. "Oh, you just got married. I didn't want to bother you or disturb you." Xiao Lanshu's face slightly reddened and she whispered, "It's not a big deal. It doesn't bother us." Huang Erling smiled and said, "I'm mainly worried about disturbing Captain Qin. On the first day of his marriage, he broke the bed. That old man, once he gets fired up, it's really something. I wouldn't dare come in." In the past few days, Huang Erling had gone out shopping for groceries and was chatting with other military family members in the yard. Without exception, everyone kept mentioning the newlywed Captain Qin. The most talked about was that on the second day after Qin Yuanjing got married, he brought out the broken bed and had someone come to fix the bed. Everyone was experienced and knew what was going on. It was obvious that the wooden bed was not sturdy enough and broke, so they fixed a solid bed and made it look good. Poor little wife. How could she endure this? Huang Erling lived next door to them. Every day, she chatted with others, and since there was nothing new in the yard, everyone kept asking her about Huang Erling. Huang Erling didn't dare to talk about Captain Qin's matters. She just said she didn't know or wasn't sure, only that she saw the two of them walking together, and Captain Qin was very protective of this young wife. Xiao Lanshu was teased by Huang Erling and immediately blushed. She moved aside the door and said to Huang Erling, "Sisterling, please don't tease me. My Zhenghe hasn't come back yet. Come in and sit." Huang Erling looked at Xiao Lanshu's blushing face and thought this girl was shy, so she couldn't help but tease her. Seeing her face turn red and look shy, any man would feel heartache for her. She said, "I won't go in first. I'm here to tell you that the thick quilt, large blanket, and 2 cotton-padded jackets you asked me to make are ready. Come take a look and try on the clothes. If they don't fit, I can still make some adjustments." Hearing this, Xiao Lanshu's eyes lit up. She happily said, "Really? Then I'll come and see." She and Qin Yuanzheng had been married for about 10 days, and they were still using the bedding Qin Yuanzheng brought from the army. But those were single beds, and it was a bit small for 2 people to sleep together. So recently, they had laid 2 mats on the Kong. Then, Xiao Lanshu and Qin Yuanzheng each covered themselves with a quilt. But Qin Yuanzheng didn't like that, so he kept moving his quilt away and stubbornly crawled into Xiao Lanshu's quilt. Thinking of this, Xiao Lanshu blushed again. She followed Huang Erling to the next room. Huang Erling was alone at home. Her children had gone to school, and it wasn't time for them to come back yet. In the corner of the living room, there was a sewing machine, and on the small sofa nearby, neatly folded quilts and mats were placed. The quilts were made of red floral fabric, looking very festive. The mats were sewn from black and gray patchwork fabric, which would need a separate cover after being taken home. Because Xiao Lanshu's bed was very large, 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. So, Huang Erling made the mats 2 meters by 2 meters, square when unfolded. She originally wanted to make the mats according to the size of the bed, but there wasn't enough cotton. It was supposed to be a thick quilt, but as she made it, it became less thick. She told Xiao Lanshu, "I used over 8 jean of cotton for this quilt. Look, it's tightly packed and about 1.5 inches thick. It's enough for the bed and will definitely keep you warm. Since Qin Tuan is tall, he needs a quilt this long, otherwise it wouldn't be enough." She said this and also took out the blanket to show Xiao Lanshu. "This blanket is also 2 meters long and wide. I made it much thicker on purpose, using 13 jean of cotton. See, it's definitely enough. The heating here is only used for about 4 months. Before heating starts and after it stops, the weather is very cold for 1 or 2 months. This thick cotton will keep you warm for sure." This time, Qin Yuanzheng exchanged many cotton tickets. Plus, Xiao Lanshu brought some herself, and since they got married, they had special permission to use certain tickets. They saved up 25 jean of cotton. After making the blanket and quilt, the remaining few jean of cotton, Huang Erling gave to Xiao Lanshu to make a cotton-padded jacket and a pair of cotton pants. With the last half jean, she also made a thin jacket with padding for spring and autumn. Huang Erling is really skilled. Xiao Lanshu loved the blanket and quilt so much. She said, "Lingjie, your hands are so clever. Luckily, I can be your neighbor. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who to ask for help with making these." Huang Erling was a little proud and said, "Of course. Before I joined the army, I worked at a clothing factory in our county. I quit after I had children because I needed to take care of them." She felt a bit regretful about leaving her job. But the place where she moved with the army was too far, and she had to take care of her 2 children herself to feel at ease. After working, she could find another job, but first, she wanted to raise her children. Huang Erling helped move the blanket to the next room and asked Xiao Lanshu, "How many blankets do you have now?" Xiao Lanshu replied, "Just this one I made recently. I also have 2 single blankets, the kind used in the army." Huang Erling suddenly realized, since Zhao Jiannong also had such blankets. She said, "Bring the blankets and quilts your family received from the army to my house. I'll take them apart and sew a new double-sized one for you. making it thinner and larger, perfect for spring and autumn. Qiao Lanshu was very grateful and kept praising Huang Erling, making her very happy. Huang Erling loves making clothes. When she finishes her own clothes and bedding, receiving praise and recognition makes her very happy. Qiao Lanshu took out 10 yuan and gave it to her as payment for her sewing work. She hesitated a little, but only accepted 5 yuan, saying, 5 yuan is enough. You girl, don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Even if you have money, you should save it. We know each other well, so no need to be so polite. Qiao Lanshu had to take back the 5 yuan and also gave her half a jean of fried dough sticks to take home and eat. This time, Huang Erling didn't refuse. Her child also loved eating them, so she took the 5 yuan and the half jean of fried dough sticks home. Qiao Lanshu then took 2 single bedsheets and bedding to the neighbor's house and asked Huang Erling to help make a spring and autumn quilt. When she returned, she laid out the newly made mattress and quilt. The new mattress was soft, and the quilt was thick. Both looked warm. After making the bed, Qiao Lanshu folded her new padded jacket and put it into the wardrobe. Only then did she come out of the room to cook. However, the bread at home was already finished. She didn't know how to make it, but Qin Yuanjing loved eating it. She was thinking to herself whether to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if they sold bread and buns. Fortunately, they still had food stamps. Since there was still time, she started dressing, putting on her hat and scarf, and prepared to go out. She left the house around 5 in the afternoon. The sky was still bright, but the sun was setting, and a cold wind was blowing, making it even colder. Outside the gate, a car slowly drove in. She looked at it and recognized the car as quite familiar. She stepped to the side and stared at it. Sure enough, when the car reached her, it stopped immediately. The car window rolled down, revealing Qin Yuanjing's face. He was still wearing a military coat and a military hat, with a serious expression. Apparently, he had just returned from the mining area unit and they happened to meet. Seeing Qin Yuanjing, Qiao Lanshu's eyes lit up instantly. She happily walked over and said, Brother Zheng, why did you get off work so early today? It was not even 6 o'clock yet. Usually, he finished work at 6, and he was home by 6:30 at the earliest. Sometimes, if he had to attend meetings after hours, he wouldn't get back until 7 or 8. But such overtime was rare. After all, Qin Yuanzheng didn't want to work overtime. He just wanted to go home and be with his little wife. When Qin Yuanzheng saw Qiao Lanshu, he was a bit surprised. His usually stern face softened a little, and he asked gently, It's already this late. Why are you going out? Where are you headed? Qiao Lanshu came over, leaned on the car window to look at him, and kept smiling, with her 2 dimples clearly visible. She whispered, It's still early, the sun hasn't set yet. I want to buy some bread from the supply store across the street. We've run out of bread at home. Qiao Lanshu didn't really like eating bread, so she was probably going to buy it for him. Thinking of this, Qin Yuanjing's heart softened a bit. He couldn't help but reach out, pat her on the head, and said, Let's not go home to eat tonight. We'll go to my cousin's house. Come on, get in the car. Qiao Lanshu thought that Deng Weijun probably brought some cured sausage and cured meat, so her cousin invited them to dinner. But as soon as she got in the car, she heard Qin Yuanjing say, Cousin just came to see me and said he wants to treat us to a meal at the state-run restaurant, mainly to thank you. Qiao Lanshu blinked in confusion and asked, Thank me? At the state-run restaurant, the food there was very expensive, especially the meat dishes, which most people couldn't afford often. Qiao Lanshu didn't understand what Yang Wenyan meant by this. She said, Out of the blue, thanking me for what? Qin Yuanjing shook his head and said, He didn't say much. Let's go first. It was a good opportunity to take his little wife out for a meal, to order some meat dishes and let her eat. Seeing how thin she was, her arms were as thin as chicken claws. The couple arrived at the state-run restaurant. Yang Wenyan, Deng Xiaojun, and Deng Weijun were already waiting there. Deng Weijun looked pale and seemed a bit distracted. When Qin Yuanzheng and Qiao Lanshu entered, he stood up to greet them, but his smile looked worse than crying. Deng Xiaojun, for some reason, suddenly slapped Deng Weijun on the back and angrily said,
Now you're scared, huh? I told you not to hang out with them, but you didn't listen. Now you're afraid. Qiao Lanshu was silent. She probably guessed what was going on. She glanced at Deng Weijun. He looked at her awkwardly and said, "Sister-in-law, please have a seat." Then he hurried over kindly and pulled a stool for Qiao Lanshu, who silently sat down. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanjing's hand had just rested on the chair when he saw this scene. He glanced at Deng Weijun, then pulled out his own chair and sat down. Yang Wenyuan sat there with a complicated expression. Deng Xiaozhen quickly stood up. She walked over to Qiao Lanshu, her eyes red, and said, "Little Qiao, this time it's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, my brother might be in serious trouble." Qiao Lanshu was startled. Was the situation worse than she thought? She quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, please sit down." What exactly happened? Deng Xiaozhen sat down, wiped her eyes, and said that Zheng Daliu took 2 people out today. One of them was killed. When Deng Xiaozhen said this, Qiao Lanshu was shocked. Her heart raced faster, and she immediately looked at Deng Weijun. Deng Weijun also looked very upset, his face pale and full of fear. He seemed distracted, as if he had been very frightened. Even Qin Yuanzheng, upon hearing about the killing, frowned and looked serious instantly. This area belongs to the military district, with many troops stationed here. It was surprising that a murder happened, showing how serious this matter was. He looked solemnly at Yang Wenyuan and asked in a deep voice, "Cousin, did this happen at the factory? Did someone really die?" Yang Wenyuan's face was serious. He sighed first, nodded, then shook his head and said, "Actually, it's not exactly the factory's fault. It was the workers who caused trouble. The workers in the pickled vegetable workshop had the afternoon off today. Zheng Daliu and 2 colleagues went out to play cards, but he couldn't resist temptation. He claimed they were just playing cards, but in fact, he was stealing from someone's house. Zheng Daliu used to be a lazy troublemaker on the streets. He only got a job at the factory when good opportunities came along. Recently, he was short of money and started scheming with friends. He lied to his colleagues, saying they were going to play cards. To avoid being reported, he told his colleagues to watch the door and shout if anyone came. Then, he took another colleague into his friend's house. While the friend was at work and had not returned, he took all the money in the house, along with some food coupons and other items. Originally, if he had run away with the money, it might not have caused any serious trouble. But when he came out, he saw his friend's wife busy in the kitchen. His desire suddenly arose, and he went into the kitchen to bother her. She was a young girl, married less than a year, with no children at home. She was very scared. She was in the kitchen and, in her panic, grabbed a kitchen knife and started to wave it around. Zheng Daliu was stabbed twice and ran out covered in blood. The person who went in with him to steal the money could have escaped, but Zheng Daliu pulled him back to block the attack. He was stabbed in a vital spot.
And he died.
The person on lookout at the door was also chased out and stabbed by the angry woman before escaping. The lookout was the least injured. Zheng Daliu had knife wounds on his arm and body. He ran to the hospital to get his wounds bandaged. Yang Wenyuan looked at Deng Weijun with a grim face and said, "Zheng Daliu came to see Weijun in the afternoon. He asked him to go play cards together, and Weijun agreed. They were supposed to go together. Also, Weijun had gone out with Zheng Daliu once before to keep watch for someone. This time, it was someone else's turn to keep watch. If Weijun went, he would have entered the house. Even if he hadn't been stabbed to death, he would have been executed if he survived. The current rules are very strict. Theft is heavily punished, especially when combined with assault. Zheng Daliu has already been caught and will definitely be sentenced to death. The lookout was also caught. He kept saying he didn't know anything and that Zheng Daliu had tricked him. As for the verdict, it's not clear yet. But another person was already killed. When the police arrived, he was already cold. Qiao Lanshu heard this and turned pale, feeling a wave of fear.
These people are really too bold now.
They love money and are lustful. There's nothing they wouldn't do. She only instinctively told Deng Weijun not to follow Zheng Daliu because she felt something was wrong. She thought Deng Weijun shouldn't go out with Zheng Daliu and the others because in her past life,
She had never heard of Deng Weijun or Zheng Daliu. This is very strange, since working at a food factory is a good job. Many people try hard, but can't get in. Deng Weijun's brother-in-law is the factory manager, and he is proud of his job at the food factory. How could he leave the factory easily? Something must have happened, but no one expected it to be such a big problem. The situation turned out to be more serious than expected, and Xiao Lanshu also fell silent. Deng Xiaojun, with red eyes, cried and said, "Little Qiao, this time I really have to thank you. You saved Weijun's life. I don't know how to thank you enough." While crying, Deng Xiaojun pointed at Deng Weijun and scolded, "You worthless scoundrel. I told you to behave and not cause trouble. Don't hang out with those troublemakers. You know how bad Zheng Dali's reputation is, right? He's always causing trouble at the factory and bothering female workers. You still want to play cards with him? You deserve to be beaten." Suddenly, Deng Xiaojun took off a shoe and swung it at Deng Weijun's forehead. Deng Weijun curled up, holding his head, crying and shouting, "Sister, just kill me. Just kill me." He felt he deserved it. Being beaten by someone else was bad enough, but being beaten by his sister was worse. He was really scared today, so he kept crying. Xiao Lanshu was stunned by the scene. She had heard Deng Weijun say before that his sister would hit him. She thought he was joking, but now she saw it was real hitting. And with a shoe, such a fierce way of hitting, she had never seen before. She nervously stood up and quickly said, "Sister-in-law, calm down. Don't hurt him too badly. It's all over now. As long as Weijun is okay, that's what matters. Just be more careful next time." Deng Xiaojun kept crying and hitting. She didn't want to hurt him badly, but she was too angry and scared. She couldn't hold back her frustration without hitting Deng Weijun. Deng Xiaojun, panting, put on her shoes and angrily kicked Deng Weijun twice, causing him to fall to the ground and cry. She harshly scolded him. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't remember it. If you don't behave better in the future, I will break your legs and see how you jump around." Xiao Lanshu remained silent. After hitting her brother, Deng Xiaojun came over, holding Xiao Lanshu's hand, and tearfully said, "Little Qiao, you are our Weijun savior. From now on, this troublemaker will serve you like a horse. If you need anything, just tell him to do it. If he dares to refuse, I will beat him to death." Xiao Lanshu didn't know what to say. She gently patted Deng Xiaojun's shoulder and softly said, "It's okay, sister-in-law. This is all in the past. Weijun is safe, and that's the most important thing. Don't be angry, or it will affect your health. Actually, Deng Weijun has a good personality. He has no intention of doing bad things, and definitely wouldn't break the law. He doesn't have the heart or courage for that. He's just young, likes to gather friends and play around, which is why Zheng Daliu and others persuaded him to play cards. Now that Zheng Daliu and others are in trouble, Deng Weijun is almost scared to death. This time, he probably won't get out of it for a long while." Qin Yuanjing saw that Xiao Lanshu looked a bit nervous, so he reached out and pulled her close, quietly asking, "Are you scared too?" Xiao Lanshu shook her head, then nodded, because she thought that Deng Weijun from her past life might really have already. Yang Wenyuan watched the scene of chaos and sighed deeply. He said, "This incident at the factory isn't good for our reputation. We need to hold a few meetings in the next few days. Hopefully, this will serve as a warning." Yang Wenyuan felt helpless. He had already been busy for a long time because of Sun Mingyong's matter, and now this happened again. Are these young people getting tired of life? Deng Xiaojun wiped her eyes. After venting her feelings, she felt a bit better. She quickly said, "Forget it, let's eat first." The food has gone cold. Deng Xiaojun invited them to eat at a state-run restaurant to thank Xiao Lanshu. Although the food at the state-run restaurant is quite expensive, a little more money is okay. Her brother's life is worth more than just a meal. She ordered mostly meat dishes, half a roasted duck, 2 baskets of lamb buns, a bowl of fine noodles made from white flour, a large pot of northeastern stew, a big plate of stir-fried mixed vegetables, and a serving of shredded pork in sweet bean sauce. She pointed to the shredded pork in sweet bean sauce and said to Xiao Lanshu, "Little Qiao, this pork is very tasty. It's stir-fried with sauce and smells great."
Use this pancake, roll it with some green onions, and try it. See if you can get used to it. Deng Xiaojun took a pancake, rolled a thick piece of shredded pork inside, and handed it to Qiao Lanshu to eat. Unable to refuse, Qiao Lanshu quickly accepted it and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." As she spoke, she glanced at Deng Weijun, who was squatting in the corner, thinking about whether to call him over to eat together. After all, this table was full of expensive dishes, rare treats she usually couldn't afford. Deng Xiaojun didn't even look at her brother. She said, "Don't worry about him. Let him cool off in the corner. He's almost out of breath and still thinking about eating. You better reflect on yourself." Qiao Lanshu. To be honest, Deng Weijun was really afraid of his sister. Whenever Deng Xiaojun scolded him a few times, he wouldn't dare to speak. He just squatted in the corner, questioning his life alone. Qiao Lanshu had no choice but to sit down and eat the pancake. Deng Xiaojun kept scooping food into Qiao Lanshu's bowl. "You probably haven't tried this lamb bun before, right? It's a local specialty. And this mixed vegetable dish uses bean sprouts, vermicelli, eggs, black fungus, and other ingredients stir-fried with vinegar. It's so fragrant and perfect with rice. We even roll it with duck in pancakes during the New Year, and it's a dish we don't usually eat." She said that, then rolled another thick pancake and placed it in Qiao Lanshu's bowl. Deng Xiaojun also brought her a bowl of sour soup noodles, saying, "Eat this in winter. It goes well with lamb buns, warms your stomach, and helps you gain weight. You're too thin, you need to eat more." Qiao Lanshu. Although the meal was quite lavish and probably a feast she wouldn't usually have during the New Year, her small appetite meant she only ate one pancake and felt full. She couldn't eat any more. Qin Yuanjing sat beside her, silently wrapping up all the leftovers she didn't finish. After the meal, it was already dark. Deng Weijun went home with Yang Wenyan and the others because he was quite scared and wanted to stay overnight at his sister's house. Even if his sister scolded him, he still wanted to stay with her. Qiao Lanshu and Qin Yuanjing went home together. During the car ride, Qiao Lanshu was a bit quiet. Since being with Qin Yuanjing, she had been happily enjoying their new married life, and she rarely thought about her past. During the 2 years she was kept in the cave, she had mostly forgotten what happened because of the stress. But she remembered clearly what happened with Qin Yuanjing. After they got together, Qin Yuanjing rarely talked about his past, but because he was in poor health, Qiao Lanshu kept asking him questions. Finally, he told her that he was injured during a mission to catch spies when he was bombed. His back was badly damaged, and he fainted on the spot. If he hadn't been strong, he might have died. Thinking about this, Qiao Lanshu quietly guessed that the mission was probably around that year, but she didn't know the exact time. Qin Yuanjing saw her silence and thought she was scared, so he softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Deng Weijun is fine. If I can't pick you up after work, I'll ask Officer Lin."
No, Xiao Yang.
"No, I'll come myself. I'll be on time to pick you up, and I won't leave you alone. Don't be scared." Qiao Lanshu didn't notice the hesitation in his words. Her mind was full of Qin Yuanjing's mission. She turned to ask him, "Brother Zheng, do you have any special missions recently?" Qin Yuanjing shook his head. "No, what's wrong?" After a pause, he added, "I just got married, and I'm busy with work at the mine. Even if there are missions, I probably won't be sent out." Of course, if he weren't married, he would definitely be sent on missions. At his level, many people already had families and children, unlike him, who was single and could go anywhere easily. Hearing this, Qiao Lanshu still felt uneasy. She softly said, "Brother Zheng, if you have any missions to do, remember to tell me. Don't go alone without telling me, okay?" Qin Yuanjing felt the concern from his young wife and was very comforted. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. If anything happens, I will tell you first." Qiao Lanshu felt relieved when she heard this. Qin Yuanjing, feeling a bit worried, said, "Are you scared? You ate very little tonight. Let's go out later, and I will cook some noodles for you." Recently, Qiao Lanshu's appetite was poor, and she ate very little. Qin Yuanjing felt very distressed. He had thought that going out to eat today would let his wife enjoy a good meal. But Qiao Lanshu's small appetite meant she hardly ate anything. Instead, he ate both their portions himself.
He had eaten too much lamb buns, and now he felt quite fiery and energetic. Qiao Lanshu had been feeling restless these days and kept having frequent dreams. In her dreams, Qin Yuanzheng looked pale and thin, lying on a hospital bed. One night, Qin Yuanzheng was awakened by Qiao Lanshu's crying. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked down at her in his arms, and saw tears streaming down her face as she kept calling, "Brother Zheng, Brother Zheng." He felt very distressed. He didn't know what nightmare his wife had seen, but she looked so upset. He didn't wake her up. Instead, he casually pulled his shirt over and gently wiped her face. He held her tighter and stroked her hair, softly saying, "I'm here. Don't be afraid." Qin Yuanzheng held Qiao Lanshu and sighed softly. He was no longer sleepy. He turned to the side to make her more comfortable. Seeing her gradually stop crying, he finally relaxed. The next morning, Qiao Lanshu woke up and noticed her eyes were a bit swollen. When she went to wash up, she looked in the mirror and saw her eyes were red at the corners and slightly puffy. She hesitated, thinking that last night, when Brother Zheng was upset, she did cry and begged for mercy. But she didn't think she cried so hard that her eyes would swell. After washing up, she braided her long hair into 2 thick braids. Since winter hair easily gets static, she thought it was better to tie it up neatly. Her bangs had grown a bit long. She felt they were in the way, so she found a thin black clip and pinned her bangs to the side, revealing her smooth, full forehead. After pinning her bangs up, she felt her face looked a bit longer. She looked at herself in the mirror and thought that showing her forehead looked nice. She decided not to keep bangs anymore since she is no longer a student. Qiao Lanshu brushed her hair neatly, then went back to her bedroom. She put on a small tank top and a warm, close-fitting cashmere sweater. When she came out of the room, she saw Qin Yuanzheng cooking porridge in the kitchen. Qin Yuanzheng is very good at taking care of people. Every day, he makes her breakfast, worried she might not eat enough. Qiao Lanshu walked over and called him Brother Zheng. Qin Yuanzheng immediately turned around. "Are you awake?" He looked at her for a moment, then came over, held her face in his hands, looked at her from side to side, and suddenly leaned in to give her a big kiss on the forehead. "Your hair grew longer? Do you want to cut it?" Qiao Lanshu shook her head and said, "No need to cut. I'll tie it up when it gets long." Today, Qin Yuanzheng kept glancing at Qiao Lanshu's face, worried she might be upset again. But she seemed quite stable emotionally, so the bad dreams she had yesterday didn't seem to affect her much. After breakfast, Qin Yuanzheng took Qiao Lanshu to the food factory and then went to the mining unit. The workload in the pickling workshop was already light, especially in the washing and cutting team, since there were no fresh vegetables locally after winter started. They naturally had no work to do. Yesterday, they had a half-day holiday. Today, after starting work, the workers in the pickling team gathered for a meeting led by Tang Wenxia, the supervisor of the pickling workshop. She told everyone since winter is coming, there's not much work for our pickling team. According to the factory director's instructions, we'll help out in other workshops. Of course, since we've worked hard before, this time they'll assign us lighter tasks. Except for the brining and fermentation teams and a few boiler workers, most of the female workers were assigned to help in other workshops. Such temporary transfers often happened in previous years, and this year's tasks are heavier, but there are not many extra workers. Tang Wenxia knew that Qiao Lanshu was introduced by the factory director, so she arranged the easiest job for her. She said, "Comrade Qiao Lanshu, you're responsible for checking the warehouse." Wang Shui looked at Qiao Lanshu with envy and whispered, "Little Qiao, this is a good job. Besides being a worker, I envy checking the warehouse the most." The work record keeper has strong connections. Each person has their own position, and there hasn't been a vacancy in over 10 years. Wang Shui doesn't even dare to dream of becoming a record keeper. All she wants is to go see the warehouse. She just sits on a small stool, munches on sunflower seeds, drinks some water, and the day passes by. Qiao Lanshu is a bit surprised. Does Tang Wenxia really care about her? Otherwise, how could such a good job be given to her as a temporary worker? After the work was assigned, Wang Shui helped with packaging at the cake department. It was a light job, and she was quite satisfied. More than 20 female workers were assigned to different tasks and then went to their respective positions to help. Xiao Lanshu thought that once she arrived at the pickled vegetables department, she could relax and not work during the winter. But it turned out she was too hopeful. She went to the large warehouse of the food factory. The original person in charge of the warehouse had taken leave to have a baby. So now it was Xiao Lanshu who was overseeing it. She was only responsible for watching over the warehouse for about 3 months after the new year, until the pregnant woman returned after giving birth. Then she could go back to the pickled vegetables workshop. After receiving the warehouse key from the personnel office, Xiao Lanshu sat inside. The warehouse was very big and usually kept locked. Outside, there was a small shed with a table, chairs, and a wooden bed for naps. Xiao Lanshu brought back a pot of hot water, sat inside, and diligently wiped everything with a cloth. After cleaning, she sat on a chair, lost in thought. She was thinking that tomorrow she could bring her books to review. She had finished high school, so once the college entrance exam was restored, she was determined to take it. It was almost the end of 1975, and 1976 was coming soon. She didn't have much time left to prepare. Thinking this, Xiao Lanshu opened a drawer. Inside, there was an abacus, 2 pens, a bottle of ink, a ruler, an eraser, pencils, cloths, and other small items. In another drawer, there were 5 or 6 notebooks stacked together. She took out a notebook and saw that it recorded the warehouse's inventory movements. The pages had rough notes of dates and quantities of goods moved in and out. But there was no mention of the year or specific times, nor signatures of the person counting the goods or receiving them. This job seemed way too simple. Just as Xiao Lanshu was thinking this, someone knocked on the window. She quickly opened the window. Outside, several male workers were standing with a cart. The leader said, "Comrade, I am here to pick up goods. Please open the warehouse door." As he spoke, the man handed Jiang Lianshu a pickup slip. Jiang Lianshu reached out, took a quick look at the slip, but before she could see clearly, the man suddenly pulled it back. He impatiently said, "Hey, you new here. Why are you so slow? We're in a hurry to deliver food to the cafeteria. Can you stop wasting time?" Jiang Lianshu didn't open the door. She took out her registration book and wrote the date, time, down to the seconds. Then she asked, "Which workshop are you from? What goods are you picking up? How much? Which unit are you delivering to? Who approved this order?" The man outside was speechless. The previous warehouse clerk was a pregnant woman who usually stayed in a small room and never came out. Whenever someone came to pick up goods, she would glance at the order casually, without checking carefully, and then open the door. She didn't keep records herself, and the delivery workers didn't know that. Getting goods was easy for them, and they had never been asked questions before. Now, when Jiang Lianshu arrived and asked many questions, they felt annoyed. The leader said, "Hey, girl, why do you talk so much? Do you have so much time to waste?" Jiang Lianshu's face immediately became serious. She stood inside the window, staring at the man, and said, "If you don't want to waste time, then carefully look at the slip in your hand. Don't just want to take the goods without showing me the pickup slip. Who knows if the slip is fake? If something goes wrong, am I responsible or you?" The man immediately got angry. He said, "Listen to what you're saying. This slip is signed and approved by Director Wei. Could it be wrong?" Jiang Lianshu reached out and said, "Give me the slip." The man was a bit annoyed, but he was just a delivery driver. If he delayed, he would be responsible. Reluctantly, he handed the slip to Jiang Lianshu. She looked at the pickup slip. It clearly showed the date, the recipient unit, and at the bottom right, the signature of the approving supervisor, Wei Jingya. Jolin Shu took the list and recorded it in her notebook. She then said to Du Erniu, 100 gene of twisted dough, right? I'll open the door for you." Du Erniu looked at Jolin Shu impatiently and said, "You're such a troublemaker. Why didn't you open the door earlier? You wasted 10 minutes. Jolin Shu didn't reply to him. She took the key and opened the warehouse door. Du Erniu led 2 men inside. Suddenly, Jolin Shu had an idea. She took a pen and said to Du Erniu, "Wait a moment, brother Du, it's better to check carefully. Look, this box is 10 kilograms, which is 20 gene per box." She circled the 10 kilograms on the cardboard box with her pen. Du Erniu, feeling annoyed, said, I've been delivering goods for years. Do I need your advice? Jolin Shu wasn't angry. She circled the 10 on the 5 boxes of twisted dough and said, All right, there are 5 boxes in total. Brother Du, please count them. There was no need to count these 5 boxes of twisted dough. Du Erniu cursed silently, but didn't bother to reply. He and his men carried the 5 boxes out. Jolin Shu followed behind them and locked the warehouse door again. She then said, Brother Du, please wait a moment. Du Erniu. At this point, Du Erniu was really out of patience. He said, If there's nothing urgent, just say it. Jolin Shu handed him the delivery receipt she had just taken and pointed to the delivery person's column. She said to Du Erniu, You need to sign here to confirm that you delivered the goods. It will make future checks easier. Du Erniu. He had never signed anything like this before, and the warehouse clerk had never asked for a signature either. After delivering the goods, Du Erniu simply threw away the receipt. There was no need to sign anything. If the warehouse clerk had been a man, he might have argued loudly with her. But the clerk was a short, thin young girl, speaking softly and working methodically. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't take it out on a female colleague, could he? Arguing with a woman would be too embarrassing. Du Erniu walked over, took the pen and clumsily signed his name, Du Erniu. He didn't go to school for many years and can write only a few characters. Luckily, he can still write his own name. When Xiao Lanshu saw him sign, she smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Du. By the way, next time you come to pick up goods, you need to give me the pickup slip, so I can keep a record. If you want a copy for yourself, ask the sales department to make a duplicate with carbon paper. One hand gives the slip, the other hand delivers the goods. Du Erniu was completely out of patience. He said, Got it, got it. Anything else? No? Then I'll go deliver the goods. Xiao Lanshu shook her head. Nothing else. The weather is cold and the roads are slippery. Brother Du, drive carefully and have a smooth trip. Du Erniu was speechless. He thought the new warehouse clerk was a bit strange. You could say she was easy to talk to, but she also made a lot of confusing demands, holding him back from leaving. Or you could say she was hard to talk to, but she was very sweet-tongued and even told him to drive slowly. He was really at his wit's end. After Du Erniu left, Xiao Lanshu immediately tore off a piece of paper and wrote in big letters, One hand gives the slip, the other hand delivers the goods. Fortunately, the people coming to pick up goods usually had pickup slips approved by the workshop managers. So, her work went fairly smoothly that day. When it was time to leave, Xiao Lanshu locked all her work documents in a drawer and also locked the door of the warehouse clerk's small duty room. Then she hurriedly put on her padded coat and left the factory. Wang Shui saw her and chased after her, calling, Xiao Qiao, Xiao Qiao. Where are you running off to? Is something urgent? Seeing Wang Shui, Xiao Lanshu, panting, whispered, Sister, I still need to buy some fried dough sticks today. Are you going? Today, 100 jin of fried dough sticks were sent out from the warehouse, and she saw that the receiving unit was a state-run restaurant. But Xiao Lanshu felt something was off because the previous warehouse clerk's record book showed 2 separate entries, totaling 100 kilograms of fried dough sticks taken. With this times record, it added up to 300 jin. Why was it always 100 jin each time? Could there be a problem? Xiao Lanshu thought something was wrong, so she took a pen and drew circles around the boxes of fried dough sticks. She was eager to buy some because she wanted to go and check. If her suspicion was correct, Wang Shui sighed and said, The fried dough twists were too expensive, costing $50 per pound. I didn't want to buy them, so I decided to wait a little longer. Xiao Lanshu said, My brother Zhen likes to eat them. I want to buy a few more pounds to take to the army for him. Wang Shui knew that officers had money, and spending a few dollars on fried dough twists didn't bother her. So she said, Anyway, I have nothing to do. I'll go with you. The two of them linked arms and left the factory. Xiao Lanshu didn't see Qin Yuanzhen's car. Probably. He was caught up in a meeting again. Xiao Lanshu didn't wait and hurriedly went with Wang Shui to the market. On the way, Wang Shui said, Oh, little Xiao, you don't have to be in such a rush. The fried dough twists won't sell out. Qiao Lanshu knew that the twists wouldn't sell out either. She was just worried about someone swapping the boxes. Qiao Lanshu was eager to buy fried dough twists and went with Wang Shui to the place where they had sold them before. Sure enough, the woman was still there. It seemed she had been selling for quite a while. She recognized Qiao Lanshu and Wang Shui and greeted them warmly, saying, "Oh, it's you two again. Are you here to buy more fried dough twists?" Qiao Lanshu nodded. "Yes, I want to buy some today." The woman looked a bit proud and said, "How about it? My fried dough twists are delicious, right? I tell you, our twists taste just as good as those from the factory, almost no difference." Neither Wang Shui nor Qiao Lanshu argued with her because it was true. They tasted similar to factory-made ones. Qiao Lanshu asked, "Sister, how much do you have left?"
I bought a lot last time.
"Do you still have some?" The woman asked. "Of course. I have as much as you want. How many pounds do you need?" Qiao Lanshu said, 5 pounds. Of course, her basket didn't have 5 pounds, so like last time, she took Wang Shui and went back to her house to get the rest. Compared to last time, the woman was less cautious this time. She knocked on the door, carried her basket inside, and left it slightly ajar, not fully closed. Qiao Lanshu stepped forward and looked inside. Suddenly, the middle-aged man inside shouted fiercely, "What are you looking at? Get out of here." He immediately shut the door. The woman inside the shop was weighing the twisted dough sticks and said to him, "Second brother, why are you so fierce?" "That's one of our regular customers. They've bought from us several times. What if you scare them away?" Because it was very cold, Qiao Lanshu always wrapped half her face with a scarf. She also wore a hat, only showing her eyes. She looked young and well-behaved. But that second brother Lin was involved in shady deals. He was also afraid, so he looked at everyone as if they might report him. He said loudly, "Whoever they are, we have to be careful. If we're reported, both of us will be in trouble." The woman heard this and laughed. She said, "Come on, she's just a young girl. Do you think she has the guts to report us?" Then she weighed out 5 jin of twisted dough sticks, took them outside, and handed them to Qiao Lanshu. They exchanged money and goods at the door. Qiao Lanshu took the dough sticks and quickly pulled Wang Shui away. Wang Shui still smiled and said, "You were in such a rush when you came, and now you're leaving just as fast. Your husband probably isn't off work yet. You won't get to see him if you're in such a hurry." But at this moment, Qiao Lanshu was no longer in the mood to joke with Wang Shui, because she had just seen clearly that the boxes inside were the same ones that had just been sent from the food factory warehouse this afternoon. She clearly saw the circles drawn on the boxes with a black marker. She had been suspicious before, worried she might have wrongly accused these people. After all, when food factory goods are sent out, people often reuse the factory's boxes. But now, she was very sure that the dough sticks inside were almost certainly taken from their food factory. This was because the previous warehouse manager hadn't kept detailed records, and the factory didn't have a strict process for tracking these things. As long as there was an order form from the sales department and signatures from supervisors, they could take goods from the warehouse. It seemed there were big problems in the food factory. Thinking of this, Qiao Lanshu realized she might not be able to expose the issue herself. She decided it was better to tell the factory director. When Wang Shui reached the supply and marketing cooperative, she said goodbye to Qiao Lanshu. Qiao Lanshu, carrying the dough sticks, thought that once Qin Yuanzheng returned, she would tell him about this matter and then go together to find her cousin. This issue needed to be dealt with quickly, so the other party wouldn't sell all the dough sticks, making it impossible to find the stolen goods. Qiao Lanshu carried a basket of fried dough sticks and walked to the gate of the military compound. Unfortunately, she saw Guan Wenjun again. Qiao Lanshu, Dad, why is Guan Wenjun so free? Her brother Zheng was busy with work, but he was just wandering around nearby every day, probably to get back at her. Guan Wenjun was deliberately hanging around here. He was waiting for Qiao Lanshu. He was a high-ranking official from the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, someone people feared. No one dared to mess with him. But now, he was being played around by a young girl. He couldn't accept this. He decided to challenge her. He didn't believe he couldn't handle a little girl. When Guan Wenjun saw Qiao Lanshu appear, he instinctively looked down, checking his belt and zipper. Seeing everything was fine, he rolled up his sleeves, pointed at her, and said, "You little shorty, let's see how you run this time." He kept a cautious eye on her and hurried after her, worried she might run away again. But when Xiao Lanshu saw him, she wasn't scared and didn't run. Her eyes lit up, and she happily stepped forward, blinking her dark, shiny eyes at him excitedly, saying, "Director Guan, it's so great to see you here, Guan Wenjun." Seeing her smiling so happily and looking at him as if he was her savior, he paused. His protective instincts suddenly surged. Guan Wenjun put one hand in his pocket, combed his hair with the other, standing in a cool pose. The cold wind was blowing fiercely, and everyone else was bundling up warmly. But he, for looks, left his black coat unbuttoned, letting the hem flutter in the wind. He snorted coldly and said very aloofly, "Now you know to beg for mercy." Too late, Xiao Lanshu didn't bother to watch him show off. To her, no matter how handsome these men were, they weren't as attractive as her brother Zheng. She walked up to Guan Wenjun, looked around nervously, acting a bit sneaky. Guan Wenjun almost thought she wanted to flirt with him. Then, Xiao Lanshu lowered her voice and said, "Director Guan, I want to report something. Someone stole at least 300 jin of twisted dough snacks from our food factory by taking advantage of management loopholes. They're now selling them in the street market. Look, these are stolen goods. I bought them for 5 mao per jin." Guan Wenjun stared at her face, unsure if he was disappointed or what. He said somewhat speechlessly, "You came so close just to tell me this." Xiao Lanshu looked at Guan Wenjun seriously and said, "Director Guan, this is a very serious matter. If you can't handle it, I will go to the police." Xiao Lanshu has also figured out Guan Wenjun's personality. Every word hits right at his core. Guan Wenjun immediately got angry. He said, "What do you mean I can't handle it? There's nothing in Longcheng I can't deal with." He took off his sunglasses and put them in his pocket, then asked seriously, "Where's the place?" "I'll go see it right now." Xiao Lanshu has been to that place twice, so she naturally knew where it was. She told Guan Wenjun the address and also warned him, "That house is in an alley, with alleys in front and back. It's a residential area. When you go, be careful not to alert anyone. Otherwise, if they run away, it will be hard to catch them." Guan Wenjun looked at Xiao Lanshu and snorted coldly, saying, "Just wait and see. I don't need to say much about my skills." He said this and turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, looking at Xiao Lanshu with suspicion and asked, "Are you playing me? Who dares to steal snacks from the food factory?" Xiao Lanshu immediately handed him her basket and said, "I'm not lying to you, Director Guan. If you don't believe me, look at these twisted dough snacks. I've bought them 3 times in a row." She raised her hand and said seriously, "I swear, if I'm lying, let lightning strike me." Guan Wenjun quickly pressed her hand down and said, "Hey, girl, why make such a deadly oath? If Qin Yuanjing finds out, he'll be furious with me." "All right, I'll go see it now." He turned to leave again. But as he walked, he suddenly felt something was off. Was that deadly oath she just made a little suspicious? Guan Wenjun hurriedly called 4 people from the Revolutionary Committee, and 5 of them rushed into the alley together. Xiao Lanshu has always been very cautious about her life. Although she reported something, she had no intention of going along with them. She stood at the gate of the military housing area for a while and saw Qin Yuanjing driving back in his car. She immediately happily went to greet him. Qin Yuanjing got out of the car, looking a bit downcast. Xiao Lanshu ran over, and he quickly took the basket from her without saying a word. She looked at him with confusion and asked, "Brother Zheng, are you in a bad mood today?" Qin Yuanjing turned to look at her and silently asked, "What were you talking about with Guan Wenjun just now?" From afar, he saw Guan Wenjun pulling and tugging with Xiao Lanshu. She raised her hand, and Guan Wenjun pressed it down. Then, he kept trying to comfort Xiao Lanshu. It looked like flirting or teasing. Qin Yuanjing, an older man, had finally married his beloved wife. He cherished her very much. Usually, he was cautious around Lin and Xiaoyang, not letting them meet Xiao Lanshu. But Guan Wenjun, who should have been the most appropriate, came to see her. What should he do about that? Qin Yuanzheng felt very uncomfortable inside. It was like he had spilled a jar of vinegar, but he couldn't show it too obviously, or he would seem petty in front of his wife. When Xiao Lanshu heard his question, she immediately explained, "It's like this, Brother Zheng. I found out someone stole our factory's twisted bread and was selling it at the mobile market." She told him everything she had discovered. After hearing her explanation, Qin Yuanjing's face also looked serious. Since the receiving unit says it's a state-run restaurant, then it must be someone from that restaurant working with them. Or maybe Duernyo is suspicious. Qin Yuanzheng was in the military and the Revolutionary Committee were two separate systems. Since this matter had been handed over to the Revolutionary Committee, he wouldn't interfere. It wasn't within his jurisdiction. He let out a sigh of relief, pinched Xiao Lanshu's face, and said, "Such risky things. Next time tell me first. I'll find someone to handle it. Don't go alone, it's too dangerous." Xiao Lanshu nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Zheng. I understand." She originally wanted to wait for Qin Yuanjing to come back and tell him everything. But Guan Wenjun appeared first, and it just happened to be handled by the Revolutionary Committee. When Qin Yuanjing returned home, he still held Xiao Lanshu in his arms and kissed her for a long time. One day apart, he missed her terribly. Especially since he had just been upset, he wanted to hold his little wife close and be affectionate. Xiao Lanshu was used to his strong and demanding nature. Now she leaned softly into his arms, letting him take control. Qin Yuanjing whispered, "Stay away from Guan Wenjun in the future. He's not a good person." Xiao Lanshu's lips went numb. She felt that Jingji was a bit rough today, almost like he was scared. She whispered, "Okay, I understand." Qin Yuanjing looked at her and reached out his rough hand, touching her lips lightly. He softly asked, "You're married far away. Will you regret it someday? Will you leave me and go back to Yangcheng?" He started to worry again. He heard that women with children tend to stay because of their kids, and they don't leave easily. But he has infertility problems. What should he do? He was afraid that Xiao Lanshu might dislike him and run off with another man. What if that happened? Thinking about this made him restless. He pressed down on Xiao Lanshu like kneading dough. This made her cry. She begged, "Jingji, we haven't eaten yet." Qin Yuanjing said quietly, "Let's go to the bed and eat. I will definitely feed you." He then picked her up and they headed inside. Qin Yuanjing loved his family's bed so much. He had the foresight to know they needed a proper bed when they first married. If they had bought a wooden bed frame back then, it probably wouldn't have lasted long. With his strong strength, the wooden bed would have broken apart in no time. Just as their mood was getting more intimate, suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Both of them froze, feeling a bit awkward. Qin Yuanzheng, who was already tense and ready to act, was sweating heavily. He took a deep breath, covered Xiao Lanshu with a blanket, and softly said, "I'll go see who it is. Stay here." He got off the bed, put on loose pants and a vest, and went outside, asking, "Who is it?" Outside, Guan Wenjun's angry voice was heard, saying, "It's me, Qin Yuanzheng. Open the door quickly." Qin Yuanzheng, thinking about Guan Wenjun just now going to catch someone. Although he was reluctant, he still let Guan Wenjun in. Xiao Lanshu also heard Guan Wenjun's voice. She quickly got up, put on her clothes and pants, then wrapped herself in a cotton coat, tidied her hair, and hurried out. Guan Wenjun came in from outside, where his 4 subordinates were still standing. He stood inside the house, his clothes dirty and his face grim, and said, "Where is your wife? Tell her to come out." "What exactly is going on? Didn't you say someone reported theft of fried dough sticks, and there were 300 jin? When I went over, the yard was empty, not a single fried dough stick in sight." Xiao Lanshu hid behind Qin Yuanzheng, looking at him in disbelief and asking, "Impossible. Did you maybe go to the wrong house?" "Guan Wenjun, it's not what you said. The 3rd house south of Mako Lane on Guanxi Street, the one with a pomegranate tree at the door. Inside there's a middle-aged couple. The man is called Old Lin, and the woman is wearing a headscarf." Xiao Lanshu nodded, looking suspicious. "Yes, that's the right house. Did you really not see any fried dough sticks?" Guan Wenjun didn't say he didn't believe Xiao Lanshu, but he was feeling unlucky this time.
He said, "No, I even went inside to search, but I didn't find any fried dough sticks. And that woman was holding a broom that had been in the manure pit, and she chased me for 2 streets. Damn it." Chao Lanshu and Guan Wenjun checked again. They found that Guan Wenjun definitely didn't go to the wrong place, but the other side probably set up a lookout, so they had already moved everything in advance. Qin Yuanzheng and Chao Lanshu sat on the sofa, while Guan Wenjun sat opposite them. He was familiar with the place, holding a teacup, and casually poured himself some tea. He even found a packet of tea leaves from a drawer, put a pinch into his cup. Qin Yuanzheng was only tolerating him because of his wife. He was worried about causing trouble and scaring Chao Lanshu. In his eyes, his wife was delicate, cute, gentle, and kind. She couldn't handle any shock. Guan Wenjun brewed his tea, took a few sips, and Chao Lanshu looked worried and asked, "What should we do now? Are we not going to pursue this anymore? Such a big matter, we can't just ignore it." Their eye contact was probably quite frequent. After all, people who do such things are usually very careful. But being able to transfer everything quickly requires many helpers and a nearby transfer spot. They likely moved the twisted dough to a nearby place, but they're not sure exactly where. Going there to check might give us some clues. Guan Wenjun sighed and said, "We just caused a fuss, and now we're wasting time here. Even if there are any clues, they've probably erased them. Going back won't help us find anything." Qin Yuanzheng looked at Guan Wenjun thoughtfully and said, "If you're not capable, don't take unnecessary risks. Leave the work to those who are more able. Isn't that better?" Guan Wenjun was silent. He had already heard the phrase "not capable" twice from this couple today. He angrily said, "Who says I'm not capable? The other side is just too clever. Even you might not have a solution." Zhuo Lanshu saw they were about to argue again, so she quickly said, "Brother Zheng, Director Guan, maybe we should talk to Factory Director Yang. He's in charge of the factory, and investigating this matter might be easier for him." She also whispered, "And I have a suspect in mind, maybe related to him. This matter is quite serious, so it needs to be handled quickly. The longer we delay, the harder it will be to find the truth." Therefore, Qin Yuanzheng could only take Zhuo Lanshu and Guan Wenjun to find Yang Wenyuan. After careful discussion, they decided to lure the culprit out. Of course, Qin Yuanzheng didn't participate, since he didn't have the time. In the end, the responsibility fell to Guan Wenjun. After finishing their plans, Yang Wenyuan gratefully said to Zhuo Lanshu, "Sister-in-law, I really appreciate what you did this time. If you hadn't told me in advance, I would have been kept in the dark. If this gets investigated later, as factory director, he would be partly responsible. He would definitely face consequences." The previous incident with Sun Mingyong's marriage scam and the recent attack on Zheng Dalio had nothing to do with the factory's management or profits. As the factory director, he mainly held meetings and kept everyone in line. But this dough theft case involves theft, embezzlement, and seriously harms the factory's and workers' interests. Although he's affected as the director, he will also be held accountable. He was so grateful he didn't know what to say, only saying, "Last time you saved Wei Jun, and this time you saved me. Comrade Chao Lanshu, you are truly our family's lifesaver." Chao Lanshu is young and beautiful, with a healthy body. She doesn't mind Qin Yuanzheng and married him as his wife. Yang Wenyuan, as her cousin, thinks Chao Lanshu is quite nice and advises Qin Yuanzheng to treat his wife well. When writing to Qin Yuanzheng's parents, he also praised Chao Lanshu for a long time. He plans to officially promote Chao Lanshu once the factory has the quota in spring after the new year. But now, Chao Lanshu has helped them twice again. Chao Lanshu is really their family's lucky star. Yang Wenyuan told Chao Lanshu, "After this is over, I must thank you properly." Chao Lanshu quickly said, "We're all family, cousin. You don't need to be so polite. And any damage to the factory's interests, no matter who sees it, should not be ignored." Qin Yuanzheng is eager to go home. How long has this been delayed? He checked the time. It's already past 9 at night. Usually, at this time, he and Chao Lanshu are sitting on the bed, eating meal after meal. A man who has started eating meat is often impatient. Anyway, he feels more and more restless. When night falls,
He just wants to pull his wife onto the bed and wait until dawn for everything else. Qin Yuanzheng pulls Qiao Lanshu out of the room and says to Yang Wenyuan, "Cousin, it's late. We'll go back first." Yang Wenyuan nods. "All right, you two go back and rest." Yang Wenyuan's face looks unhappy, with anger, disappointment, and some disbelief. He stands at the door, thinking about the factory's twisted donuts, which were stolen at least 300 jin. Truly daring. Guan Wenjun looks at Yang Wenyuan, smiling kindly, and says, "Director Yang, don't worry. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly for you, Yang Wenyuan." He glances at Guan Wenjun with some caution, awkwardly smiles, and says, "Then, thank you, Director Guan." In Yang Wenyuan's mind, Guan Wenjun isn't a good person. How could he be so kind to come help investigate? Yang Wenyuan believes he's just trying to raid the house. So, politely, after sending Guan Wenjun out, he quickly closes the door. Guan Wenjun left Yang Wenyuan's house, thinking about Qiao Lanshu's words that he was useless. He found it funny because he hates being doubted. So he didn't sleep at all. He quickly gathered his subordinates and went to investigate the case. He couldn't believe it. Could those 300 jin of twisted dough really disappear into thin air? When Qin Yuanzheng and Qiao Lanshu returned home, it was almost 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is quite late. Qin Yuanzheng sighed. Such a lovely time together was wasted. He had been energetic when he left, but now he looked down sadly, feeling downcast. He felt truly wronged. Qiao Lanshu saw he was upset, and, looking at his face, she found it a bit funny. She said, "Brother Zheng, stop looking. It's time to sleep, Qin Yuanzheng." He looked at her, suddenly took a big step forward, picked up Qiao Lanshu, and carried her into the house. He said, "No matter how late, we need to do it again. Don't even think about running away." Qiao Lanshu quickly said, "Wait a moment, Brother Zheng. How about taking a break tonight?" Since they got married, she hadn't had a rest. Working overtime every day was too much to handle. Qiao Lanshu was pressed onto the bed by Qin Yuanzheng and had to work overtime again. The next day at work, she went in yawning. Fortunately, she was now the warehouse manager. Usually, as long as no one came to pick up goods, she was quite free. This position used to be given to pregnant women or employees with mobility issues. Qiao Lanshu suspected that the supervisor of the pickled vegetable workshop arranged for her to be here, possibly because Director Yang Wenyuan supported her. Today at work, she brought a few high school textbooks and placed them in the small office for warehouse staff. She sat and reviewed them when she had free time. Not long after starting work, delivery driver Du Erniu suddenly came to knock on the door. Qiao Lanshu opened the window, saw it was him, and thought he was here to pick up goods. She smiled and said, "Good morning, brother. Do you have an order?" Du Erniu. Seeing her smiling face, Du Erniu's usually cold expression softened a bit. He said, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, I'm here to pick up yesterday's order. Didn't I take 100 jin of twisted dough yesterday? I need to take that order back." When Xiaolon heard him say that, her smile faded a little. She said, "Sorry, Brother Niu. I need to keep the delivery slips for our records. When we check each month, we have to give them to the finance and cashier departments, so I can't give them to you." Du Erniu frowned and looked a bit upset. He said, "The previous warehouse manager never kept slips. Why do you need them now?" Xiaolon still spoke kindly and calmly. "Brother Niu, that was before. Now is now. I am only a temporary worker. Our supervisor said I will stay here until spring after the new year. It's only a few months. When I go back to the pickled vegetables team, I will need to hand over my work." She continued, "At that time, I will need to check all the accounts carefully. Without slips, if a few £100 of grain go missing, I, as a temporary worker, can't take responsibility. Don't you think that makes sense?" Du Ernia thought Xiaolon was paranoid. He said, "In such a big food factory, every batch of grain is counted. How could it get lost? Stealing grain would get someone shot. Who would dare?" Xiaolon thought to herself, "Who knows? Maybe someone dares." Seeing Du Erniu's impatient face, she tentatively asked, "Brother Niu, you said yesterday that we didn't need the slips anymore. Why are you asking for them again today? Who asked you to get them?" Du Erniu replied,
our supervisor. He didn't need slips before either. I don't know why he's asking for them now. I'll talk to him and ask him to come see you. Chaolon was speechless. Du Erniu is a delivery driver responsible for delivering goods. His department is the sales department, also called the business department, which handles contact with clients. Previously, Sun Mingyong worked in the sales department. The job was easy and paid well. Wei Xingye helped get Sun Mingyong in. The sales department only issues delivery orders when there is a customer request, then gets approval from the boss and arranges for drivers to deliver. They definitely keep records of the slips because they handle client communication and have a proper accounting process. Now, suddenly, Du Erniu is asked to get the slips. Chaolon guessed that it was probably because Zhang Wenjun and others came looking yesterday. After they quickly moved the stolen goods, they knew they might be caught today, so they hurried to destroy the evidence. But what is there to destroy about a delivery slip that was processed normally? Unless the person who stole something signed the slip, so they are afraid of being investigated? Jolin took out a key, opened the drawer, then took out the slip, folded it neatly, and put it in her pocket close to her body. She then locked the drawer again. Meanwhile, in the factory director's office, Yang Wenyuan finished the morning meeting and dismissed the supervisors of each workshop. During the meeting, he had been holding back himself, afraid that if he lost control, he would keep the pastry workshop, the business department, and workshop director Wei Xingye behind for a serious questioning. But Qin Yuanjing said that this matter needed to be a trap to catch the culprit, so he had to pretend he didn't know. Yang Wenyuan hadn't slept all night and was feeling tired today. Sitting at his desk, he looked at the instructions from his superiors and felt that maybe he wasn't really suited to be a factory director. He felt he had let down the party and the people, and also the staff of the entire food factory. At this moment, Wei Xingye, who had already left the meeting, suddenly came back. Yang Wenyuan looked at him and said expressionlessly, "If it's about your daughter again, don't mention it. Letting her go to the family service team was already considering your face. Otherwise, with all the mistakes she made, she would have been fired long ago. Who would still want to employ her?" Wei Xingye quickly replied, "Director, I came back because of my daughter's work situation. But I don't want her to stay. I just don't want her to continue working there." Yang Wenyuan was a bit surprised and asked, "Why suddenly not want her to work there anymore? Is it because the family service team is too hard?" "Director Wei, if that's the case, I will have to criticize you. Hard work is honorable, and serving the staff of the factory is also a kind of team pride. Did you see last year, when the clothing factory's family service team was awarded the 5 Good Medal for excellent performance? As long as you're willing to work hard and not afraid of hardship, you'll succeed wherever you go." Wei Xingye didn't really agree in his heart. If someone had the ability, who would want their child to suffer? Yang Wenyuan was just saying nice words, but his own cousin's wife was arranged to work as a warehouse clerk, wasn't she? Wei Xingye thought this to himself, but did not show it. He sighed and said, "Director, Hongmei has been spoiled by me since she was young. Now, she can't handle any hardship. I really have no choice. It might be better to let her go home and take care of the children. I can still work, and supporting her for another 10 years isn't a problem." Yang Wenyuan listened to Wei Xingye and decided not to argue. He said, "Fine, do as you like. If you don't want to work, then don't. But from now on, we won't hire your daughter at the food factory. Someone who refuses to endure hardship isn't suitable here. We can't use her." Yang Wenyuan's words were harsh but true. Wei Xingye had worked at the food factory for many years and knew this was all about his daughter's attitude. But he felt helpless. Hongmei has always been like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been interested in Sun Mingyong, who is rich and from outside the area. Wei Xingye then said, "Director, I want to ask for half a day off. I need to help my daughter and grandchildren move to a new house. You know, because of Sun Mingyong, their original home was taken back by the factory. They are currently staying at my place. I was planning to wait until Hongmei's work was stable before applying for a dormitory. But now I have no choice. I need to help the 3 women move everything to my house. Otherwise, the personnel department keeps pushing me, asking why I haven't cleared out the house yet. Other workers are waiting in line." Hearing this, Yang Wenyuan felt a sudden jolt. He looked up, frowned, and studied Wei Xingye carefully. he asked. You want to take leave? Last night, Qin Yuanjing told Yang Wenyuan that the other party, under urgent circumstances, moved stolen goods quickly. It was probably impossible to hide them well. So, tomorrow, they would definitely come forward to handle the matter personally, since they might not trust outsiders. Qin Yuanjing said, the other person is definitely a worker at the food factory. So, he will likely ask for leave. Brother, just let him. Once he leaves the factory, Guan Wenjun can send someone to keep watch. While Qin Yuanjing was speaking, Yang Wenyuan was still thinking that the person might be Du Er Niu, the delivery man. Because food was scarce now, most people couldn't eat enough. There had been incidents of food theft before. But the thief only stole a few ounces, not too much or too obvious. This time, it was clear that about 100 jin and 200 jin of grain might have been stolen, but we need evidence to confirm it. If it wasn't delivery driver Du Erniu, then it was probably the supervisor of the sales department. After all, he issued the delivery slips and coordinated with the customers. If he wanted to steal grain, it would be much easier for him than for others. At that time, Qiao Lanshu told him that Director Wei Jingye was also a suspect, but Yang Wenyuan still remained suspicious. Wei Jingye had worked at the food factory for a long time. He was Yang Wenyuan's right-hand man, helping manage the workshop. He was very capable at his job. Moreover, he had a daughter and a grandson to support. Would he dare to do such a thing? Yang Wenyuan thought about these things, but didn't speak for a while. Wei Jingye thought Yang Wenyuan didn't agree with his request for leave, so he said, Director, if I can't, I'll leave work early. I can leave an hour early. It's very cold outside, and it gets dark early. If I leave early, I can move the stuff and avoid walking at night. Yang Wenyuan looked down, glanced at the calendar on the table, then said, All right. I know your situation. Just take your leave if you need to. Hurry home, move the stuff, and come back to work quickly. Wei Jingye smiled and said, Okay, Director. Don't worry, I'll be back in no more than 2 hours. Then, Wei Jingye turned and left. As soon as Wei Jingye left the food factory, he was immediately spotted by the management committee members. Guan Wenjun had warned that if anyone left the factory during working hours, no matter how many, they had to secretly keep an eye on them. So, someone immediately followed Wei Jingye. After work in the afternoon, Qiao Lanshu left the food factory, still holding the delivery slip in her pocket. Qin Yuanjing had come early to pick her up because recently Guan Wenjun and Qiao Lanshu had grown closer. Qin Yuanjing was worried that Guan Wenjun might come to bother his wife again. As soon as she got in the car, Qiao Lanshu said, Brother Zheng, I want to go to the state-run restaurant. Qin Yuanjing reached out to straighten her scarf and asked, Want to eat at the restaurant? Qiao Lanshu shook her head and took out the slip, saying, I want to go to the state-run restaurant and ask around to see if I can find out any news. Jolin Shu quietly said, This morning, the delivery driver came to ask for the order, but I didn't give it to him. I think they usually don't leave orders because the pickup slip and the delivery receipt are different. So, the sales department keeps a copy for the finance department to check, probably the receipt from the state-owned restaurant. Qin Yuanjing understood, meaning there is one slip for pickup and another for delivery. Jolin Shu guessed that they might have really delivered to the state-owned restaurant, but the restaurant probably didn't take all the goods. For example, they might pick up 100 pounds, but the restaurant only accepts 50 pounds, and the remaining 50 pounds might have been stolen. Qin Yuanjing was silent for a moment before saying, They should have a dedicated person to handle this. If a stranger like you goes there, they might not trust you. Jolin Shu softly said, Let's try it. I have a plan. She was still wearing her factory work clothes, deliberately not changing, to test the situation. The state-owned restaurant wouldn't cause trouble, Qin Yuanjing thought, so he decided to go with Jolin Shu. He whispered, I'll wait for you at the door. If anything seems wrong, come out quickly. Jolin Shu nodded. She got out of the car, took the documents, and approached the restaurant's counter, smiling. Hello, comrade. I want to meet your purchasing officer to check an order. I work at the food factory. She also showed her work ID to the receptionist. The receptionist looked at it and immediately said, You usually come at the end of the month, but it's only mid-month. Jolin Shu replied, This time, it's a special situation. Then, she looked hesitant, as if she had more to say. The receptionist didn't ask further and said, Go straight to the office. Lu, the purchasing officer, isn't off work yet. Joel and Shu didn't say anything, but the receptionist mentioned Lu directly. It seemed that Lu was the person in charge of coordinating with the food factory. Joel and Shu quietly followed the receptionist's instructions and went to the office of the state-owned restaurant. Inside, several people were working at their desks. The restaurant was large, mainly used to host officials from various departments, so it was usually busy, with high standards for ingredients. When Joel and Shu entered, everyone in the room looked up at her. She stood confidently and asked naturally, "Excuse me, comrades. May I ask who Lu is?" At that moment, a middle-aged man in a blue work uniform stood up from the window seat. He said, "I am." "Comrade, are you from the food factory?" Xiao Lanshu smiled and nodded. She walked over to Lu and deliberately whispered, "Lu, about yesterday's order." She paused intentionally, watching Lu's expression, and lowered her voice further. "Director Wei asked me to get the delivery receipt from you. He said it's urgent, so I must see you in person." Lu saw that Xiao was an unfamiliar young girl. He hesitated a little, but Xiao's expression, voice, and the mention of Director Wei. Lu knew about the order from yesterday. Could it have been discovered? His face grew slightly serious. He looked at Xiao, squinting, and examined her carefully. He asked, "Which department are you from?" "I've never seen you before." Xiao pretended to be nervous and stammered, "I am a temporary worker. I just started working here." Lu looked at her innocent expression and thought he might have overthought. At the food factory, delivery receipts are not kept. The finance department reviews the delivery receipts. He was about to hand the receipt to Director Yang Wenyan, and there was no mistake. His receipts follow the official procedures of the state-run restaurant. Usually, a regular staff member from the business department would pick them up each month. But that staff member was caught for marriage fraud and sent to reform through labor. So, they replaced him with a young girl to pick up the receipts. Lu didn't think it was a big problem. He took out the receipt for yesterday's twisted dough sticks and handed it to Xiao, saying, "Just this one? Do you need to take the receipts from the first half of the month too?" He still had about 10 more receipts, all from the food factory. Pickles, bread, pastries, soy sauce, vinegar, and other miscellaneous items. Xiao naturally didn't want those. They were useless to her. Only this one mattered. She took the receipt, glanced at it roughly, and saw that the weight of the twisted dough sticks listed was only 20 kilograms. That's just 40 jin. 100 jin of fried dough twists, but the state-run restaurant only accepted 40 jin. Where did the remaining 60 jin go? The receipt has the stamp of the state-run restaurant, and the receiver's signature is from someone named Lu, probably Lu the buyer. Xiao Lanshu tucked the receipt into her pocket and gratefully looked at Lu the buyer, saying, "Lu the buyer, thank you so much. Director Wei urgently needs this receipt. I won't take the rest for now. I'll ask Director Wei when I get back. If he wants it, I'll come to get it from you tomorrow." She then turned to leave. Before leaving, she politely said, "Thank you, Lu the buyer. I won't bother you at work anymore. Wishing you smooth work and prosperity. Lu the buyer." To everyone else, Lu the buyer muttered, "It's not New Year. What are you congratulating for?"